Chapter 93. Did you not see that his knife was nearly piercing my carotid artery? Hearing the inner voice, Jiang's father and mother rushed over in haste. Jiang Nanshu collided into her mother, who quickly steadied her. Nan, what happened? Third brother wants to kill me. Jiang Nanshu hastily concealed herself behind her mother. With so many people around, I refuse to believe you would dare to act so violently. Noticing the knife clutched in Jiang Hemming's hand, Jiang's mother soothingly patted Jiang Nanshu's hand, frowning as she admonished, "Amian, put down the knife. You frightened your sister." She recalled a year prior, when Jiang Nanshu had inadvertently shattered Jiang Hemming's hand with a vase, leading him to threaten her with a knife. It was over. Cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. She subtly positioned herself in front of Jiang Nanshu. He couldn't possibly intend to harm his own sister without considering her his mother, right? Jiang's mother nudged Jiang's father. Jiang's father snapped to attention, his expression stern. "Amian, it is forbidden to play with knives in the house. Now put it aside." Jiang Hemming's gaze was fixed on Jiang Nanshu's face, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I was merely joking with my sister. I was peeling an apple. Would you like some?" Jiang Nanshu's expression was timid. "How could I dare eat the apple peeled by third brother? I know you still resent me for injuring your hand, but it was unintentional. How was I to know your hand was so fragile?" Rule of self-destruction number 1. Incessantly rub salt into the other's wounds, and they are bound to break. Hee. Jiang's father and mother. "Silly girl, do not say such things." Jiang Hemming was indeed becoming somewhat irked. His hand was more important than anything else. However, upon hearing Jiang Nanshu's inner thoughts, his anger dissipated in an instant. Was she attempting to provoke him? He was not as childish as she. Jiang Hemming was quite curious. The fact that he could hear his sister's inner voice was utterly astonishing, prompting him to return home during this week's holiday. He smiled slightly. A year has passed, and I no longer harbor resentment about that incident. Surely, I do not think I am such a petty person. Jiang Nanshu pouted, tears glistening in her eyes. If you truly do not resent me, then why did you threaten to stab me with a knife when I visited your lab? Yes, I am such a heinous person. How could I deserve to live? Perhaps I should just hang myself at the door tomorrow. Jiang's father and mother. This is unacceptable. Hey, you can't fool me. You could never outplay me. Disgusting you. Jiang Hemming's lips straightened, a hint of coldness creeping into his demeanor as he sliced the apple with increased force. Jiang's father and mother, witnessing the apples strewn across the floor, were filled with trepidation. Jiang's father quickly interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Nan, your third brother is merely joking. He said he bears no grudges, so he truly does not. You both must learn to coexist peacefully, understand? Jiang Nanshu obediently nodded. I understand. I will listen to mom and dad. Jiang's father and mother sighed in relief. I have no desire to quarrel with someone who might lose a hand. Let heaven deal with the punishment. Just as that breath of relief settled, it was abruptly lifted again. Jiang's mother felt a surge of anxiety. She was about to inquire why Jiang Hemming's hand was injured when Jiang's father abruptly grasped her, and her countenance darkened as clarity returned to her mind. She sealed her lips tightly. Jiang's father cleared his throat. Now, do take the time to bond with your third brother. He does not come home often, and you two must not let your sibling relationship grow distant. Saying this, he pushed Jiang Nanshu out. Jiang Hemming seized her hand, a slight smile gracing his face. Got you. Let's see how you evade now. Jiang Nanshu. Brother, that smile of yours carries a hint of impending dismemberment. He pulled Jiang Nanshu closer, draping his arm around her shoulder. The blade of the fruit knife pointed ominously at her neck. With a mere exertion of force, this harmonious scene could swiftly transform into a crime scene. He flashed a slight smile at Jiang's father and mother. I haven't seen her in a while. I will have a good chat with her. Mom and Dad, you may head upstairs to rest. Jiang's father felt a sense of reassurance. Good. Seeing you two getting along brings me peace. Jiang Nanshu. Are you blind, old man? Is this what you call getting along? Don't you see that knife is nearly thrusting into my carotid artery? Jiang's father. Jiang's mother could not hold her tongue. Amian, do not harm your sister. Jiang Hemming held the apple near Jiang Nanshu's lips. Eat. Eat your granddad. Could you not hold it further away? I refuse to eat. A chill enveloped her neck. Jiang Nanshu took a bite and cheerfully exclaimed, delicious. Third brother's apples are sweeter than anyone else's. I'm glad you like it, Jiang Nanshu. No wonder I am destined to be cannon fodder. Can there not be a single normal person in this household? She wore a cheerful facade, while internally she was cursing. Jiang Nanshu gently shifted the knife aside with her hand, flashing a brilliant smile that revealed her pulley white teeth. Third brother, must you articulate everything so bluntly? I feel rather warm. Could you refrain from draping your arm over my shoulder? What's wrong with siblings being close? Don't you appreciate it? Jiang Heimu tilted his head, his shoulder-length wavy black hair swaying slightly, accentuating his exquisite features, akin to Jiang Jingqing, a true marvel of beauty. Jiang Nanshu maintained a sullen expression as she regarded him. Should I find it pleasurable? Can we please set the knife aside? It's rather perilous.
Huh?
Close? Go to hell and be intimate with your dear brothers. I shall not partake in that. After a moment, Jiang Heimu chuckled softly, reaching out to pinch her cheek. I suddenly find you somewhat endearing. Jiang Nanshu. Question mark. What the hell? Something feels off, very off. It appears another member of this household is on the brink of madness. The mere thought of Jiang Yunchuan's character having veered so far afield made her head ache. Oh, she had no eggs. Perhaps her chest would ache instead. She forced a smile, her expression betraying no warmth. Third brother, you truly have an eye for talent. After a year, you finally noticed my shining attributes. Shall we then erase our past grievances? Jiang Heimu's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, yet his tone remained frigid. That won't do. My hand still aches. What do you propose we do about it? What a conundrum. Perhaps we could just prepare cold dishes of scrambled eggs instead, and you seek to extort money from me. However, she feigned a pitiful demeanor, her voice trailing off, appearing delicate and vulnerable. I'm sorry, third brother. How about I blow on it to ease the pain? Jiang Heimu. Jiang Nanshu blinked her sincere large eyes, filled with expectation. Just wait. I'll spit on your hand, and you'll be disgusted to death. Jiang Heimu still couldn't accept the notion that Jiang Nanshu might resort to such behavior, releasing her from his grasp. No need. I shall inform you once I devise a method to settle our grievances. Jiang Nanshu twitched her lips. Will I even live to see that day? Your hand will be gone in a month. Chapter 94. I can't stay in this house for even a second longer. Jiang Hemian lightly bit into the untouched apple that Jiang Nanshu had not spoiled. His eyes clouded with emotions. A month? Would his hand be fractured? No, it might be completely severed, irreparable. How could such an accident occur? Indeed, it is the unknown that breeds tension and panic. His sister seems to possess a wealth of knowledge about many hidden matters. Third brother, you're back. A slightly hoarse voice interrupted his reverie from the spiral staircase. Jiang Hemian looked up to see the expressionless Jiang Zhoya descending. Jiang Nanshu also turned to look, noticing the cup he was holding, and smiled sweetly. Fourth brother, are you brewing flower tea? Jiang Zhoya cast a cold glance at her, but Jiang Nanshu remained unfazed. Continuing to jab at him, with a faint look of guilt, she inquired, by the way, the day you visited my school, you had a stomach ache. Did you find the restroom? Jiang Zhoya replied, you truly have a knack for bringing up the most inappropriate topics. Ha ha ha, don't let it end up in your pants. That would be hilarious. Jiang Hemian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest igniting in his gaze as he anticipated Jiang Zhoya's response. Jiang Zhoya's face turned pale as he took a deep breath, articulating each word. Thank you for your concern. I found a public restroom. Jiang Nanshu sighed in relief. That's good. Internally, she felt an immense sense of loss. I told you not to let them leak out.
Damn.
He truly could not endure this household any longer. Jiang Zhoya's face darkened as he went to fetch a cup of hot water. Why does it seem like his throat has improved a lot? Is that just my imagination? At this moment, how could he possibly realize someone is poisoning him? After all, he is the second candidate destined for the ICU following the second brother. Jiang Zhoya took a sip of water, and upon hearing Jiang Nanshu's thoughts, found it hard to remain angry with her. It was indeed thanks to her that his throat had not reached an irreversible state. Had he not heard her thoughts about the flower tea, he might have remained oblivious to the fact that someone was scheming against him. He suspected he would only comprehend the situation after being admitted to the ICU. Suddenly, Jiang Zhoya realized. Wait, why was his second brother also heading for the ICU? Panic surged within him. Jiang Hemian's gaze flickered toward Jiang Nanshu before thoughtfully resting on Jiang Zhoya. His voice was smooth and clear. Fourth brother. What's wrong with your throat? Jiang Zhoya, feeling guilty, cast a glance at the unsuspecting Jiang Nanshu and coughed lightly. It's nothing, just overexertion from singing practice. I'll be fine after some rest. Jiang Hemian replied, do take care to rest. He added, well, I'll head upstairs now. Jiang Nanshu raked her fingers through her hair. Did something go wrong again in some aspect? I haven't caught up. She turned to glance at Jiang Hemian, who was still toying with a knife, and quickly distanced herself from him. Third brother, I'll also head upstairs. I can't stay in this house for even a second longer. Such a terrifying group of people. Jiang Hemian remained silent until Jiang Nanshu's figure vanished from sight. Only then did he begin to gather the information. Aside from the possibility of a severed hand, it seemed his younger brother and older brother were also facing grim fates. From Jiang Nanshu's thoughts, it was evident that Jiang Zhouye was aware of someone poisoning his throat and had taken preventive measures, which explained his recovery. Observing their mother's swift change of expression upon hearing about his potential hand injury, he deduced that apart from him, the entire family could likely hear their sister's thoughts. Yet, everyone pretended to be unaware, acting according to Jiang Nanshu's mind. He glanced at his slender hands and pondered where he should apply his preventive measures. Jiang Nanshu had not voiced her thoughts. Furrowing his brows, he realized he would have to wait until that day to resolve this issue with Jiang Nanshu. With that thought, his furrowed brows relaxed. A gentle knock echoed at the door of the villa. Jiang Hemian turned to see Butler Qian standing respectfully at the entrance. A warm smile on his face. Third young master. There is someone outside looking for the second young lady. He raised an eyebrow indifferently. Who is it? The young master from the neighboring villa claims that his diamond is missing and suspects the second young lady. No. He asserts with certainty that it was taken by her. Butler Qian's demeanor remained amiable, seemingly just a messenger, yet his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Jiang Hemian replied, Jiang Nanshu stealing the neighbor's diamond? I find that hard to believe. What diamonds do we not possess in this house? As for taking someone else's. He was interrupted by a refined 4-year-old boy from next door, holding a tablet that displayed a video of Jiang Nanshu suspiciously handling the diamond. He closed his eyes momentarily, instructing the maid beside him, please ask the second young lady to come down. Also, inquire if she truly did take the diamond. His last words were heavily emphasized, believing Jiang Nanshu would understand. The little boy, clad in gray shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, stood in the center of the living room, pouting as he looked at Jiang Nanshu. He was accompanied by Butler Qian, who was holding a fluffy, white dog at his feet. The child's nose was red, wanting to pet the dog, yet hesitating. His large, round eyes scanned the surroundings. Jiang Hemian rarely returned home. Hence he was unaware of who resided in the neighboring villa and was unfamiliar with this little master. Upstairs, the maid knocked on Jiang Nanshu's door. Upon opening it, the maid promptly announced, second young lady, the young master from next door claims you took his diamond and demands its return. Jiang Nanshu retorted, how could they know I was just handling the diamond? Her brows furrowed in anger, her tone seething. What? This is slander. How could I possibly steal someone else's belongings? That's defamation. I will sue them. The maid lowered her voice slightly. By the way, there's evidence of you sneaking through the hole to retrieve the diamond. Jiang Nanshu exclaimed, fine, let's play this game. I confirmed repeatedly that there was no surveillance when I went over. She wore a sullen expression, continuing to argue. It must be photoshopped. Just wait until I come down. Shutting the door, she glanced at the palm-sized diamond, feeling a wave of distress wash over her. If caught, wouldn't that provide undeniable evidence? Did she not care about her face? Dasha-chun, can you help me hide this?
Dasha-shu replied, sorry, Jir.
The system hasn't developed a feature for hiding stolen goods yet. Jiang Nanshu protested, what do you mean stolen goods? This is my trophy. The only strategy left was to fight fire with fire, firmly believing that the most dangerous place is often the safest. 5 minutes later, Jiang Nanshu appeared before everyone with a crossbody bag slung over her shoulder. The little white dog, recognizing a familiar face, barked excitedly at Jiang Nanshu, exuding an affectionate familiarity. Had it not been for the old butler holding its leash, it would have likely dashed over to express its enthusiasm. Jiang Nanshu glared down at the little boy, her expression cold as she retorted, you little brat, are you the one accusing me of stealing? My defenses are down. Surely no one would guess the diamond is right in my bag. I'll just quietly return it later. Who would know I stole it? May the heavens and all the deities assist me through this trial. Jiang Hemian observed her bag. How dare you be so brazen? The little boy puffed out his cheeks, and upon seeing Jiang Nanshu, his pale face seemed to flush with embarrassment. His initially furious voice softened almost unconsciously, stuttering, why you took my diamond? That was my toy. You must return it. Jiang Nanshu was moved to tears with envy. What kind of family does he belong to that such a large diamond is merely a toy? She never anticipated a day would come when she could bully a little child. The video is photoshopped. It wasn't he me. Jiang Nanshu maintained her stance. The little boy's dark, grape-like eyes brimmed with tears, gazing at Jiang Nanshu, torn between wanting to cry and holding back. How about you just return it now? As the thought crossed her mind, it fell silent. Outside the door, Jiang Yunchuan's voice echoed, Yenge, my sister must be at home. Why don't you just go back? I'm afraid she'll cling to you again. It must be quite bothersome. Not a problem, Lu Qingyan replied, his tone cool and detached. The two of them approached the door. Suddenly, a small child erupted into a thunderous wail, lunging toward Lu Qingyan. Wah, uncle, that wicked woman stole my toy. In a playful interlude, Xiao Jiang exclaimed, That's slander. I did not take that diamond. In the next moment, the diamond emitted a dazzling array of colors. Xiao Jiang added, How splendid. Chapter 95. Speak with restraint, for future encounters await. Uncle? Lu Qingyan. The small child was already clinging to Lu Qingyan's leg, his eyes swollen with tears. Hiccuping as he pointed at Jiang Nanshu. It's her, hiccup. She's bullying a child. Following the direction of the child's finger, Lu Qingyan's gaze landed on Jiang Nanshu.
What?
Are you still here to complain? She cleared her throat, feigning innocence, though her confidence was somewhat lacking. I truly did not take it. My third brother can testify for me, right, brother? Jiang Hemian. Not at all. He chose to remain silent. How delightful. A treacherous wretch who can disregard his sister at a critical moment, yet still wishes to coexist peacefully with me. Just wait. I might just smash your hand with a cup until it's broken. Jiang Hemian's brow twitched, and a sudden pain shot through his hand. For the first time in his life, he lied through his teeth. I believe her. Now that's more like it. Lu Qingyan looked down at the little one at his feet, gently wiping the tears from his cheeks, his tone softening. Xiao Su, what happened?
Shangsu's knife out.
His tear-filled grape-like eyes clear yet glistening. She took my toy. It was a gift from you, and I cherished it dearly.
Ha.
Even a little brat knows how to lie. If you truly cherished it, why would you throw it out the window late at night? If it hadn't been so dazzling that it caught my eye and tempted me to commit a crime, would I have gone to retrieve it? Moreover, I even gave you an entire night and morning to find it. How could I bear to let something precious suffer in the sun and rain? I simply could not do it. Lu Qingyan. So, you truly took it? Jiang Nanshu wished nothing more than to send the little brat away. Her expression turning sorrowful. Being wronged feels truly awful, especially since I am to be your future sister-in-law. How could I bully you? Here's what we'll do. You go back and wait a moment. It must still be hiding in the lawn.
Wronged?
Upset? Jiang Hemian, Jiang Yunchuan, Lu Qingyan, among those present. She had the least right to utter such words. Meanwhile, Shang Su's eyes widened in disbelief, childishly exclaiming, Uncle, is this the sister-in-law you despise the most? Jiang Nanshu glanced at Lu Qingyan, squinting slightly. Very well, even the little brat knows now. In the interest of old Master Lu's 100 million, I shall endure you for 3 months. Once that period is over, I will directly annul our engagement, with no room for negotiation. Lu Qingyan's expression remained unchanged as he tapped Shang Su's little head, his tone turning icy. Do not speak nonsense. Jiang Yunchuan looked at Lu Qingyan with a pitiful gaze. Thankfully, he could not hear. Otherwise, knowing how Jiang Nanshu regarded him, he would surely be heartbroken. At the same time, it dawned on him that his sister truly no longer harbored any fondness for Lu Qingyan. He felt a twinge of melancholy. Jiang Nanshu, who once seemed desperate for him, had seemingly washed away her infatuation. Jiang Hemian was also taken aback. He had heard whispers about his sister and the heir of the Lu family, but he had not expected things to escalate to the point of an impending annulment. Moreover, it appeared that the Lu family was merely stalling the situation. In this light, the once love-stricken Jiang Nanshu appeared less intolerable to him. Jiang Nanshu, her eyelashes lowered, spoke with a tone of melancholy. What am I still holding on to? When even if old Master Lu grants you 3 years, you will never come to love me. I feel as though a thief, stealthily stealing moments of fleeting happiness. Jiang Yunchuan. Overacting, are we? How did we suddenly shift to the tragic channel? Jiang Hemian set down his fruit knife, grinning with interest. Third brother will find you someone better. You can choose from 10 or 8, and lie upon the abs of a handsome man. Shall we forget about him? Jiang Nanshu. She gazed vacantly at the interjecting Jiang Hemian, who merely raised an eyebrow at her, his eyes glinting mischievously. This isn't the right channel for you. How am I supposed to respond to that? Although I truly want to cough, let us keep it steady. She smacked her lips, stammering. That wouldn't be appropriate. The entire capital knows I only love Qin Yan, third brother. We can discuss this later. Speak with restraint, for future encounters await. Was Jiang Nanshu's principle in life? One cannot speak too definitively. Jiang Hemian chuckled meaningfully. You hesitated. Jiang Nanshu, if you cannot speak, then keep your mouth shut. From now on, I shall not utter another word. My sincerity is as evident as the sun and moon, and I shall not speak further. She said this with utmost seriousness, a hint of anger underlying her words. How could any man take a liking to a love-stricken fool such as myself? Lu Qingyan's gaze swept over her striking visage. She had indeed been quite irksome in the past. He couldn't help but wonder. If he were oblivious to Jiang Nanshu's inner thoughts, would he waver? The answer was a resounding no. He despised being entangled or entangling others. He had always been rational. The only irrationality being his failure to sever ties with Jiang Nanshu, seeing that intimate photograph had compelled him to visit the Jiang family. What was he even doing there? He himself did not know. He could not discern whether he was angry. Jiang Nanshu was his fiancée, yet she did possess an uncanny ability to irritate him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the turmoil within. My toy, uncle, help me, hiccup, bring it back. Shang-Su pouted, his chubby cheeks streaked with tears, long, dark lashes glistening with droplets. Lu Qingyan sighed softly, ruffling his black hair. Shao-Su, let us return home first. Your uncle will help you find it. No. Shang-Su turned to Jiang Nanshu, his gaze landing on her bag, and pointed with his tiny hand. The toy is in her bag. Everyone, Jiang Nanshu, her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock, standing frozen, as if under punishment. How did this little brat guess that? Was it that obvious? Oh no, oh no. Oh no. Everyone 6. Jiang Nanshu smiled at Shang-Su. What if it's not there? Shang-Su stared blankly at Jiang Nanshu. He couldn't fathom why his uncle disliked the sister-in-law, but in his eyes, she was as beautiful as a fairy. However, he would never voice this. The television dramas he watched taught him that successful individuals must maintain a serious demeanor. Shang-Su maintained a solemn expression, glancing around but avoiding eye contact with Jiang Nanshu. He sniffled. If it's not there, then I want it. But if it is. He looked down at the dog a meter away, his eyes brimming with tears. Then you must help me take care of Xiaohe. Jiang Nanshu followed his gaze to the dog, which, with its clear yet foolish eyes, barked a couple of times. Jiang Nanshu twitched her lips and acquiesced, no problem. The dog cannot take care of itself, yet it managed to snag a diamond. How clever of me to think that carrying such a large bag would expose my target. Heh, foolish child. Chapter 96. Do you wish to assist the rogue boss in stealing delicious crab burgers? Oh, a twist? Even Jiang Hemian was intrigued. Jiang Nanshu had clearly mentioned that the diamond was in her bag, but judging by her demeanor, it seemed unlikely that anyone would find it. Where could she have hidden it? Jiang Nanshu opened her bag and dumped its contents onto the table. Wallet, compact mirror, lipstick, tissues, and a small umbrella, her usual essentials for outings. To this end, she unfastened the bag's opening, revealing its immaculate interior, with every zipper meticulously unzipped to ensure nothing was concealed within. Jiang Nanshu noticed the perplexity in Shang-Su's eyes and with a confident smile, she said, I told you there is nothing, yet you still don't believe me. Her delicately sculpted face took on a serious expression, exuding a hint of maturity. She retrieved a small remote control from her pocket, realizing there was no alternative but to resort to this tactic. Jiang Nanshu was bewildered as to how he had produced a remote control seemingly out of nowhere. The next moment, her bag illuminated with a dazzling array of colors, truly blinding in its brilliance. Lowering her gaze, she noted that the white bag accentuated the vibrancy of the light. Could a professional enlighten me on why diamonds sparkle? Jiang Hemian. So, it really was hidden in the bag. He turned away, unable to bear the sight, leaving Jiang Nanshu to explain herself. They were equally at a loss. The light was one thing. Jiang Nanshu could claim she installed a rainbow light in her bag out of fear of the dark on her way home. However, no one had informed her that this diamond would also emit sound. Indeed, the diamond began to speak, incessantly mimicking the voice of Mr. Krabs. Do you wish to assist the boss in stealing the delicious crab burger? No, I merely intend to take it home to eat. Boss, return the secret recipe for the delectable crab burger. Jiang Nanshu. At this moment, I am at a loss for how to respond. For all eyes were fixed upon her, no, upon her bag. Aside from the incessant chatter of the diamond, the villa was eerily silent. Jiang Yinchuan's mouth hung agape, capable of accommodating an egg. Seeing Jiang Nanshu's complexion grow slightly pale, he touched his nose and averted his gaze. Blindness, indeed, was a blessing. Jiang Nanshu picked up a fruit knife and, directed at the seam at the bottom of her bag, revealed the diamond. It sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, nearly blinding Jiang Nanshu. This was truly a toy. It was a fake diamond. Shang Su let out a huff. "See, I told you it was here." His eyes glistening innocently, he said, "Andy, let me show you how the diamond can transform." Jiang Nanshu, "You've mistaken, your auntie is someone else. Furthermore, thank you for the invitation." But she had no desire to witness it. Shang Su pressed the remote, and in the next instant, the diamond split in half, releasing a rolled-up piece of paper. It bore the secret recipe for the delicious crab burger. "Haha, is there a crevice I can crawl into? I'm exhausted and wish to lie down." After a moment of awkward silence, Jiang Nanshu finally spoke. "Do you believe me? The boss sent me a dream to steal the recipe." The crowd. Ultimately, Jiang Nanshu resigned herself to squatting beside Xiao He's dog bed. Moments ago, under Shang Su's insistence, she had come next door to feed the dog. It was then she learned that this villa was purchased by Shang's family, and Shang Su had been sent here to live by his mother, for reasons unknown. Yet, this little brat was allergic to dog hair. No wonder he had been crying and sneezing that day. Despite this, he remained attached to the dog, revealing the depth of his affection. Jiang Nanshu, feeling disillusioned, scooped a serving of dog food into the bowl. "Young master dog, it's time for dinner."
Se eu roubando over.
Wagging his tail and rubbed against Jiang Nanshu's little shoes, seemingly oblivious to past grievances. Jiang Nanshu reached out to ruffle the dog's head, laughing. "You truly hold no grudges. Last week, I nearly buried you alive." As shadows crept across her face, Jiang Nanshu looked up to find Lu Qingyan gazing down at her with a lofty demeanor. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen someone feeding a dog?" However, given my treatment of his nephew, filled with lies, I suspect I will be disliked for a while, which is rather amusing. Jiang Nanshu stood up, stepping back, feigning innocence. "Brother Qingyan, I did not intend to lie. I merely became enamored with that diamond. You know I come from the countryside, lacking in worldly experience and good fortune." Jiang Nanshu portrayed an image of hypocritical greed with remarkable finesse. She even briefly immersed herself in Lu Qingyan's perspective. The disdain was palpable. After a moment, Lu Qingyan softly replied, "It's all right. Everyone makes mistakes. Just rectify them." Jiang Nanshu, "Am I here merely to play the villain while you lecture me on morality and law?" She pondered for a moment, finally managing to say, "Yes. You're right, Brother Qingyan, you are truly kind." Suddenly, Jiang Nanshu raised her head, locking eyes with Lu Qingyan's warm gaze, and offered a radiant smile. "Are you this kind to everyone?"
What?
Lu Qingyan momentarily froze. Jiang Nanshu slightly curved her lips. "I meant that Brother Qingyan is too gentle. I feel a bit sorry for you. Why did Su Ran hurt you so deeply in the past?" Yet, perhaps this was inconsequential, for Brother Qingyan's nature was so benevolent that even after being hurt, he would still rush to her side at her call. After a lengthy pause, Lu Qingyan finally spoke. "She did not cause me harm back then. Believe it or not, every encounter we had was merely coincidental." "What a fib. Weren't you the one who personally went to the bar?" "As for that time at the bar when she was intoxicated and called out his name." Lu Qingyan's tone remained indifferent. Jiang Nanshu was taken aback. "Goodness, what a thorough explanation. I nearly thought you could hear my innermost thoughts. Is there anything else you wish to ask?" His demeanor remained calm. Jiang Nanshu racked her brain, striving to probe into Lu Qingyan's heart. Throughout the entire narrative, his complicated feelings for Su Ran had only just begun. If he remained aloof now, how much would he regret it later? A sudden spark of inspiration struck. Jiang Nanshu lifted her almond-shaped eyes, hesitantly biting her lip. "Do you still have feelings for her? I know I cannot compare to her, but I cannot tolerate the thought of her lingering on your mind while we are still engaged. I can see it. She still cares for you, and that terrifies me." After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "Is this question truly significant?" Jiang Nanshu's eyes brightened. I've struck a chord. The pure white moonlight is indeed untouchable. Let us continue this pursuit." She reproached him. "Isn't this important? This pertains to whom you would save if both she and I fell into water. I cannot bear the thought of you watching me perish because of her." That scenario is impossible. Jiang Nanshu persisted. You must make a choice. Lu Qingyan replied straightforwardly. I would save you. Jiang Nanshu's lips curled into a subtle, mischievous smile as she continued. Then what if, in the face of her life-saving grace, you had to choose between her and me? This time, Lu Qingyan did not provide an answer. You hesitated. For amusement's sake, let us indulge in a little theatrical interlude. Now, Xiao Jiang, you hesitated. Lu Qingyan. Later, Lu Qingyan, choose me or him. Xiao Jiang, hee. Chapter 97. Is the entire capital anticipating his annulment? Woof, woof. Xiao Ha, having finished his meal, wagged his tail and circled around Jiang Nanshu. Instantly captivated by the adorable white dog, she squatted down once more to pet its head. The words Lu Qingyan had yet to say caught in his throat. Jiang Nanshu had no intention of listening. While Lu Qingyan felt a twinge of disappointment, he also breathed a sigh of relief. The life-saving grace Su Ran had extended to him was indeed a reality, and had it not been for her, he mused, he might have perished at the tender age of 17. The 30 million was a resolution orchestrated by his grandfather. Reflecting on his recent encounters with Su Ran, he suspected they were all intentional on her part, testing the limits of his tolerance. It was time to clarify matters with her. One must take responsibility for their choices. He settled onto the sofa, while Shang Su, with his short legs, scampered over to Jiang Nanshu's side. Xiao Ha circled around him, causing him to sneeze repeatedly, his eyes turning red. Jiang Nanshu genuinely feared this little brat might go into shock due to his allergy to dog hair, so she ushered Xiao Ha into his bed, keeping him at a distance. He sniffled, gazing at Jiang Nanshu as she petted the dog, a glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes. If only I could pet the little puppy too, but the butler won't allow it. Do you want to pet it? Jiang Nanshu inquired, staring at his round face. Shang Su's eyes brightened, nodding his head eagerly. Jiang Nanshu fully equipped him, ensuring that not a single hair would touch him. And with a slight tilt of her chin, she provocatively said, Go ahead, touch. Shang Su looked down at the plush gloves he wore and the small helmet perched upon his head. Is this even allowed? Tentatively, he reached out, and, to his surprise, he did not sneeze. His eyes brightened. With newfound courage, he cradled the dog in his arms. Although the gloves prevented him from feeling the dog's warmth, he at least made contact. He giggled joyfully, his grape-like eyes filled with admiration for Jiang Nanshu. Auntie, you're amazing. Jiang Nanshu replied, Is this really impressive? She cleared her throat, adopting an air of mystery, and began to boast, This is just the beginning. No one understands dog care better than I do. Thus, she elaborated on feeding the dog, discussing the precise water temperature for baths, and even deciphering its barks to determine whether it needed to relieve itself or was simply hungry. Within a few short minutes, Shang Su's initial admiration transformed into awe, his gaze towards Jiang Nanshu akin to that of a devotee beholding a deity. Jiang Nanshu reveled in the effect she had created, concluding with a crucial point. Do not let me feed this dog unless it's an emergency. I only appear at significant moments. Understand, Xiao Su?
Shang Su, not that seriously.
His small face grave. I understand. When the little husky needs a bath, I'll call you. Jiang Nanshu, is giving the dog a bath really a significant moment? Reluctantly,
He nodded. Fine.
At least she had managed to placate the little rascal. Jiang Nanshu had no desire to be interrupted in class at school by a sudden summons to feed a dog. Even the thought of it seemed absurd. Shang Su continued to inquire, How big can the little husky grow? Jiang Nanshu nonchalantly gestured with her hand, about the size of a lion. Shang Su believed her. Lu Qingyan interjected, You're deceiving even a child. Fearing that his nephew might be led astray, he remarked, It's not that big. An adult Samiad measures approximately 65 to 70 centimeters in length, while an adult male lion is at least 2 meters long. Shang Su had no concept of such numbers, and it made his head spin. He shook it and pouted. I believe Auntie. Everything she says is right. Jiang Nanshu promptly tapped Shang Su on the head. No calling me that. Refer to me as sister, or I won't feed the dog. Shang Su blinked his grape-like eyes, ultimately succumbing to Jiang Nanshu's authority. Sister Nanshu. Well done. Jiang Nanshu smiled broadly and ruffled Shang Su's soft black hair, tousling it into a delightful mess. His fair little face flushed with embarrassment as he felt the softness against his skin, and he softly protested, Sister Nanshu, you can't mess with my hair, or I won't grow tall. Lu Qingyan tossed the little husky into its doghouse, and then removed everything from Shang Su. His expression calm as he addressed Jiang Nanshu. Are you certain you want to be a sister? By familial hierarchy, I am his uncle. Jiang Nanshu responded. What do you mean? Trying to take advantage of me? No way. Lu Qingyan's smile faltered, and Shang Su earnestly chimed in. Sister Nanshu. My uncle is really nice. He gave me 100,000 as New Year's money. Jiang Nanshu. She looked at Lu Qingyan with innocent, wide eyes. Uncle, if you acknowledge me, you can't withhold the money, you know. This is too amusing. It hardly poses a challenge. Lu Qingyan was both exasperated and amused by Jiang Nanshu's brazen attitude. Even after she departed, he remained bemused by her calling him uncle. Unlike Shang Su, Jiang Nanshu's tone was sweet and soft, igniting a delightful itch in his heart. Suddenly, he felt a tug at his shirt, and looking down, he saw Shang Su gazing up with an innocent expression. Uncle, when will you break off the engagement? Lu Qingyan. Huh? Is the entire capital circle anticipating my engagement's dissolution? Do you have something to say? His voice was cool. Shang Su fidgeted, his small body squirming shyly, his babyish tone stammering. If you don't like Sister Nanshu, can you let her be with me? Clenching his tiny fists for encouragement, he declared, When I grow up, I'll marry Sister Nanshu. A glint of mischief flashed in his eyes as he spoke innocently. Since Sister Nanshu and I are of the same generation, we can marry. Uncle, you should step aside. Lu Qingyan was at a loss for words. Here was Shang Su, barely 4 years old, already contemplating marriage. His expression remained impassive. Forget it. She won, T agree. Now go to bed. Shang Su protested. But it's only 8 o'clock. Why should I sleep? However, to avoid provoking his uncle's ire, he obediently retreated. He resolved to inquire whether Sister Nanshu would be willing to marry him whenever he had a chance. The next day, Jiang Nanshu was awakened by a series of knocks on her door. Half awake, she squinted at the closed door, sprawled across her bed. Come in. The door isn't locked. As the door swung open, upon seeing the visitor, Jiang Nanshu instantly became alert. Oh no, is this not my greatest benefactor? My dear faux sister? I am utterly at fault for allowing you to open the door. Jiang Lei. Observing Jiang Nanshu's tousled hair and expressionless face, her inner thoughts were anything but dormant. What brings you here? Are you here to deliver gems again? Would it be inappropriate for me to accept yet another gift? I've already compromised my principles twice to fulfill the role of a malicious female supporting character. This time, I absolutely cannot yield. I must confront her. Perhaps I should create a scene to drive her out of the house? On second thought, for the sake of the gems, I shall depart myself. You may stay, dear sister, while I wander in despair. Woe is me. In mere seconds, Jiang Nanshu had envisioned a grand performance in her mind. Noting Jiang Lei's impassive face, she scoffed, adopting a haughty tone, ensuring her character remained intact. What do you want? I'll give you 1 minute. Get to the point. Chapter 98. You still don't know how to be a good brother. Jiang Lei rubbed her forehead. She rummaged through her bag and produced a pink gemstone, tossing it onto Jiang Nanshu's bed with an air of confidence. Can you grant me a bit more time? Jiang Nanshu. One can endure humiliation, but money must not be lost. Swiftly, she leaped from her bed, adopting a maid-like demeanor. You have successfully hired your travel assistant, Xiao Jiang, who will be at your service 24 hours a day. Don't be surprised if I endure 100 hours of your incessant chatter without complaint. Jiang Lei tossed a bag at her. Put this on. I'm taking you somewhere. Jiang Nanshu, bewildered, pulled out a light blue dress from the bag. Unlike her usual flamboyant style, this dress was rather fresh and appealing. After changing, she styled her black hair into a fishtail braid cascading down to her chest, adorned with a khaki-colored sun hat and a fresh daisy tucked into the tips of her hair. Jiang Nanshu twirled in front of the mirror, thoroughly pleased. Descending the stairs, she found the family gathered, with the exception of Jiang father. While the others appeared unaffected, Jiang mother's expression was quite sour, indicating that something was amiss. Standing atop the stairs, Jiang Nanshu squinted at them. What is going on? Holding a secret meeting behind my back? Engaging in collective cold violence, are we? The others responded, No, we're merely discussing the plan to visit Fenglin Mountain Villa for a hot spring. Jiang Nanshu immediately comprehended. Oh, what is there to discuss? Just play matchmaker for the old man and Chu Xian. Once the stepmother passes away in a year, we'll welcome a new mother. Jiang Yunchuan. Jiang Zhouya. Jiang Lei.
Jiang Himian what?
Is there such a thing? Jiang mother. Furious, her face turned pale.
No.
She must not lose her temper. She needed to remain calm. Suddenly, She questioned if her breast cancer was a result of Chu Xin's provocations, perhaps to make room for herself after her demise. Jiang Nanshu smiled sweetly. I look forward to gathering with Aunt Chu. I hope Sister Chu will like me too. He dare to scheme against me, and I'll make sure she pays. Jiang Yunchuan. Jiang Zhouya. This is truly frightening. Jiang mother hesitated, her mouth opening and closing, then suddenly shut tight, eagerly anticipating the retribution that awaited the Chu family. Jiang Hemian's interest was piqued, observing Jiang Nanshu's contradictory demeanor. He found this trip to Fenlin quite intriguing. He smiled faintly, saying, I've changed my mind. I shall join in the fun as well. Jiang Yunchuan was taken aback, unable to fathom the potential chaos that would ensue when these two eccentricities converged. Only Jiang Lei's expression fluctuated, ultimately settling into a tranquil demeanor. Jiang Nanshu's inner musings betrayed her calculations regarding this statement. The first person she thought of was Chu Mushi. Yet, she found herself perplexed. After 3 years abroad, why did she still extend her hand towards Jiang Nanshu? Taking a deep breath, she felt a hint of internal conflict before reaching a resolution. Jiang Nanshu, accompany me to the Chu residence. Mushi has just returned, and I need to assist her in gathering items for her stay at Fenlin Villa. We may need to spend the night there. Meeting Chu Mushi? Jiang Nanshu smiled slightly, clearly delighted. Very well, I shall reluctantly accompany you. The two walked side by side. A harmonious scene that was indeed pleasing to the eye. Jiang Hemian raised an eyebrow, casually remarking, Jiang Nanshu has truly changed. In the past, she would have relished the prospect of conflict with Lei. Such a peaceful demeanor is a rare sight. Jiang Zhouya scoffed, it's all a facade. She harbors no familial affection in her heart. Jiang Yunchuan hesitated, recalling Jiang Yisan's words. Ultimately, he could not resist countering, fourth brother, how can you utter such words? We have been unfriendly to her from the very beginning. If we had directed more attention towards her, perhaps she wouldn't have turned out this way. Isn't it you who looked down upon her rusticity, deeming her unworthy of the refined society? Jiang Zhouya sneered, his voice hoarse, as if you haven't looked down on her. Who is it that, upon her return, avoided her like the plague? You even imprisoned her in the bitter cold for an entire night out of your infatuation with that so-called goddess, leaving her to fall ill from the cold. When she finally regained consciousness, you sent her home to visit her foster parents. I've never witnessed such cruelty from you. Is it any wonder her temperament has changed so drastically? All of this turmoil stems from you. Jiang Yunchuan's eyes flushed with anger, nearly coming to blows with Jiang Zhouya. How was I to know Lin Ye would turn out to be such a character? If I had known. Jiang Yunchuan trailed off. He had cherished Lin Ye during the very first month Jiang Nanshu returned home. He was now in college, free to pursue romance, and had openly communicated with Lin Ye without hesitation, with his family neither supporting nor opposing his pursuits. For the young masters of affluent families, first loves rarely culminated in lasting relationships. He aspired to be an anomaly, to showcase that genuine affection could exist even in high society. At that time, he genuinely wished to marry Lin Ye. However, just as his enthusiasm peaked, Jiang Nanshu suddenly claimed that Lin Ye had deceived him. How could he possibly accept that? He even sought clarification from Lin Ye, who, nearly driven to despair by the accusations, confirmed his fears. Thus, he concluded that this newly acknowledged sister must be a hindrance to his family, a thorn in his side. In a fit of spite on behalf of Lin Ye, he mischievously locked Jiang Nanshu outside, intending to teach her a lesson for a couple of hours, only to forget her in the midst of a conversation with Lin Ye. It was not until the household staff discovered Jiang Nanshu, unconscious from the cold, that she was rushed to the hospital. Reflecting on these past events, Jiang Yunchuan was overwhelmed with guilt. What foolishness had he perpetrated? He had caused his own sister harm for the sake of an outsider. Jiang Hemian furrowed his brow. Their mother, in an exasperated tone, interjected, enough. Both fell silent. Jiang's mother, her face flushed with anger, glared at them. We have all wronged Nanshu. We have treated her poorly. It is time for reflection, not to deflect blame. A bittersweet ache filled her heart. Yes, the entire family had treated her poorly from the moment she stepped into the Jiang household. Even those related by blood looked down upon her. This matter shall not be mentioned again. From now on, you must treat Nanshu kindly. Even if she speaks harshly or makes mistakes, you must not bully her. We are at fault. She is blameless. Jiang's mother recalled the image of Jiang Nanshu 3 years ago, sweetly calling her mom in a soft, melodic tone, eagerly assisting her despite her busyness with Jiang Lei's academic matters. She had never been upset, always smiling and circling around them. With more children, it became increasingly difficult to maintain balance. She inherently favored Jiang, the child she had nurtured herself. Exhausted, Jiang's mother waved her hand. Pack your things. We shall go this afternoon. I need to rest upstairs. The three brothers lapsed into silence. Once their mother had departed, Jiang Hemian finally spoke. Fourth brother, you remain oblivious to the essence of being a good elder brother. Jiang Zhouye's complexion turned ashen. At the Chu residence, the driver escorted them to the entrance. Jiang Nanshu gazed in awe at the magnificent Chu villa, her face alight with admiration. Wow, Sister Chu's home is absolutely stunning. Such opulence. It seems the Jiang family has invested quite a bit in the Chu family. How ironic that it has bred a nest of ingratitude. I wonder how my faux sister will react when she discovers that her first cad was intentionally matched by her dear friend. Will she be furious?
Hee hee.
Chapter 99. Sister's face turned red. Jiang Li tightly pressed her lips together, her gaze lowered, concealing the tumultuous emotions within.
Impossible.
Xie Miao was brought in by Chu Mushi. She recalled the early days of joining the production team, how Xie Miao quickly learned her preferences, knowing she adored the century-old soup dumplings from the capital, paired with a bowl of sweet, rich soy milk. Thus, he always brought some, claiming they were purchased for the assistant, as he too enjoyed that establishment. Over time, Jiang Li developed a fondness for him. Now, reflecting on those details, it seemed far too coincidental. They were essentially strangers. How could he know her like so precisely? Unless a close friend divulged such information. In the entire capital, her closest confidant was Chu Mushi. They had reached a level of intimacy where nothing was left unsaid. But why would Chu Mushi wish her harm? Were they not each other's best friends? Jiang Li's mind was a tangled mess. A gentle voice, laced with a hint of amusement, called out, "Come in. Why are you standing at the door?" Jiang Nanshu looked up to see a woman dressed in a soft yellow gown, her complexion fair to the point of transparency, revealing the faint blue veins beneath her skin. Her features were delicate, exuding an air of refined beauty, and her long hair was held in place with a matching headband, radiating freshness and elegance. This was Chu Mushi, the hidden antagonist in the narrative, who had clashed fiercely with Su Ran. Her malice lay concealed, as she deftly manipulated those around her to their demise. Jiang Li, on the other hand, was merely a pawn, a means to further her own agenda, ultimately leading to Jiang Hemian's tragic fate. What a serpent disguised in genteel guise. Such a person possesses the most unfathomable depths. Is it any wonder she could exploit a faux sister to orchestrate the downfall of third brother? Jiang Nanshu mused incessantly. Jiang Hemian had met his end long before her villainous counterpart. The original character was the last pawn sacrificed in the Jiang family saga. Perhaps the presence of the wicked supporting character had granted her ample screen time. Jiang Li's hands, hanging at her sides, clenched and relaxed as she raised a smile under Chu Mushi's increasingly inquisitive gaze. I was just showing my sister around your home. She has never been here before. Only then did Chu Mushi's attention shift to Jiang Nanshu, who displayed a palpable greed in her eyes, embodying the essence of a country bumpkin stepping into the city. She pointed at the vibrant chrysanthemums blooming outside the villa, highlighting the rare and exquisite variety known as Jinzhan In Tai. Sister Chu, your flowers are stunning. We don't grow anything like this at home. Could you send a pot my way? Chu Mushi had never encountered someone so bold as to directly ask for gifts upon visiting. Maintaining her smile, her gaze softened. Of course. Anything you like, you may take. Nanshu, is it? I've heard he mention you several times. You are indeed as adorable as she described. Jiang Nanshu raised her brows, displaying a clear disdain for Jiang Li. What kind words could she possibly say about me? Surely, she must be disparaging me behind my back. Jiang Li interjected, no. She actually praised you for being adorable. She mentioned that she had long desired a younger sister, and from the very first day you arrived, she took a particular liking to you, even gifting you her favorite teddy bear. However, she seldom brings you up afterward. I had thought you two had fallen out. Seeing you both like this, it seems all is well. Jiang Nanshu's smile broadened as she linked her arm with Jiang Li's. Did she truly compliment me, and not speak ill of me in secret? Jiang Li scoffed lightly, not pushing Jiang Nanshu away, but instead turning her head slightly in mild embarrassment. Do you think everyone is like you, harboring such intense resentment and bitterness? Sister's face is flushed. What's going on? Jiang Li felt her face heat up even more. She pulled a small mirror from her bag and calmly remarked, I must have applied too much blush today. With her smile unwavering, Chu Mushi's eyes crinkled, resembling a warm and amiable neighborly sister. Shall we head inside? We must depart for Maple Forest Villa this afternoon. Saying this, she stepped forward to link arms with Jiang Nanshu. Since you are Lai's sister, you are also mine. I shall treat you with the same kindness I show her. Jiang Nanshu's smile deepened, visibly touched. Thank you, Sister Chu. Playing with me, are you? I shall outsmart you. With no flaws to exploit, she is indeed a formidable adversary. It's no wonder that after the Jiang family's downfall, she managed to maintain her composure and thrive. With such cunning and depth, my sister couldn't possibly outmaneuver her. Jiang Lei's face darkened. Is she really that foolish? She simply values her emotions more. Those who treat her well, she reciprocates with equal fervor. Otherwise, why would the once gentle and docile Jiang Nanshu have left such a lasting impression 3 years ago? Back when Jiang Nanshu was engaged in her foolish antics, she had already discarded that fleeting friendship entirely. In the world of high society, sincerity is scarce, and only interests prevail. Yet, Chu Mushi seems utterly oblivious to this. She appears so petite and frail, her skin several shades lighter than others due to prolonged medication. Jiang Li has cared for her since childhood. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanshu has been keenly observing Chu Mushi's emotions. Even when she requested antiques worth over 100,000, she smiled and acquiesced, instructing the household staff to pack them for Jiang Nanshu as if she were a truly understanding elder sister. There was not a trace of anger to be seen. This is rather troublesome. Even if I find Xin Qian to identify Chu Mushi as someone who wishes to tarnish my reputation and have the Lu family entirely withdraw from the engagement, her cautious nature has likely eradicated most evidence. Jiang Nanshu's thoughts spiraled, while Jiang Lei glanced at her, feeling her jaw clench. Tainted reputation? Jiang Nanshu had never mentioned such a thing. That time, she merely inquired if her limited edition LV bag was still in her possession. Her family likely remains unaware of the trials Jiang Nanshu endures alone, as she resolves these matters by herself. Jiang Nanshu noticed her hand trembling, snapping back to reality. Puzzled, are you cold? Outside, the sun blazed, marking the hottest season. The villa was comparatively cooler. Jiang Lei's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she nodded. A bit. The air conditioning in the villa is quite strong. She glanced at Jiang Nanshu's dress, adorned with delicate blue floral prints. She had chosen this dress on a whim while passing by a boutique, thinking how lovely Jiang Nanshu would look in it. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, she purchased it. Indeed, Jiang Nanshu could effortlessly carry both vibrant and subtle styles. Unlike the aggressive crimson dress, this one accentuated her grace and gentleness. Jiang Lei licked her slightly dry lips. Her voice low, do you like the dress? To prevent any misunderstandings, she casually added, I just picked it out haphazardly. Jiang Nanshu glanced down, recognizing it as not quite her style, yet it was flattering and beautiful. Whether due to the gem-like quality or Jiang Lei's clumsy expression of concern, Jiang Nanshu thought she would take it as a compliment, not wishing to offend the benefactor. Thus she nodded. I like it, it's very pretty. Jiang Li thought, today is yet another day of secretly being kind to my sister, unbeknownst to her. Little Jiang, I already noticed. Chapter 100, Morning. Jiang Lei's tense body finally relaxed. As long as you like it. Chu Mushi turned her head, contemplating the two with a faint smile before shifting her gaze. Lei, I brought back some clothes for you, from Country F. Later, you and Nanshu can pick out what you like. Jiang Lei's smile dimmed slightly as she replied. All right. Employing the tactics of boiling a frog in warm water, it's no wonder Jiang Lei was played like a fool. Ending up in such a dire situation, her fate is inextricably linked to Chu Mushi. What should I do to expose her true nature? The group made their way to Chu Mushi's room. Jiang Nanshu's inner thoughts were in turmoil. Even Jiang Lei, who viewed Chu Mushi as harmless, suddenly felt a shift in her demeanor, as if her gentle gaze now concealed ulterior motives. Suppressing that fleeting impression, Jiang Lei still believed in the power of facts. She rummaged through the gifts Chu Mushi had brought back from abroad, eyeing the row of bags in her closet, and suddenly asked, Mushi, is that LV's spring and autumn limited edition bag I gifted you still around? For that bag had fallen into the hands of Jiang Nanshu's classmate, Chen Qian. It was a piece that required connections to acquire, with limited availability worldwide. Chu Mushi paused in her packing. Jiang Nanshu raised an inquisitive eyebrow.
Oh, I was just wondering how to prompt you to ask about that bag.
You're quite perceptive, saving me the trouble of addressing it. Let us continue watching the drama unfold. Chu Mushi blinked, pouting in mild discontent. Lei, Are you regretting giving it to me? I truly adore it. Jiang Lei smiled in response. I know. Otherwise I wouldn't have given it to you so readily. I had to wait 3 months to get my hands on that bag, and I only carried it once before handing it over to you. I hadn't even gotten my fill of it. Chu Mushi's gaze softened. Rest assured, I've taken great care of what you've given me. Is the bag still here? Jiang Lei maintained her composure, smiling as she awaited Chu Mushi to retrieve the bag. How astute you are, examining it so closely. Are you worried I might damage it? Chu Mushi's voice held a playful tone, making her demeanor appear more affable. It is no wonder that the affluent women of high society are enamored with her. Were it not for her frail health, the noble families seeking marital alliances would be tripping over themselves to gain her favor. Like Lu Qingyan, she is the epitome of excellence, frequently lauded by adults as the quintessential other people's child. Jiang Lei wrinkled her nose and lightly huffed. I have already gifted it to you. How could I possibly take it back? I must ensure that you have treated my treasure with the utmost care, preserving it as impeccably as when I first bestowed it upon you. Jiang Lei deliberately conveyed this message to Jiang Nanshu, confirming that this was indeed the bag she had originally given. Jiang Nanshu furrowed her brow slightly, and, just as Chu Mushi was about to take the bag, she snatched it away with a grin, saying, Sister Chu, I saw an identical bag with one of my classmates and almost thought she had gifted it to you. Upon closer inspection, however, it seems there are some differences. Jiang Lei's gaze immediately darted to the bottom of the bag. Upon noticing the flawless design, her heart skipped a beat. This was not her bag. Her bag had a slight imperfection in the pattern, which was hardly noticeable at first glance. It was only when she pointed out the issue that the shopkeeper had apologized, explaining that a mistake had occurred during production. Although they had intended to offer her after-sales service, it would take another month, and Jiang Lei had no desire to wait. Ultimately, it did not matter much, and the shopkeeper compensated her with some money to settle the matter. Chu Mushi chuckled. This bag is a limited edition. Sister Nanshu must have made a mistake. Stop admiring the bag and come help me tidy up. She placed the prized bag in the most conspicuous location. Chu Mushi had given the bag to someone else and found an identical one, even replicating the internal serial number to match the one Jiang Lei had received. After all the twists and turns, Jiang Lei's heart felt as though it had been submerged in icy water. What could be more disheartening than being betrayed by a childhood friend? Jiang Lei could not fathom why Chu Mushi would wish her harm. Just then, Jiang Nanshu, clutching a multitude of treasures, cheerfully greeted Chu Mushi. Sister Chu, we are leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality. I will come again next time. Observing her carefree demeanor, Jiang Lei found it impossible to feel happy. Chu Mushi nodded with a smile. You are welcome to visit again, but we shall meet again tonight. I am very much looking forward to it. Jiang Nanshu beamed. So am I. No wonder my sister likes you. Sister Chu, you are such a wonderful person. After watching the two depart, Chu Mushi's smile vanished in an instant. She stood in the shadows, where not even sunlight could reach her, due to her illness. Her complexion appeared ghastly, resembling a specter, and under the contrast of her dark hair, she looked oddly frightening. The passing servants dared not even breathe. After a long while, Chu Mushi finally returned to her room. She discarded the bag onto the floor and stepped on it with her foot, her gentle visage contorting into a grimace. If they were true friends, why would they doubt her? Jiang Lei. It matters not. She would personally eliminate any obstacles in her way. Jiang Lei remained silent throughout the journey. Jiang Nanshu excitedly rummaged through the treasures she had acquired. Wow, this antique must be worth a fortune. Let's sell it. TSK. This stone is as big as my head. Surely there is jade inside? Sell it. Wait, let me check the price of these pots of chrysanthemums online. Oh my goodness. One pot can fetch up to 100,000. Sell. Jiang Lei thought. She clearly understood that those who wished her ill were right before her eyes. How could she remain so composed? Upon disembarking, she saw Jiang Mother hurriedly leading Jiang Hemian and the three brothers outside. Jiang Lei quickly stopped them. Mom, what is happening? Why are you in such a rush? Jiang Mother was nearly in tears, struggling to articulate her words. Jiang Hemian bluntly stated, We just received news that second brother was stabbed in the hospital. Jiang Nanshu, shocked, lifted her head from the treasures, realizing that according to the plot, Jiang Jingcheng had finally encountered trouble. How splendid! The story was not veering too far off course. She swiftly tucked the remaining few white daisies into her fishbone braid. Looking sorrowfully at everyone, her voice choked. Then we must hurry. Second brother? Oh no. The thought of him being in danger makes me wish to accompany him to the afterlife. Ah, hurry to the hospital. What are we waiting for? We must go. I love you, my treasures. We have journeyed through this story for 100 chapters. Chapter 101. I see you, a seasoned contender. Everyone, do they believe she is genuinely concerned about Jiang Jingcheng or that Emperor Qin still lives? Were it not for the urgency of their hearts, they might have thought Jiang Nanshu was more anxious than they were. But at this moment, they could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. The group rushed towards the People's Hospital in the capital. Along the way, Jiang Mother made a phone call to Jiang Yisun, her voice trembling. Eldest, something has happened to the second brother. Could you come and check on him? Jiang Nanshu sat beside Jiang Mother, rubbing her red eyes as she discreetly listened. She could hear Jiang Yisun's languid tone through the receiver. It's fine, Mom. He won't die. I need to focus on the Yenshan project and don't have time to come over. You all go see him. Jiang Yisun's words were indeed rather callous, showing little concern for his own brother who had been stabbed. Jiang Mother dared not reproach him, understanding the immense pressure he faced managing the company. She felt a twinge of disappointment. All right, please take care of yourself and don't overexert. Jiang Yisun perfunctorily replied, then suddenly inquired, Mom, is Nanshu beside you? Jiang Mother glanced at Jiang Nanshu and switched to speaker mode, promptly responding, yes, she is right next to me. We are on our way to the hospital. Do you need to speak with her? He chuckled lightly, his tone surprisingly gentle. It's nothing. I just realized it has been a few days since I last saw her. And I miss her a bit. Could you ask her if she would like to come visit the company? Jiang Nanshu thought. This old fox knows how to use words to irk me. I have no desire to see him at all. Resentment aside, Jiang Nanshu did not forget her sweet persona, lavishing praise recklessly. Eldest brother, I miss you so much too. Once your project is finished, I will come to see you. All right? By the way, your project is bound to be a huge success. Make sure to invest more money to annoy Boyan. Jiang Yisun chuckled, his tone unexpectedly softening. All right. It will be done soon. Jiang Nanshu. Nonsense. This project will take at least a year to complete, with an investment of billions. Only to be informed halfway through construction that there are harmful radioactive materials beneath Yenshan. Not only will the money go down the drain, but it will also consume half a year of effort, resulting in significant losses. I won't tell you which project is worth investing in. Just wait until your rival bankrupts you. Jiang Mother. My heavens. This is utterly terrifying. Jiang Nanshu smacked her lips in satisfaction. Just by her suggestion to invest more money, once Jiang Yisun suffers losses, the animosity will surely shift onto her. When that happens, she will soar to new heights. Returning to her original world with a fortune, what do these grievances mean to her? Jiang Nanshu was lost in her beautiful thoughts, completely oblivious to Jiang Mother discreetly texting, relaying every thought she had overheard to Jiang Yisun. At this moment, she had no time to worry about exposure. The Jiang family is the very foundation of the Jiang clan. If it were to suffer grievous harm, it would become prey to ravenous wolves, each eager to take a bite and share in the spoils. At that point, the fate of every member of the Jiang family would undergo a seismic transformation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yisun at the company received news from Jiang Mother. What do you mean the Yenshan land is not to be acquired due to harmful radioactive substances? Any investment would be a total loss. He had spies lurking, waiting to steal secrets, people he trusted. He would need to investigate who it was. Furthermore, his sister knew of a project that was worth investing in. Upon reading the last message, Jiang Yisun realized that his mother could also hear Jiang Nanshu's thoughts. Instead of feeling a sense of camaraderie, he felt somewhat displeased. Damn it. Having Jiang Yunchuan hear her thoughts was already bothersome. Why must there be another? How disheartening. He was no longer unique. I hope there won't be a fourth. Jiang Yisun inhaled from his cigarette, letting out a soft hum as he scrutinized the geological inspection report before him. It was long before that Jiang Nanshu had voiced his concerns about the issues plaguing this project, prompting him to investigate. To his dismay, he discovered that he had indeed been outmaneuvered by that scoundrel, Bo Yan. That wretched fellow had deliberately engaged in competition with him, tricking him into investing 500 million to acquire this region. It was a price that would deter any competitor. Who didn't he know of Jiang Yisun's deep pockets and his tenacity in claiming what he desired? Yet, little did he anticipate that this acquisition would turn out to be a hot potato. He could not simply let this matter rest. As for the spies Bo Yan had planted around him, Jiang Yisun glanced at the innocent-looking female secretary outside, unable to suppress a smile. The young secretary, sensing Jiang Yisun's gaze, felt her cheeks flush, her naive demeanor evoking a sense of tenderness in the man, causing her to shyly retreat. Bo Yen truly understood him. Even though he often feigned a preference for flamboyant women, he privately cherished purity, especially those who blushed at the slightest provocation, stirring a tantalizing yearning within him. However, at this moment, he felt no such stirrings. He was remarkably composed. His fondness for beauty was indeed his Achilles heel. With lowered eyelashes, a frigid air crept into his brow and eyes. He was determined to see Bo Yen reap what he had sown. Regarding the last message from his mother, he found it exceedingly intriguing. An investment-worthy project, should he uncover it, would be tantamount to hitting the jackpot, with money flowing in effortlessly. After all, in the business realm, large projects hinged on risk-taking. Win, and one reaps riches. Lose, and bankruptcy ensues. He bit down on his cigarette, his slender fingers deftly tapping the screen. I understand, mother. No need to worry about the company's affairs. If he could not resolve this minor issue, the downfall of the Jiang family would be well-deserved. He would return the favor, forcing Bo Yen to shoulder this mess. Meanwhile, Jiang's mother, relieved that the company's crisis was averted, sighed in relief. 2 cars soon came to a halt at the hospital entrance. The Jiang family's vehicles were always conspicuous. The ostentatious consecutive license plates made it clear that members of the Jiang family had arrived. Jiang Nanshu was even more anxious, grasping his mother's hand and urging her to hurry. Whoa, let us go quickly. Brother won't come to harm. Hurry up. We might still catch a glimpse of him. The hospital has issued 3 critical condition notices after he was stabbed. He has been in a coma for a month. And they later discovered he contracted a rare virus that causes his body to rot and can be transmitted through blood. He's in the ICU, a dire situation. Their family's faces paled. This was indeed a grim reality. Jiang mother felt a pang of despair, realizing her second son's fate seemed even more harrowing than her own late-stage breast cancer. If she were to pass, it would be one thing, but his was a prolonged suffering. The Jiang family had the means to afford his treatment, so he would not die anytime soon. Just the thought of it made her wish for her own end. This time, she truly wept. Oh, my poor son. Jiang Nanshu, mimicking her, cried even louder, his emotions palpable. Whoa, my dear brother, I've come to see you. I've returned the intimate pictures you hid in encrypted files. Just don't die on me. Chapter 102. Is she in the wrong story? The Jiang family members. If Jiang Jingqing hears this, he would surely be furious. The initial incident involving the explicit photos had even riled up the usually composed Jiang Jingqing. They could hardly believe Jiang Nanshu was foolish enough to engage in such a scandalous act. Jiang Yunchuan sighed in exasperation. I hope brother is all right. This is too tragic. Oh, but wait, he was in a dire situation too. If he had slept with Lin Yaya and continued entangled with her, he might contract AIDS. The thought of his potential demise in 2 years was unbearable. After kissing her, he had spent those days in anxiety, relieved to find he was unscathed. The group arrived at the operating room, the red light glaring ominously. The hospital staff regarded them with curiosity, and a nurse, recognizing them as Jiang Jingqing's family, inquired, Hello, are you here to see Dr. Jiang? He has been in surgery for a while now but should be out soon. Jiang mother nearly faltered. But Jiang Yunchuan swiftly steadied her. Jiang Zhouye glanced at Jiang Nanshu, then turned to murmur hoarsely, Don't worry, brother will be fine. The nurse, puzzled yet moved, thought, this is what family should be, waiting outside for their loved one undergoing surgery. After about half an hour, the operating room door swung open, revealing the patient, swathed in a white blanket, being wheeled out. Jiang Nanshu dashed forward, tears streaming down his face. Brother, whoa, if you die, how will we survive? I can't bear the thought of such cruelty befalling you. Perhaps it was Jiang Nanshu's anguished cries that drew sympathy from those nearby. Some began to offer words of comfort. Young lady, if he passes, you must carry on. You need to take care of yourself. Jiang Nanshu was about to respond when Jiang Jingqing emerged from the operating room clad in scrubs. He fixed his cold gaze upon Jiang Nanshu's astonished face and smiled faintly. You seem to care quite a bit. If I were to die, you'd surely go mad. Wouldn't you? Jiang Nanshu. Why? How are you completely unscathed? Did the injury shift? You were stabbed. How can you stand here perfectly fine? Why? I'm going mad. Jiang Jingqing continued. Hurry and let go. Dr. Wu is still in danger and needs to be moved to the ICU without delay. Only then did Jiang Nanshu realize that it was Wu Guo who had fed Jiang Jingqing the virus and caused him to be stabbed by the patient's family. At that moment, His face turned pale, and he felt faint as Wu Guo lay on the hospital bed, barely clinging to life. The nurse promptly wheeled him away. Jiang Mother, relieved to see Jiang Jingqing unharmed, felt a weight lift from her heart. I'm glad you're all right. When we received the news that you were stabbed, we were worried sick. Jiang Jingqing's previously indifferent expression softened slightly. Perhaps the scene was too chaotic, and the family mistook me for someone else. His gaze was cool and his tone devoid of inflection. There is a culprit. Wu Guo prescribed the wrong medication, leading to a fatal outcome and provoking the family's wrath. This tragedy cannot be blamed on anyone else. Jiang Nanshu felt a tumult of emotions. Shouldn't you take the blame for Wu Guo, allowing him to mislead the family, resulting in your coma after being transferred from the ICU, ultimately leading to a viral infection? Something is amiss. At that moment, Jiang Nanshu truly wished to inquire about the hapless fool. Was she certain she was reading the same book? Why was the plot so different? Had she entered the wrong story? In that moment, she found herself engulfed in deep doubt. Jiang Jingqing looked at the long string of white daisies adorning Jiang Nanshu's braid and could tell she was there to mourn him. He gently adjusted her crooked hairpin. Next time, don't be so flustered. I'm not going anywhere. Jiang Nanshu, the thing I feared most has finally come to pass. I don't want to engage with your words. What a cruel turn of events this is. She sulked, her mind racing to unravel the situation. A faint smile flickered in Jiang Jingqing's eyes. He felt grateful for his sister, who had helped him evade this dismal fate. Just then, a doctor in a white coat rushed up to Jiang Jingqing, followed by a throng of people. Jiang Jingqing, how could you be so cruel? How dare you harm my son? Do you know how helpless he was when he was stabbed? You even led the family of the deceased patient to him. As a result, my son is still in danger. The leading doctor's face flushed with anger, and if it weren't for the crowd, he likely would have grappled with Jiang Jingqing. Jiang Jingqing's gaze suddenly turned frigid. Director Wu, from beginning to end, this matter is solely your son's fault. I had long warned that with his qualifications, he was unfit to enter the People's Hospital of the capital, yet you still granted him special privileges. Ordinarily, when I noticed him prescribing incorrect medication to patients, I would intervene. After all, it concerns a life. And I wouldn't want to see a patient perish due to his negligence. However, he resented my guidance, and this time, his prescription error led to a patient's death. A responsibility that lies entirely with him. Yet, he deceitfully told the deceased's family that I was the one who prescribed the medication. Had I not produced evidence to clarify the situation, this knife would have been thrust into my back. Wu Guo's actions are self-destructive, and he has brought harm upon himself. His demise is hardly regrettable. Upon concluding his statement, Director Wu, with reddened eyes, seemed intent on strangling him, only to be abruptly thwarted by Jiang Hemian, who interposed himself. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses to conceal the icy glint in his phoenix-like eyes, he smirked. Let words suffice. Do not resort to violence, lest I become uncertain where to plunge this knife. Jiang Nanshu observed the fruit knife in his hand and thought, what is the matter? Can you not survive without that knife? You carry it everywhere. This absurd drama stirred a tempest within her, prompting her to stand aside and watch the spectacle unfold. Startled by the knife, Director Wu hesitated to advance, but the thought of his son, whose fate remained uncertain, overwhelmed him with sorrow. He only had this one son. Losing him would surely cost him his life. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, why did you not divert your attention elsewhere? Why did you have to lead it to my son's office? A person with such ulterior motives as you should be expelled from the hospital. You are unworthy of being a doctor. Jiang Jingqing shot back with scorn. Director Wu, it is your son who sowed this discord. Why should others bear the consequences of his actions? As for your claim that the hospital should expel me, that decision does not rest solely in your hands. For I have committed no wrongdoing. The old dean, having arrived hastily, barked, enough. No more arguing. Seeing the dean's presence, Director Wu reluctantly fell silent. The old dean's expression was grave. A life has been lost in the hospital. This matter must be contained. Old Wu, the hospital will not protect your son. Someone must take responsibility for this incident. Director Wu's face turned ashen. From this moment on, Wu Guo will be suspended alongside you. The dean continued, his tone softening slightly. As for Jingqing, you may take a few days off at home. Return once the situation is resolved. Jiang Jingqing's medical skills, without question, were exemplary. He was a living testament in cardiac surgery, with no surgeries he performed ever failing. The old dean would never allow him to resign, and Jiang Jingqing had no objections. Casting a cold, mocking glance at the dejected director Wu, he mused that his tenure had reached its end. Ultimately, Jiang Jingqing joined them in the car headed home. Jiang Nanshu slumped in the back seat, wearied by it all, wishing for destruction. Jiang Jingqing, seated in the passenger seat, inquired softly, "I heard you all are going to Maple Forest Villa today?" Jiang Lei nodded. "Yes, Aunt Chu is treating us to some fun." "Ah," he responded lightly. "The hospital has granted me leave, so I shall accompany you." Little Jiang began to question the unfolding narrative, yet never doubted herself. Chapter 103. Caught in Infidelity? Jiang Jingqing is going too? The original plot had him attending some hot spring before getting injured. Thus, in the original story, only Jiang father, Jiang mother, the original self, along with Jiang Lei and Jiang Yunchuan, went to Maple Forest Villa for the hot springs. The other brothers were entirely preoccupied. Jiang Zhouye was busy nursing his voice and had no time for outings. Jiang Hemian was present, but originally, it was Jiang Lei who invited him along. Now, aside from Jiang Jingqing's earlier involvement, the rest remained largely unchanged, merely adding a few more individuals. The issue was not significant. Jiang Nanshu encouraged herself internally. It's all right. Jiang Nanshu, although reality differs slightly from imagination, at least fourth brother is nearing mute, third brother's hand is still pending amputation, fifth brother's infidelity extends beyond lineage, and eldest brother's company awaits substantial losses. At least these fates remain unaltered. Oh, and let us not forget my benefactor sister. Just as Jiang Nanshu pondered this, she caught Jiang Lei staring at her intently. "It feels like when you think of Cao Cao, Cao Cao appears before you. It startled me." Jiang Lei exclaimed, "Speak up. Why have you fallen silent? What will become of me?" Speaking halfway through a thought was maddening. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming itch, gnawing at her insides. She had already blacklisted the scoundrel and severed ties with Yuan Feng. Not to mention, she had yet to escape the clutches of a PUA marriage and the fate of being a mobile blood bank. Jiang Nanshu, perceiving Jiang Lei's ravenous gaze, cautiously distanced herself, pressing against Jiang Yunchuan beside her. Turning her head, she found Jiang Yunchuan also fixated on her, his expression dark. What the hell? Is there more than just Linnea? Am I destined to be the one constantly cheated on? Who is that woman? What is her name? I swear I will keep my distance. Surely, he could not remain loveless forever. At his youthful age, abstaining from romance would be akin to death. In the middle, Jiang Nanshu felt utterly speechless. I have never been this at a loss in my life. It felt as though she were a piece of meat, with both vying to take a bite. Jiang Nanshu hugged herself tightly, appearing small and vulnerable, her voice quivering. Please, don't look at me like that. I really don't taste good. My meat is quite tough. Jiang Lei, Jiang Yunchuan, Jiang Hemian, focused on driving, couldn't help but chuckle softly, his voice melodious. Speaking of meat, my knife skills are quite commendable. I initially pursued a medical career, but the department transferred me due to my overly precise dissection of animal bones. Now, my skills find no application. I can extract a person's meridians without a scratch. The entire car filled with stunned silence. Jiang Nanshu felt increasingly helpless. Indeed, among the Jiang family, you are the most deranged. Otherwise, how could you have dismembered someone using prosthetics? Jiang Lei, Jiang Yunchuan, what a revelation. There's a hidden psychopath in the car? Unbeknownst to them, both drew closer to Jiang Nanshu, equally overwhelmed. Jiang Hemian, huh? Am I a murderer? How was I unaware of this? Jiang Jingqing, maintaining his composure, remarked coolly. Ultimately, this is your own issue. Had you not been an aspiring medical student practicing surgery, extracting the organs of a dummy intact, how could the school have allowed you to switch majors? Jiang Hemian dismissively chuckled. I pursue perfection. A disorganized arrangement detracts from aesthetic appeal. Jiang Jingqing, you are unwell and require treatment. The three in the back felt the truth in his words, but dared not voice their agreement. Jiang Hemian, one hand on the steering wheel, glanced at the curled-up Jiang Nanshu in the rearview mirror, her expression a blend of grievance and confusion. Clearly, she could not comprehend why she had to squeeze in next to them on such a hot day. I see it now. You two intend to first roast me alive and then suffocate me. What a vicious heart you have. In a daze, she lifted her head, coincidentally meeting Jiang Hemian's gaze through the rearview mirror. His eyes, concealed beneath his gold-rimmed glasses, were both cold and heavy. Jiang Nanshu, oh heavens, save me. I want to get out of the car. Third brother is going to kill me. This is truly a calamity. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I have depression. I might go insane. Kill someone else, the fool who caused your amputation, but spare me. Ah! Everyone. Their ears were nearly deafened by the noise. It was unbearably loud. Jiang Jingqing stared incredulously at Jiang Hemian for a moment. He silently mouthed, I'm just playing with her. Jiang Jingqing deciphered his lips and coldly retorted, You're insane. Look at how terrified the child has become. Jiang Hemian averted his gaze, a cold smile tugging at his lips. If he could indeed uncover the reason behind the amputation, he would not mind eliminating that individual. The vehicle approached the fountain beside the Jiang family mansion. Jiang mother had arrived ahead of them. At this moment, her expression remained cold as she answered the phone. Yes. I'll be there as soon as my children tidy up.
Don't rush me.
With that, she hung up abruptly. Jiang's father, smiling warmly, looked at her and remarked, Why are you so glum about meeting your best friend? This isn't like you used to chat with Chu Xian so joyfully. Jiang's mother retorted, How can she be happy when Chu Xian is coming to steal her husband? Just the thought of it makes her blood pressure rise. Imagining a scene where her children call Chu Xian mom after her untimely demise. Are you pleased? Jiang's mother's voice turned icy. Jiang's father responded, Shouldn't I be? Going out with them is quite delightful. Jiang's mother thought, I could just slap this old fool. After pondering for a moment, he chuckled and added, Chu Xian is quite warm towards me, which is great for someone like me who struggles with conversation. It ensures there are no awkward silences. Jiang's mother, unable to contain her frustration, slapped him hard across the face, her cheeks flushed with anger. How dare you? Jiang Nanshu and her 4 companions, entering the room, were taken aback. What on earth did the old man do to provoke mom, the epitome of grace, to curse? Jiang's father, bewildered, exclaimed, I have no idea. She just hit me without a countdown. You're quite trendy, old man, even engaging in some personality tests. Jiang's father covered his face, feeling somewhat aggrieved. What was wrong with being a man of few words? Is that a crime? He wanted to ask. Isn't there supposed to be a reason for such a slap? Do I not have any dignity? Jiang's father mustered up the courage to protest. Jiang's mother shot him a cold glance, and as the children returned, she ground her teeth and whispered, Stay far away from Chu Xian. Do you hear me? When had he ever gotten close to Chu Xian? If it weren't for her sake, he wouldn't even want to leave the house. Staying home with his newspaper was far more enjoyable. Jiang's father fumed silently, while Jiang's mother ascended the stairs. Halfway up, she paused at the circular staircase, looking down at him with disdain. Why aren't you up here to help me move things? We are staying overnight at Fonglin Villa today. Jiang's father exclaimed, What an injustice.
A grave injustice.
I was minding my own business at home when this scandal fell from the sky. He flushed with anger and declared seriously, I did not. Tisk, TSK, only the guilty deny so fervently. You have a fondness for Aunt Chu, don't you? At your age, still captivated by beauty. Oh, no, wait. A man never truly grows up, I suppose, and that makes you a person of passion. Jiang's mother's glare could have killed. In the icy atmosphere of the Jiang family villa, Jiang's father was drenched in sweat, having worked hard to clean his shirt. He laughed awkwardly. Children speak without thinking. I have not been unfaithful. I will come and help you move things right away. He could hardly bear to be in the living room, fearing that Jiang Nanshu, this little sorceress, might utter something outrageous, leaving him unable to explain himself. Jiang Hemian headed to the kitchen to select utensils, insisting he could not get used to the knives outside for peeling fruit. He preferred the ones at home. He had never considered this statement problematic, as everyone has different interests and hobbies. However, after Jiang Nanshu's candid commentary, it clearly came off as quite peculiar. The group gathered their belongings and returned to their respective rooms. Jiang Nanshu stared at a pile of gems in front of her. Oh no. It seemed she only had gems to bring along, nothing else worth taking. Jiang Yunchuan carried a gaming console, as he himself developed games, and was thus quite addicted to playing. Once everyone was ready, Jiang Nanshu shouldered a large bag, which, when opened, was filled with sparkling gems. Jiang Zhouyi, twitching like he had Parkinson's, asked, What on earth are you bringing these for? Are you afraid they'll be stolen at home? Jiang Nanshu zipped her bag closed and disdainfully shrugged. Have you ever seen a child leave their mother without care? With that, she gently patted her bag, all her treasures contained within. By 4 in the afternoon, the family finally boarded the vehicles heading to Fonglin Villa. With 4 cars in total, 2 people per vehicle along with designated drivers. Jiang Nanshu and Jiang Luyi sat together. Jiang Luyi glanced at a message from Chu Mushi, Frowning slightly, she even invited Chung An and those spoiled rich boys to join. I wonder what she is thinking. Jiang Nanshu chimed in, isn't that great? After all, Chu Jia's good friends should be welcomed warmly.
Jeanne le y replied.
I heard Jiang Nanshu slap Chung An a few times at school. Where's the warmth in that? She genuinely feared the two would cross paths and end up fighting, which would be quite embarrassing in front of the adults, especially since their circles overlapped in business. If Chung An isn't invited, how will Su Ran come? And if Su Ran doesn't come, how will Lu Qingyan be drawn in? It's all part of her elaborate plan, this melodramatic love triangle. Lu Qingyan and Su Ran? Jiang Lo-yi thought about how he hadn't even annulled his engagement with her sister yet. Surely he would steer clear of that mess. The two mingling together would reflect poorly on both the Lu and Jiang families. What she didn't expect was for Lu Qingyan to indeed show up with Su Ran. Followed closely by the lovesick Chung, and Jiang Lo-yi looked at Jiang Nanshu, admiring her uncanny foresight. However, this development left her feeling quite uneasy, and she found herself disliking Lu Qingyan more and more. Jiang Nanshu remained remarkably calm about the outcome. The connection between the protagonists in the book was undeniable, with a 90% chance of crossing paths. See, I told you. These two would definitely be a couple, handsome and beautiful, quite eye-catching. Lu Qingyan looked up at Jiang Nanshu, just disembarking from the vehicle. His lips pressed together as he glanced at Su Ran beside him, when suddenly a small figure rushed out, pushing Su Ran aside. Her little face puffed up with anger. You're the bad woman who abandoned my uncle. Don't come near him. Chung An rushed to catch Su Ran, barely managing to prevent her from falling, his face a mask of suppressed rage. If it weren't for the fact that this little brat was from a merchant family, he would have taught her a lesson right then and there. Lu Qingyan firmly grasped Shang Su's collar, his expression frosty. Xiao Su, that's quite rude. Shang Su wriggled free from Lu Qingyan's grip, pouting. Bad uncle, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find Sister Nanshu. With that, she dashed away, a small white dog trailing closely behind her, both heading straight for Jiang Nanshu. What on earth? Why is this little brat and a dog here? Don't tell me we have to feed the dog during our vacation. I might just eat the child. But it was too late. Shang Su tugged at Jiang Nanshu's skirt, her eyes sparkling, clearly having forgotten her anger from yesterday. Sister Nanshu, I came to find you with Xiao Ha. Jiang Nanshu forced a smile. No need to make a special trip. I'm not particularly keen on feeding dogs. Shang Su tilted her head, blinking her big, round eyes in confusion. Why? Is it because Xiao Ha is naughty? He won't make a mess. Xiao Ha barked in agreement. Jiang Nanshu pointed to Su Ran. Go find her. She's a dog training expert. She can tame even the fiercest. Jiang Lo-yi instinctively glanced at Chung An, unable to suppress a laugh. Jiang Nanshu's skill in subtle insults was truly impressive. However, their distance made it impossible for Chung An to understand why Jiang Lo-yi was laughing. Chung An, on the other hand, was thoroughly displeased upon seeing Jiang Nanshu. He frowned in disdain. Ran, let us go inside. You're my guest today, so don't mind these people. Su Ran lowered her eyes, evidently hurt by Shang Su's words. Her lips moved, yet recalling Huang Wanting's counsel to be forthright and reveal the truth of the past, she hesitated, uncertain of how to begin. All she could manage was, Lu Qingyan, whether you believe me or not, I truly did not abandon you for that money. Then, attempting to feign nonchalance, she continued, do you remember the promise you made to me before our high school graduation? Lu Qingyan's memories drifted back 3 years. At that time, Su Ran sported a high ponytail, her youthful and innocent features illuminated by the setting sun as she walked alongside him on the tree-lined avenue. With a playful smile, she had teased, Qingyan, have you thought about how to repay me for saving your life? After a moment of silence, he had replied, no, but I can grant you one request, within my capabilities. Su Ran, with a cunning smile and her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Qingyan's serene face, had thought how splendid he looked bathed in the evening light, his refined features rendering the picturesque campus merely a backdrop. Then after graduation, be my boyfriend. I want to be with you. Seeing Lu Qingyan's prolonged silence, fearing rejection, she quickly added, this is well within your ability. You cannot refuse me. After a long pause, he finally answered, all right. Heaven knows, she had been so exhilarated that night, she could hardly sleep. The flower admired by countless suitors was finally within her grasp. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, they would surely have been a blissful couple, wouldn't they? A sharp pang gripped her heart. Why must one wait until lost to feel regret? Su Ran had always believed that as long as she explained, there would still be room for reconciliation between them. Yet, she heard Lu Qingyan's voice, cold and devoid of emotion. Su Ran, that request is null and void. Chapter 105. You are my mouthpiece. After 3 long years, Su Ran finally received this verdict, entirely anticipated. Lu Qingyan would not forgive her nor wish to see her. The once youthful boy had ultimately directed his indifference squarely at her. Straightening her spine, she faced Lu Qingyan with a calm smile. You misunderstand. I did not come to claim that promise. May I propose a different request? Only then did Lu Qingyan's gaze fall upon her face. She slowly smiled. The bond we shared as classmates for 3 years, my gratitude for your life-saving favor, I do not wish for repayment. I simply ask that you do not harbor disdain for me. Let us be friends. Cheng En could not bear to witness Su Ran's forced smile. He understood all too well how deeply she had cherished Lu Qingyan. He was painfully aware of the anguish that accompanies unrequited love. Thus, he endeavored to speak on her behalf. Brother Yen, if you must harbor resentment, let it be towards me. Su Ran is truly innocent. It was never her intention. You must recognize her feelings for you. Starting as friends is not so bad. We could be like we used to be, shoulder to shoulder, enjoying life together, Brother Yen. Cheng En's voice carried a note of pleading. A rift had emerged between him and Lu Qingyan, and despite their long-standing friendship, the events of this period had rendered it fragile. Lu Qingyan remained silent, his expression growing ever more frigid. Suddenly, laughter broke the tension. Cheng En, irate, turned to see Zhang Li sauntering over, her face betraying unabashed disdain for him. Oh, are the two of you here engaging in moral coercion? What a generous life-saving favor that 30 million cannot settle, returning after 3 years for another round. Cheng En's face turned green with anger. Su Ran kept her head down.
Silent.
His voice erupted in fury. Jiang Li, what business is it of yours? Do you even comprehend your own identity? Your parents refer to you and Jiang Nanshu as twins, preserving your status as a faux heiress. What right does a counterfeit have to flaunt herself here? Jiang Li's expression turned icy, her gaze sharp. Why wouldn't it concern me? This pertains to my sister's reputation. You, entangled with your mistress and Lu Qingyan, expect my sister to suffer in silence? You think you can matchmake them, and then cast her aside like refuse? I assure you, that will not happen. If anyone is to end things, it is my sister who will reject Lu Qingyan. He shall not be the one to end the engagement. Jiang Li's tirade left no room for breath. Jiang Nanshu, hiding behind her, could no longer contain herself and applauded. Sister, your tongue is so sharp. You've said everything I wanted to say, but as the center of this discourse, I must speak a few words myself. Jiang Nanshu first shot Su Ran a fierce glare, then looked at Lu Qingyan with feigned grievance, clutching Zhang Li's hand. Sister, if you kick him out, how will I survive? I need time to adjust to life without Brother Qingyan, all right? This sudden plea sent her heart racing. Jiang Nanshu feigned distress, biting her lip, which left Cheng En feeling nauseated. This insipid woman was truly insufferable. With such clinginess, it was no wonder Lu Qingyan had once found her intolerable. He scowled. This is our private matter. Jiang Li, take your sister and leave. I admire your nerve, having heard how Jiang Nanshu has bullied you. You now come to ingratiate yourself? Are you that afraid of being ousted from the Jiang family? He scoffed coldly. If it comes to that, I can find you a wealthy second-generation heir. You once ignored them. Perhaps they might even desire you now. Foolish sycophant, I do love to slap you. What nonsense. You don't even deserve to carry my benefactor's shoes. And you think you can introduce me to someone? I do let you be the one to collect your friends' corpses. A bunch of untrustworthy scoundrels coveting my benefactor. I cannot live without her. Jiang Li stood as a jewel among the crowd, valuing her sister's worth more than any outsider. A warmth spread through her heart, regardless of Jiang Nanshu's motives. At least she cared enough to help her. She was truly moved to tears. Upon returning home, she would package the beautiful gems and send them to her sister's room, determined to work hard in the entertainment industry, establishing herself to buy Jiang Nanshu countless exquisite diamonds. At that moment, Jiang Nanshu, emerging from behind Jiang Li, hesitated, glancing at Cheng En. Honestly, I believe you aren't even worthy of carrying Jiang Li's shoes, let alone those of other second-rate heirs. After all, what does the Cheng family amount to before the Jiang family? Having spoken her mind, she clamped her mouth shut in panic, horrified. What have I done? How did I speak such an unfiltered truth? Oh no, I'm going to be hated again. It was a stark irony. Chang'an's face flushed crimson. Regardless of how the Chung family compared to the Jiang family, they were still a prominent family. How could Jiang Nanshu speak of them in such a disparaging manner? His face darkened, and if looks could kill, Jiang Nanshu would have perished 1,000 times over. He gritted his teeth, the rest of his retort swallowed by a voice approaching from a distance. "Oh, what are you two discussing? Such a lively scene?" Chang'an recognized the voice of Jiang Yunchuan, who approached with a pink cherry blossom-printed suitcase belonging to Jiang Nanshu as they had just retrieved their luggage from the car. Allowing Jiang Nanshu and Jiang Lei to enter first. Yet a crowd had gathered at the entrance. Chang'an, unable to swallow his indignation, glared. Jiang Nanshu just said, "I am not even worthy of carrying the Jiang family's shoes," claiming the Chung family cannot compare. Are they looking to sever ties? Jiang Yunchuan frowned, and from behind him, Jiang Heimu's languid voice chimed in. "Isn't what she said the truth? This child has always been honest." Turning her head, Jiang Nanshu caught sight of her third brother, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes dark and cold. When he noticed Jiang Nanshu's gaze, his smile widened, and he raised an eyebrow as if seeking her approval. Jiang Nanshu thought, "This is it. The sickly sweet one has turned into a fool. Please maintain your character." Nonetheless, that was well said. Only then did Chang'an realize that the Jiang family was not represented solely by these three, but rather a total of 6 had arrived. All 4 of Jiang Nanshu's brothers were present, an exceedingly rare occurrence. 2 tall, handsome figures followed behind Jiang Heimu, leisurely approaching with their suitcases. Jiang Jingcheng was an eye-catching presence wherever he went. His ethereal beauty could easily be likened to that of a celestial being descending from the heavens. Jiang Zhouye possessed a strikingly handsome and defiant visage, exuding an air of subtle arrogance wherever he went. Given the commendable security measures in place, he forewent a mask. Otherwise, his image would undoubtedly spark yet another trending topic. With his discerning phoenix-like eyes, he scrutinized Chang'an, subsequently curling his lip in evident disdain. When discussing the potential fallout with this peculiar Jiang family, Jiang Hemian would merely express a mild curiosity. Why hasn't it happened yet? Is there a lack of effort? As for the consequences, he was confident that Jiang Yisin would handle them. My sister is protecting me. Xiao Jiang. Haha, mere illusion. Chapter 106. We cannot become friends. Chang'an's complexion paled slightly, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. He harbored no fear of Jiang Nanshu, Jiang Lei, or even Jiang Yunchuan. His apprehension lay with the other members of the Jiang family. The aloof Jiang Jingcheng was a leading figure in the medical field. One should never offend a doctor. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Jiang Hemian remained shrouded in mystery. With few details circulating about him, it was known that he often occupied the laboratory and rarely appeared in public. Yet he had achieved remarkable feats in the realm of scientific research. Jiang Zhouye, a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, was exceedingly busy, flitting across the globe, making his appearance at Fenglin Villa a rare occurrence. When it came to Jiang Hemian's words, he felt his lips twitch, unable to refute the blatant insult, which made him feel restless standing there. So bold, yet regrettably, you lack the longevity of a sycophant. Jiang Nanshu felt a surge of satisfaction. However, the Jiang family's expendables paled in comparison to Chang'an, the true sycophant. The entire family had exited the scene prematurely. The leading characters were poised to embark on a new chapter. With Jiang Nanshu absent as the venomous female antagonist, another would inevitably rise to take her place. Jiang Nanshu crossed her arms, feeling quite empowered. Go on, keep shouting. Why have you fallen silent now that my brothers have arrived? Weren't you so formidable? Weren't you planning to introduce those second-rate rich heirs to Jiang Lei? Come now, share a few names. Surely, before I returned, you witnessed how Jiang family doted on her? Even if she is a false heiress, as long as she is acknowledged by the Jiang family for a day, she remains one of us. It was the first time Jiang Lei heard Jiang Nanshu acknowledge her as part of the Jiang family, causing her eyes to well up momentarily. She blinked rapidly, fighting back tears. She feared that if her sister discovered she was touched, she might once again harbor disdain for her. Thus, it was preferable to maintain the facade of mutual animosity while secretly caring for her sister. Chang'an took a deep breath, disregarding Jiang Nanshu's taunts, and feigned ease as he flashed a roguish grin. Third brother Jiang, I'm merely jesting with them. I was actually searching for Yan Ge. Jiang Hemian's gaze swept over Lu Qingyan and Su Ran, his slightly long black hair falling casually over his face. And he smiled. Have you come to engage in an affair right in front of the Jiang family? Or do you intend to stir up a love triangle? Only then did Lu Qingyan speak. I have nothing to do with them. He even took a few steps back to distance himself. Whoever wants to wear that cap of shame can do so, Jiang Nanshu exclaimed. Scoundrel. Lu Qingyan was genuinely curious as to why he had been labeled a scoundrel. He had a past with Su Ran, but it yielded no results. Jiang Jingqing's indifferent gaze soon grasped the situation. The affair between Lu Qingyan and Su Ran was common knowledge in elite circles. It was merely a tale of a Cinderella attempting to ascend the social ladder, ultimately walking away with money. No matter how convoluted the journey may have been, abandonment was abandonment. And no amount of flowery words could alter the fact that she left with a payout. Does your elder brother know you are constantly brawling over women? Jiang Jingqing inquired. Chang and instinctively shielded Su Ran, asserting, I am friends with Ran Ran. Even if my elder brother were aware, it wouldn't change this fact. She is a woman, and it is only natural for a man to protect her. His words were delivered lightly, entirely oblivious to the disdain etched on the faces of the entire Jiang family. How foolish. One could only wonder how the Cheng family could produce such a naive young master. Jiang Jingqing's gaze swept over Su Ran's face, where she bit her lip in humiliation as she looked at the Jiang family. Retracting his gaze, he nonchalantly remarked, You ought to protect her well. Do not hand her over to others, causing unnecessary trouble. Jiang Hemian was not as accommodating as Jiang Jingqing. In his eyes, women paled in comparison to his experiments. His voice dripped with a low, mocking laughter. She looks just average, not nearly as lovely as my Nan Nan. Jiang Nanshu, caught in the gossip, responded. All right. You truly have a knack for inciting resentment with a single statement, making 2, no, 3, people despise me. How dare you belittle Lu Qingyan's white moonlight? She bashfully touched her own face, then extracted a small mirror from her bag, looking utterly entranced. Oh dear. Third brother, am I truly as beautiful as you say? Though I must admit I am indeed lovelier. May I crown myself the most beautiful maiden in the capital? The Jiang family collectively sighed. The animosity she had drawn upon herself was hardly better. Jiang Zhouye merely scoffed, his voice husky. What a clown, if it weren't for your elder brother's reputation. Do you truly believe you hold any significance? Acquire some actual skills before attempting to imitate others in protecting women. He then grew disinterested and moved forward. Hurry inside. By the time you finish chatting with them, I could have taken a bath. Shang Su eagerly pulled Jiang Nanshu inside, her cheeks flushed, her tone brimming with excitement. I want to bathe with my brainy sister. Sister Nanshu. Let's hurry, and not let Uncle catch up. Jiang Nanshu. She cast a complex glance at the little sprout at her feet. Shang Su looked up at her, lowering her voice. Sister Nanshu, when will you break off the engagement? I want to marry you. Jiang Nanshu nearly choked on her own saliva, her face darkening. You're only 4. How could you marry me?
Shang Su Berlinket innocenti.
Her grape-like eyes widening. But I will grow up. Once I'm older, I'll marry you. Jiang Nanshu. What to do with such reasoning? But if he grows up, one she? Yet, she found herself smiling at the child's naive words, her tone softening. But there is a 14-year gap between us. 14 years is an insurmountable chasm. Little Su. Shang Su pouted. That is not true. I like Sister Nanshu. No matter how old you are, I will always adore you. Sister Nanshu should be my bride. So, Sister Nanshu, if you break off the engagement with Uncle, will you marry me? With that, he clung to her, wanting to be held. Besides the first day when he was sulky, he was quite endearing at other times. Jiang Nanshu bent down to cradle him, whispering sweetly in his ear, Then you should persuade your uncle to break off the engagement. I will wait for you to grow up. Shang Su's eyes sparkled, and he nodded eagerly, planting a kiss on Jiang Nanshu's cheek. Yes, you must wait for me to grow up. In Shang Su, Jiang Nanshu seemed to glimpse her former self, a small, frail, helpless child yearning for warmth and acceptance. She had once been as innocent and unguarded, clinging to Zhou Yenshu without letting go. She had told him to wait for her to grow up. Lu Qingyan observed their departure before turning to Su Ran. To remain unentangled is the correct conclusion. Su Ran, we cannot become friends. Having said that, he swiftly pursued Jiang Nanshu. Su Ran gazed at his retreating figure, a bitter smile escaping her lips. Anzi, is Qingyan's disdain for Jiang Nanshu feigned? Is he retaliating against me because of my actions? In truth, I find Jiang Nanshu rather pitiable. Clinging to a man who does not love her must be exhausting. If Qingyan's actions stem from a desire to retaliate against me, dragging an innocent girl into this mess is truly tragic. Chapter 107. You are simply too kind. With the Jiang family absent, the suffocating pressure dissipated instantly. Chung'an returned to his usual self as he heard Su Ran's words. He let out a derisive snort. How could it possibly be fake? Before Jiang Nanshu jumped into the river, Yen Ge had intended to annul his engagement with this venomous and loathsome woman. However, as soon as the news spread, she resorted to threats of suicide. Observing Su Ran's sorrowful countenance, he reluctantly continued, "It is true that Yen Ge wanted to break off the engagement. I am not deceiving you." After Jiang Nanshu was rescued, Yen Ge waited for 3 days until her emotions stabilized before visiting her. Yet, he was unable to annul the engagement, undoubtedly due to pressure from Grandpa Liu, who forbade it. Or perhaps Jiang Nanshu reported him. She has always been detestable and would resort to any means, tears, tantrums, or even threats of self-harm, to keep Yen Ge tethered to her. With her eyelashes lowered, Su Ran remained silent for a moment before speaking in a gentle tone. She is merely a pitiable bystander caught in the turmoil between me and Lu Qingyan. Her disdain for me stems from her insecurities. She fears that Lu Qingyan might turn his affections towards me. But Qingyan... A wry smile crossed her face. I have never truly understood him.
Anzi.
Can we return to the past? I sense his heart wavering. Chung'an recalled 6 years prior, when they were still freshmen in high school. Su Ran had transferred to their school just a week after the academic year began, and the teacher had seated her next to Lu Qingyan. Initially, they looked down upon this girl from a humble background, but Su Ran gradually won over their circle with her remarkable abilities. Exceptional individuals shine brightly wherever they go. Over time, they began to jest about her and Lu Qingyan, the top student and the academic prodigy, who consistently ranked first and second, inseparable. Each teasing remark would flush Su Ran's cheeks, while Lu Qingyan remained unflappable, engrossed in his studies. As Su Ran spent more time beside Lu Qingyan, their peers silently paired them together. Even without explicit acknowledgement, they seemed a perfect match in their hearts. Apart from her humble beginnings, Su Ran was nothing short of flawless. Wasn't it a trend back then for wealthy heirs to pursue true love against all odds, as depicted in idol dramas? They all believed it could happen until Su Ran left. This incident was scarcely mentioned again. Su Ran's words stirred discomfort within Chung, and gritting his teeth, he declared, Ran. He does care for you. He is merely ensnared by this engagement. I will find a way to help Yen Ge annul it. I genuinely wish for your happiness. Tears welled up in Su Ran's eyes, and all her resilient facades crumbled in an instant. Lu Qingyan was the light of her youth, and she desperately wanted to hold on to that. All the statements made in a fit of pique about severing ties were mere acts of bravado. She could never truly let go. Wiping her tears, Su Ran's voice trembled. And thank you. I truly appreciate your support. It seems you are the only one willing to stand by my side. I feel so defeated. Jia Shu resents me for leaving without a word, and has scarcely contacted me since. Yun Chuan, too, has distanced himself, wary of Jiang Nanshu. Her voice faltered. The once close-knit group had now splintered, and no one was willing to acknowledge her. Chang'an sighed softly, raising his hand to pat Su Ran's back, but ultimately resting it on her shoulder. I will always stand by your side. That traitor Jiang Yunchuan initially supported your return, but at the critical moment, he betrayed us. What a scoundrel. Su Ran shook her head, forcing a smile through her tears. And don't speak ill of Yunchuan. He has his struggles. Jiang Nanshu is his sister, and he cannot show favoritism towards outsiders. Please don't let our quarrels affect your friendship with him. You are too kind. Which is why that venomous woman Jiang Nanshu dares to bully you openly, a true green tea bitch. Chang'an felt a wave of disgust at the mere mention of Jiang Nanshu. She had slapped him at school, and now, here at Maple Forest Villa, she pursued him relentlessly, as if terrified that Lu Qingyan might escape her clutches. His misfortune had led him to encounter the Jiang family, where he was ridiculed and mocked. He attributed all his grievances to Jiang Nanshu. Had he not crossed paths with her, none of this turmoil would have arisen. Chung'an? Is that you, Su Ran? A gentle female voice called from behind. Chung'an turned swiftly to find Chu Mushi with a warm smile on her face. His eyes brightened, a hint of excitement in his tone. You're back in the country? Dressed in a lilac dress and matching headband, Chu Mushi exuded grace and poise. Her delicate features radiated a gentle warmth akin to autumn sunshine, comforting all those around her. Everyone who had interacted with her praised her as a refined lady, imbued with elegance and etiquette, an ideal daughter-in-law for affluent families. Unfortunately, her health had always been a concern. Chu Mushi nodded with a smile. Yes. I just returned a few days ago. It has been so long since I last saw you. You are still as impulsive as ever. Chang'an, slightly embarrassed, ran his hand over his buzz cut. Not at all. I've matured and become more composed. By the way, how is your health? Her gaze softened, and the smile on her lips was faint. I am much better now. As long as I avoid strong scents and strenuous activities, I won't have an episode. Chang'an sighed in relief. That is good to hear. Chu Mushi's gaze shifted back to Su Ran, who remained aloof and wary. Ignoring the tension, Chu Mushi warmly addressed her. Su Ran, you've become even more beautiful than 3 years ago. How have you been these past few years? Su Ran felt little common ground with Chu Mushi, remembering that not long after she met Lu Qingyan, rumors had circulated about their childhood bond. Yet, observing Lu Qingyan's cold demeanor towards emotions, she wondered if he had simply not awakened to them. He was heavily burdened with studies, with no time to embrace anything beyond academics. They all assumed she and Lu Qingyan would solidify their relationship in high school, but without that life-saving incident, their bond had only been that of classmates working on problems together. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she averted her gaze, not particularly fond of interacting with Chu Mushi, and politely replied, I've been quite well these past few years. The conversation came to a standstill. Chu Mushi suggested, shall we head inside? All expenses for the next couple of days will be covered by the Chu family. They must have gone to soak in the hot springs. The springs at Maple Forest Villa are exceptional for beauty and wellness. Chang'an turned to Su Ran, saying, Ran, let us go in. As the three walked side by side, Jiang Nanshu had discreetly evaded everyone and made her way to the back garden of Maple Forest Villa. This vast area, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, featured an entire street lined with luxury boutiques. Jiang's mother took Jiang Lu to buy swimsuits, intending to enjoy the large swimming pool after their soak. Jiang Nanshu, feigning a stomachache, slipped away. As a qualified villainess, she need not confront the protagonists directly. Her presence was only required at critical moments. Big Fool Chun, where's the plan you devised for me? Hand it over. Transitioning the plot. Chapter 108. Unable to persuade. Not a single one. The summoned Big Fool Chun quickly appeared. Here I am, host. Big Fool Chun was brimming with enthusiasm, as this was its first battle, a test of its recent immersion in melodramatic literature. I have compiled a total of 99 schemes to ensnare the protagonist, ranging from drugging to kidnapping, it announced. Jiang Nanshu interjected, can we skip to the point? Should I push directly in front of Lu Qingyan, or wait until everyone is gathered before making my move? Big Fool Chun replied, is there really a difference? Indeed, the intensity of hatred varies between an individual and a group, she retorted. Big Fool Chun's voice turned mechanical. Then let us opt for the group. After all, you're aiming for universal disdain. No one can slip through the net. Jiang Nanshu nodded in agreement, resolving that after their soak in the hot springs, they must all come to play by the poolside. None were allowed to escape. By the way, I have another question. Please go ahead, Big Fool Chun responded. Jiang Nanshu scoffed coldly. I started with a dislike value of 89, then threw tantrums to increase their disdain for me. Yet, after nearly a month, the final number is only 94. Why haven't I heard any completion notification for the task? Desha Chun. I have no idea. If I did, I wouldn't have become a system. It has officially transitioned. Let Jiang Nanshu experience the essence of being a system. Heaven knows how monotonous its days are, filled only with sleep and play. Furthermore, I sense something amiss in the plot. The bugs are escalating. How can Air GE's injury be substituted by someone else? Tell me, does this storyline hold any rationality? Wugo has broken up with Lin Yaya in the narrative. He only parted ways with her after gifting the company to her. Regarding Jiang Nanshu's aggressive demeanor, Desha Chun turned a deaf ear. It was uncertain how to identify the problems, yet it couldn't appear too ignorant and disgrace the system. Thus, it coldly remarked, Host, rather than seeking faults in others, why not inquire within yourself? Could it be that something you revealed has caused this storyline to unravel partially? If you cannot comprehend this, do not call upon me. Swiftly, it made its exit. Terrified. How could it know? It was merely a system obsessed with indulgence, unexpectedly bound to the eccentric Jiang Nanshu, and it felt frightened. Jiang Nanshu. Did she reveal something? Hence, she began to reflect on her actions. From the moment she witnessed Jiang Jingqing eating from the bowl smeared with a virus, she offered no warnings. Even when Jiang Zhouye brewed his poisonous floral tea, she remained silent, even encouraging him to indulge further. Later, when Jiang Yunchuan discovered Lin Yaya's infidelity, she was meticulously trying to reconcile the two. Even with Jiang Isen's impending disastrous new project, she maintained a supportive stance, eliminating any opposition in her household. Observing Jiang Lei's attraction to scoundrels, she shamelessly praised them. Various supporting characters, like Cheng En and Liang Xiaiqiu, loathed her to the extent of wishing for her demise. Ultimately, she concluded, what issues could she possibly have? She was flawless. De Sha Chun was indeed a useless system, attributing blame unjustly. She could even vehemently argue that she was in the right. The faults lay solely with those ineffectual NPCs. Even if calculated at a monthly increase in dislike, she would return home in 6 months. Perfect. At that moment, Jiang Lei called her, inviting her to the bathhouse. Upon Jiang Nanshu's arrival, all 4 brothers donned their square shorts, revealing their chiseled physiques, each draped in a clean white towel, preparing to enter the male bathhouse. Even the slender Jiang Jingcheng exhibited a flawless muscular outline beneath his attire. If I could just capture their nude photos and sell them, I would surely profit immensely. Just as the 4 were about to proceed to the male bathhouse, they all halted, their gazes fixed on Jiang Nanshu. Why are you staring at me? Turn around. How else can I take candid shots? With those physiques, my customers would be rendered completely infatuated. Jiang Nanshu chuckled coyly, twirling a strand of hair by her ear. You guys go ahead. I'm afraid someone might take photos. I'll keep watch for you. The 4 responded. Aren't you that someone? At this moment, Jiang Jingcheng subtly curved his lips, whispering in a tone only the 4 could hear. Let her shoot. There's a commission to be had. I pocketed 80,000 back then. The others. Well, it seems the brothers are no longer pretending to be oblivious to her inner thoughts. Jiang Heimu shot him a sidelong glance, half smiling. You weren't being intentional back then, were you? Jiang Jingcheng's indifferent eyes glimmered with amusement. Not exactly. It was an accident. But I discovered it was quite lucrative. She earned 100,000 in a week. Wasn't that thanks to my efforts? The trio. You truly are something else. Seeing that they weren't leaving, Jiang Nanshu remained where she was, engaging in quiet whispers. What is going on? Why are they whispering? Just then, Lu Qingyan walked past her, shirtless. Jiang Nanshu's gaze was instantly captivated by his physique. Wow, what a splendid body. I always wanted to touch Lu Qingyan's backside. Just look at that curvature. Lu Qingyan nearly stumbled, almost losing his balance. He suppressed his expression from breaking. Jiang Yunchuan couldn't contain a chuckle, quickly stifling it and averting his gaze, refusing to look at Lu Qingyan. As for Jiang Heimu and the others, they were unabashed, comparing their physiques. Jiang Zhouye even unconsciously straightened his back and lifted his hips, confident in their idol-like appearances, all having undergone rigorous training. He refused to believe that his backside wasn't as pert as Lu Qingyan's. From Lu Qingyan's sculpted chest to the smooth lines of his abs and robust waist, the trio's unabashed gazes scanned him like an X-ray. Lu Qingyan thought, this was the most regrettable place he had ever visited. Why must soaking in a hot spring feel akin to a punishment? It was indeed torturous. Did all members of the Jiang family have some kind of issue? Sigh. They all maintained cold expressions towards me, only smiling at Su Ran. Huh? Scoundrel. Jiang Nanshu's inner thoughts drifted once more. Lu Qingyan's expression darkened slightly as he closed his eyes. How could he smile in front of these 4 peculiar individuals? Calmly, Lu Qingyan navigated through the group, one hand holding onto Shang Su while the other lifted the curtain, entering seamlessly. Jiang Heimu brushed his slightly long black hair from his forehead. Let us go. We should enter too, and conduct our research. Jiang Yunchuan. He looked at Jiang Jingcheng pleadingly, signaling with his eyes. Brother, this isn't the time for research. Jiang Jingcheng narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone cold. I have some matters to discuss with him as well. Ha. Jiang Yunchuan. He grasped Jiang Zhouye's arm. Drenched in cold sweat. 4th brother. Qingyan might potentially become our brother-in-law. Jiang Zhouye's rebellious brows arched high, his voice equally icy. So what? Though I have no fondness for Jiang Nanshu, she is still a member of the Jiang family. I must join 2nd brother and the others. Jiang Yunchuan. I can't seem to dissuade any of you. Standing outside, he mentally prepared himself before rushing in. Qingyan, I apologize. Chapter 109. I wouldn't dare to have this eccentric gentleman apologize to me. Jiang Nanshu held up her phone, having just activated the camera. Perfect. Not a single shot captured. Damn it. Why is it so difficult to make money? Jiang Lei, is your method of earning money legitimate? She observed with keen interest. And once her brothers had entered, she pulled Jiang Nanshu along. Let's go. We should enter the female bathhouse. Mother, and I even picked out a swimsuit for you. Are you going to swim later? Jiang Nanshu obediently followed her, huffing. Mind your own business. Let me see that swimsuit first. If it's unattractive, I'll toss it away. Hee hee, the benefactor sister is so good to me. Of course, I'll swim. How else will I execute my plan? Jiang Lei's eyes flashed with curiosity. A plan? What plan? However, Jiang Nanshu's inner voice fell silent, and she felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Just as she turned, she encountered Su Rand, Chu Mushi, and Cheng En approaching together. Cheng En was chatting with Chu Mushi, while Su Rand silently stood aside, clearly out of place. It was no surprise she felt that way. Most misunderstandings between the male and female lead stemmed from Chu Mushi, while the original character merely served as a catalyst for their relationship. The female lead had never held any affection for Chu Mushi. Chu Mushi was the first to spot Jiang Lei and greeted her with a smile. Then she turned her attention to Jiang Nanshu, her smile unwavering. Sister Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu returned the smile, appearing as amiable as she did with her sister. Sister Chu. A sidelong glance at Cheng En, she remarked sarcastically, "What are you doing with this sycophant? It diminishes your worth. What status does the Chu family have that the Cheng family can match? Ha! This Chu person surely harbors no good intentions. I'll take a jab at her and infuriate her to death." Jiang Lei immediately shifted her gaze to Chu Mushi's face, noticing her smile falter for a brief second before quickly returning. During the pinnacle of the Chu family's prosperity, it would have been difficult to ascertain such matters, yet in recent years, the Chu family has indeed found itself overshadowed by the Cheng family, relying solely on the close friendship between Aunt Jiang and Chu Xian to maintain their standing. Chu Mushi cast a glance at Jiang Nanshu, a hint of helplessness in her gaze, her tone gentle as if jesting. Friendships should be equal, regardless of status. And what have you done to provoke Sister Nan Nan? Cheng En? You ought to apologize at once. The mere mention of Cheng En made her seethe with a desire to devour him whole. Apologize? If she were to die, he could visit her grave to offer his regrets. Ah, the audacity. Knowing full well of the discord between Cheng En and me, yet insisting he apologize. How brazen. Cheng En wouldn't blame the oblivious Chu Mushi. His ire would undoubtedly be redirected towards me. However, it matters little. Those who harbor disdain for me could circle the capital twice over. Jiang Lei, attuned to Jiang Nanshu's unspoken thoughts, recognized that those familiar with Chu Mushi's character would never suspect her intentions. Yet, the longer she spent with Jiang Nanshu, the more the truth seemed to surface. At this moment, her feelings towards her childhood friend had soured, and she doubted she would ever again confide in Chu Mushi as she once had. Jiang Nanshu grimaced, muttering under her breath, "I wouldn't he dare let that eccentric apologize to me, lest I catch something." Cheng En shot her a cold glance, but ultimately chose to restrain herself. Given the presence of the Jiang family, Cheng En wisely refrained from provoking Jiang Nanshu, ignoring Chu Mushi's remarks and dismissing Jiang Nanshu entirely. Instead, she turned to Su Ran with a gentle demeanor. Ran, why don't you head inside to enjoy the hot springs? I'll take you around the villa later. By the way, didn't he want to meet Jiasu? I've summoned him. He's on his way and will arrive shortly. If you wish to avoid certain individuals, you can join Mushi. She's quite amiable and will look after you. After relaying her instructions, Cheng En proceeded to the male bathing area. Chu Mushi offered an apologetic look to Su Rand. I'm sorry, but I need to wait for a friend who is visiting for the first time and is lost. Please go ahead. You'll be safe here. Su Rand merely nodded, thank you, before entering alone. Lei, you should go in too. I'll find you shortly. Chu Mushi said before departing. Friend? How disingenuous. I wonder who the unfortunate soul she has chosen to ensnare is. Ugh, how dreadful. Jiang Li tugged at Jiang Nanshu as they ventured inside. Let us hurry. Mother is starting to urge us. The friend she mentioned was likely another heiress invited for amusement. Jiang Nanshu scoffed. I thought you were her only good friend. Turns out you're not so unique after all. Jiang Lai replied flatly, that's impossible. Chu Mushi has a wide circle of friends. In her eagerness to enjoy the hot springs, Jiang Nanshu failed to notice the shift in Jiang Lei's address from Sister Mushi to her full name. Upon entering, they were struck by the spaciousness, with numerous hot spring pools, single, double, and even communal ones. Jiang Mother was nestled in a single pool, clad in a swimsuit, while Chu Xian, donning a revealing ensemble that accentuated her allure, occupied the adjacent pool. They appeared to be engaged in conversation. Yet, Jiang Nanshu discerned that Jiang Mother was struggling to maintain the dialogue, while Chu Xian's countenance gradually soured under the weight of her superficiality. though she continued to endure in silence. A woman of ambition, she was determined to ingratiate herself with Jiang Mother to secure her own interests. Jiang Nanshu donned a new black one-piece swimsuit, intricately designed with floral cutouts that subtly revealed her fair abdomen, exuding a beauty that was both alluring and modest. Upon noticing her daughter's arrival, Jiang Mother waved eagerly. Nanshu, lay over here. Little did she know, she was desperate to escape the conversation with Chu Xian. With newfound awareness, she realized that 2 out of every 3 sentences from Chu Xian revolved around Jiang Father, filled with praise and inquiries about his whereabouts, which made her feel nauseous. In the past, Jiang Mother would have reveled in such adulation, basking in the compliments directed at Jiang Father, proud of her discerning taste in men who could both provide and nurture. However, now, the tone had soured slightly. Chu Xian's ulterior motives were glaringly obvious. When Jiang Mother turned her gaze elsewhere, Chu Xian reluctantly ceased her prattle. At just over 40, she retained the youthful charm of a 30-year-old, possessing a seductive quality that Jiang Mother, with her refined elegance, lacked. Men, it seemed, were drawn to Chu Xian's beguiling nature. The water in the hot spring reached just above their thighs, comfortably settling at collarbone level, creating a soothing experience. Jiang Nanshu and Jiang Lei made their way to the larger communal pool next to Jiang Mother. Jiang Nanshu leaned against the opposite side of the pool, while Jiang Lei stayed closer to Jiang Mother.
Jiang Lei vit politili, onchu, chu sin bari filis tutin Jiang Nanshu.
A flicker of disdain crossing her features, before turning to Jiang Lei with exaggerated warmth. Shuling, your Lei is truly beautiful. You and your brother-in-law have done well in raising her. She ought to consider suitors soon. I can only imagine the competition to win her over, especially with a successful father, like your brother-in-law. Those wealthy ladies will surely trample each other to get to your doorstep. Chapter 110. What a splendid performance. Jiang Mother felt her face flush with anger. Was this a never-ending saga? Did she not speak of her husband in vain? Every few sentences. It was all about Jiang Father, delivered with a tone of pride as if he were hers to boast about. How laughable. She hasn't even married into the family yet and is already singing his praises. My mother is still alive, yet she can't wait to claim her territory. One day, she'll be calling him husband instead of brother-in-law. What a spectacle, and thank goodness my mother is oblivious. Otherwise, it might just drive her to illness. Jiang Mother. Thank you, I am already aware, and I am quite displeased. Jiang Mother almost choked on her anger at Jiang Nanshu's thoughts.
Ta chu sin.
This syrupy brother-in-law made her feel ill. Consequently, her expression grew considerably colder. I'm not rushing Lei into marriage. She is still young and has years ahead of her. Chu Xian shook her head disapprovingly, sentimental. A girl must seize her youth and beauty to secure a good man. Once settled, she need not worry about her future. Alas! Unlike me, living a life of hardship with a husband who is utterly ineffectual. What can a woman do in such circumstances? I envy my sister for having a brother-in-law who allows her to live without worry. Jiang Mother, as if losing Jiang Father would render her incapable of living without care. She had children, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, her later years would be secure. How is that not a worry-free existence? Thus, she lightly jabbed. I believe women should rely on themselves. If a man departs, who can they turn to? Your company is one you chose not to manage. Handing it over to your husband, who clearly lacks business acumen. Who can be blamed for that?
Chu sin et sir my fanta.
This being far from the first time Jiang Mother had treated her with such coldness, leading her to question whether she had inadvertently revealed something. Yet, upon reflection, that seemed implausible. Jiang Mother treated her as if she were her own sister, with a level of trust that put her at ease. So, she forced a smile. Sister? It's not that. It's my own foolishness that prevents me from mastering my father's business savvy. Afraid of losing my family's assets to those with ulterior motives, I settled for a reliable man to marry into the family. It's not that he is a bad person, but he is too rigid. He could lose a fortune in a heartbeat. I still envy your Isin, sharp-minded and a natural businessman. My daughter's health has improved over the years. I should start considering suitable matches for her. She glanced subtly at Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu pretended not to notice, turning her head away in silence. Clearly, she has her eyes on the Liu family, which explains her disdainful gaze towards me. Here is an opportunity for you to seize this marriage proposal. I promise not to interfere. Jiang Nanshu's mind was racing with calculations. Once someone snatched it away, she couldn't be accused of breaking her word. The 1 billion offered by old Master Liu was non-refundable. Hearing the heartfelt words of Jiang Nanshu, Zhang's mother gazed at her with an enigmatic smile. So, do you have a suitable choice in mind? Shall I assist you in finding one? The Lu family is hardly a match for the Chu family, after all. Not to mention that the Lu family has only one legitimate heir, Lu Qingyan. Even if there is an illegitimate child, the position of the family head remains unchanged. At most, a sum of money will suffice to dismiss him, perhaps placing him in a small, insignificant company to hone his skills. Whether he thrives or falters depends entirely on his own management. How could Chu Xian dare to claim that her ideal son-in-law is the prince of the Lu family in front of Zhang's mother, regardless of compatibility? As long as the Jiang and Lu families have not severed their engagement, her daughter stands no chance. It is indeed a bitter thought. Chu Mushi, born with an ailment, has consumed their efforts just to reach this age. Thus, she subtly remarked, I do not seek great wealth for Mushi. I only wish for her to live well. To have someone to protect her. Shuling, doesn't your second son lack a partner?
Goodness.
Are you seeking an elder, or hoping for my second brother to become a son-in-law? How fickle. Zhang's mother, Jiang Lei, absurd. If she were to become Jiang Jingqing's mother-in-law, it would be improbable for Jiang father to accept that. Zhang's mother suppressed her anger. How could she ever allow Jiang Jingqing to marry Chu Mushi?
No.
None of her 5 sons could marry Chu Mushi. Even if she had once understood Chu Xian's intentions, she would never agree. Such a disease could potentially be inherited by the next generation. That would be a grave sin, wouldn't it? Her entire demeanor grew cold. I have never meddled in my children's private affairs. Look at my son Isin. At 28, he remains single. And the second son is rather headstrong, unwilling to let us intervene in his romantic matters. I cannot assist you with this. Chu Xian nearly erupted in anger. What sort of person was Jiang Isin? Just a playboy, which respectable family would willingly push their daughter into the fire. Even if marrying Jiang Isin were the best choice for the Chu family, Chu Xian still preferred the mature and steady Jiang Jingqing. Seeing that her efforts with Zhang's mother were futile, she forced a smile. I was merely jesting. My Mushi has her own thoughts as well. Let fate decide for the children. Ah, who believes in fate? In the Jiang family, aside from my wealthy sister, who has married several times, the others have all remained unmarried and buried. Zhang's mother appeared pensive. Why was the fate of the Jiang family so dreadful? They had not committed any heinous acts. Yet death, injury, and madness seemed to plague them. Even Jiang Lei, whom she had doted on since childhood, had faced trials and tribulations. Suddenly, Zhang's mother thought of Jiang Nanshu. She knew all their fates, but what about herself? Would she end up well? It was likely that without the protection of the Jiang family, with her domineering nature, her own fate would not be much better. Chu Xian ceased conversing with Zhang's mother. She felt humiliated and could not bear to show her face. Approximately half an hour later, Chu Mushi finally entered. She looked at Jiang Lei. Shall we go out for a meal together? My friend has also arrived. Jiang Lei, surprised, pointed to herself. Your friend, do I know them? Chu Mushi smiled slightly. I'm not very familiar with him either. I just heard he knows you. Ah, so this friend is here for you. I thought she had ulterior motives. Jiang Lei stood up, draping a towel around herself. Who is it? Let me see. Jiang Nanshu followed closely behind, also wrapped in a towel. Oh, let us continue watching the show. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Lei's expression darkened upon seeing a familiar face. Jiang Nanshu was overjoyed. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's your first husband, Xie Miao, who told you to block him. Since Chu Mushi couldn't matchmake, she must have brought him here to remind you of his existence. Such a schemer. Xie Miao's face was a mixture of confusion and hurt, clearly not understanding why Jiang Lei's attitude had changed so abruptly. He was like an old brand-name soup dumpling that could not be appeased, sighing. At that moment, Jiang Lei felt her heart sink regarding Chu Mushi. Her genuine feelings were gradually cooling down. She believed she had done nothing wrong to Chu Mushi and could not comprehend why she had set such a trap, pulling her into it. Unbeknownst to Chu Mushi, her delicate face bore a troubled expression. I brought him because I saw he had urgent business with you. You aren't angry, are you? If there's a misunderstanding between you two, try to resolve it. We are all friends, and I only want what's best for you. Chapter 111. Does your family not have a mirror? Understanding Chu Mushi's hint, Xie Miao immediately said, Ever since we wrapped up filming our web series, I have lost my focus at work. I don't understand why you suddenly distanced yourself from me. Is it because I owe you the 200,000 you lent me? Are you upset? I used that money for my family's medical expenses. But if you want it back, I will borrow it and return it to you. How absurd. What work are you talking about? You shot a web series that made Sue Ran famous, and you are still a nobody. Your career hasn't even matched that of my wealthy sister, who at least managed to become a 4th or 5th tier star by supporting Sue Ran. Jiang Lei. Other successes may bring joy, but her own fate undeniably brings heartache. She entered the entertainment industry aspiring to win the Best Actress award and become the youngest leading lady of a new generation. Now, lacking any foundation, she could only strive for recognition through television dramas. Like Jiang Zhouya, she had never revealed her identity in the industry. No one knew she hailed from the Jiang family. Jiang Nanshu had initially refrained from mentioning her to avoid raising her profile, adamantly denying any connection to the Jiang family. Even though Jiang father and Jiang mother publicly claimed she and Jiang Nanshu were twins, those in the know were aware of the truth. Yet they did not expose it out of respect, as she bore no resemblance to Jiang Nanshu or anyone in the Jiang family. Jiang Lei had never regretted not being a biological child because she understood that having a family who loved her was enough. She equally loved her family and her sister, who had suffered for many years outside. Why are you silent? If you pull me out of your blacklist, I can return the money to you right now.
Please don't be angry with me.
Seeing Jiang Lei remain silent, Xie Zimiao's patience clearly reached its limit. He even felt like pulling her hair to make her reconsider. He took a deep breath, his delicate face now appearing even more pitiful. He not using the money for family medical expenses. He clearly in deep gambling debt. Because Chu Mushi informed him that you are a Jiang family heiress, he intentionally approached you to win your favor. All for your money. Later, he deceived you into bed, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy, and you married him. At only 20, you were trapped by a child. Ultimately, debt collectors came to your home, and he forced you to pay, leading to a miscarriage. Heartbroken, you severed ties with him, but he took you to court. Jiang Lei's pupils widened in fear, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Before she heard Jiang Nanshu's inner voice, she had harbored a deep affection for Xie Zimiao. After their last scene, when he shyly confessed to her, she thought him somewhat plain yet genuinely pure and endearing. However, she wanted to focus on her career first, unwilling to reject him too harshly. Meeting each other in the same crew would be awkward, so she suggested waiting until the filming concluded to give him an answer. If, after the filming, she still felt something for him, she could give it a try. That day, she was called back home by Jiang mother, who announced that Lu Qingyan was coming to break off Jiang Nanshu's engagement. She had always believed they were ill-suited. Even if Jiang Nanshu despised her, she secretly hoped he would not lead an unhappy life. Perhaps this could be their last conversation. Thus, she remarked that what is meant to be will always be, urging her to be content and not to force certain matters. By an unexpected twist of fate, she overheard the innermost thoughts of her heart, which, in some mysterious way, altered the course of her destiny. Jiang Li inhaled deeply. Now that she was aware, she could no longer remain passive. Thus, with a cold smirk, she remarked, "Regarding that 200,000, I distinctly recall you promising to repay me within a month. It has nearly been 3 months, and not a shadow of my money has appeared. I harbor a profound disdain for those who lack integrity. Since you've come to pursue repayment, I can at least regard you with a modicum of respect." With that, she removed Xie Zimiao from her blacklist, slightly lifting her chin, and commanded, "Transfer it." "Xie Zimiao, last time you mentioned not having enough money, stating you would repay me once your acting fee was settled." Jiang Lei had assured him not to rush, allowing him time to gather the funds. Yet now, with his words laid bare, failing to repay would cast doubt upon his character. Unable to restrain himself, he glanced at Chu Mushi, who, regrettably, did not acknowledge him in return. "What is the repayment, a ruse? Yet you genuinely pursue my sister? With your slick appearance, one could easily discern your dubious nature. Do you require a glance at Sister Chu when discussing repayment? Are you two entangled in some affair? Nonetheless, I firmly believe Sister Chu is innocent. Encountering someone of your ilk must have been a deception." Jiang Nanshu articulated a mix of advantages and disadvantages, inciting Xie Zimiao's face to flush crimson. Chu Mushi's expression soured as well. To avoid any semblance of suspicion, she distanced herself from Xie Zimiao. "You sought me out to plead with life for this matter? Yet you still owe her so much money. However, this could work in your favor. Settling your debt would alleviate her ire. Lily has always had a cold disposition. I genuinely hope she can cultivate a few sincere friendships." Xie Zimiao hastily replied, "I never intended to avoid repayment. I will do so now." He proceeded to locate Jiang Lei's account to transfer the funds. all the while cautiously gauging her reaction. Lei, is this acceptable? I apologize. Please do not remain angry with me. I acknowledge my lack of integrity has caused you distress. His demeanor was exceedingly humble. Any compassionate soul might have let it go. Jiang Lei, however, was the type to appear cold yet harbor warmth beneath.
Yet,
Her trust in Xie Miao had evaporated, as had her faith in Chu Mushi. You may leave. Let us pretend we are strangers from now on. I have many friends, and do not require you among them. With that, she shattered Xie Miao's aspirations of latching onto a wealthy companion, costing him an additional 200,000 in the process. In desperation, he clutched Jiang Lei's hand. Lei, why do you change so suddenly? A while back, I confessed my feelings for you, and you said to wait until the filming concluded. I know you harbor feelings for me as well. Lei, I truly like you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Will you please agree to be with me? Startled, Jiang Lei quickly attempted to free herself from his grasp. Yet the disparity in their physical strength rendered her efforts futile. She gasped, as if Xie Miao were a demon intent on dragging her into the depths of despair. What audacity! How dare you present yourself in such a manner? Do you not own a mirror? With that appearance, how can you bear to frighten people? After merely a few months of acquaintance, you profess your love. What a shallow scoundrel. Keep your distance from Jiang Lei. Jiang Nanshu delivered a swift kick to Xie Miao's abdomen, causing him to release her, clutching his stomach in pain. Consider this a singular act of charity on my part. Should you encounter a scoundrel again, resolve it yourself. Be discerning in your choice of partners. Finally, Xie Miao turned his gaze toward the ever-silent Jiang Nanshu. Her features were striking, her smile radiant, and each word effortlessly crushed the pride of others. What manner of riffraff dares to enter such a venue? Even if you pooled all your earnings from that web drama, it wouldn't suffice for a single night's indulgence here. Depart to wherever you came from. Out of respect for Sister Chu, I shall refrain from summoning security to escort you out. Do exercise some self-awareness. Chapter 112. Why approach death so eagerly? Xie Miao's face burned with humiliation. He had come here to mend his relationship with Jiang Lei, despite his initial motives being financial or stemming from her concealed identity. However, as they spent time together, he realized he genuinely liked her. Reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze from Jiang Nanshu, who stood as an obstacle between him and Jiang Lei's affections. This woman, he vowed, would not be forgotten. With reddened eyes, he looked at Jiang Lei, his expression fraught with a mix of accusation and restraint, akin to a poor boy oppressed by the affluent, while Jiang Nanshu loomed as the villain intent on severing his connection with Jiang Lei. I implore you, hone your acting skills. Is pouting your only display of sorrow? Those furrowed brows are quite the spectacle, inducing my own embarrassment. I wager you will remain a nobody upon your return. Jiang Li could no longer suppress her laughter. Ultimately, Xie Miao departed in disgrace. Leaving of his own volition was far preferable to being escorted out by security. Jiang Lei then turned to Chu Mushi, her demeanor icy. I was unaware you had brought him. Had I known, I would not have met. My apologies, but dinner is no longer feasible. Chu Mushi appeared equally disheartened, her complexion pale. I noticed he was eager to find you and, after much effort, managed to reach me. I thought there might be a misunderstanding between you two, and I wished to assist in clearing it up. I did not anticipate it would backfire. Her eyes glistened with remorse. Jiang Lei had previously refrained from allowing her emotions to fluctuate, considering Chu Mushi's health. However, she felt no such sentiment now, and turned her head away. Refrain from meddling in such self-righteous pursuits in the future, and do not cloak your actions under the guise of goodwill when they are contrary to my preferences.
Chu Mushi,
unperturbed, expressed her remorse. I understand. I shall not act in such a way again. Thankfully, Nanshu is here to protect you. I had feared that with my studies abroad and health issues, you might feel isolated. It's comforting to know you have her by your side.
Indeed.
They were still at odds. Her assistance stemmed from the desire to conceal family disgrace, for having such an unappealing partner would surely tarnish her eyes daily. Moreover, from Sister Chu's tone, it appeared she harbored some discontent regarding their well-being. Chu Mushi's expression shifted, panic flickering in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Lei. Just then, Jiang Nanshu interrupted her impending words. Covering her mouth, she bore an expression of guilt. Oh dear, I often lack the right words. How could I think such a thing? However, Sister Chu has always been understanding, so she should not hold it against me, right? After all, you and Jiang Li have been companions since childhood. I would never harm her behind your back. Ha! I wonder how long you can maintain this facade. I had no intention of confronting you. But extend your hand before me, and do not blame me if I break it. The narrative would remain unchanged without Qinqian or you. In the grand design of fate, a force always propels the storyline forward.
Jiang Lei smiled faintly, playfully pinking Jiang Nanshu's bun.
Let us go. I shall treat you to a meal. Okay. She obediently followed Jiang Lei. As they moved further away, Chu Mushi's phone chimed. Upon seeing a message from Xie Zimiao, she was met with a screenshot threatening her for 1 million, or he would expose that he had approached Jiang Lei under the pretense of receiving funds from her. Chu Mushi's expression twisted momentarily, darkness clouding her eyes. Clenching her phone tightly, she ultimately succumbed and transferred the money. Meanwhile, in the men's bathhouse, Lu Qingyan positioned himself protectively in front of Shangsu, calmly observing the four individuals approaching, his muscles taut with tension. What is your intention? Jiang Heimu, his damp black hair accentuating his porcelain-like complexion, smiled slightly. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire about your relationship with that woman outside. Lu Qingyan subtly relaxed, relieved that Jiang's family had not cornered him entirely. His striking features remained composed. It is nothing of concern. Jiang Zhouye, ever direct, his temper volatile, interjected with a hoarse voice, third brother. Why waste breath on him? He is involved with Su Ran, who recently trended on social media but was promptly suppressed. It is common knowledge that she is his first love. I will not delve into your past grievances. Whether you were abandoned or betrayed has no bearing on Jiang Nanshu. She was once willing to live and die for you. Our Jiang family may not hold her in high regard, yet she is still a member of the Jiang clan. Even if she is utterly detestable when she breaks off her engagement with the Lu family, I hope it can be done with some semblance of dignity. Upon hearing the term broken engagement, Lu Qingyan pressed his thin lips together and fell silent. Shang Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh yes, if the engagement is called off, he can marry sister Nanshu. Little Ha needs her. He covered his mouth with his hand, vowing not to speak favorably of his uncle. Lu Qingyan stated bluntly. Get to the point. Jiang Zhouye scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he asked, so, you like my sister, Jiang Nanshu? The other three were equally curious. After a long pause, Lu Qingyan finally replied, I do not. Jiang Yunchuan let out a sigh of relief. That's more like it. Given how much Lu Qingyan despised Jiang Nanshu before, even if his behavior had been somewhat peculiar over the past month, it was not enough for him to develop feelings for someone he once loathed. Break off the engagement, Jiang Jingqing said in a low, unyielding voice. You cannot provide her with happiness. Let someone else take your place. Jiang Hemian let out a frustrated sound, his gaze dark. Indeed, my sister is not worthy of you. Apart from her tantrums, she possesses nothing. Jiang Zhouye had long anticipated such an outcome. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. And he wondered what old Master Lu was thinking. If they were to marry in the future, they would be a pair of resentful spouses. He hoped she wouldn't be blamed for breaking apart his romantic interests. Jiang Yunchuan quietly interjected a painful truth. Actually, I feel Nan no longer likes you either. Ha. Perfect. Separating now means mutual non-harm. The words of the four Jiang brothers stung, with increasing intensity. Lu Qingyan was uncertain about what true affection entailed. When Su Ran made demands of him, he pondered whether fulfilling those could repay a debt of gratitude. Having witnessed his parents' unhappy marriage, he was determined not to become the next pair living in blame and resentment. Affection felt distant to him, yet Jiang Nanshu's visage grew increasingly vivid in his mind. He could hardly remember what she looked like before. For now, he could not break off the engagement. He would wait 3 months. After speaking, Lu Qingyan added, This is what my grandfather said. Jiang Yunchuan burst into laughter. Brother Yen, you really are a grandpa's boy. I've never seen you heed his words so much before. Lu Qingyan promptly pushed through the circle formed by the four and left with Shangsu. Jiang Yunchuan coughed lightly, scratching his nose. What do we do now? Jiang Hemian shot him a glance. What do you mean, what to do? I think the girl should prioritize her career. Coincidentally, my research institute has an opening. I can make an exception and give her an internship. The 3 others were incredulous. You're aware of her grades, right? The calculations were loud and clear. Wasn't it just a ploy to swiftly alter her fate? To bring Jiang Nanshu into his lab? Jiang Jingqing also stepped forward, drying his hair with a towel as he walked. The hospital is also a good option. She's just a freshman and can switch to studying medicine. Jiang Hemian. Jiang Zhouye frowned, quickly chiming in. Did you not see the desire in her eyes to enter the entertainment industry? I happen to have connections, and could help her out of the ordinary. Jiang Yunchuan, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, What are you doing? She's still just a student. Of course, she should be under my protection at school. You're all so selfish. In the end, the four argued, deciding that each would rely on their own abilities. It would depend on where Jiang Nanshu wished to work. At this moment, Jiang Nanshu remained blissfully unaware that she had become the coveted darling in the hearts of her four brothers. She arrived at the largest swimming pool, 3 meters deep, with the shallow end on the other side. Su Ran and Chang'an stood by the deep end, eagerly contemplating a dive, as she changed into her swimsuit, clearly wanting to swim. However, Su Ran did not know how to swim. Chang'an jumped in, swam a lap, and returned, prompting Su Ran to smile and praise him for his prowess. Chang'an immediately offered to teach her.
Su Ran nodded,
Scanning her surroundings until her gaze landed on Jiang Nanshu not far off. Her body tensed momentarily, but soon a secret thought emerged. Would Jiang Nanshu push her into the water? Would Lu Qingyan come to her rescue? Given Jiang Nanshu's disdain for her, it was inconceivable that she would do nothing, as she was already eyeing her like a hawk. After a mental struggle, Su Ran resolved to give Jiang Nanshu a chance to be a decent person. As long as she was willing to coexist peacefully, they could potentially become friends. So, she said a few words to Chang'an, easily sending him off to buy her water. Only then did Su Ran take steps toward Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu raised an eyebrow. I haven't even approached you. Why are you rushing to your own demise? Chapter 113, Falling into the Water. Jiang Nanshu.
We need to talk.
Su Ran spoke first, standing beside Jiang Nanshu, her gaze calm, as if she were reconnecting with an old friend. Hearing Jiang Nanshu's thoughts, Jiang Lui furrowed her brows slightly. She refrained from disturbing Jiang Nanshu, lying on a beach chair about 5 meters away, sipping a drink and relaxing. Jiang Nanshu crossed her arms, her expression haughty, her eyes filled with disdain. I don't see any point in our conversation. If you have any sense, you'll vanish from my sight. As long as I'm here, you will never have a chance with Brother Qingyan. Su Ran felt a pang of sorrow for Jiang Nanshu. Only a fool would be hopelessly entangled in love. Jiang Nanshu was beyond redemption. There was no point in arguing with a fool, for her vision was limited to that small space. Su Ran took a deep breath and said earnestly, Lu Qingyan is already engaged to you. What more do you need to feel secure? Must you continually make things difficult for me to satisfy your twisted desire to torment? Jiang Nanshu. She looked at her as if she were insane. Clarify. How am I twisted? How have I tormented you? Her twisted methods had yet to be revealed, as she usually encountered Su Ran with a face as gloomy as if someone owed her money. Being the protagonist of a story, Jiang Nanshu was aware that her narrative arc could not surpass Su Ran's. She also lacked the protagonist's halo. Fortunately, she was the vicious female antagonist, free to commit wicked deeds. Su Ran turned her head, letting out a cold scoff. You know very well what you've done. You are fully aware of how you've created this illusion, thinking I'm just a soft, pliable person to be molded. Jiang Nanshu. I too have clawed my way up from the bottom. I can see right through your intentions. She was no fool.
Huh?
Have you guessed what posture you will assume when you hit the water? Jiang Nanshu narrowed her eyes. No wonder this was a cliché narrative. The protagonist's intelligence was indeed questionable. Knowing I'm the vicious female antagonist, you still dare to provoke me. How could I not deal with you? Jiang Lui glanced over, only able to see Jiang Nanshu and Su Ran speaking quietly from a distance. The term vicious female antagonist? Jiang Nanshu had mentioned the word plot numerous times, making her feel as though she were in a surreal drama. Their lives had all been scripted. After Jiang Nanshu made that statement, Su Ran wore an expression of realization. She knew Jiang Nanshu harbored ill intentions toward her. Disappointment flickered in her eyes. I expected a person to possess at least some kindness, but evidently, you do not. I had hoped we could be friends without constantly clashing. Jiang Nanshu retorted. Do you want to hear what you just said? You're trying to steal my fiancé, and still wish to be friends? What? Just because others don't get angry, you think they consider you a fool? Knowing who I am, you still come forward. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Su Ran's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Nanshu. Do not project your vile thoughts onto me. We have never been on the same wavelength. You think that by deliberately pushing me into the water, satisfying your desire for revenge, Lu Qingyan will like you? He will only despise you more. Having known him for so many years, I can honestly say I understand him better than you do. Su Ran had initially refrained from mentioning her connection with Lu Qingyan, but Jiang Nanshu had crossed the line. Today, daring to threaten her face to face. Tomorrow, they might even commit murder in the streets. She must suppress this animosity, otherwise, it will adversely affect her life. Such nonsensical chatter is truly exhausting. Just then, Lu Qingyan entered alongside Jiang Jingcheng and the others. He surveyed the surroundings, and upon noticing Jiang Nanshu standing next to Su Ran, he furrowed his brow slightly and strode in her direction. Jiang Hemei's phoenix eyes curved playfully. I predict Nanshu will kick her down. What do you all think? Jiang Zhouya, surely not. With Lu Qingyan here, she would be somewhat restrained. Jiang Yunchuan rolled his eyes, looking utterly speechless. Third brother, why are you so excited? It's a world that craves excitement. You wouldn't understand. Jiang Hemei's eyes sparkled with amusement. This sister of his was as intriguing as his experiments. He longed to take her to the laboratory as well. Jiang Jingcheng settled onto a nearby lounge chair. Just remember to jump in and save her later. We don't want any fatalities. Jiang Yunchuan. The four of them reclined side by side on the lounge chairs, their gazes subtly fixed on Jiang Nanshu's direction. As Lu Qingyan approached, Jiang Nanshu scoffed disdainfully. Go ahead and try. See if he'll dislike me even more. How true. Who cares if he likes me? Off you go. Seizing the moment while Su Ran was caught off guard, Jiang Nanshu delivered a swift kick, sending her plummeting down.
Ah!
Her scream was drowned by the pool water. Jiang Nanshu pretended to slip and was pulled down as well.
Ah! Help!
Gurgle, how do you swim? Gurgle, gurgle. The unexpected turn of events unfolded in an instant. Jiang Hemei wore an expression of knowing anticipation. Did you see that? I guessed right. She kicked her. Her temper resembles mine. She should definitely come to my lab. Jiang Yunchuan, why are we still arguing about this? Hurry and jump in to save her. Ran. Cheng'en, who had just returned with water, witnessed the scene and forgot about the drink entirely, for Su Ran had already submerged. He leaped in, but Lu Qingyan had already dived in before him. Jiang Zhouya tossed a towel onto the lounge chair. What a hassle. He followed suit and jumped in as well. Jiang Yunchuan in a panic. Nanshu can't swim. What should we do? Su Ran must have dragged her down with her. Jiang Hemei laughed. Didn't you see that it was Nanshu who kicked first? Jiang Yunchuan froze, recalling his vow that no matter how wicked Jiang Nanshu was, he would never blame her, although it felt somewhat like aiding and abetting. He awkwardly turned his head. My eyes have been blinded from gaming recently. I didn't see anything. Jiang Lei approached him from behind, her expression icy as she kicked him in the back. What are you still mumbling about? Hurry up and go save her. After Jiang Yunchuan fell in, Jiang Lei elegantly took a seat. Underwater, Jiang Nanshu opened her eyes and looked up. After Su Ran fell, several others jumped in to rescue her, as if they were dumplings being tossed into water. Indeed, those with the protagonist's halo received different treatment. Jiang Nanshu stabilized herself in the water, recalling Duan Huayu's advice to swim far away from them. At the right moment, she would find an opportunity to surface. The original text only mentioned that she nearly drowned, but did not say she died. She swam in various strokes: frog, freestyle, dog paddle. Holding her breath, she felt it was about time and confidently swam upward. Just as Su Ran was being rescued, her head broke the surface, and she barely caught her breath before a large hand pushed her back underwater again. Chapter 114. I am but a fragmented madwoman. Someone's trying to harm me. That person's large hand grasped her arm beneath the water. Jiang Nanshu turned around to see it was Lu Qingyan. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be saving Su Ran? What do you want with me? I might drown, boo-hoo. Jiang Nanshu struggled, but the water sapped her strength. In her irritation, she struck out at his face. You want to fight, huh? Let go of me. The buoyancy of the water rendered her slap as ineffective as a mere tickle. Jiang Nanshu expelled a stream of bubbles, her vision blurred. Old grudges and new enmities? Are you trying to drown me out of vengeance for Su Ran? That makes sense. Without me, this marriage would naturally dissolve. Not wanting to die, I haven't even returned to discuss it with Zhou Yanxiu. Lu Qingyan had initially intended to bring Jiang Nanshu up but noticed she was beginning to suffocate. However, upon hearing the name Zhou Yanxiu, he was inexplicably reminded of that time she drunkenly uttered those words on his back. He had thought it was a slip of the tongue. When he asked who Zhou Yanxiu was, she mentioned it was the scent on him. He had assumed it was nonsense. It turned out there was indeed such a person. His name is Zhou Yanxiu? Damn, I've remembered you. Jiang Nanshu's head was spinning, and the next moment, Lu Qingyan pulled her upwards, forcefully pressing her against the wall. As she inhaled fresh air, she coughed violently. retching a few times and spitting out water, her damp black hair clinging to her cheeks. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped Lu Qingyan hard across the face. The sound was sharp and clear, leaving even Su Ran, who was wrapped in a towel at the pool's edge, aghast. Jiang Nanshu slapped Lu Qingyan in front of everyone. Jiang Yunchuan wiped the water off his face, a look of dread on his face. If I rescue her, will I be slapped too? Boo-hoo, even if I get hit. I would still rescue her. But why did I just save Su Ran? How unfortunate. Jiang Lei was equally speechless. You're truly blind. You managed to save the wrong person. Jiang Zhouye floated on the water surface, equally perplexed. We had no idea why we mistook her for Jiang Nanshu. The three of them ended up rescuing Su Ran, while Lu Qingyan was the one who got slapped for finding Jiang Nanshu. Lu Qingyan pressed his tongue against his cheek. Watching Jiang Nanshu slap someone had been quite satisfying, but now that it was directed at him, he felt no anger. Why was he subjected to this elaborate charade? To have a crowd worry for her. You. Before Lu Qingyan could speak, Jiang Nanshu's eyes brimmed with tears, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing against his chest, her voice trembling. Brother Qingyan, I didn't mean to hit you. I know pushing Su Ran into the water was wrong, but she provoked me by saying she knows you best. And I won't allow that. How could anyone endure the whims of a mentally unstable person like me? She braced herself for Lu Qingyan to push her away harshly. However, contrary to her expectations, Lu Qingyan's hand found its way around her waist, his cold cheek pressed against the red mark of her slap, lending him an unexpected allure of fragility. He let out a cold huff, his words frosty. Why did you hit me? Jiang Nanshu. You're not angry at all? What a weirdo. She thought of slapping Qing En and Liang Xiaiqiu. Both had been flustered, yet here was Lu Qingyan, calm and questioning her. It caught her off guard. With her eyes glistening with tears, her dark irises sparkling with clarity, they brimmed with grievance. I thought you wanted to help Su Ran get back at me, which is why you wouldn't let me surface. I was really angry. She lifted her gaze, taking in the distinct red mark on his pale skin. Jiang Nanshu raised her hand, gently touching it, blowing softly. Does it hurt? I won't hit you again next time. The soft touch against his face felt oddly comforting. Strangely, her tender words diffused the anger within him. He should be furious. He was the one who had been struck. Yet, inexplicably, his heart fluttered. Shoving those thoughts aside, he maintained his stoic demeanor. Are you satisfied now? Jiang Nanshu. Help. How did it end up like this? Should I try a different approach? She nodded dumbly, satisfied, yet still stubbornly clung to him, continuing to annoy him. Brother Qingyan, you must keep your distance from Su Ran in the future. You cannot breathe the same air or walk the same path. And you must not even look at her. I'm afraid I'll get triggered and end up hitting you again due to my depression. Who? I am but a fragmented madwoman. If the love-struck persona isn't working, then perhaps I should try being mad instead. Who could bear such suffocating, possessive affection? Jiang Nanshu, somewhat unreasonable, murmured Lu Qingyan softly. If it were reasonable, I wouldn't have spoken it aloud. Nevertheless, she could accept it. She would strive to maintain a distance from her. If she insisted on approaching me, what do you think I should do? Jiang Nanshu had not yet savored a moment of joy when Lu Qingyan's words startled her, causing her to breathe much more lightly. What the hell? How can you agree? You should steadfastly resist for the sake of your love for Su Ran. This is a complete disaster. What a ridiculous plot. Jiang Nanshu steadied her thoughts, her voice slightly stammering. What should we do if she comes? Won't you run away? Just donate your legs if you don't want them. He lowered his eyelashes, releasing her, and after climbing up, squatted by the pool's edge, extending his hand towards her. You should come up first. Jiang Nanshu. She glanced at Su Ran not far away, her eyes reddened. Perhaps she was also irate. After all, Jiang Nanshu had kicked her into the water before everyone. Yet why was everyone so concerned about her? No one even inquired about Su Ran's situation. Even Lu Qingyan, who had begun to blur the lines of right and wrong, seemed to have gradually allowed Jiang Nanshu to occupy his gaze. Jiang Nanshu brushed her dark hair back, feeling equally perplexed. She needed a quiet place to devise a new strategy. As she reached out to pull Lu Qingyan up, her eyes inadvertently fixated on a certain part of him. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock. The male lead in the post is nothing compared to this. My goodness, Su Ran is so fortunate. Lu Qingyan paused for a moment. Following her gaze, his cheeks instantaneously flushed crimson, and even the tips of his ears appeared blood red. His voice, tinged with embarrassment, was laced with suppressed anger. Jiang Nanshu. Where are you looking? Caught red-handed, Jiang Nanshu awkwardly touched her nose, chuckling sheepishly. Ha ha ha, don't misunderstand. Once people reach a certain age, they tend to stare off into space. I think this should be a sign of maturity. Seeing that Lu Qingyan's expression remained sour, she added, Don't be nervous. I've merely become more composed. Nervous? It's just a glance. You act like a chaste husband. I haven't even mentioned seeing your triangle underwear, and it's low-rise too. Your taste is truly outrageous. Lu Qingyan's face transformed from pale to flushed and finally to a shade of greenish-white, his eyes glaring at the innocent-looking Jiang Nanshu. Ultimately, he shifted to a glum demeanor, grasped Jiang Nanshu's hand, and briskly left without uttering a word.
Huh.
Are you perhaps unable to handle it, hence feeling shy about others staring? Later, Lu Qingyan, could you clarify who Zhou Yanqiu is? Jiang, none of your business. Lu Qingyan, Chapter 115. This batch of NPCs is truly difficult to manage. Lu Qingyan did not pause in his stride, yet the atmosphere around him grew increasingly frigid. Outsiders merely assumed he was enraged after being slapped by Jiang Nanshu, departing in fury, whereas he was, in fact, unable to accept the doubts cast upon him. With no means to prove himself, under Jiang Nanshu's burning gaze, he found himself. To avoid sinking further into an embarrassing predicament, he hastily fled the scene. Meanwhile, the Jiang family, having heard everything, were. Jiang Yunchuan appeared terrified, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. I've discovered that brother Yan really has no sex life. No, his entire demeanor is utterly devoid of desire. He wouldn't. He hesitated, hastily covering his mouth. This is not to be spoken of. If it gets out, it would stab the heart. Jiang Hemming, upon seeing Jiang Nanshu approach, muttered, This lewdness doesn't quite resemble me. It must be inherited from our father, right? I see him pretending to read the newspaper in the living room, while in reality, he is watching videos of beautiful women. How do you know that? There are cameras at home. I happened to catch a glimpse. Jiang Hemming instinctively divulged, realizing it was their mother-s voice, and immediately ceased speaking. A fleeting glance revealed Jiang mother-s face had darkened, her well-maintained visage momentarily contorted, not to mention the look in her eyes that seemed to harbor daggers. Jiang Hemming. Oh my, stripping my own father's pants. The Jiang family. The prodigal son indeed. I'll deal with that old man later. At his age. Still engaging in affairs suited for the young and foolish, I spit. Jiang mother-s elegance was nowhere to be found, transforming from the unshakable to the almost ready to strike. Caught between her husband and his deliberately seductive friend, her once proud demeanor meant nothing. Jiang mother had arrived upon hearing the commotion. Noticing Jiang Nanshu's pallid face from choking on water, she approached with concern, patting her back. What happened? How did you end up in the water? Jiang Nanshu looked distantly at Su Ran, lowering her eyes, feigning grievance. It's nothing, I merely slipped and fell. Please. Don't ask any further. It was entirely my own carelessness. Quick, ask me more. Then I can frame Su Ran for pushing me into the water. And when she comes over to slap me, my family will be terrified of my malice. Hurry, hurry. This was a significant plot twist. In the original text, the Jiang family became frightened of her malicious intent due to this deliberate act, further distancing themselves from her until she ultimately went mad, kidnapping Su Ran, drugging her, and successfully being cast out of the family, earning everyone's disdain to the extent of being kicked a few times while walking. Following the plot, she was imprisoned after Liang Xiqiu collected evidence against her and soon died of rage upon learning the truth revealed by Chen Qian. However, by the time she exited, the Jiang family had already fallen apart. The family. Jiang Nanshu's eyes brimmed with tears, her gaze earnestly fixed on them. Jiang mother's expression of concern stiffened for a moment before she slowly remarked, All right, Mom, won't ask any more. Just be careful next time, and don't be so hasty. Jiang Yunchuan. When one walks by the river, who doesn't get their shoes wet? Just be cautious next time, sister. Jiang Zhouya, remember to bring a swimming ring when you go to the pool. It's quite exhausting for us to go down and find you. Jiang Lei, ever straightforward, contorted her face. Should we consider seeing a doctor? You seem to be in discomfort from choking. Jiang Hemming, with his phoenix eyes squinting in amusement. I went to sharpen my knife. Didn't you see? Jiang Jingcheng, eyes closed, meditating, I don't know. Jiang Nanshu, must you play me like this? The six exchanged glances, each recognizing a sigh of relief. Truly difficult to manage. The Jiang family prepared to collectively act as though nothing had happened. But Cheng and would not let matters rest. He pulled Su Ran before Jiang Nanshu, demanding justice. Jiang Nanshu, you did this on purpose. Unable to win brother Yen's heart, you vent your frustrations on Ran Ran. You truly possess a wicked heart. Jiang Nanshu felt wronged. As the villainess propelling the plot, if I don't do this, who will? Otherwise, how could it enhance her relationship with Lu Qingyan? Yet now it seems many discrepancies have arisen. For instance, Lu Qingyan, who was supposed to save Su Ran, instead came to her aid. Oh no, he tortured her instead. After being slapped, he even asked if she felt relieved. He rambled nonsensically at her. Meanwhile, her own family did not adhere to the plot. Even the main character, with reddened eyes, approached seeking justice, while Jiang mother and her 4 brothers, along with the stepsister who typically enjoyed undermining her, acted as if they hadn't seen a thing. Jiang Nanshu wiped away a tear of bitterness. This batch of NPCs was truly difficult to manage, utterly disobedient, relying on her. Yes, it was I who kicked her. I am indeed envious of her closeness with brother Qingyan. I dislike the fact that she bears the title of Lu Qingyan's ex. She should either leave the country and never return, or, if she dares to approach my fiancé again, next time, I want to merely kick her into the water. Cheng and was nearly driven to laughter by Jiang Nanshu's words. Wanting to argue a few points, she seized Cheng and arm, her face ashen. Forget it. I accidentally fell in. It has nothing to do with Jiang Nanshu. The light in her eyes dimmed, and in an instant, she deflated.
I am tired.
I want to rest, Anzi. Please take me. After saying this, Su Ran left, her footsteps resembling those of a fugitive. Cheng furrowed his brow. But with the Jiang family present, he merely cast a dark look at Jiang Nanshu before hastening after Su Ran. Jiang Nanshu. Having easily secured victory, this is not the outcome I desired. As the situation drew to a close, Mother Jiang let out a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how anxious she had been when contemplating providing false testimony for Jiang Nanshu. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she couldn't help but address Jiang Jingcheng, Cheng. Later on, please compensate Miss Su with 100,000 for her mental distress. Let her visit the hospital for a checkup. We wouldn't want any lingering repercussions that could tarnish Nanshu's reputation. Jiang Jingcheng nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, Mom. I will handle it properly. Jiang Nanshu interjected. My reputation is already in tatters. Are you all pretending not to see? What reputation do I even have left? Ugh, it's so frustrating. The crowd was taken aback, witnessing someone troubled by a lack of disdain. Mother Jiang then took on a stern demeanor. Nanshu, you must acknowledge your part in this. How could you be so brazen as to leave yourself open to such scrutiny? A few voices chimed in. Yes, you were too bold. Be more cautious next time. Jiang Nanshu retorted. What do you mean? As long as I'm not caught, that's acceptable? Are you even speaking rationally? The Jiang family members exchanged glances, realizing the clarity of her predicament. While it was indeed difficult to navigate the situation publicly, they had no choice but to throw money at it to quell the storm. Matters without evidence could hardly be argued against those in power. Jiang Nanshu adopted a demure expression. All right, I understand, Mother. To preempt any further discussion, she decided to retreat to ponder the unfolding drama, pointing towards Jiang father. Mom, Dad is enjoying the coconut juice Aunt Chu bought. Chapter 116. A heart so malicious. Following Jiang Nanshu's gesture, Mother Jiang turned her gaze and noticed Chu Xian eagerly trailing behind Jiang father, holding 2 coconuts with straws poking out. After some polite refusals, he accepted them and began to savor the drink. Up close, one could hear Jiang father's compliments. Madam Chu, this coconut juice is quite delightful. Mother Jiang's expression darkened. That old fool is so brazen, even under my nose. In a fit of rage, she stormed over. Chu Xian, with a coy smile, covered her mouth. It's wonderful if my brother-in-law enjoys it. Jiang father, quite pleased, was about to inquire where she had purchased the juice, so he could buy some for Mother Jiang. Just then, he noticed Mother Jiang approaching rapidly, and due to his nearsightedness, he failed to recognize the fury etched across her face. Holding the coconut, he exclaimed, Dear, come taste this. It's absolutely delicious. Without hesitation, Mother Jiang swatted it from his hands, causing Chu Xian to gasp and take a step back, looking pitifully concerned. Xu Ling. What happened? Why did you spill your brother-in-law's coconut juice? Mother Jiang shot her a venomous glare, the facade of sisterly affection crumbling. Am I not allowed to spill? Xian, you really are quite biased, buying for my husband but neglecting me. What does that mean? I am furious.
Du sind et personover.
She had waited over an hour outside the men's bathhouse for Jiang father to emerge with a coconut juice she had specially purchased. How could she have anticipated Mother Jiang's reaction? Feeling somewhat awkward, Chu Xian replied, I bought it at the beverage shop with brother-in-law. I didn't see you, so I didn't buy one for you. Shu Ling, you wouldn't be upset over this, would you? I always think of you when I buy things. Mother Jiang's true feeling surfaced. You think I'm angry because you bought coconut juice for my husband? I'm upset because you clearly disregard our sisterly bond. Mother Jiang spoke from the heart. She genuinely cared for Chu Xian, often feeling sorry for her as the Chu family fell into decline, frequently asking her son to assist them in business matters. Otherwise, their situation would worsen. But how did Chu Xian reciprocate? By coveting the Jiang family's wealth. First, she set her sights on her son, then on her husband. What kind of sin had she committed to associate with such a treacherous person? Without concrete evidence to confront Chu Xian directly, Mother Jiang redirected her ire towards Jiang father, who appeared somewhat oblivious to the turmoil unfolding before him. All he knew was that his sweet coconut juice had been spilled on the ground. Woe is me, that was delicious, he lamented. The next moment his ear was twisted.
Ow.
Dear, show me some mercy in public. Mother Jiang sneered. Dare you continue to indulge in your secretive feasting behind my back? Jiang father, tears welling in his eyes, whimpered, I won't do it again, I promise. I detest coconut juice. I shall never drink it again. Satisfied, Mother Jiang elegantly withdrew her hand and offered Chu Xian a smile. My apologies, Xian. I hope you found it amusing. My husband and I are heading back to our room. You enjoy yourself. With that, she took Jiang father by the arm and left. He remained perplexed, casting a hopeful glance at Jiang Nanshu, yearning for her to provide some clarity on the situation. TSK. So the old man is afraid of his wife. All this time he has pretended to be so stern, but it turns out he is under her thumb. Jiang father interjected. That's not the kind of insight I was hoping for, please rephrase. But why did mom hit dad? I don't understand. Jiang father followed Mother Jiang, feeling utterly defeated. What could he do about matters his own daughter couldn't resolve? Chu Xian, once again the target of ridicule, wore a grim expression as she departed. Her previously vibrant demeanor now diminished. The four Jiang brothers remained relatively unfazed, reflecting on the scene with a mix of astonishment. It was the first time they had witnessed their father being reprimanded by Mother Jiang. Generally, the couple displayed a composed and affectionate demeanor, and the idea of them arguing was almost inconceivable. Jiang Lei sighed softly, preparing to speak when her phone buzzed with a message. The first notification was from her manager, Sister Mei, informing her that she had secured an audition for the lead role in a period drama, as her previous role in a campus web series had been snatched away by Su Ran. Sister Mei shared her frustration, asserting that despite Jiang Lei being a newcomer, her beauty and dedication to honing her craft made her a worthy contender against even the most popular second-tier actresses. Jiang Lei was merely waiting for her big break. Feeling moved, she realized that amidst her tumultuous life, she had found a manager who genuinely wished to see her succeed. She promptly agreed to the audition set for the following Monday. Sister Mei sent her a brief segment of the script to memorize in the days leading up to the audition. Upon reading it, Jiang Lei was taken aback. This was a major production. The director was highly esteemed in the industry and exclusively promoted newcomers. A surge of excitement coursed through her. This was her chance. Just as she contemplated closing her phone, a message from Yuan Feng popped up. There's a physical examination tomorrow. Wanna join? Everyone from the crew will be there, so don't be afraid. Smile. Jiang Lei's eyelids twitched. What a ridiculous notion. Accompanying Yuan Feng for a physical examination felt like volunteering to be a blood donor. She dismissed the message, pretending she hadn't seen it, as if it had been swallowed by the system. Recalling the script, Jiang Lei bid farewell to Jiang Nanshu and the others, retreating to her room to contemplate how to portray the chivalrous heroine. Only 5 remained on site. Jiang Hemei spoke up. Nanshu, didn't you say you wanted to visit my lab last time? Next weekend would be perfect, what do you think? Jiang Zhouya immediately positioned himself in front of Jiang Nanshu, nervously insisting, no way. She promised to accompany me to the concert. He then turned to Jiang Nanshu pleadingly, right? She accepted my 5 million. He was determined to uncover the person responsible for his troubles. Jiang Nanshu offered an apologetic look to Jiang Hemei. I'm sorry, third brother. I promised fourth brother. Perhaps next time. I'm not going. I want to see fourth brother get humiliated by his excellent company and team. Hee. The trio regarded Jiang Zhouya with sympathy, recognizing him as the new generation's singing and dancing star, wondering who he had crossed to end up in this predicament. Jiang Nanshu sighed in resignation. All right then, but you must come next time, or I'll visit your school to fetch you. He then flashed Jiang Nanshu a warm smile. Jiang Nanshu retorted, Are you also unwell? It would be far more prudent for you to remain in the laboratory. Returning home has rendered you utterly unrecognizable. In the book, Jiang Hemming harbors an intense disdain for Jiang Nanshu, wishing for nothing more than to erase her existence. How could she possibly extend an invitation for her to enjoy the laboratory? Thus, a sudden realization struck. What a venomous heart you possess. Wishing for me to endure the terror of a laboratory explosion alongside you? You can lose a limb on your own. Do not involve me. I shall not accompany you. Chapter 117. Did it become apparent to her? An explosion in the lab? It turns out the pivotal moment regarding his severed limb lies within the experiment. Jiang Hemming's gaze darkened, yet he was inherently engaged in perilous experiments daily, always exercising utmost caution to ensure that such explosive incidents would never occur. Moreover, to suggest he abandon his beloved profession would be tantamount to severing his hand. At that moment, Chu Mushi entered the swimming hall, seemingly having settled Xie Miao. Upon noticing the absence of Jiang Lei among the attendees, she paused momentarily. Her gaze flitted across the four Jiang brothers before finally settling on Jiang Hemming. Her smile gentle. Third brother, where has Lei gone? The reason she directed her inquiry solely towards Jiang Hemming was that, in their childhood, it was Jiang Lei who often accompanied Jiang Hemming in their play. Thus, she held a fondness for him that surpassed that for the other Jiang siblings. Jiang Hemming responded with an air of naturalness. She has returned to her room. If you wish to find her, I suggest you contact her privately.
Chu Mushi not dead.
Continuing with a smile, then I shall reach out to Lei to join me for some outdoor barbecue later. You should come too. The more, the merrier. She then flashed Jiang Hemming a sweet smile. It has been ages since I last saw you. Third brother, I miss you, as well as the other brothers. Jiang Zhouye observed the exchange with a hint of teasing in his eyes, given the familiarity between Jiang Lei and Chu Mushi. Indeed, you must be her backup. How could you not think of her? Aside from Lu Qingyan, Chu Xini has settled for the second brother as her choice for a son-in-law, while Chu Mushi seems to favor the third brother just a tad more, for she is drawn to that androgynous beauty which third brother perfectly embodies. Jiang Zhouye's grin nearly split his face. What nonsense is this? Not only does Chu Mushi have a crush on Lu Qingyan, but she also harbors feelings for Jiang Hemming. What a melodramatic affair. In an instant, apart from Jiang Hemming himself, the other three brothers watched him with restrained yet keen interest. Jiang Hemming maintained an indifferent demeanor, though a flicker of intrigue ignited in his phoenix-like eyes.
Chu Mushi.
Does she consider him her backup? Has she become aware of it? After a brief pause, Jiang Hemming finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. His tone languid. Very well, since I have nothing on my agenda, I shall accompany you for some amusement. Chu Mushi's eyes sparkled with delight. Her expression brimming with joy. Yes, yes. I will prepare. You all must come and join in the fun. Jiang Nanshu cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Hemming. Third brother may still be oblivious to how he cannot possibly compete with her, otherwise, he would not end up in such a predicament. Alas, it is none of my concern, she mumbled to herself. Turning her head, she found Jiang Hemming's gaze fixed on her intently. Jiang Nanshu felt a shiver run down her spine, inhaling sharply, blinking her dewy apricot eyes, and quietly asked, Third brother? What are you staring at me for? Damn it. I haven't provoked this lunatic, have I? Why does he look as if he wants to see right through me? Jiang Hemming, unfazed, broke into a faint smile. I find you quite adorable. Such a lovely sister must be fed well to ensure she remains plump and healthy. When we have the outdoor barbecue, I expect to see you there. Otherwise, I shall have to visit your room to prepare fruit for you. Jiang Nanshu. Ah, what a lunatic. How is it that you are even more unhinged than I am? What have I done to deserve this? You do not wish to prepare fruit. You want to slice me up. Why must I be present? Jiang Nanshu was baffled. Her role today was merely to kick the female lead into the water, after which the gathering would inevitably end on a sour note. She herself would remain unharmed, and the female lead would be swiftly rescued. This segment felt as if it hadn't happened at all. The outdoor barbecue was entirely absent from the original narrative. Naturally, in a scenario teeming with protagonists, what relevance did it hold for her, the wicked female supporting character? However, the current plot had deviated slightly. Was this new storyline concocted for the sake of the female lead? Jiang Nanshu forced a smile. Very well, I shall certainly be present. I will return to my room to change first. I am quite eager to see how this unfolds. This new plot must surely serve the female lead's interests. Yet, she remained uncertain about how the absence of today as opportunity to cultivate feelings with the male lead would affect the subsequent narrative's attempts at matchmaking. As she pondered, she made her way down the corridor. The Chu family had booked them all presidential suites, and as she ascended to the 5th floor of the Maple Forest Hotel via the elevator, she overheard a heated argument. How can there be a thief here stealing my diamonds? I left them on the bedside table. It must be one of your cleaning staff who went in and took them. I demand to review the surveillance footage. The hotel staff, dressed in hotel uniforms, looked troubled. Madam, our hotel guarantees the safety of all belongings. Perhaps you should check again. It may be that you placed them elsewhere and momentarily forgot. The elegantly dressed lady's eyes narrowed in fury as she shouted, "The security here is appalling. Who would dare to stay here again? I demand a compensation of 1 million today. Otherwise, I will report this to the authorities." Jiang Nanshu could not absorb a single word of the quarrel unfolding before her, because she was reminded of her own bag of treasures. So many precious items. My darlings, woe betide anyone who dares to touch you. I shall take their life. My treasures, mother is coming. Just as she was about to exit, she collided with the hurriedly approaching Lu Qingyan. Children? Treasures? Mother? When did she have children? Instinctively, she grasped her wrist, causing Jiang Nanshu to come to an abrupt halt, sending Lu Qingyan crashing against the door. The door was ajar, and their unsteady balance sent them tumbling inside.
Ouch.
Lu Qingyan winced in pain. My teeth are going to break. It hurts. The two of them tumbled together. Jiang Nanshu's teeth struck Lu Qingyan's collarbone, leaving a bruise and drawing blood, a small tear in his skin. Jiang Nanshu raised her head, realizing that the instigator was Lu Qingyan. After a moment of restraint, she managed to muster a twisted smile. Brother Qingyan, why did you pull me? You nearly shattered my teeth against your bones. Lu Qingyan's expression soured slightly. Under Jiang Nanshu's gaze, he hesitated to touch the spot where she had injured herself. Turning away as he spoke in a low voice, I saw you running so hastily, afraid you would fall. Could you please adjust your position a bit? Jiang Nanshu then noticed that her knee was pressing against his thigh. A slight advance could potentially lead to a rather uncomfortable outcome for Lu Qingyan, given the force of their fall. You truly are incapable, aren't you? Be careful not to accuse me of causing your difficulties later. That would be quite the misfortune. Lu Qingyan. Sometimes, he truly found it quite bothersome to hear her inner thoughts. Jiang Nanshu nimbly rose to her feet, intending to dash outside, yet she was once again restrained by Lu Qingyan, who grasped her wrist. Where are you going? Jiang Nanshu attempted to shake him off. I am going back to my room to change clothes. My poor children, I will return shortly. Lu Qingyan's expression darkened, his voice icy. I will accompany you. He even suspected that this child was associated with someone named Zhou Yanxiu. Jiang Nanshu had called out to him twice, once when intoxicated, her mind clear, and the other time when she was on the brink of death, her heart whispering that name. Who exactly was this person? How dare she be entangled with another man? Chapter 118. Where is that man hiding? Are you alright? Why do you insist on accompanying me? Do not create chaos. Jiang Nanshu shrugged him off, attempting to escape. It is no trouble to you. I merely wish to change my clothes. And having a man accompany me would only make me shy. Lu Qingyan followed closely behind, and as Jiang Nanshu opened the door to her room, he blocked her way. At that moment, Yang Jiasu, who was recording a video, widened his eyes in astonishment. What the hell? Lu Qingyan just entered the same room as Jiang Nanshu. The next second, his video call was abruptly disconnected by Chung'an. He cast a bewildered glance, pondering the necessity of such reticence over merely booking a room. He resolved to ignore Jiang Yinchuan and Lu Qingyan later. How could they vacation in such a splendid place without inviting him? He had even arranged the hotel room himself. Such a lack of camaraderie. He decided to sever ties with them for a mere 2 hours to express his discontent, then took his room key and entered his room, setting down his small luggage. On the other hand, Chung'an was compelled to hang up because Su Ran was also present. Originally, Yang Jiasu had been summoned by him. As Su Ran felt that her former good friends were growing distant, Chung'an had intentionally called Yang Jiasu to engage Su Ran in conversation. Thus, he had just intended to inquire about his whereabouts, only to witness that scene. How had Lu Qingyan and Jiang Nanshu reached the point of sharing a room? A man and a woman alone together. Everyone knows what that implies. Su Ran's face turned pale, her once brilliant eyes now devoid of life. Chung'an, feeling flustered, urged her. Ran, you must trust Brother Yan. He would never do such a thing. Su Ran shook her head, a bitter smile gracing her lips. In truth, his act of rescuing Jiang Nanshu has rendered my past gratitude trivial. Tears welled in her eyes. I was gone for 3 years. Why has everything changed upon my return? It's as if I exchanged money for a life. If I hadn't intervened, he would have perished. How could I abandon him? I thought that coming back would allow me to clear up the misunderstandings with Lu Qingyan. He promised me we would be together. How did I lose him? Supporting her head with her hands, she sobbed painfully, tears splattering onto the ground. It took immense courage for her to stand before him once more. 3 years of unrequited love had come to an abrupt halt, trampled in the soil just as it was about to blossom. Why was she forced to endure such convolutions? All she desired was to be with the one she loved for a lifetime. Was that too much to ask? Yet, external forces and wealth intervened, compelling her to choose between 2 paths, one life and one love. But the life she saved was a viper, a devil capable of shattering her pride, outwardly radiant. She was internally crumbling. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her entire being trembled uncontrollably. Chang'an looked at her with concern. Ran, you.
Suddenly, Su Ran,
With reddened eyes, grasped Chang'an's hand. Anzi, please help me. I don't want to return abroad. Help me with Lu Qingyan, please. Everything she had said about severing ties was merely a strategic retreat. He was a particularly sensitive and cautious individual. Once he sensed her ulterior motives, Lu Qingyan would turn away without hesitation. She wished to reconnect with him gradually, at the very least, to eliminate the initial resistance he had toward her. She needed a formidable shield. Once Lu Qingyan harbored feelings for her, he would protect her. Chang'an was momentarily taken aback. As if encountering Su Ran for the first time, she had always been so proud, never uttering such humble pleas for affection. Ran, what are you saying? Realizing her own words, Su Ran snapped back to her senses. Indeed, how could she utter such things? Such disarrayed sentiments. She withdrew her hand, eyes downcast, tears still lingering on her lashes. I'm sorry, just disregard what I said. I am Su Ran, I don't need to revolve around a man.
Ansi.
Pretend you didn't hear me. I have loved Qingyan for 6 years. It's time to bring it to an end. Chang'an's gaze softened with concern, gently patting her back. It's all right, Ran. I will always stand behind you, a place you can easily turn to. Gratitude washed over Su Ran, and she managed to smile through her tears. Anzi, having you by my side is a blessing. If only he possessed a family background as formidable as Lu Qingyan's. Regrettably, not everyone could be Lu Qingyan. Later, Cece will summon us for outdoor barbecue. Tidy up and join us, Chang'an remarked, rising to leave. Casting a smile at Su Ran. Brother Yen will also be there. You are kind-hearted, and a life is far more precious. I understand you. And I believe Brother Yen will too. Su Ran's palms grew clammy with anxiety. She nodded, you go ahead, I will join shortly. The only consolation was that she wouldn't see him again in the immediate future. Thus, she resolved to cherish this time to develop her career. As her thoughts settled, her phone vibrated twice, messages from Yuan Feng and Director Chen. Director Chen's message was succinct. Xiao Su, after tomorrow's physical examination for the crew, there will be a gathering at Yi's at 8 p.m. If you're available, please come discuss the role of the female lead in my period drama. I still have high hopes for you. Your acting abilities are recognized by me. Excitement bubbled within Su Ran. She yearned to escape the lukewarm reputation of her girl group and transition entirely into acting. Director Chen had offered her the lead in a campus web drama, and she was grateful for his appreciation of her talent. Although his second period drama was not a grand production, as long as it was decent, she could still participate. She was determined to seize every opportunity to ascend. With renewed resolve, she replied, Thank you, Director Chen. I will be there on time. Upon sending her response, Director Chen sent her an approving OK gesture. Next, she turned her attention to Yuan Feng's message. Xiao Ran, let us go for the physical examination tomorrow. There's a blood test. Are you afraid of needles? Yuan Feng was a 3rd or 4th tier celebrity in the entertainment industry with some popularity, and Su Ran hoped he could help her. She hurriedly replied, I'm fine with it. I'm not afraid of needles. Teacher Yuan, what time shall we meet tomorrow? Yuan Feng took 2 minutes to respond. Let us say morning. By the way, see if you can persuade Yi to join us. We're all from the same crew. And going solo isn't beneficial for her career.
Su Ran frowned.
Yuan Feng continued with a note of frustration. She's angry with me and isn't responding to my messages. I'm genuinely worried about her. You girls can be persuasive. You must emphasize the importance of her health. It was yet again Jiang Lei. Did she feign this attitude because she noticed Su Ran getting closer to Yuan Feng, waiting for him to invite her? Su Ran's expression hardened. Jiang Lei's health was none of her concern. She had no intention of conversing with those who targeted her. Thus, she dismissed Yuan Feng's words from her mind. Would Yuan Feng confront her tomorrow about Jiang Lei's absence? In the presidential suite of the hotel, Jiang Nanshu regarded Lu Qingyan, who had followed her in, lost in thought. I came to see my darling. What are you doing here? Lu Qingyan surveyed the room, strikingly similar to his own suite, his peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of chill in his demeanor. Where is that man hiding? Chapter 119. Could you possibly hear the thoughts of my heart? A man? How was I to know there was a man in my room? Jiang Nanshu replied, feigning confusion. The persona of the lovesick fool had become untenable. She would no longer demean herself. With a forceful shove, she pressed Lu Qingyan against the wall, her expression one of indignation. Are you accusing me of having someone else? I only hired male models to provoke you. Yet I overestimated myself. I cannot elicit even the slightest fluctuation in your feelings. I agree to the annulment. But I cannot bear to see Grandfather Lu saddened. After pursuing you for so long, even a stone should warm up eventually. I feel like such a failure. You don't even like me. Why do you care? I don't need your oversight. Go seek Su Ran. I assure you I will no longer trouble her. If you pursue her, I will go to Grandfather Lu to annul our engagement. This was the second time Jiang Nanshu had laid hands on him in a single day. Remarkably, he felt no anger. Rather, he found this to be the true essence of Jiang Nanshu. Not the submissive figure who had sought to please him merely to marry into the Lu family. She possessed none of the qualities of a refined lady and was, in fact, somewhat rebellious, the type that Lu's mother despised in a daughter-in-law. It was no wonder Lu's mother had opposed the union for 3 years. Yet Lu Qingyan's marriage had been decisively settled by Grandfather Lu. Lu Qingyan gazed at her in silence. In the dim, yellowish light, Jiang Nanshu appeared as a beauty shrouded in dust, resembling a precious gem. Blinking her eyes, she struggled to discern Lu Qingyan's intentions. Given my current state, if you can still endure, I truly ought to take you to a mental health examination, she mused. She, too, felt the need for an assessment. After all, why could she hear her innermost thoughts? It felt dreamlike. Lu Qingyan inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and chose to overlook Jiang Nanshu's unreasonable antics. Instead posing a question, is your intention to call off our engagement sincere? Speak honestly, Jiang Nanshu. For a moment, she was taken aback, her mind racing. Clinging to hope seemed futile. Her recent experiences had taught her that. This had only served to skew the emotional trajectory of the original narrative between the protagonists toward the Pacific Ocean. Weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Nanshu resolved to be bold. With her almond-shaped eyes glistening, she declared, "Of course it's true. I detest feeling insecure. I loathe the fear of loss. I abhor having things I cherish snatched away. I despise being abandoned by the one I rely on most. If we cannot obtain our marriage certificate by tomorrow, let us cease all contact. You should have ended our engagement from the beginning. What were you thinking? To suddenly decide against it has hindered my ability to earn money. I am no longer simply pursuing affection. I am now pressuring for marriage, something no one could possibly accept," she lamented, vividly imagining her 5 brothers' reactions. Jiang Isin would likely smirk at a woman demanding marriage, perhaps even seal her lips to silence her. Jiang Jingcheng would casually manipulate a scalpel while coldly educating her on how to commit murder undetected using medical knowledge. Jiang Hemyan would methodically dissect a dummy in her presence, later asking, "Still want marry?" Jiang Zhouye would scoff, "What makes you think you can marry me with your status? Wake up from this dream. I suggest you drink a bottle of herbicide to clear your mind." Jiang Yunchuan would regard her with a cold expression, stating, "Unless you can buy my life with 100 gaming companies, why should I consider you?" Jiang Nanshu felt a bead of sweat trickle down her back as she awaited Lu Qingyan's response, her gaze a mixture of anticipation and restraint. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, "We cannot marry." Her eyes lit up momentarily, "Then we shall." But before she could utter the words "cease all contact," he interrupted her. "You are still underage. At least a year remains." Jiang Nanshu retorted, "Who discussed age with you? Could it be that you have taken an interest in me? Otherwise, why would you stubbornly refuse to call off our engagement? I knew it. Being too beautiful is a curse. Is it wrong to want to earn money and escape this dreadful place?" Internally, she was in turmoil, while Lu Qingyan's eyelashes fluttered as he lowered his gaze. concealing his astonishment. Was Jiang Nanshu truly not from this realm? Who was she, and why had she occupied Jiang Nanshu's body? Only to act in ways that provoked their disdain? Was this the task she had alluded to in her earlier thoughts? The concept of borrowing a corpse to return was beyond his comprehension. As a staunch materialist, he felt as though he were unraveling. Jiang Nanshu, undeterred, asked, "Can we not expedite a marriage certificate? I am eager to obtain it by tomorrow." "That is not possible." Lu Qingyan's voice was stiff. Jiang Nanshu's expression shifted to one of expected disappointment, her eyes full of sorrow. "Please leave. I will no longer seek you out." "Oh joy. No need to catch you," and Su ran in the act. "I barely have enough time to sleep, let alone pursue financial fraud. Hurry and leave. I need to check if my treasures are still safe." Lu Qingyan cast her a complex glance before stepping into her room. Jiang Nanshu, failing to intercept him in time, allowed him to approach her bed.
"Ah,
"My treasures, my children." Lu Qingyan lifted the covers, revealing them strewn with glimmering gems. Jiang Nanshu immediately lunged forward, tears welling in her eyes. "What do you want? From the beginning, you've been acting strangely, refusing to issue my marriage certificate, and now you dare to disturb my treasures. What are your intentions?" Lu Qingyan was at a loss for words, realizing that her children referred to these jewels. "Your children are these trinkets?" Jiang Nanshu stared at him in bewilderment. "How did you know these are my treasures?" "I never told you." Lu Qingyan pressed his lips together. "You referred to them as treasures just now." He added, "Your motherly instinct to protect them is unmistakable." Jiang Nanshu gasped. "You can't possibly hear my thoughts, can you?"
that would be terrifying."
"No, wait, that doesn't seem likely," she reconsidered. After all, she had spoken ill of him previously. If he could truly hear her, he would have confronted her long ago, and her disdain would have soared. "You truly are oblivious. Su Ran returned solely to approach you. The 30 million she received 3 years ago was for another man's medical expenses. That man will return to torment you and Su Ran time and again until you cast him aside. You should be pursuing her now, or you may lose your wife entirely." Lu Qingyan's expression remained unchanged, his almond-shaped eyes softening as he said, "Change your clothes. I will wait for you outside. This presidential suite has a safe. Put all your treasures inside to prevent theft." Only after Lu Qingyan closed the door did a flicker of doubt cross Jiang Nanshu's mind. His earlier comment had been a thought she had deliberately voiced, yet he had shown no reaction. In the original story, he had chased Su Ran all the way to the airport in desperation. If he had known beforehand that her money was intended for another man, it would have shaken even the calmest of souls. Jiang Nanshu refused to believe the male lead's disinterest in the female lead. Otherwise, why would the narrative revolve around their reunion? Chapter 120. I am now with Jiang Nanshu. After testing the waters, he found nothing amiss. Jiang Nanshu dismissed her suspicions. "Could it be that you've implanted some listening device on me, causing me to slip up? How insidious. If I find out you've done something so underhanded, I'll make sure to slap you twice more." On the other side of the door, Lu Qingyan felt a sharp twitch in his brow. He touched his recently treated face, which was no longer as red, but still painful. Leaning against the wall, he brushed his fingers over the scabbed area on his collarbone, where blood had dried, forming a thin crust, accompanied by a slight sting. Clad in a loose white t-shirt, the injury stood out conspicuously.
He sighed,
feeling a chaotic whirlwind within. He was utterly perplexed. This was more vexing than the most challenging math problem he had ever encountered. He tilted his head, gazing at the warm, amber glow of the hotel corridor lights. His dark hair swayed gently with his movements, and the exquisite arc of his almond-shaped eyes captivated. His dark pupils stared blankly at the light, his lips tinged with a pale red, frozen in that moment, reminiscent of a handsome character from a comic book. His cool brows furrowed slightly, evoking a desire to smooth them out. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" A large hand waved in front of his eyes, pulling him back to reality. His pupils refocused, and he noticed it was Yang Jiashu. "What brings you here?" he asked, his tone cool. Yang Jiashu smirked, adjusting his glasses. "You and Yunchuan are quite the pair, sneaking off here for a vacation without telling me. No wonder he wouldn't go online when I asked him. Said he had plans for the weekend. Has he forgotten I'm his brother? It's only been 2 days, and I came because the Chu family invited me."
"Who invited you?"
Yang Jiashu, fuming, replied sarcastically, "Chang'an, of course. She wanted to catch up with Su Ran." TSK, you're quite the lucky one. Aren't you? With your ex, current, and secret crush all in one place, the 4 of us could play mahjong together." Lu Qingyan's eyes narrowed in confusion. "Who? Yang Jiashu let out a soft hum, lowering his voice. Chu Mushi, I can't shake the feeling that she harbors a certain interest in you. Perhaps she herself didn't anticipate that after finally managing to push Su Ran away, another Jiang Nanshu would emerge, prompting her to go abroad? Lu Qingyan maintained an indifferent demeanor, as though Yang Jiashu were merely discussing a stranger. He continued, otherwise, why would she only invite you and not me? Her intentions are evidently not solely about the drink. Based on my analysis, she is far from innocent. Lu Qingyan chuckled lightly. I wasn't invited because of the Chu family. Then who were you invited by?
Suran?
Brother. We shouldn't be engaging in such antics. Yang Jiashu glanced at the marks on his collarbone and stammered, you and her, how intense. How can you be entangled with Jiang Nanshu while still pining for your ex? Now I finally understand why she is acting so crazily. You're such a scoundrel. Lu Qingyan merely raised a hand to rub his brow. Sometimes, verbal explanations are utterly unbelievable. He truly did not have feelings for Su Ran, yet no matter how many times he reiterated it, he was perceived as merely feigning strength, unable to let go in his heart. Therefore, upon hearing Jiang Nanshu's heartfelt confession, even when he knew Su Ran used 30 million to treat another man, his heart remained undisturbed. Jiang Nanshu, in her calculations, had utterly failed to account for his lack of love for Su Ran. How could they possibly deepen their relationship, based on their high school camaraderie from 3 years prior? With this thought, Lu Qingyan smirked mockingly. Upon raising his eyes, he spotted Su Ran at the end of the corridor, also on this floor, 3 rooms away from Jiang Nanshu's. At this distance, she could hear every word exchanged between him and Yang Jiashu. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on the wound on his collarbone, further irking him. Yang Jiashu also noticed Su Ran, accompanied by Cheng'an. This unfortunate encounter caused him to close his mouth abruptly, awkwardly smiling at Su Ran. After all, they had shared the same high school. Even though Su Ran had been away for 3 years, their former camaraderie lingered. Just as he pondered how to greet her, Lu Qingyan apathetically cast a glance at the two not far off and told a small lie. I am in a relationship with Jiang Nanshu. So my actions can only be deemed as courtship, not the scoundrel you claim. Please be mindful of your language next time. Yang Jiashu nearly choked on his words, coughing as his slender eyes widened behind his glasses. What the hell did I mishear? Lu Qingyan said he with Jiang Nanshu? Is he joking? Cheng'an's expression also shifted dramatically, instinctively glancing at Su Ran, who appeared pale, her once rosy lips drained of color. Her hands, which had been hanging at her sides, clenched and then relaxed, ultimately falling limply. The door creaked open, and Jiang Nanshu emerged wearing a fitted light blue denim dress, her black hair styled in a loose bun. She appeared momentarily stunned at the sight of so many people outside. What a chaotic scene. Is Su Ran here to flaunt her affection for Lu Qingyan? For a brief moment, she was at a loss regarding the situation. Yang Jiashu regarded her with a complex gaze. It was indeed a first for Lu Qingyan to acknowledge her. In high school, when they teased him about being with Su Ran, he would remain unfazed, buried in his books, requesting them not to make such jokes, as they would disrupt their studies. Back then, they thought he was merely shy, speaking in circles. But it turned out he had been speaking the truth, with no ulterior thoughts. It was all about academics. Seeing Su Ran's gaze land on her, Jiang Nanshu noticed the resentment in Cheng'an's eyes as well. I can't believe it. Just changing outfits can stir up this much animosity. I feel like a target. My life is worth just as much. The air grew eerily silent. Jiang Nanshu smiled slightly and politely inquired, Are you all waiting outside my door to assassinate me? I still have mischief to commit. My life is not meant to end. Lu Qingyan remained silent. Yang Jiashu couldn't help but laugh, suddenly realizing that Jiang Nanshu possessed quite the sense of humor. He cleared his throat, saying, Isn't Brother Qingyan waiting for you? Are you ready? Let us go. Lu Qingyan turned to Jiang Nanshu, and in the blink of an eye, she grasped the entirety of the situation. So this is a way to make me suffer. Bringing me here to make Su Ran feel jealous? Playing hard to get. Very clever. Fine, I will play along. Jiang Nanshu rolled up her sleeves, and in the next moment, she hooked her arm through Lu Qingyan's, flashing him a sweet smile. All right then, Brother Qingyan. Only after the 3 of them had walked away did Cheng'an hastily try to reassure Lu Qingyan. Ran, don't be disheartened. Brother Qingyan is merely captivated by Jiang Nanshu's beautiful face. He could never truly like that venomous woman. A faint smile graced Su Ran's lips as she responded, I know.
What?
Cheng'an was momentarily stunned. Qingyan is lying. He is angry with me for leaving 3 years ago and is staging this scene deliberately for my sake. Upon hearing Su Ran's explanation, Chang'an felt a blend of joy and melancholy. I want to try again. I owe him an explanation. Chang'an quietly followed behind Su Ran, sighing deeply. I support all your decisions. The two made their way toward the outdoor barbecue area. Meanwhile, downstairs, two black luxury cars successively pulled up in front of the Fonlin Hotel. Jiang Nanshu, cigarette dangling from his mouth, raised an eyebrow at the man emerging from the other car, a mischievous smile creeping across his lips. Mr. Fong, we still need to discuss our collaboration. Fong Mingyi, impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit, felt genuinely annoyed by Jiang Nanshu's pursuit to this location. I have nothing to discuss with you. He began to walk away, but abruptly halted, his gaze landing on Jiang Nanshu in her light blue denim dress. His eyes sparkled with recognition. He had encountered her again, the most suitable spokesperson in his mind. However, Jiang Nanshu and her companions had already moved on, disappearing from view in no time. Fong Mingyi attempted to pursue them, but was blocked by Jiang Nanshu. How about we collaborate to take down that scoundrel? Bo Yan. Not a chance. Seeing Fong Mingyi's focus fixated on a particular spot, Jiang Nanshu turned to look as well. There stood Su Ran, clad in a white dress, her demeanor strikingly elegant. Jiang Nanshu was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. She's enchanting. Having been delayed by the flu and a cold, Jiang Nanshu felt as if his thoughts were muddled. Everyone, take care of your health. Chapter 121. Heartfelt stirring. Jiang Nanshu felt his heart flutter. He had never experienced such an immediate, visceral reaction before. It unearthed feelings he had long buried. He had always been a carefree spirit, moving through the world without attachment. But this pure presence reminded him of the sensation he felt when he first encountered his first love during his school days. Once she had walked away, Jiang Nanshu withdrew his gaze and glanced at Fong Mingyi, who remained fixated on that direction. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he flicked the glowing end of his cigarette to the ground, extinguishing it with his shoe. With one hand in his pocket, he lazily leaned against the front of the car. Mr. Fong, do you know that girl? Which one? Fong Mingyi replied, puzzled. The one in the white dress. I don't know her. Fong Mingyi had little interest in the dresses people wore. He was solely focused on finding his ideal spokesperson. Since he had fortuitously encountered her, who had already signed the contract to audition, he might as well discuss the matter right then and there. Jiang Nanshu shot him a peculiar glance. You don't know her, yet you keep staring? Don't think I didn't notice the surprise in your eyes. You're not a child anymore. Show some composure. He smirked slightly, realizing Fong Mingyi's eagerness to pursue her likely stemmed from an immediate attraction. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, since you seem so keen to go after her, I'll accompany you. We can discuss our collaboration along the way. Partnering with Zhang's firm would be a sound investment. Fong Mingyi, don't think that that's what I'm after. It was merely a ploy to persuade him to deal with Bo Yan. A businessman must not overlook critical matters. He had no desire to offend Bo Yan, as it would not serve his interests. Fong Shi has always found himself caught between the Jiang and Bo families, neither indulging in sycophancy nor distancing himself without cause. How delightful it is to collaborate with both sides. His handsome visage remained expressionless, exuding an icy demeanor. No, not discussing, no negotiations. Jiang Nanshu, this old man is truly difficult to handle. No wonder he is nearly 30 and still single, utterly devoid of romance. He inhaled deeply. Fong Shi was indeed a crucial partner, yet they had not reached the stage of intertwining their interests. He could ally with either the Jiang family or the Bo family. Jiang Nanshu had no intention of dismantling the Bo family, but it was outrageous that they dared to encroach upon Zhang's company. Did they truly regard him as a pushover? He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and resolutely declared, how about this? You seem quite taken with that girl from earlier. Allow me to assist you in winning her over. In the face of corporate prospects, the fleeting allure of a blooming lily seemed trivial. Fong Mingyi, Jiang Nanshu, the notorious libertine, indeed lives up to his reputation, with only women occupying his thoughts. Does he assume everyone shares his penchant for romance? No need. I can manage on my own. This response left Jiang Nanshu astonished. Could this unromantic blockhead truly capture a woman's heart? His smile turned mischievous as smoke curled in the air. He narrowed his eyes slightly. If that is the case, I am eager to witness your prowess. Please, Mr. Fong. The long night beckons for some amusement to pass the time. Fong Mingyi had initially come to Fonlin Villa to discuss collaboration, but with Jiang Nanshu persistently trailing him, he had no choice but to postpone until tomorrow. As fate would have it, He had no pressing engagements, so a visit seemed agreeable. Jiang Yisan followed him nonchalantly, the two moving in tandem. The open lawn was expansive, bordered by the sea, with wooden structures dotting the landscape. Colorful lights adorned the flowers and trees, while the wooden house was surrounded by sprawling red roses, creating a romantic atmosphere. Above, a full moon illuminated the night sky, its silvery light cascading over the ocean, where gentle waves lapped at the sandy shore, creating beautiful frothy bubbles akin to a galaxy. The warm breeze carried a hint of the sea. Fenglan Villa was indeed a splendid vacation destination, with several barbecue grills set up along the beach. The barbecue organized by Chu Mushi was situated in the most picturesque spot, right next to a cluster of rose bushes. At this moment, Jiang Jingcheng and the others had arrived, donned in casual attire. He reclined on a beach chair, a bottle of exquisite red wine at his side, engaged in conversation with Jiang Himian. Jiang Zhouya sat a bit further from the grill, presumably to avoid the smoke irritating his already delicate throat, dressed in a floral shirt and beach shorts, engrossed in his phone. Jiang Yunchuan, brimming with enthusiasm, donned an apron and enthusiastically assumed the role of grill master, though it was evident he lacked the necessary skills, having charred several skewers. Jiang Lei impatiently pulled him aside to take over, while Chu Mushi, unable to tolerate the odors, observed from a distance. Jiang father and Jiang mother, who had intended to rest, appeared at the large windowed wooden house, accompanied by Chu Xian. The three seemed to be engaged in conversation, yet Jiang mother appeared disinterested, while Jiang father, having received a scolding from her, hesitated to engage with Chu Xian. Nevertheless, Chu Xian was quite talkative, and he awkwardly echoed a few comments, even bringing over orange juice and a coconut drink for Jiang mother, mistakenly believing her displeasure stemmed from not having sweet coconut juice. However, his efforts only seemed to exacerbate her mood, as she offered him not a single word. The scene was quite lively. Yang Jieshu, ever fond of socializing, spotted Jiang Yunchuan waving. Yunchuan? Jiang Yunchuan looked up, waving back. Jieshu, you've arrived just in time. Come and taste my grilling skills. Lei says it's terrible, but I clearly consulted a barbecue master. The true grill master was stationed at the other end, and this setup was merely for the young masters and ladies to practice, not intended for them to truly take charge. Upon seeing the charred mass before him, Yang Jieshu fell silent. What is this? Jiang Yunchuan frowned. Beef. Can't you tell? Yang Jieshu remarked. Anyone unaware might think you tossed some charcoal onto the plate. This time it was Jiang Yunchuan who was at a loss for words. He had labored for half an hour. Jieshu, it's been a while, a gentle female voice chimed in. Yang Jieshu turned to see Chu Mushi, offering a polite smile. Long time no see. She then shifted her gaze to Lu Qingyan, her delicate features adorned with a warm smile. Yen, long time no see. Lu Qingyan's gaze remained cool as he nodded in acknowledgement. Chu Mushi chuckled and shook her head playfully. You're still the same, though you seem approachable. There's an underlying chill. At this rate, Sister Nanshu will cease her pursuits, deterred by your indifference. It's fortunate that Grandpa Lu arranged this engagement for you. Otherwise, finding a wife would be quite the challenge. Jiang Nanshu was left in a state of disbelief, admiring Chu Mushi's linguistic finesse. With a teasing tone, she had articulated Lu Qingyan's two greatest aversions. Jiang Nanshu let out a soft sigh, her expression one of melancholy, as she seized upon Chu Mushi's lead. Sister Chu is right. I've been deterred by your coldness, and from now on, I shall no longer chase after Brother Qingyan. She dared not act out, especially regarding the romantic storyline between the leads. She wished to avoid any appearances. She began to reflect. Had her frequent antics inadvertently made Lu Qingyan remember her? I would prefer it that way. I have no desire to linger before him. Chu Mushi was taken aback by Jiang Nanshu's current demeanor. Was she not infatuated with Lu Qingyan? Who would believe she would stop pursuing him? Regardless, as long as Grandpa Lu had not given his blessing, Lu Qingyan could not withdraw from their engagement. Perhaps this was the confidence that came with a touch of entitlement. Yang Jieshu found the unfolding drama quite entertaining until Lu Qingyan suddenly interjected. Miss Chu, you remain as meddlesome as ever. Furthermore, our relationship is not yet at a point where you may call me Yen. Chu Mushi's fair complexion flushed lightly, not from embarrassment, but from awkwardness. She pressed her lips together, her face displaying an apologetic smile. I apologize, I overstepped. The disappointment in her eyes was hard to conceal, and tears glimmered as she sought help from Jiang Lei, hoping she would come to her aid. In the past, whenever she faced a slight, Jiang Lei would jump to her defense. Yet this time, Jiang Lei feigned ignorance, her focus solely on the barbecue skewers in her hands, as if she were oblivious to the unfolding drama. As the barbecue sauce, secret spicy sauce, cumin and chili powder sizzled and dripped with enticing aromas, Lu Qingyan didn't spare her a glance, coolly remarking, "Be more cautious next time." Jiang Nanshu hardly dared to speak. Has he lost it? She just his childhood friend? His childhood friend? How was he unaware? He had no friends growing up, only relentless studies. His mother would confine him at home all day for learning. Should he make a sound, he would be met with a beating. If he failed to complete her assigned tasks, he would be punished with a day without food. While other children at the age of 4 or 5 played in the garden with their parents, he was bent over under the weight of heavy academic burdens. A single wrong note on the piano would result in punishment. Disobedience meant a beating. Even when his parents quarreled, he bore the brunt of it. He was expected to smile daily, to be docile. Obedience was ingrained in his very being. Lu Mu did not permit him to have friends, asserting that frivolity would lead him into the abyss. As the heir of the Lu family, he was bound to live according to her meticulous plans. Only through excellence could he carve out a place within the Lu family and rescue their precarious business. Before Lu Laozu took him out, he had spent 10 years confined in a villa, tutored by a specially appointed educator. Recalling this abruptly came to a halt. Lu Qingyan suddenly felt a sense of ennui and strolled toward the seaside. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Yang Jeshu forced a chuckle, saying, "Well, I'll go find Yan Ge. Call me when the barbecue is ready." Jiang Yunchuan picked up a skewer of meat prepared by Jiang Lei, casting a contemplative glance at Xu Mushi before following suit. Jiang Lei, seemingly just realizing the situation, furrowed her brows and asked, "Cici, why are you crying? What's wrong?" "It's nothing," Xu Mushi replied softly, lifting her hand to wipe away the glimmer in her eyes. "I'm fine, Lei." "Oh, all right then." Jiang Lei cheerfully waved at Jiang Nanshu. "Come here, I made you a skewer." Jiang Nanshu thought to herself, "Did you not see her beloved crying like this?" A simple acknowledgement from you would have allowed her to pour out her grievances. What a collapse of character for both of you. Yet she still skipped over, eagerly accepting the skewer, taking a delicate bite. "Not bad, the flavor is decent." "Delicious, delicious, oh my, so tasty." The Golden Sister's culinary skills are truly remarkable. "I'll be back for more, I want to eat to my heart's content." "There's more, just eat slowly." Jiang Lei waved the skewer in her hand, a smile adorning her lips. Xu Mushi stared blankly at the scene, an uncomfortable sensation suddenly welling up within her. In the past, Jiang Lei would treat her with the same kindness, standing up for her despite being a few years younger, always offering her the first bite of any delicious food, sharing intriguing stories and even researching medical texts just to find out what she should avoid. She had taken all this goodwill for granted, but now, seeing it bestowed upon someone else felt painfully glaring. She had always harbored a dislike for Jiang Lei, yet relished the heartfelt devotion and affection she offered. Now that that affection was directed elsewhere, it felt as if a thief had stolen what was rightfully hers. Jiang Nanshu was that thief, usurping her engagement and now also claiming Jiang Lei's affection. She cast her eyes down, concealing the resentment brewing within. No one knew how elated she had felt upon discovering Jiang Lei was a false heiress. So, Jiang Lei was now desperately trying to please Jiang Nanshu. Fearing expulsion from the Jiang family, Jiang Lei, truly, had disappointed her greatly. Jiang Nanshu feasted without a trace of guilt. Such a gaze of resentment. I can feel it even with my back turned. Hee. It must irritate you to see the Golden Sister treating me well. Xu Mushi must resent me deeply for this. What a peculiar person, wanting to enjoy the Golden Sister's kindness while secretly wishing for her downfall. Sister, be good to me, I promise I won't betray you. Sob, 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 I'm quite easy to win over. Her face remained composed while her heart wept. How strange. In this entire household, the only person she did not despise was Jiang Lei, a family member with whom she shared no blood ties. Jiang Lei inhaled deeply, the thick smoke obscuring her vision. Since Jiang Nanshu liked them, she decided to grill a few more skewers. With that thought, she recalled Jiang Nanshu as heartfelt words and finally summoned her courage to say, "Jiang Nanshu, I received an audition for a new script. It's a leading role in a drama titled Wan Fengming, directed by the renowned Wen Dao, who is famous for nurturing newcomers. The leading ladies from his productions, whether in film or television, have all risen to prominence, including one nominated for Best Actress last year. This is an opportunity for me. Even if I'm cast as a supporting role, it would still be significant." Jiang Nanshu's chewing slowed considerably. Jiang Lei continued with a smile. In 2 months, you'll be turning 19. If I'm fortunate enough to be chosen, I'll use my earnings to buy you a gemstone. Jiang Nanshu smacked her lips. With your acting skills, can you really manage it? Don't embarrass yourself by being outperformed by others. Though I desire that gemstone, the role is Su Ran's. Even if you are selected, you might still be eliminated. Don't think you'll even get a chance at a minor role. Perhaps I should just tell you to give up. My cold is so painful. My updates have been delayed, but I'm hanging in there. Chapter 123. She was already ill. Jiang Lei was utterly astonished, quickly followed by disbelief. Why was everything prepared for Su Ran? Even the leading role she had fought so hard for in the web series, for which she had memorized her lines flawlessly, was suddenly snatched away by director Chen, who replaced her with Su Ran just before filming began. To everyone, she was nameless and lacked popularity, making her an easy target for elimination. Thus, director Chen stated that if she didn't, he agreed to withdraw. He would offer her a supporting role as the third female lead. Su Ran had taken her leading role, while she was carelessly assigned the role of a wicked supporting character. That was not the end of it. The third-rate actress who was supposed to play the third female lead blamed her for sabotaging her, which fueled a wave of public outrage against her until Xie Zimiao intervened to clarify that it was the director's decision, thus halting the baseless online harassment.
Now,
This hard-won audition opportunity was again destined for Su Ran. Jiang Lei refused to believe that someone could attain everything without effort. She would not give up.
she would give it a try.
Jiang Lei feigned indifference, forcing a smile while regaining her confidence. As for acting, it can be honed. I'm still young and will have plenty of opportunities in the future, right? I will earn everyone's recognition. Her confidence made Jiang Nanshu believe that she could break free from the confines of this narrative. Su Ran basked in the halo of the leading role, and every challenge she faced brought her closer to benefactors who could assist her. Jiang Lei, as a mere pawn, had to rely solely on herself without familial support. Jiang Nanshu's almond-shaped eyes curved into a smile. I shall await your performance. While I'm unsure whether your efforts will yield rewards, not trying seems even more regretful. Good luck, but just know if you do get eliminated, I won't be there to help you. Jiang Lei had no expectation that Jiang Nanshu would lend a hand. To her, her sister was inept, and as long as she focused on her studies, her fate would be in her own hands. Yes. The most critical point now was that she would no longer form deep connections with any males, to prevent being manipulated or coerced. This was more terrifying than being swindled out of money. Do you still want some? I grilled vegetables. Jiang Lei lifted the broccoli in her hand. Before Jiang Nanshu could respond, Chu Mushi approached Jiang Lei, standing merely a step away. Lei, can I have that skewer? I'm a bit hungry. She stood at the edge of the thick smoke, her eyes reddening from the irritation, coughing incessantly as if trying to expel her lungs. Jiang Lei ultimately couldn't help but advise her. You shouldn't eat these. They're not good for your recovery. It's best if you don't stand here. What if your asthma flares up? She didn't want to be blamed by Chu Xin for causing Chu Mushi's demise. Most importantly, she wished to avoid dragging Jiang Nanshu into this mess. It was truly exhausting. Chu Mushi blinked, her eyes glistening with tears, her delicate face breaking into a smile. You still remember? I thought you had forgotten. Since I returned, I've noticed you've changed a lot. Lei, did I do something wrong?
Please don't dislike me.
Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Lei. Oh, I can hardly contain myself. Seeing how well the benefactor treats me fills me with jealousy. I feign misfortune while simultaneously relishing her kindness. I truly wonder if, in the moments you conspire against her, you ever feel a twinge of guilt. How could I allow you to succumb so easily to your illness? Jiang Nanshu wore a worried expression, inquiring with concern. Sister Chu, are you alright? You're coughing so much that saliva is everywhere. We can't enjoy the barbecue like this. She then turned to Jiang Lei with an air of authority. Hurry and take Sister Chu to the other side. She's already unwell. If she faints from coughing, you'll bear the blame. Jiang Lei, Chu Mushi. At first glance, her words appear to be nothing but genuine concern. However, upon closer examination, they seem to imply that she is mocking her for being sick and deliberately seeking attention. Jiang Lei set down the barbecue and took Chu Mushi's hand, leading her away. You shouldn't be wandering around. There are so many people waiting to eat barbecue. Although Fenglin Villa has a private doctor, its medical facilities are still lacking. If you fall ill, it would surely panic Aunt Chu. Chu Mushi listened quietly, momentarily discarding the discomfort in her heart and savoring Jiang Lei's kindness. She nodded. Yes, yes. Lei, I will heed your advice. Jiang Lei turned to meet her clear gaze, feeling a swirl of complex emotions. Such a seemingly sincere person was, in fact, calculating her every move. She couldn't fathom the reasons behind Chu Mushi's disdain. There was no conflict of interest between them, nor any emotional entanglements. As her thoughts wandered, Chu Mushi tugged her forward. Su ran, you've arrived just in time. The barbecue is ready. Fate has a way of intertwining paths. Jiang Lei's gaze fell upon Su Ran. She was made up beautifully, her entire visage exuding an ethereal charm. Undeniably, Su Ran's features were exquisite and delicate, reminiscent of a fragile white flower in need of protection beneath a gentle wing. It was no wonder Chang'an remained by her side like a devoted guardian. Su Ran's features lacked any sharpness, her aura radiating warmth that made her appear approachable. Yet for Jiang Lei, their energies clashed, and she couldn't help but frown at the sight of her. In contrast, Su Ran greeted them with grace, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Lei Mushi. Jiang Lei, maintaining a frigid demeanor, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Chang'an scoffed. Jiang Lei, have your manners been fed to the dogs? The Jiang family has nurtured you for 19 years. And this is how you respond to a greeting? With the adults present, Jiang Lei chose not to engage in an argument. She replied with a derisive laugh. How I conduct myself is my own affair. I haven't eaten a single grain of rice from your Qing family, so what business is it of yours? Chu Mushi glanced left and right, mediating. All right, let us not quarrel. Lei has always been aloof. You know this well. Chang'an, you should be more forgiving. He certainly wasn't like this before. Back when Jiang Lei was the genuine heiress, he would naturally treat her with kindness. It was said that during their time on set, he was unkind to Su Ran, his demeanor shifting to one of disdain. Su Ran, possessing a kind heart, never complained and swallowed her grievances silently. This was information he had personally verified. Jiang Lei was merely a counterfeit, easily crushed now that she had left the Jiang family. Thus, he couldn't help but chuckle. In the past, out of respect for Yunchuan, I was slightly kinder to her, considering she was a Jiang family lady. But now, I have no inclination to be patient with a counterfeit. Chapter 124. She is my sister. As his words fell, Jiang Nanshu's voice rang out. The barbecue is here. Oh no. She slipped, and a plate of freshly grilled oily meat pressed against Chang'an's thin t-shirt, adhering to his back. Ah! Chang'an yelped in pain, startling Su Ran enough to take a step back, distancing herself from him. She quickly reacted, grabbing a cold water bottle from the table and splashing it onto his back. Jiang father and Jiang mother emerged from the wooden house, asking, what happened? Upon hearing Jiang father's voice, Jiang Nanshu scurried behind him like a guilty child, murmuring, Dad, I think I made a mistake. I intended to serve the barbecue to my brothers, but I slipped, and it all ended up on Chang'an. His back must be blistered from the oil. What should I do? Perhaps I should have served him a pot of hot oil. Turning you from a lapdog into a dead dog. My actions were still too gentle. I'll be sure to apply more force next time. Jiang Nanshu felt an overwhelming sense of regret, but with the situation escalating, she had no means to remedy it, and Chang'an's smugness only fueled her irritation. Jiang father. He cast a glance at Chang'an's oil-stained t-shirt, which was too hot, prompting him to remove it. His back was red and swollen, covered in a multitude of blisters due to the sensitive skin. Goodness, just looking at it was painful. Yet Jiang Nanshu felt it was still too lenient. Jiang father cleared his throat, adopting a stern demeanor to mask his own discomfort. If word got out that Jiang Nanshu had acted deliberately, it would be disastrous. He spoke solemnly. Nan is fine. It was unintentional. Shuling, please call a doctor to check on Chang'an. We must ensure he doesn't have any lasting scars. He then admonished Jiang Nanshu, will you dare to be so careless again? Hurry and apologize to Chang'an. If it were anyone else, they might not forgive you so easily. Upon hearing Jiang father's words, Chang'an turned pale. That wretched Jiang Nanshu must have done this on purpose. What an unfortunate coincidence that it happened to him, burning away a layer of skin. The old man's rhetorical skills are no less than those from the Chu family. Has he learned this from spending time with Chu Xian? How amusing. Jiang Nanshu felt elated within, yet she maintained a facade of guilt, blinking her sincere eyes. It's entirely my fault for not standing firm. Can you forgive me? I have already apologized. Chang'an. He detected no hint of sincerity in her voice. He clenched his jaw, his expression dark and ominous. Chang'an wasn't petty. He reassured, don't worry, you've apologized, so I will certainly forgive you. Jiang Yunchuan's voice appeared just in time. The seaside trio, hearing the commotion, came over. Yang Jiashu glanced at Cheng En and chimed in, it's nothing. Cheng En is tough. This little injury will heal in a few days. Yan Ge, wouldn't you agree? Lu Qingyan didn't even glance at Cheng En, casually replying. Cheng En was infuriated. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. Yes, I want to hold it against her. After all, she didn't mean it. And it's not that painful. He would just pour hot water on her face next time. Such a hypocritical individual. Cheng En followed the doctor out. The barbecue chef placed all the grilled dishes on a long table sufficient for 20 people, laden with a variety of barbecued delicacies, delicious food, and fruits. Chu Xian beckoned everyone to take a seat. Everyone, please sit. It's a rare occasion, so you must enjoy yourselves. Qingyan, please sit here. Chu Xian particularly invited Lu Qingyan, fortuitously placing him next to Chu Mushi. Lu Qingyan surveyed the surroundings and settled beside Jiang Nanshu. Thank you. I'm fine sitting here. Su Ran glanced around. With Cheng En absent, she felt much more anxious. She sat across from Lu Qingyan, leaving a space beside him. Let us keep this spot for Cheng En. He'll be back soon. Just as she was about to sit beside Lu Qingyan, Yang Jeshu. Ugh. How could one reserve a seat? However, since Su Ran had said so, the others felt it inappropriate to comment further. When Cheng En returned, he had changed into a new shirt, the burn on his back treated with ointment. Noticing that Su Ran had saved him a seat in the middle. Next to Lu Qingyan, he didn't sit there but instead said to Su Ran, Ran, you take this seat. I'd prefer to sit next to Jeshu. Su Ran glanced at him, feeling somewhat conflicted, but Cheng En merely lifted his chin, prompting her to settle beside Lu Qingyan. Jiang Nanshu. Regarding the matter of seating, why take such a convoluted route? It is exhausting, for one clearly wishes to sit beside him. The bond between you two is indeed unbreakable, akin to a great cleaver that cannot sever it. Su Ran felt a twinge of anxiety, her hands clasped tightly on her knees, alternating between clenching and relaxing. She was evidently apprehensive that Lu Qingyan might detest her proximity. Suddenly, Lu Qingyan rose to his feet, prompting Su Ran to look up at him. With a swift motion, he grasped Jiang Nanshu's arm and guided her to his original seat. Let us switch, he declared. My nephew tends to be unruly without my company. He had only been playing with toys in the wooden cabin until someone mentioned barbecuing, which coaxed him outdoors. The little boy, with his sorrowful grape-like eyes, gazed longingly at Lu Qingyan, pouting, Uncle is so mean. Lu Qingyan ruffled his hair affectionately. I need to help you with your food. You cannot reach it. Su Ran hastily lowered her head, concealing her emotions. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanshu, who had been forced to sit beside Su Ran, remarked, Are you all mad? Am I merely a pawn in your game? Lu Qingyan's brow twitched in annoyance as he concentrated on serving barbecued meat to his nephew. The group settled down, and a lively atmosphere enveloped them as they began to eat and drink. Not far away, Jiang Yisun stood beside Fong Mingyi near a rose bush. Observing the merriment in the distance, Jiang Yisun smiled and invited Mr. Fong. My family is over there. Why not join us? It would be dull for you alone. Fong Mingyi shook his head. No need. I prefer to enjoy the night breeze here. His gaze was fixated on Jiang Nanshu, contemplating how to find an opportunity to invite her over for a chat. Jiang Yisun, noticing Fong Mingyi's unwavering attention on the girl in the white dress, thought. Despite his claims of disinterest, his eyes were glued to her. How about I help you get her contact information? She should be acquainted with the people at that table, he suggested. Fong Mingyi declined once more, casually slipping his hand into his pocket, remaining silent. At this moment, Su Ran unexpectedly stood up. Before long, soothing music filled the air, and she danced gracefully to its rhythm. Jiang Yisun was left transfixed. Under the moonlight, she resembled a muse. Upon finishing her dance, Cheng En took the lead in praising, Ran, you danced beautifully. The others clapped in a perfunctory manner, yet it was undeniable that Su Ran's movements were indeed enchanting. Chu Mushi remarked with a smile, Su Ran, splendid performance. It was only then that Fong Mingyi returned to reality. Did you hear what they called her? He asked. Jiang Yisun nodded appreciatively, something like Su. I didn't catch it clearly. Fong Mingyi then inquired. What is the name of the girl in the light blue denim skirt? Jiang Yisun paused momentarily before seizing Fong Mingyi's collar. You can't possibly be interested in her. Can you? She is my sister, only 19. Chapter 125, Timely Damage Control. Fong Mingyi was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to resist, his mind swirling. Who, then, was the Su Ran listed in his contacts? After a pause, he pushed Jiang Yisun away, loosening his collar with his distinctly long fingers, and spoke calmly. Isn't her name Su Ran? Jiang Nanshu blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. You're quite amusing, having inquired about her in secret? And yet you still misremembered her name. With your level of interest, you might as well not even be in the running. Fong Mingyi remained silent. He had never expressed romantic feelings. Rather, he merely admired her. It was rare for someone to dance ballet with such heart-stirring grace. His gaze had not wavered. Yet, why did the principal of Jing University refer to her as Su Ran? He rubbed his forehead, realizing he should have noted the color of her attire. It seemed the principal had made a mistake, a classic case of confusion. Mr. Jiang, what is your sister's name? Jiang Nanshu shot him a glance and scoffed. Why should I tell you? You're not cooperating with me. However, let us keep business separate. You mustn't set your sights on her. She is only 19. And you, an old man, should give up on that notion. You are even a year older than me. He was 28, while Fong Mingyi was 29. Though he held Fong Mingyi in high regard, it did not imply he would allow an older man to pursue his younger sister. Moreover, his sister was already engaged. Even if she weren't, Fong Mingyi could forget it. Fong Mingyi, in a mix of anger and amusement, retorted, "It seems Mr. Jiang has no real intention of cooperating with Fong Enterprises. Perhaps we should terminate our future collaboration? Mr. Bo approached me before you did with an offer that greatly enticed me." Jiang Nanshu clenched his teeth in frustration, kicking a nearby hibiscus tree. The petals cascaded down in layers due to the force. With his hands on his hips, he appeared quite irked. That scoundrel Bo Yen must have approached you before me? He didn't even bother to ask for my consent. Fong Mingyi chuckled at Jiang Nanshu's evident vexation, plucking a petal from his suit. "Apologies, Mr. Jiang. But this matter is beyond your jurisdiction. Our collaboration cannot be terminated." Thus, Jiang Nanshu softened his stance, grinning as he draped an arm over Fong Mingyi's shoulder. "We are brothers, after all. Let us avoid such harsh words. I don't appreciate them. My sister's name is Jiang Nanshu, and I advise you not to develop feelings for her. She is already betrothed to the Liu family." Fong Mingyi felt a pang in his jaw. The spokesperson he had set his sights on turned out to be Jiang's sister. By sheer coincidence, he had signed a contract with a stranger, but thankfully, he could rectify the situation before it escalated. In his mind, no one was more suited to endorse Coral Sea than Jiang Nanshu. If they could collaborate, the sales of Coral Sea would soar, and she could also represent Fong Enterprises' Shanghai series of jewelry. No gem could rival her beauty. However, if Jiang Nanshu wanted a complete partnership with him, agreeing would mean sacrificing the benefits offered by the Bo family. Fong Mingyi, being a businessman, would not make such a foolish decision. He pushed Jiang Nanshu away. "Understood. Thank you for the information." As Jiang Nanshu watched him leave, he scoffed, "You're truly ruthless. Once you've used me, you discard me, don't you?" Just as he was about to chase after him, something soft bumped into his back. Frowning, Jiang Nanshu turned around. The area was somewhat dark and secluded, and logically, the Jiang family should not have seen him. He hadn't intended to engage with them. His priority was to find Fong Mingyi. Su Ran, rubbing her nose where she had bumped it, took a step back. Her eyes slightly red as she glanced at Jiang Nanshu, continuously bowing an apology. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know anyone was here. Did I hurt you? Is it you?" Jiang Nanshu smirked mischievously, feeling a playful urge to tease. "What do you think? You hit me so hard. How about some medical compensation?" Su Ran's eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback. This strikingly handsome man was attempting to extort her. Her cheeks flushed as, under Jiang Nanshu's gaze, she slowly retrieved a few hundred yuan notes from her bag, mumbling, "Here, I'll compensate you. I need to find the restroom. Goodbye." Holding the warm bills in her hand, Jiang Nanshu had not anticipated that this girl would be so straightforward, offering to pay like it was nothing. Suddenly, remembering his own business, he hastily stuffed the money into his suit pocket and called out, "Fong Mingyi, wait for me." However, Fong Mingyi had already seized the opportunity to drive away, having noticed Jiang Nanshu's distraction. He thought it prudent to distance himself from such a tenacious individual, lest their conversation veer back to business. Even if he were to collaborate with the Jiang family long-term, it would only be with his sister. He was uncertain whether Jiang Nanshu would agree to endorse the advertisement. After searching for so long, he had finally found the most fitting person for the role. As he drove, he found Su Ran's WeChat and sent a courteous message. "Miss Su, I apologize. I am unilaterally suspending the Coral Sea audition contract you signed. I have mistaken the person. The ideal spokesperson in my mind is not you. I will compensate you for any losses incurred, and my assistant will transfer the funds to your account." Upon sending the message, Fang Mingyi deleted this inconsequential contact. The next moment, Jiang Yisen's call came through, which he promptly ignored, treating it as if he had not seen it. At Fenglin Villa, Su Ran finally located the restroom. As she washed her hands at the sink, her phone chimed, assuming it was Chung and messaging her, as she had been away for a while. Upon opening the message, her hand trembled, and the phone slipped from her grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. She crouched to retrieve it, the fragmented glass distorting Fang Mingyi's words beneath its surface, rendering them surreal, like a fleeting dream. Hadn't she been chosen as the spokesperson for Coral Sea? How could he claim to have mistaken her for someone else? With such ease, he had rescinded an opportunity she cherished deeply. He had yet to meet her. They were supposed to rendezvous the following weekend. How could he act in such a manner? Her fingertips danced across the shattered screen, and after much effort, she managed to piece together a message, only to discover that it had been deleted, a glaring red exclamation mark flashing before her eyes. In the next moment, her eyes brimmed with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. She truly was rather unfortunate. From the moment of her birth, misfortune had shadowed her, an unknown father and a mother who, despite her lack of skills, succumbed to illness. She had missed encounters with those she admired, and friends had distanced themselves. Without understanding the reasons, she found herself stripped of her endorsement. Even a simple trip to the restroom had resulted in an unfortunate collision with someone, costing her hundreds of dollars. Now her phone lay in ruins. Su Ran rose, wiping away her tears. She had to confront Mr. Fang and demand clarity. She could not accept such an excuse of mistaken identity. She deserved a rational explanation. Su Ran's departure did not stir much of a commotion. It was only at Chu Mushi's suggestion that she had danced. Despite her reluctance to praise, Zhang's father could not help but whisper to Zhang's mother, muttering, "You must admit, the Liu family's young man has a discerning eye for talent." Zhang's mother, already in a foul mood, slammed her chopsticks down with a cold demeanor. "Do you dare speak any louder?" The commotion was significant enough to draw the attention of everyone at the table. Zhang's father felt a pang of embarrassment, his voice barely a whisper as he muttered through clenched teeth, "Why are you shouting? Are you so eager for everyone to know you're angry?" Humph. Zhang's mother resumed her meal. "I see you are blind. How could you think well of such a superficial woman? Truly, men only care for appearances, while women understand each other best." She cast a glance at Chu Xian, who sat beside her. Noticing that the two appeared to have been in a cold war for quite some time, Chu Xian, feigning concern, secretly found amusement in their quarrel. Let them argue. The more the better. Ideally, they would end up divorced. She furrowed her brows. "Xu Ling, what is going on between you and my brother-in-law? If there's a misunderstanding, it's best to resolve it here and now. Bottling things up only harms marital bonds." She then turned to Zhang's father, brother-in-law. "You should be more accommodating towards your sister. Men should learn to be forgiving." However, instead of calming the situation, her interjection only provoked Zhang's father further. He was bewildered, feeling utterly frustrated. With a stern expression, he abruptly stood up, addressing Jiang Jingcheng and the others. "You all eat. I can't even stomach my meal with your mother here." Zhang's mother's eyes blazed with fury. Jiang Nanshu chewed on a piece of roasted meat, thinking to herself, "Is this how breast cancer manifests? Huh. Men today only know how to infuriate, but when their mothers are gone, they will feel as if the sky has fallen." Zhang's father froze, nearly forgetting Zhang's mother's fate. A year later, she would succumb to late-stage breast cancer. Yet, having spoken his mind, he could not backtrack and simply walked away. The three brothers, Jiang Jingcheng, Jiang Heming, and Jiang Zhouya, exchanged glances, and aside from Jiang Yinchuan, who wore a troubled expression as if he had known all along, the other three were just now grasping the reality. It dawned on them that Zhang's mother's destiny was one of death. In just a year's time, they realized the entire Jiang family could expect to survive only 2 more years. Each person's fate loomed ominously close, as if they were merely passing through a charade. In a hushed tone, Jiang Zhouya spoke to Jiang Jingcheng, "You should ensure that mom goes for regular checkups. Prevention is key. I'll talk to dad later and tell him to stop stressing her out." He frowned in annoyance. "We should keep our distance from the Chu family. Pouring money into ungrateful wolves is futile. If the eldest brother finds out, he'll be furious." Jiang Jingcheng took a leisurely sip of red wine. "I am aware of that. Take care of your health first." Jiang Zhouya replied with a scoff, "My throat is nearly healed. The hoarseness is just an act. This week, I'm taking Jiang Nanshu to catch the one behind this." Jiang Jingcheng shot him a cold glance. "Are you still angry about her drugging you?" Jiang Zhouya lowered his head in silence. Who could remain unperturbed? This was about his reputation. If she had chosen someone beautiful, from a good family and gentle in nature, he might not have cared. But what was with Chen Qian? She was surrounded by shallow friends who could only offer her foolish advice. Only Jiang Nanshu could be so blind as to associate with such people. Shouldn't he be angry? How could she betray him for her friend's ambition? Let us not dwell on it. Jiang Jingcheng swirled the wine in his glass, his gaze contemplative. Jiang Hemming rested his elbow on the table, narrowing his eyes with a languid smile. I think it's unnecessary to remain upset. She is not the same person she once was. Jiang Zhouya gasped in shock. What? He nearly jumped from his seat, realizing he had overreacted, and quickly covered his mouth. Fortunately, they were at the end of the table, closely seated together, speaking in hushed tones that others could not overhear. Jiang Zhouya's eyes widened in disbelief. Third brother, are you saying the person before us is a ghost? This time, even Jiang Yunchuan couldn't help but give him a disdainful glance. Are you an idiot? You're a national idol. And if your fans find out you're this dim-witted, they'll be horrified. Jiang Zhouya protested. Who wouldn't he be horrified by such a revelation? The person before you is not who they used to be. If they're not a ghost, then what are they? Jiang Jingcheng lightly tapped the table, analyzing. She remains herself. It's merely a change of persona. One could say she possesses dual identities. One persona perished in her leap from the river. And this awakened self is what we see now. Otherwise, it's inexplicable. Jiang Hemming lamented. What a pity. She's my sister. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to request further studies in the lab. Jiang Yunchuan interjected. Upon hearing your explanation, I can't help but believe it wholeheartedly. I feel immense guilt. It's my fault that I drove away her good persona, awakening the bad one. If I hadn't left her out in the cold, she wouldn't have fallen ill and transformed into someone unrecognizable. He then appeared alarmed. What if she falls ill again? The bad persona won't return, right? The group fell into contemplation. After a moment, Jiang Jingcheng spoke. That's difficult to ascertain. After all, she transitioned due to two serious illnesses, the first nearly freezing her to death, and the second being the leap. Jiang Yunchuan resolved, no matter how she changes, she will always be my sister. I will protect her from falling ill, or I will live in regret for the rest of my life. He then turned to Jiang Zhouya, a fierce look in his eyes. You're not allowed to bully her, otherwise I'll expose your secrets. Jiang Zhouya, unable to suppress a smirk, replied, understood. Which of your eyes saw me bullying her? It's her who bullies me, and I even gave her 5 million. Don't you wish to change your fate? This is what you must do. Jiang Yunchuan then playfully draped his arm around Jiang Zhouya's shoulder, chuckling. Jiang Zhouya, exasperated, wondered why he had to pay such a hefty price. He currently had only a few thousand in his account. What could that accomplish? As they conversed, Su Ran returned. They swiftly redirected the conversation away from Jiang Nanshu, discussing other topics. Cheng En was the first to notice Su Ran's distress, quietly asking, Ran, didn't you go to the restroom? Why are you crying? Did someone bully you on the way? He subtly glanced at Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu thought to herself, you might as well have reported my ID. I'm right here, and if trouble finds me, I'm not responsible for the consequences. It infuriates me. Who would go out of their way to confront her? I'm malicious, not foolish. With so many people around, why would I bully her? Cheng En, you dimwit. No one would dare eat at this table. Jiang Nanshu's anger simmered within her. The male protagonist is Cheng En. She must have returned to her original world, right? With a gaze filled with unspoken sorrow, she cast a glance at Lu Qingyan. It's been so long. The marriage hasn't been annulled. What exactly do you intend to do? If you simply utter a word in front of Grandpa Lu, you wouldn't have to wait 3 months. And I wouldn't need to return the money. You're just a colossal bug in the system. Lu Qingyan. He too was quite troubled. Casting a glance at the grape juice before him, he reached out to pour some into her empty cup. If you wish to drink, just say so. There's no need to look at me like that, as if I were refusing to serve you. Jiang Nanshu. She raised her hand and emptied the cup with a decisive gulp, placing it heavily before Lu Qingyan. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present. Jiang Nanshu tilted her head, arching her brow in a spoiled manner. I want more. Little Jiang, if soft methods fail, then it's time for hard tactics. Please help me correct any typos. Chapter 127. No one wishes to love her. Lu Qingyan, with an inscrutable expression, poured her another cup. Everyone was left in astonishment. Could it be that Lu Qingyan actually took orders from Jiang Nanshu? Yet, his demeanor had always been one of refinement and courtesy in the eyes of others. With the Jiang family present, they assumed he was merely being considerate of the Jiang family and did not wish to have a public falling out with Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu accepted the refill and drank it all at once, placing the cup back before Lu Qingyan. When he glanced over, she raised her brow. I still want more. Lu Qingyan, I advise you to manage your patience and get angry quickly. Haven't you refrained from slapping me merely out of respect for my brothers? There's no need. I can endure it. Jiang Nanshu waited for him to leave, but without a word, he poured her another cup. It was clear she was doing this on purpose. If he could tolerate this, then he truly had a good temperament. However, she had already reached her limit. Gazing at the cup of grape juice, she gritted her teeth and downed it once more.
More.
Hiccup. You can't drink any more, otherwise your stomach will hurt. Not listening, I want it. The two remained in a stalemate, and the scene, while peculiar, held a hint of warmth. Su Ran clutched her skirt tightly, wrinkling it. If it weren't for Lu Qingyan's willingness, he would not have continuously poured Jiang Nanshu drink after drink without annoyance. Her memories hazily drifted back 3 years. To the time before the college entrance examination, when Cheng and had hosted a gathering to celebrate their graduation. She knew Lu Qingyan would be there. She had dressed up a little for the occasion. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, she had the fortune of sitting beside Lu Qingyan. He was shrouded in shadows. Holding a can of beer, it was the first time she had seen him drink. He had always been an exemplary student, never engaging in the bars, internet cafes, or leisure spots that boys of their age frequented, nor had he ever gotten into fights. His life was a pristine pursuit of academics, an endless cycle of study. That day, she did not see a smile on his face. He had always carried a gentle smile wherever he went, patiently answering questions posed by anyone. The dreamboat acknowledged by all the schoolgirls. Yet, she was an exception. No matter what, she held a special place in his heart. She picked up a bottle of beer and placed it before him. Shall we have a drink together? She had assumed Lu Qingyan would advise her against drinking, but instead, he merely raised his hand to clink the bottle with hers before taking a sip himself. Su Ran, swallowing the bitter beer, mustered the courage to ask, do our promises still stand? Lu Qingyan tossed the beer bottle to the ground and smiled at her after a moment. They stand. The memory abruptly halted, yanked back to reality by the surrounding noise. Due to Jiang Nanshu's insistence on drinking, Lu Qingyan ultimately poured her half a cup. Jiang Nanshu felt a pang of bitterness. She couldn't resist swallowing hard, downing it once more. Her face scrunching up as she clutched her stomach. I feel sick from drinking too much. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but chuckle lightly, his peach blossom eyes crinkling. Why put yourself through this? It's sheer torture. Jiang Nanshu, can't you see what I'm doing this for? She slumped in her chair, feeling utterly despondent. Neither soft nor hard tactics seemed effective. She couldn't believe that a person could remain unperturbed, merely not having reached his limit yet. The dynamics between the male and female protagonists had yet to develop. Even if she bullied Su Ran, it wouldn't provoke him to protect her. So, where exactly should this issue be resolved? Jiang Nanshu had never felt so lost, and the useless system offered no hope whatsoever. The inexplicably summoned dim-witted assistant. Darling, might I suggest you look for the root of your own issues? Just because others aren't angry doesn't mean they perceive her as foolish. Humph. Even the systems have feelings. Jiang Nanshu couldn't be bothered to respond, gazing up at the moon. Su Ran subtly turned her head, catching a glimpse of Lu Qingyan's profile. Once, she could sit beside him, not with someone else between them. The more one yearns for something, the more one fantasizes about what could have been. Had she not left, had she listened to Lu Qingyan and stayed in the capital, perhaps another path awaited her. What a torment. It feels like I'm blocking her view of you. Jiang Nanshu sprang to her feet. My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for Lu Qingyan to respond, she dashed away. Lu Qingyan turned his head just in time to meet Su Ran's gaze. His expression calm, as his eyes fell on the cut on her hand. Sensing his gaze, Su Ran quickly concealed her hand, hiding the crimson marks. The atmosphere was too oppressive, prompting Su Ran to rise, her expression not quite right as she forced a smile. You all enjoy your meal. I'll head back to rest now. Jiang Nanshu was also forced to retreat to her room. Her face pale, she clutched her stomach painfully. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Jiang Li entered with a hot water bag, stuffing it into her blankets. Her expression stern. You still dare to indulge in that cold grape juice while on your period? Who else should feel the pain if not you? Jiang Nanshu lay in bed, helplessly covering her ears, weakly protesting. Stop scolding me. Stop scolding me. I only realized I had my period when I went to the restroom. What could I do? Woe is me. It hurts so much. Then, she gritted her teeth. It's all Lu Qingyan's fault. If I hadn't wanted him to dislike me, I wouldn't have drunk so much. How come he isn't angry at being bossed around? Isn't he supposed to detest me the most? So annoying. Jiang. Fortunately, Lu Qingyan didn't hear that. He's just a guy pouring grape juice. How unjust for him. She approached helplessly, stroking Jiang Nanshu's forehead, which was now clammy from the pain. Let me get you a cup of brown sugar water. No more indulging in cold things next time. Jiang Nanshu looked up to see the sincerity in Jiang Lei's eyes, hastily covering her head with the blanket, muttering in dissatisfaction. I know, you really nag too much. Is my benefactor too nice? If I keep being sarcastic, will she get hurt? No, why should I care if she gets hurt? This is my task. Jiang Nanshu's heart wavered. Aside from Zhou Yanxiu, no one had ever cared for her this much. No, even Zhou Yanxiu couldn't compare to Jiang Lei. This was genuine concern. Wishing for her well-being. Jiang Lei sighed softly, seeing her cover her head, and stepped out. What a conflicted yet endearing younger sister. Jiang Nanshu hadn't thought of Zhou Yanxiu in a long time while awake. That name was a taboo for her, a source of torment that would not allow her to find peace. She had chased Zhou Yanxiu for 7 years, yearning to reach his height. Yet he was gentle with everyone, not just her. Everyone received a share of his warmth. But all Jiang Nanshu desired was for one person to treat her well, unconditionally, without any ulterior motives, to love her sincerely. Since birth, she had been scolded by her parents as a harbinger of misfortune, a plague, the catalyst for everyone else's unhappiness. No one wished to love her. Lil Jiang. Sobs, no one likes me. Everyone, nonsense. You are our treasure. Chapter 128. I thought you wouldn't care about my well-being. The quilt before her was pulled aside. Jiang Nanshu looked up. Lu Qingyan held a transparent cup filled with brown sugar water, his expression momentarily bewildered. You've been crying? Jiang Nanshu only then noticed the dampness on her cheeks, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at him. I cried out in pain. It's all your fault. Why did you come in? Where's Jiang Lei? She received a phone call and happened to run into me, asking me to bring you this. Lu Qingyan replied with a resigned sigh. Jiang Nanshu, you're being somewhat unreasonable. Did I not mention that drinking too much would lead to a stomachache? And if you did, what of it? You've already accused me of being unreasonable, so just pretend you didn't hear, she retorted. Did you really say that? I certainly didn't hear it. I just blame you. Every little bit helps. Despite being in this much pain, I haven't forgotten my task. Ugh. I deserve an extra chicken leg, she whimpered. Lu Qingyan's gaze darkened as he pulled a chair beside her bed and offered her the cup of brown sugar water. Yes. It's all my fault. Drink this. It will make you feel better. Jiang Nanshu stared at him in horror. This world has completely lost its mind. I must have opened it incorrectly. Surely, after a good sleep, I will return to normal. She quickly took the cup, concealing her panic, and gulped it down in a few swallows before handing it back to him. You can leave now. I need to sleep. Remember to turn off the lights when you go. Closing her eyes, her countenance serene. Lu Qingyan's gaze lingered on her cheek for a fleeting moment before he rose to depart. He turned off the light and closed the door behind him. Pausing momentarily at her door, he encountered Su Ran. She stood 2 steps away, her eyes fixed on the cup still holding remnants of brown sugar water. With a single glance, Lu Qingyan averted his gaze and brushed past her. Su Ran took a few steps forward before stepping left to block his path. Her sudden movement caught Lu Qingyan off guard, causing him to bump into her, and he instinctively grasped her arm to steady her. Once she regained her balance, he released his hold. Su Ran offered a self-deprecating smile. I thought you wouldn't care about my well-being. She lifted her gaze, meeting his calm eyes, then looked down at his firm arms. Noticing his silence, she couldn't help but laugh softly. Have you truly reached the point where you no longer wish to speak to me? You have changed, Lu Qingyan. Why have you become like this? Detecting the scent of alcohol on her, Lu Qingyan furrowed his brow. Su Ran, you're drunk. It's best you return to rest. No. Su Ran stubbornly blocked his path, her clear eyes brimming with tears, biting her lower lip, her voice quivering. Answer me. Can we go back? Let us just pretend nothing happened, all right? Lu Qingyan, I thought I could graciously accept that you like anyone after returning, but I was mistaken. I cannot let go. I have never been able to. I miss you so much while abroad, but I didn't dare disturb you. Please let me explain. Forgive me, will you? Her voice quaked with emotion. Attempting to embrace Lu Qingyan, she was met with him sidestepping, causing her to stumble against the cold wall, where she began to sob, gradually sinking to the ground. After a long while, Lu Qingyan finally spoke. Su Ran, the past is of no significance to me anymore. I hope you can look forward, not dwell on what has already transpired. It is not that I have changed. Rather, your heart has always only belonged to yourself. Even without the Jiang family's marriage contract, I would not have feelings for you.
Su Ran trembled violently.
She was never within the realm of his choices. Even without Jiang Nanshu in the way, many others would obstruct them. Su Ran did not believe him. She could not accept that Lu Qingyan harbored no affection for her. Until the sound of a door closing reached her ears, she realized he had returned to his room, prompting her to stagger into her own. Around the corner, Chang'an was smoking, only discarding the butt once it burned his fingers. His expression was complex. He felt that Su Ran had changed significantly, from being carefree at the beginning to now drowning her sorrows in alcohol due to Lu Qingyan. From initially being kind and innocent to now willingly inserting herself into a relationship fraught with a marriage contract. Chang'an was at a loss for words. Love is inherently perplexing. Even if Su Ran's actions were wrong, he could not bring himself to blame her. Back in her room, Su Ran was bent over the toilet. Retching. Dizziness enveloped her, rendering her unable to stand. Her phone rang, and through her blurred vision, she could not discern the caller. With a choked voice, she answered, "Hello? Who is it?" There was a long pause on the other end before a gentle yet menacing voice spoke. "Baby, you finally decided to answer my call. Who has been bullying you? When I return, I'll make sure to break their limbs for you, alright? Anyone who dares to bully you will have their head kicked like a ball." Only then did Su Ran regain her composure, her face turning pale. Seeing the unfamiliar foreign number, she didn't dare to breathe, trembling as she hastily hung up. The screen was so cracked that it took her several seconds to end the call. She added the number to her blacklist. After doing this, Su Ran felt a chill of sweat on her back, her dress dampened as well. This devil could not possibly return, given his condition. How could he have the energy to come back? With that thought, she managed to calm herself slightly. In the next moment, her phone rang again, nearly causing her heart to stop. Realizing it was her agent, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon hearing her agent's words, Su Ran's previously intoxicated eyes cleared instantly, her voice brimming with excitement. "Sister Amy, did you say you found me an audition for a new costume drama-s lead role? Is director when promoting newcomers again?" Amy's composed voice came through the receiver. Cold and polite. "Yes, Su Ran, the audition is on Monday. I hope you seize this opportunity. Since you know the Jiang family's young master, you won't even need to audition. The role is yours." Su Ran's expression darkened slightly, recalling her agent's disdainful demeanor. Her tone forced a lightness. "I understand. I'm old acquaintances with Yan, but I still want to rely on my own abilities to compete for this role." "Ha, just based on you?" Amy's tone dripped with contempt. "I don't care how you do it. You must secure this lead role. Otherwise, you know the consequences." The call ended abruptly. Su Ran inhaled deeply, realizing that being shelved was the inevitable consequence. The entertainment industry was always this pragmatic. If she could not deliver profits, the company would not continue to support her. Jiang Nanshu slept soundly through the night. Upon waking, she learned that Lu Qingyan had left the Maple Forest villa early that morning, which brought her a sense of relief. It was only natural. Yesterday must have been too surreal. Despite some lingering stomach pain on her way back, she felt lethargic. Even when Shang Su came to their villa to present her with a toy diamond, Jiang Nanshu lacked enthusiasm. Upon returning home, she found her parents engaged in a cold war, which distressed her father greatly. He knew his daughter was returning to school the following day. After dinner, when the house was relatively empty, he pulled Jiang Nanshu aside to ask, "Nanshu, what is going on with your mother? Why is she upset with me? I have no idea what happened." Jiang Nanshu sipped from a cup of warm water, savoring the taste. "Old man, was yesterday's coconut juice good?" "Very good." Her father replied instinctively, unsure of her line of questioning. "Is Aunt Chu pretty?"
"Huh."
"Well, she's all right. What does that have to do with your mother being upset?" "Is Aunt Chu gentle?" "Quite gentle," he nodded, bemused, repeating, "Nanshu, please tell me how this relates to your mother being upset." Jiang Nanshu smiled slightly. "Because none of what I said matters, so don't be so anxious. Mom will be fine in a few days, right?" Her father. That was true. Every time Jiang's mother was upset, she would eventually resolve it on her own after a few days. Just as he began to relax, Jiang Nanshu's inner voice resonated. The intuition of a woman is indeed remarkable. Ms. Song must sense that Mr. Chu has ulterior motives, perhaps attempting to entice her husband, which is why she wore a scowl when the old man was seen in close proximity to Chu Xian. I wonder when the old man will receive Ms. Song's divorce papers. I must carefully consider whom I can align myself with financially. Chapter 129. Am I such a despicable person? Jiang father. What nonsense is this? Chu Xian wants to seduce him? He regards Chu Xian as a dear sister. After all, she is a good friend of Jiang mother. Previously, he had not been warm towards her, causing Jiang mother to be displeased and angry with him for disrespecting her friend. However, he changed his demeanor and they could converse a few sentences. With Chu Xian's enthusiasm, they grew familiar over time. And now, to be told that Chu Xian wishes to seduce him? Is this not absurd? Jiang father was astonished and hastily exclaimed, I have no inappropriate intentions towards Chu Xian. Your mother has misunderstood. Jiang Nanshu glanced at the still bright sky outside and shrugged. It's pointless for you to tell me. You must explain this to her. Oh, this old man isn't as foolish as I thought. He figured it out on his own. I was under the impression that I would have to wait until my stepmother entered the house for the truth to surface. Jiang father. Thank you for the heads up. Dear daughter. He hurried upstairs, leaving Jiang Nanshu bewildered. Jiang Jingcheng, having been suspended for a few days, was seated on the sofa, perusing medical texts, while Jiang Yunchuan had gone out, and Jiang Zhouya was resting upstairs. Jiang Hemian and Jiang Li had left around noon. Thinking of Jiang Li, Jiang Nanshu took a seat opposite Jiang Jingcheng, casually retrieving a bag of potato chips from beneath the coffee table. She crunched them loudly. If I recall correctly, my second brother dislikes being interrupted when he is serious, right? Does eating potato chips count? This noise must be quite bothersome. Crunch, crunch. Jiang Jingcheng paused, glancing up to see Jiang Nanshu gazing at him with bright eyes. Caught in the act, she averted her gaze with a hint of guilt. Wait. Why am I hiding? I should be questioning him further, disrupting his thoughts. Ahem. Jiang Nanshu cleared her throat. Second brother. Jiang Jingcheng looked at her with indifference, waiting for her to continue. Oh, are you angry? Then I must visit the hospital more often. Jiang Jingcheng's expression darkened slightly, an imperceptible arch of his brow, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. He had suspected this. Jiang Nanshu's true affection lies with the hospital. Perhaps she could develop this interest further. He grew colder. No words?
No.
Let me think. Crunch, crunch. Jiang Nanshu continued to munch while observing Jiang Jingcheng's expressions. Finally, she found a glimmer of pride within him. She had felt defeated for the past 2 days. At last, she encountered a normal person. This is more like it. The more impatient you are with me, the more I adore it. Jiang Jingcheng. What should I awkwardly chat about? Oh, right. Jiang Nanshu smiled slightly. Second brother. Would you like to play an SM game with me? Jiang Jingcheng. The book slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. He barely managed to maintain his indifferent demeanor. What are we playing? Ha ha, startled are we? Almost thought you were devoid of expression. Jiang Nanshu grinned. It's simple. You sleep and I steal your money. It's quite entertaining. Would you like to try? Jiang Jingcheng. Perhaps I am truly getting old. I cannot keep pace with the whimsical thoughts of today's youth. No, wait. I cannot keep up with Jiang Nanshu's thoughts. He couldn't suppress a scoff, bending down to retrieve his book, his tone remaining cold. Am I such a despicable person, willing to engage in a game where you reap the benefits while I suffer? Whether you are despicable or not, I cannot say, but it is certainly tragic.
Ha ha ha.
Jiang Nanshu lightly coughed, laughing. I was just joking. By the way, second brother, has Jiang Li mentioned what she is up to? Aren't you quite averse to her? Why are you concerned about her plans? Jiang Jingcheng replied nonchalantly. Jiang Nanshu's gaze turned resentful. But she's my benefactor. I must pay close attention to her. What if she returns next week bearing gifts for me?
Hee.
Yet. Her expression soured. Humph, she left after just 1 day back. Does she not regard our parents? It's a shame they praise her for her filial piety, unlike me, who wishes to spend every waking hour in service to them. Next week, she must remain at home for at least 2 days. Jiang Jingcheng shook his head. Standing up, her original crew called her for a checkup at the People's Hospital in Beijing, so she went. Jiang Nanshu was astonished. Did she not refuse Yuan Feng's invitation at the wrap party? How could she be so foolish as to willingly become a mobile blood bank? What can I say? Only I am aware of her fate. She remains oblivious. Without my warning, she would undoubtedly go, but if I divulged the task, it would be in vain. Jiang Jingcheng observed her expression shift almost into a rainbow of colors. This was genuinely intriguing. Jiang Nanshu maintained a detached observance of each person's fate, and it was remarkable that she neither fretted nor added fuel to the flames. Yet, she seemed to harbor some genuine concern for Jiang Lui, the person she had despised most over the past 3 years. She resented her for usurping her rightful place for 16 years, enjoying a life that should have belonged to Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Jingcheng, uninterested in her turmoil, simply changed his clothes and departed. Jiang Nanshu stared at her phone, recalling Jiang Lei's concerned gaze from yesterday. She took a deep breath. Perhaps she should inquire, just a little. Thus, she dialed Jiang Lei's number. The call connected swiftly. Hello, Nanshu? Jiang Lei's tone was somewhat cautious. Jiang Nanshu grimaced, reluctantly responding. Where are you? After a 2-second pause, Jiang Lei exclaimed in surprise, I thought I misread the caller ID. It's your first time calling me. What's the matter? Jiang Nanshu sniffed and spoke fiercely. Cut the nonsense. Where are you? Just send me your location. If I find out you're not back at school but gallivanting around, I'll tell mom and dad. Are you dating? Jiang Lei couldn't help but laugh. You're so childish. I'm already an adult. I can date. I haven't even started dating. And you think you can do better than me? Jiang Nanshu gritted her teeth. Damn it. Throughout the entire book, Jiang Lei's romantic history was exceedingly rich, thanks to her first scoundrel of a boyfriend. After that, she merely settled for whoever showed interest. It's no wonder she ended up losing vital organs and dying tragically on the streets, with Chu Mushi fanning the flames. In the end, her adoptive parents had to collect Jiang Lei's remains. Jiang Nanshu recalled the events of the original story. Jiang Lei died 3 months after the original character. After the original character's death in prison, Jiang Lei was responsible for collecting the body. At that time, only Jiang Lei remained as the false heiress of the Jiang family. Jiang Yisan died in a car accident. Jiang Jingcheng passed away after being unable to afford treatment, removing his breathing apparatus. Jiang Hemian dismembered someone and, upon police discovery, committed suicide in fear of punishment. Jiang Zhouya, laden with scandals, saw his career obliterated, ultimately disappearing after being doused with acid by haters while walking past his once glorious posters. Jiang Yunchuan succumbed to a disease. After Jiang Mother passed, Jiang Father became mentally unstable, and after Jiang Hemian's death, he completely lost his mind, confined to a dark, desolate asylum. Thus, when the original character died, the police could only contact Jiang Lei. At that time, she too was struggling, having just been deceived into donating a kidney to save a certain prominent figure's white moonlight, only to be rejected afterward. There were typos, correct them. When she saw the changes, she corrected them. Chapter 130. Mobile Blood Bank. Yet she still dragged her sickly body to retrieve the original character for cremation and burial. The Jiang family was a house of cannon fodder, and Jiang Nanshu had not continued reading the subsequent chapters, unable to bear witnessing the tragic downfall of a character who shared her name. At that time, she was in a mental hospital, laughing uncontrollably. A nurse asked her what was so amusing. She replied that she wished to enter and eliminate this entire group of fools who had been rendered foolish by the female protagonist. And so her wish was realized. She not only refrained from causing harm but also expedited the fate of the Jiang family. I understand, you immature fool. Shall we discuss this once you've entered into a relationship? Jiang Nanshu, do not claim that this is within your purview. Jiang Nanshu's reverie was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Lei's voice. Hearing her tone, which seemed to harbor a hint of amusement, Jiang Nanshu promptly ended the call. The next moment, her spirits brightened at the sight of the address of the Capital Media School. Since Jiang Lei had not gone to become a blood donor, does this mean the plot has taken a turn? Yuan Feng's first love suffered from aplastic anemia. Without a blood transfusion, her fate was sealed. Jiang Nanshu raked her fingers through her hair, momentarily perplexed by the unexpected direction of the storyline. Desha Chun. Host, you've softened your heart. Desha Chun suddenly appeared, its voice tinged with a mischievous excitement. Jiang Nanshu frowned slightly, denying it outright. No. After a moment's reflection, she could not help but smile. I am merely repaying a kindness. Jiang Lei has been exceptionally good to her, truly, infinitely so. She is human, capable of sensing the warmth between individuals. She is not a heartless monster devoid of emotion. Yet, her affection for Jiang Lei is limited. For how could one so selfishly in love with oneself entirely rescue Jiang Lei's life? Desha Chun agreed. Host, I admire your clarity in matters of gratitude and resentment, There's no need for pretense. Your life's deeds cannot be concealed from our system. Jiang Nanshu stood, stretching languidly. Oh, and what of it? Chun. It's not of much consequence, but you must realize that the plot has veered dramatically off course. Your wish to return to the original world in 6 months may well be dashed. Its voice held a hint of schadenfreude. You are currently at the mercy of universal disdain. Failing to meet the standards means there's no chance of returning, let alone seizing the vast fortune left by Zhou Yanshu. Jiang Nanshu's brow furrowed imperceptibly, yet she remained unfazed. Everything is within my control. Have you not observed how much my family detests me? They avoid me as if I were a calamity. Oh, and they particularly dislike conversing with me. TSK. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered a successful individual like me. In 6 months, prepare to rise alongside me. Chun. Such confidence, too much confidence. It was reluctant to dampen the spirits of someone so assured. And what shall be done about this absurdly twisted plot? Jiang Nanshu pondered for a few seconds, casting it aside with nonchalance. You ought to inquire of the plot. Why ask me? It has its own intentions. We cannot strip the narrative of its freedom, can we? Rest assured, the missing elements will eventually be addressed. Chun. Then dream on, but do not blame me for the warning. Should the task fail, do refrain from going mad. Threatening her? Jiang Nanshu swiftly silenced Chun for 24 hours. It shall not undermine her resolve. She firmly believed that the compelling narrative would provide her with a reasonable explanation. If Yuan Feng's first love could not be saved, then so be it. What a simple choice. At this moment, at the Capital People's Hospital, Su Ran had drawn a significant amount of blood. Had it not been for the inability to extract more, the nurse would have gladly drained her dry. Currently, she felt dizzy from the anemia. Seated on a chair while dry heaving, Yuan Feng handed her a bag of bread and a bottle of opened water, his tone laced with concern. Xiao Ran. Are you alright? Had I known, I would not have allowed you to donate. I didn't mean for you to suffer like this. Su Ran took a sip of the water. The bread was simply unappetizing to her. With a pale face, she forced a smile. I'm fine. I consider this a good deed, right, Teacher Yuan? Yuan Feng nodded appreciatively. Indeed, Xiao Ran, your perspective is the best. You are truly kind. The patient will be grateful for your sacrifice. Su Ran managed a weak smile, internally bemused. She had initially been in good health for her physical exam, yet by a twist of fate ended up in a ward where she saw a beautiful girl connected to a ventilator, her complexion ashen, her exposed skin marred with bruises. A sight that was quite unsettling. She had assumed the girl was a victim of domestic abuse. But Yuan Feng clarified from behind her that the girl was afflicted with a disease requiring blood transfusions, yet her rare blood type made finding a match impossible. She could only cling to life through medication, with merely 3 months left to live. Perhaps touched by a fleeting impulse, upon learning that the girl shared her blood type, she had agreed to donate blood, leading to her current state of discomfort. She cradled her head. Teacher Yuan, if my blood can save a life, I am willing to give it. Yuan Feng's eyes lit up, filled with emotion. You are the kindest, purest girl I have ever met. This illness won't be cured overnight, Xiao Ran. You must come to donate again. Su Ran's eyes widened slightly, her hand instinctively touching her blood-drawn arm. Fear evident in her gaze. Again? Yuan Feng nodded helplessly. Yes, all her blood may need to be replaced for her to recover. He smiled gently, because you donated blood. I even posted on Weibo to commend your heroic deed. Good deeds must be publicized. Once this girl recovers, her family will honor you with a banner. Xiao Ran, you are a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Su Ran hurriedly opened her phone, discovering that her photo with the girl and Yuan Feng had surged to the 5th spot on trending topics. The caption read, Su Ran donates blood to save a life. The comments were overwhelmingly positive, many users becoming acquainted with Su Ran due to this incident. In an instant, she garnered a wave of new fans. It was the first time witnessing a female star selflessly donate blood to save someone, particularly when the salvation required more than a single donation. Su Ran tightened her grip on the phone, inhaling deeply, her lips curving into a smile. Teacher Yuan, I will save her. After all, it is a life. And I cannot stand idly by. Yuan Feng's eyes gleamed with concealed excitement. Splendid, his beloved had hope. It was merely unfortunate that Jiang had not come. Otherwise, their efforts might have yielded swifter results. Yuan Feng felt a twinge of regret, Yet his demeanor towards Su Ran remained warm. As long as you have this intention, that is what matters. Be sure to take care of your health, eat more iron-rich foods, and avoid injury. Su Ran felt deeply touched, nodding. Teacher Yuan, do not worry. I will not collapse first. By the way, I need to stop by night color. Director Chen has scheduled a meeting to discuss the script. Yuan Feng subtly observed Su Ran sipping her water, his smile growing gentler. Let me take you. Do not keep Director Chen waiting. The mobile blood bank had a change of personnel. Time for rest. Good night, darlings. Chapter 131. Ayen, save me. Su Ran felt dizzy. If it were filming, Director Wen S. Phoenix song would have tugged at her heartstrings. Yet, she also wished to secure her position with Director Chen as a contingency, should she not be selected for Director Wen's project. After getting into the car with Yuan Feng, Su Ran felt increasingly warm, her dry mouth prompting her to drink more water. When they arrived 10 meters from night color, Yuan Feng unlocked the car door. Xiao Ran, please walk the rest of the way. I fear there may be paparazzi following us.
Su Ran nodded.
Oh, Yuan Feng continued. You just donated blood. Remember not to drink alcohol. Su Ran felt touched. Thank you for your concern. As she walked along the roadside, the night breeze brought her some relief, her mind becoming clearer. However, upon reaching the private room that Director Chen had mentioned, she discovered not only him but several other men present. Director Chen pulled her over, introducing her to the investors interested in funding his historical drama. After all, producing a show required financial backing. Yet, Su Ran remained cautious, choosing a seat near the door. Initially, everything seemed normal. Unable to decline, she even drank 2 small glasses of wine. As the heat intensified, Director Chen's hand found its way to her thigh. Xiao Su, look at the wonderful resources I've provided for you. Surely, you ought to offer us a taste of sweetness in return? Su Ran's mind went blank, suddenly regretting coming alone to discuss matters with Director Chen without her manager's oversight. As she observed several greasy investors, their eyes lecherous and their smoke swirling, a sense of unease began to envelop her. Realizing something was amiss, she hastily rose to her feet, feeling lightheaded and needing to brace herself against the sofa for quite some time before regaining her composure. Forcing a smile, she addressed Director Chen. I must take my leave. My agent is waiting for me downstairs. The once amiable expression on Director Chen's face darkened in an instant. With a cold scoff and narrowed eyes, he retorted, Su Ran.
What do you mean by that?
Don't think I'm unaware that you came here alone. Ultimately, you simply do not wish to spend the night with us.
Do you?
Surely you don't believe that resources within the entertainment industry are so easily acquired? To ask you to accompany us for a night is already granting you a favor. Do you think there is only one period drama available? There are countless opportunities. His voice dripped with seduction, his gaze wandering over Su Ran's form. Feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, Su Ran realized she had been played. Director Chen's intent from the very beginning was to take advantage of her. The heat coursing through her made her stifle a low whimper, desperately pinching her palms to maintain a semblance of clarity. Her complexion turned frosty, and her tone resolute. I absolutely refuse to accept any unspoken rules. Director Chen's expression soured as he grasped her wrist, declaring, This is not up to you. He reached out, tearing at Su Ran's clothing, and she struggled as she was pinned to the sofa. The room was soundproofed to perfection. Outside, her desperate screams went unheard. Chen's thick lips brushed against her collarbone, revulsion rising within her at the thought. The image of Lu Qingyan grew clearer in her mind, and tears streamed down her face as she whimpered for him to save her. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she groped beneath the sofa for a bottle, and with all her might, she brought it crashing down upon Director Chen's head.
Ah!
He yelped, clutching the back of his skull as he rolled off her onto the floor, startling the investors who had been watching the scene unfold. Seizing the moment, Su Ran twisted the door open and fled. Quick, catch her. Don't let her escape. Chen's voice was laced with malice as he ordered. Once in the hallway, Su Ran fumbled for her phone, her vision blurred and the names on the screen indistinct. She pressed the top contact, sobbing as she sent a voice message. Qingyan. Help me, come to Yi's, please. After a moment, her call connected and a deep male voice answered. Hello? Qingyan, help.
She cried.
Spotting figures pursuing her, she continued to run, determined not to be caught. The voice call ended abruptly the moment she uttered her last word. Fortune favored her. The private room was not far from the main entrance of Yi's. After navigating a labyrinth of corridors, she finally found the exit. Just as she burst through the door, her footing faltered, and she stumbled outside.
Ouch!
A male voice exclaimed in surprise. What's this? A woman? A drunken woman, no less? His tone was teasing and audacious. Overwhelmed by heat, she staggered into the man's embrace, feeling the coolness of his body and sighing in relief. Raising her gaze, she met a familiar yet strange face. You. Jiang Nanshu had come in search of Fong Mingi, knowing he would be at a small gathering there. Unexpectedly, he encountered the enchanting woman from that day instead. With a smirk, he remarked, "Little beauty, we meet again." Su Ran clung to him tightly, torn between pushing him away and relishing the comfort of his arms. Shaking her head, she murmured, "You're not Qing Yan." Jiang Nanshu, momentarily unclear, asked, "What did you say?" Noticing her flushed state, he frowned. "Have you been drugged?" Quickly scanning their surroundings, he found no one pursuing her. Jiang Nanshu's face was well known throughout the capital. In the shadows, Director Chun, his head bandaged, clenched his teeth in frustration. This wretched woman has such luck, running into a Jiang. What now? What if she wakes and tells on us? One of the investors fretted. That won't happen, Chun replied uncertainly. Let us leave here. If she finds a protector, we're done for. This delectable piece of cake will have to be left for the Jiang family. Reluctantly, he acknowledged the disparity in power and slipped out through the back. Meanwhile, Su Ran's consciousness began to fade further, her soft pleas for help escaping her lips. "Please, I beg you, help me, I feel so ill."
Ah!
How bold you are, Jiang Nanshu chuckled wickedly. "Do you know who I am? And you dare ask for my assistance? Wait, don't touch me," he exclaimed in a fluster, realizing Fong Mingi was nowhere to be found, and this woman had become a complication. "Qing Yan, help me." Jiang Nanshu froze, doubting his ears. "What did you call me?" Completely inebriated and under the influence of drugs, Su Ran's vision swam, and she could scarcely distinguish anyone. "Lu Qingyan, the one I love." Jiang Nanshu was taken aback. Her words struck him like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the warmth of his interest. With a cold snort, he grasped her chin, gritting his teeth. "Do you even know who Lu Qingyan is? How dare you speak his name here?" I'm sorry, forgive me. "Your coming to save me shows you still care," she pleaded, her words bewildering him further. "To think I'd stumble upon my future brother-in-law in such a predicament is truly absurd," Jiang Nanshu thought, losing all interest. He decided it was better to seek out Fong Mingi for business matters. He had principles after all. He wouldn't involve himself with acquaintances, nor would he pursue the women of his friends. Although Lu Qingyan was not his brother, the connection was complicated enough that he preferred to stay out of it. Just as he pondered his next move, a cold male voice interrupted. "Brother, let me take care of her." This situation was crucial, and it needed to unfold. Chapter 132. Did you not sleep well last night? Turning, Jiang Nanshu found Jiang Jingqing standing there, impeccably dressed in a loose white shirt, his slightly tousled black hair accentuating his otherworldly features. "A Chung? What are you doing here?" "Just in time to help me deal with this drunken woman." Jiang Nanshu's expression turned anxious. "Do you know who she is calling out for?" "She is shouting Lu Qingyan's name." "I'm at my wit's end. Who is she?" Jiang Jingqing replied coolly, "The first love of the Lu family's young master." "I suppose that's one way to put it." Jiang Nanshu's eyes widened, and he quickly released her, causing Su Ran to slump against the cold, tiled wall. "This woman is trouble. What do we do now?" "She has been drugged." Slightly raising his eyelids, Jiang Jingqing stated, "I'll take her to the hospital." Jiang Nanshu, puzzled by Jingqing's sudden appearance, inquired, "How did you end up in a place like this? You hardly strike me as the type to indulge in debauchery. At 25, without any romantic encounters, are you still a normal man?" Jiang Jingqing shot him a frosty glance, grabbing Su Ran's arm firmly. "Whether or not I have a love life is none of your concern. Mind your own business. If you can't control your lower half, at least manage the company." Jiang Nanshu's face flushed in embarrassment, and he placed his hands on his hips, grumbling as Jiang Jingqing ignored him. "I haven't even looked for a girlfriend in a month. Besides, I wouldn't just sleep with anyone. You're the least charming person in the family." Sighing, he resolved to seek out Fong Mingi instead, casting a lingering glance at Su Ran. It was unfortunate that the one girl who captured his heart turned out to be tainted. If he brought her back to the Jiang family, Jiang Nanshu would surely cause a scene. Though he had not known who Su Ran was or the details of her past with Lu Qingyan, he was acutely aware that Jiang Nanshu had attempted to take her life over this very woman. For the sake of his sister, he resolved to keep his distance. Shaking his head, he sauntered away, only to cross paths with Fong Mingi as he exited. His eyes brightened and he teasingly called out, "Brother Fong, I'm back again." Fong Mingyi's response was an exasperated sigh. You're so shameless, Jiang Isin. You're truly a nuisance. Meanwhile, outside in the night, Jiang Jingcheng settled Su Ran into the back seat and took the driver's seat himself. His presence here was no coincidence. He had heard Jiang Nanshu's unspoken thoughts. What fate awaits Jiang Lei and his mobile blood bank? He made a visit to the hospital, only to find that the blood donor was someone else. Exercising his authority as a doctor, he discovered that the donor was Su Ran. A brief inquiry led him to Yisei. Fearing unforeseen complications, he hurried over, only to stumble upon Su Ran in an embrace with Jiang Isin. Subconsciously, he felt that Jiang Isin should not draw close to Su Ran.
Fortunately,
He managed to intervene in time. Just as he was about to start the car, Su Ran began knocking on the window, pleading, "Let me out. I must wait for him. He is coming to rescue me, and if he cannot see me, he will be anxious." Jiang Jingcheng opened the window slightly, lighting a cigarette, the scent of nicotine wafting through the air. His voice was calm. "Miss Su, I am aware that you are still conscious. The person you are waiting for is betrothed to my sister. Until the engagement is annulled, there is no possibility for you two together. Do you wish to make another mistake?" Su Ran stiffened, her delicate fingers clenched tightly, silent tears streaming down her face. It shouldn't be this way for two people in love. Why must they endure such trials? He will come for me. He will rescue me. I must find him. After finishing a cigarette, Jiang Jingcheng opened the car door. "Your current state is perilous. I can take you to the hospital for treatment. If you insist on waiting for him, I shall bear no responsibility should anything happen. Life is yours. You must think carefully." He believed he had conveyed his message clearly, weighing life-threatening situations against love. He felt that if Jiang Nanshu were to choose, she would unhesitatingly forsake love. This young girl, who would abandon familial affection. How could she possibly harm herself for love? It was not until he heard the car door close that Su Ran exited, staggering away. Jiang Jingcheng tossed the cigarette butt out the window and pressed the accelerator, driving away. He had said all that needed to be said. As long as Jiang Isin wasn't foolish, he would not pursue Su Ran. In an instant, he recognized the distinction between Su Ran and Jiang Nanshu. One was lost in a state of oblivion, while the other remained acutely aware of every step she took. After exiting the car, Su Ran made her way to the entrance of Yisei. She had already called Lu Qingyan. He would surely come to save her. However, before she could reach there, her figure was obscured by a large tree. Looking up, she beheld a familiar face, her expression lighting up with joy as she sobbed and rushed into his embrace. "Qingyan, you've come. I knew you would, Yan." Liang Xiqiu gripped Su Ran's shoulders tightly, his face pale. He lifted her chin, leaning down with a chilling tone. Su Ran looked closely. "Who am I?" Staring at the face that bore a striking resemblance to Lu Qingyan, she impulsively kissed him. "Yan, help me." Liang Xiqiu felt as if his head had exploded. She had mistaken him for her beloved, kissing the one he had longed for day and night. Unable to resist, he tightened his embrace, intensifying the moment. "Su Ran, you brought this upon yourself." The next morning, at 7 o'clock, Jiang Nanshu was feeding the dog next door. Stifling a yawn, she could hardly believe that Shang Su was in such high spirits, seeking her out early in the morning, asking her to feed the dog for the last time this week as she would be returning to school. The little pup was whimpering, and Jiang Nanshu, disturbed by the noise, resigned herself to the task. She ruffled its fur, playfully threatening, "I won't be coming home this weekend. Let the butler take care of you. Or even have the Jiang family's butler do it. I've already instructed him." Shang Su pouted, "No way, this is our little puppy. We can't let anyone else feed it." Jiang Nanshu, "If one didn't know better, they might think it's our child." After filling the dog bowl with food, she glanced up to see Lu Qingyan descending the stairs. Upon spotting Jiang Nanshu, Lu Qingyan appeared momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Nanshu couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Feeding your nephew's dog." Realizing her attitude might be too brusque, she worried that if Lu Qingyan noticed the contrast, he might fall for her. "Cough, I can't let things fall apart. Jiang Nanshu, hold your ground." She lifted her gaze, a blush gracing her cheeks. "Good morning, Qingyan. Seeing you makes today feel like a vibrant day." Lu Qingyan, he walked past her with a stoic expression. Jiang Nanshu stood up, noticing the dark circles under his eyes, clearly a sign of poor sleep, and hurried after him, feigning concern. "Qingyan, why do you look so exhausted? Did you not sleep well last night? Look at those dark circles under your eyes. It's heart-wrenching." "I'm going to sleep." The misspellings were glaring, but she would correct them upon seeing them. Chapter 133. I don't want it like this either. But she calls me baby. Lu Qingyan approached the dining table, where the servants had set out breakfast. He picked up a sandwich, noticing Jiang Nanshu still lingering nearby, and asked, "Have you eaten breakfast?" "No, I wanted to share breakfast with you, so I've been starving myself. Had I eaten early, would I wait for you?" Lu Qingyan. Jiang Nanshu moved closer, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "May I sit here? I don't believe we've ever had breakfast together. Today could be an important commemorative day in my life." Lu Qingyan. Jiang Nanshu closely observed his expression, and for a fleeting moment, he looked as if he had swallowed a fly, which delighted her. "So, you dislike mushiness. I've found your weakness. You don't like infatuation or madness. You prefer the style, quite bold indeed." Lu Qingyan inhaled deeply. "You needn't behave this way. You were quite fine when you slapped me the other day." Jiang Nanshu. "Are you out of your mind? Are you holding a grudge against me? You seem to remember quite well." Jiang Nanshu bit her lip, feeling wronged. "I'm sorry. I was too willful and didn't mean to hit you. Please don't dislike me. If you do, I will. I will celebrate with firecrackers, yay." Lu Qingyan simply watched her perform. "Oh, and what will you do? Are you threatening to harm yourself? Good idea. If you refuse me, I'll do it right away. I'll make you sick of me." Of course, she could not reveal her true feelings. Instead, she hurriedly explained, "I would never do something so childish again." Then, shyly glancing at him, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, truthfully. "I know you like me too, don't you? When I said I wouldn't contact you anymore, it was just in anger. How could I bear to abandon you? You turned down Sue ran for me. I promise not to let your affections go to waste." Who would have thought that Jiang Nanshu's sweet words were not from the heart? Even her affectionate demeanor was a facade. If Lu Qingyan were aware of her true thoughts, he would likely continue to disdain her. Ignoring the strange feeling in his heart when she declared her affection, he resolved not to fall into that trap. With a cold smile, he replied, "You're overthinking it. The relationship between the Jiang and Lu families must maintain a facade in public, lest rumors of discord arise." "What nonsense is this? A facade? I thought you had developed feelings for me. I was almost troubled, fearing my plans were failing." You truly leave one speechless. Jiang Nanshu's countenance fell. "It seems I cannot escape the fate of an engagement annulment. This stolen happiness must ultimately be returned." Shang Su could no longer contain himself. Rushing to Jiang Nanshu's side to pledge his loyalty, "Sister Nanshu, if you break off the engagement with my uncle, I will marry you. I swear, no lies." "What trouble are you stirring up now?" Yet Jiang Nanshu held Shang Su tightly. "All right, my darling, I shall wait for you." Shang Su's cheeks flushed. Until Jiang Nanshu departed, he remained in a daze. Lu Qingyan elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin, casting a glance at him. Childish words. "You should first ask your mother if she agrees." Shang Su, with starry eyes, feigned ignorance and propped his chin on his chubby hands. "Uncle, I don't want it this way either, but she calls me baby." Lu Qingyan, this infatuated little romantic, how could she be so utterly captivated by Jiang Nanshu? A luxury car came to a halt at the entrance of Jing University. Jiang Nanshu stepped out, having missed the comforts of home after 2 days away, relishing the simple pleasures of life, such as savoring melons. Yesterday, her grandfather had been banished to the study for the night. He even urged her to speak a few kind words to Jiang Mu to convey his utter disinterest in Chu Xian. Of course, she had no intention of doing so. Jiang Nanshu gracefully declined. She found herself puzzled. These malicious side characters seemed to have lost their wits. Chu Xian's thoughts were not even concealed. Yet Jiang Mu had discovered them. She hoped Chu Xian would devise her own solution to the predicament. Jiang Nanshu proceeded directly to the classroom, arriving punctually, without a hint of tardiness. Upon seeing her, Su Shi quickly wiped down the seat beside her. Jiang, hurry over, I've cleaned your spot." Jiang Nanshu accepted the invitation without hesitation and settled into the seat. She glanced around, inquiring, "Where's Su Xingwan?" Su Shi shook her head, a frown creasing her face. "I don't know. She mentioned going home and hasn't returned all weekend. I couldn't reach her. Do you think her foster brother has locked her up again?" Jiang Nanshu pondered the situation regarding Su Xingwan and Bo Yan, a tale of a business mogul and his canary. Though the details were sparse, the drama was intense.
Sigh.
What good does it do to worry? Better to contemplate what to have for lunch. Jiang Nanshu was already considering her midday meal. She must seize a seat 5 minutes early. It gets crowded right on the dot. True, Su Shi agreed. Su Xingwan is unlikely to be in danger. If she doesn't wish to go, she simply won't. Yet she still chose to go. There must be her own reasons. The entire classroom awaited the teacher, but instead, they were greeted by another individual. The instructor for this class entered, pushing a wheelchair, a look of compassion on his face. Classmate Chen Qian has been receiving treatment for nearly 2 weeks due to domestic violence inflicted by her father. She has returned to school now that her condition has improved, though she bears some physical impairments. I ask everyone to be understanding. Jiang Nanshu looked up to see Chen Qian's gaze fixed on her like a blade. It seemed to convey a message. She had returned for revenge. Jiang Nanshu blinked, then broke into a radiant smile, her striking face aglow with joy. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye even more pronounced. It was quite unexpected that she dared to return to school. Was she simply bored with life and seeking to stir things up? Jiang Nanshu's lips moved slightly, silently conveying to Chen Qian, "Welcome back, my toy." The malice in Chen Qian's eyes was swiftly replaced by fear, her hands gripping the armrest of her chair trembling. Huing, noticing Chen Qian's relentless stare at Jiang Nanshu, quickly interjected with a smile. "Teacher, before Chen Qian's incident, she was the best friend of Jiang Nanshu. It would be beneficial for her to sit next to Jiang Nanshu for support. What do you think, Chen Qian?" Before Chen Qian could respond, Jiang Nanshu propped her chin on her hand, smiling sweetly. "I have no objections, Chen Qian. I missed you terribly while you were away. Come sit by me." Chen Qian hurriedly lowered her head. She despised Jiang Nanshu intensely. If it weren't for Jiang Nanshu's scheming, how could she have been beaten by her father to such an extent? Even with her father imprisoned as a result, her fury remained unquenched. At midnight, she would awaken in pain from her dreams, biting her arm until it bled, finding solace in self-harm, as if feasting on Jiang Nanshu's flesh. Such a villain deserved to descend into hell.
Jiang Nanshu deserved to die.
After a moment, Chen Qian finally raised her head. One of her eyes was blind, and one ear was partially deaf. She shook her head. "I don't want to disturb Nanshu's studies. I'll sit next to the aisle." Huing smiled slightly, casting a hostile glance at Jiang Nanshu. "All right, classmate Chen Qian, I'll assist you." Jiang Nanshu chose to ignore Hu Ying's animosity. She was merely Lin Yi's lapdog, a classmate from the same high school as Jiang Nanshu. Initially, the original soul had hindered Lin Yi's relationship with Jiang Yunchuan, nearly ruining her plans, which led Lin Yi to harbor a deep-seated hatred for her. As Hu Ying's subordinate, she had always been at odds with Jiang Nanshu, dragging her into any embarrassing situation that arose. Various artistic performances, calligraphy competitions, dance and music events, chess and painting contests, even physics and mathematics competitions, every time, the original soul was coerced into participating. Each time, she faced ridicule and scorn, ultimately tarnishing her reputation. It was no wonder that the elite women from prominent families looked down upon her. Even her engagement to the Liu family was a stroke of luck, a mere coincidence. As for the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, Huing had compared her unfavorably to Su Ran. Acting impulsively, the original soul had signed up. Jiang Nanshu found it bewildering how the spirit of this body could be so foolish, leading to such a fate. A thought flickered through her mind. The original Jiang Nanshu had not perished after jumping into the river. Otherwise, how could she act as a catalyst for the romance between the male and female leads? Yet now that she occupied this body, what had become of the original soul? The thought was fleeting, interrupted by Chen Qian's voice. "Nanshu, I'm back." Jiang Nanshu turned her head to see Chen Qian a row away, her gaze piercing as she looked at her. Jiang Nanshu scrutinized her, clicking her tongue. I'll organize a welcome ceremony for you shortly." Chen Qian bit her teeth, suppressing the urge to lunge at Jiang Nanshu and tear her face apart. She forced a smile. "Thank you." Even Jiang Nanshu couldn't help but admire Chen Qian's tenacity. No wonder she had managed to bring the original soul to such a state. Her nemesis stood before her, yet she could still muster a forced smile. Jiang Nanshu couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. Huing chimed in with a smile. "You two are each other's only best friends. Jiang Nanshu, you must take good care of Chen Qian. After all, she has been assisting you for so many years. Without her, who would you be today?" Jiang Nanshu couldn't be bothered to spare her a glance. Su Shi, feeling a twinge of jealousy, retorted, "What do you mean only? Why can't Jiang have other good friends? Don't be so morally coercive. And given her condition, should Jiang be the one to care for her? Is Jiang a doctor or her mother expected to be glued to her side?" Su Shi hadn't forgotten how Chen Qian had screamed in madness in the hospital, blaming Jiang Nanshu for her plight. Now she was pretending to be a sister. She would not allow Jiang Nanshu to be deceived. Thus, she volunteered, I'm now Jiang's good friend, and by extension. That makes me Qin Qian's too, though I wouldn't say I'm thrilled about it. But I can step in to care for her. Come, darling, sit in here. I worry you might not be used to the smell of disinfectant. Su Shi decisively changed seats, while Jiang Nanshu moved to the window side.
Ah.
She had hoped to reminisce with Qin Qian. Huang shot Su Shi a glare. The teacher at the podium cleared her throat. All right, everyone, settle down. Class is about to begin. Only then did Huang return to her seat. Su Shi straightened her back, blocking Qin Qian's gaze, and shot her a glare. Then she leaned toward Jiang Nanshu to whisper, Jiang. Jiang Nanshu replied languidly, turning her head to gaze out at the white poplar trees, their leaves rustling in the breeze. Su Shi was momentarily entranced by Jiang Nanshu's profile. She was truly stunning, possessing a beauty that could captivate both men and women alike. Her face flushed slightly, her words stumbling. I just think Qin Qian harbors animosity towards you. Please don't get too close. She can't be anything good. She was shouting in the hospital that you harmed her. Only then did Jiang Nanshu turn her head to look at Su Shi, her almond eyes curving slightly as she candidly admitted she wasn't lying. Her current predicament is of my making. Su Shi's eyes widened in shock, her lips parting in disbelief. Jiang Nanshu, with her delicate demeanor, seemed entirely uncharacteristic. Yet, she quickly recalled the decisive and ruthless Jiang Nanshu she had seen in the restroom. That blonde-haired girl had been forced to take a detour after leaving the hospital, terrified of encountering the merciless Jiang Nanshu. Su Shi bit her lip and mumbled. She definitely brought this upon herself. Her gaze was sincere as she continued, I will always believe in you. You only harm the wicked. It is Qin Qian who is impure of heart, and thus she deserves her fate. Jiang Nanshu was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly chuckled softly. Aren't you afraid? Su Shi shook her head, her eyes filled with compassion. I am not afraid. I cherish you too much. Jiang, you must have endured many grievances to become this way. Everything you do is to protect yourself. If you trust me, I will be your most loyal friend. I will never betray you. You saved my life. My existence belongs to you. This unreserved and fervent affection made Jiang Nanshu feel emotions she had never experienced before. Directed towards another girl, she smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth, and teasingly pinched Su Shi's cheek. You are quite amusing. Don't indulge in fantasies, I'm not buying that. She then took out her notebook and focused intently on the lecture. Su Shi hesitated to speak, fearing she might interrupt her. She wanted to express that she would indeed consider Jiang Nanshu a true friend. While others shunned her, Su Shi would remain by her side. Quietly, she clenched her fist, determined to prove her loyalty over time. No matter what transpired, she would steadfastly choose Jiang Nanshu. Qin Qian, listening to their exchange, felt a mix of hatred and jealousy. Jiang Nanshu's friendship had ensured she never lacked money over the past 3 years. This foolish girl was wholeheartedly devoted to her friends. Her eyes darkened as she pondered the task given to her by Chu Mushi. She was determined to uncover evidence that this was not the real Jiang Nanshu. She was undoubtedly under some enchantment. The class soon concluded, and Su Shi excused herself to the restroom. Qin Qian kept a wary eye on Jiang Nanshu, fearing she might attempt to harm her. Jiang Nanshu found it amusing, lowering her voice. Aren't you afraid of dying yet you still come to school? Chu Mushi transferred the remaining 4 million to you, and you rushed out before your health was restored to meet your demise? Qin Qian, her gaze evasive, looked down at the desk. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't been in touch with her. During my days in the hospital, I have been filled with regret. Nanshu, I want to hold your actions against me, because we are good friends. What pain can't friends forgive, right? You're quite adaptable. Fine, I forgive you. Jiang Nanshu responded with a dismissive tone. Qin Qian was nearly infuriated. After all she had endured, she was asked to forgive? What audacity! However, she did not wish to confront Jiang Nanshu directly. Where was Jiang Nanshu? Suddenly, a voice came from the classroom door. Hu Ying's eyes lit up as she pointed behind her. Ting Jie, she asked back there. Huang Wanting, accompanied by several followers, approached Jiang Nanshu with a clear intent. She slammed her palm on Jiang Nanshu's desk, her gaze filled with disdain. Jiang Nanshu, where have you hidden Ranran? Jiang Nanshu was taken aback. What? Are you out of your mind? Huang Wanting, exasperated, retorted, Don't think I don't know. It's clearly because you're jealous of Ranran's closeness to Lu Qingyan that you've made her disappear. I advise you to hand her over quickly. How can you be so vile as to resort to kidnapping?
Su si into that, love Jiang Nanshu.
Yi sighed. How could anyone not love her? Xiao, Jiang commented. Be reasonable. You're all starting to go overboard. Lu added, ha. In chapter 135, Jiang Nanshu's demeanor shifted dramatically. She gazed incredulously at Huang Wanting, repeatedly pointing to herself. You're saying I kidnapped Su Ran? Huang Wanting glared at her, frowning. What are you pretending for? You've always wanted Ran dead. Now that she's missing, I refuse to believe you had no hand in it. Jiang Nanshu felt as though she were surrounded by fools. The main character had gone missing, and they were still trying to pin the blame on her. With a slight smirk, she let out a light laugh. It's not even time for me to intervene yet. Why would I kidnap her? Is it possible you devoured your placenta at birth, rendering you this dim-witted? What benefit would I gain from abducting Su Ran? Would I even bother? Her words left the entire classroom in shock. Su Ran was missing? The students exchanged glances, slowly realizing they hadn't seen her all morning. Regardless of whether it was a publicity stunt or not, since she was in their school, she had to maintain appearances. Especially as someone preparing for graduate school, a celebrity would not lack the patience for such charades. All eyes turned to Jiang Nanshu, filled with skepticism. From their gazes, she could discern the accusation. Cleverly evasive. Indeed, every word she spoke was a clever evasion. Her fists clenched tightly. These dim-witted individuals ought to be sent back to the womb for a redo. Huang Wanting's face flushed with anger, gritting her teeth. Then tell me where Su Ran is. I haven't been able to contact her all night. She was with you 2 days ago, at that resort. You are undoubtedly the mastermind behind this. What a malicious heart you possess. Jiang Nanshu's patience reached its breaking point. Her usually cheerful eyes grew increasingly cold, radiating an icy chill as she glared fiercely at Huang Wanting. With a slight smile, she enunciated each word, then go ahead and report me to the authorities, you fool. Whether Su Ran is alive or dead is of no concern to me. You can either ask Lu Qingyan or that sycophant Cheng'an. Don't come to bother me. With so many others to question, why choose to harass me? Huang Wanting, seething, struggled to catch her breath, her eyes reddening. Do you think I haven't tried? Young Master Lu hasn't even come to school today. He is certainly out looking for Ran. Too busy to bother you. Since you want to speak, don't blame me for getting rough. She reached out to grab Jiang Nanshu, but Jiang Nanshu swiftly grasped Huang Wanting's wrist, twisting it forcefully, causing a scream to echo throughout the classroom. Ah! It hurts. You lunatic, let go. My hand is going to break. Jiang Nanshu is going to kill me. Jiang Nanshu turned to see Chen Qian's maliciously gleeful smile. When their eyes met, Chen Qian's smile faltered, turning into panic as she shook her head, pushing her wheelchair back. Jiang Nanshu grinned and shoved Huang Wanting, who stumbled directly onto Chen Qian. Ah! Another melodious scream joined the fray. Chen Qian's face drained of color, her single eye rolling back as she nearly fainted from the pain. She was still fragile, her body delicate as glass. Even the slightest touch could shatter her. Moreover, Huang Wanting was no lightweight, and she winced in agony. Oh dear, Huang Wanting, how careless of you. Chi-Chi's body isn't fully healed yet. Are you trying to take her life? You better get out of here. Jiang Nanshu's voice was calm and unhurried. Huang Wanting rubbed her wrist, having almost believed her hand would snap. Fortunately, only Jiang Nanshu's grip had reddened it. She stood up quickly. You vile creature. Huang Wanting attempted to rush at her, only to be forcefully pushed aside. Sushi stood protectively in front of Jiang Nanshu, shoving Huang Wanting back, causing Chen Qian, in her terror, to retreat in her wheelchair. Narrowly avoiding the chaos, Huang Wanting fell directly to the ground, clutching her waist in pain. Sushi surveyed the room, realizing that numerous spectators had gathered. Yet not a single person was willing to lend a hand. When Sushi glanced their way, they feigned ignorance, turning their heads away. She understood their reluctance to intervene. However, in a classroom filled with so many people, not one offered to fetch a teacher, allowing this farce to escalate. Her gaze shifted back to Huang Wanting, her small face icy. What exactly do you intend to do? What has Jiang done to you? As a dance major, why are you causing a scene in our broadcasting department? Supported by her entourage, Huang Wanting regained her footing and exclaimed indignantly, You should ask Jiang Nanshu. She is the one responsible. Make her release Ran. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? I don't know where Su Ran is, Jiang Nanshu replied, her fists cracking with tension, one hand resting on the back of her chair. She could not guarantee that if Huang Wanting continued to provoke her, she wouldn't retaliate with a chair aimed at her. Sushi lowered her face. Did you not hear? Jiang said she didn't know, and if she couldn't find someone, she should report it to the police. I am truly at my wit's end, demanding her to be both a doctor and a detective. What a bunch of lunatics. Just wait. Huang Wanting made a phone call. Before long, Cheng'en arrived. As soon as he entered, he kicked over the table in front of Jiang Nanshu. His eyes were dark and bloodshot, clearly having gone a whole night without sleep. His gaze, as venomous as a serpent, fixated on Jiang Nanshu. Where is she? Don't test my patience. I truly might kill you. After a long moment, Jiang Nanshu exhaled softly, tightening her grip on the chair back. Looking at the books scattered on the floor, she spoke calmly. Pick them up. Cheng'en was taken aback. Even in such a moment, Jiang Nanshu was still concerned about her worthless books. Wasn't Su Ran's life important? If it weren't for the provocation from Jiang Nanshu and Lu Qingyan, how could she have gone missing? Perhaps Jiang Nanshu had a hand in the situation. She had always looked down on Su Ran, consistently targeting her. Not drowning Su Ran in the pool, then later orchestrating her abduction and humiliation. Such actions were all too plausible for someone with Jiang Nanshu's inherently cruel disposition. Just the thought of Su Ran crying in some corner, suffering at the hands of evildoers, filled him with a murderous rage towards Jiang Nanshu. He wouldn't mind going to prison if it meant taking down a vile creature. Cheng'en, are you seeking death? Jiang Yunchuan followed closely behind, noticing the chaos beside Jiang Nanshu's desk. Angrily, he pulled Cheng'en back. Who gave you the audacity to bully her? Do you think I am dead? Cheng'en remained rooted, glaring at Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Yunchuan, step aside. This matter is between Jiang Nanshu and me. Do not make me strike you too. Jiang Yunchuan laughed in anger, his eyes sharp. You still want to hit her? You, a man, striking a young girl. Has her upbringing gone to the dogs? His brain must be in the gutter too. Just because Su Ran is missing, he accuses me of kidnapping her. If one day Su Ran dies, will he claim I killed her as well? He even brought a knife, intending to stab me, the beast. Am I merely a punching bag? Chapter 136. Fury against Cheng and Jiang Yunchuan finally noticed Cheng'en's eager hands, a cold sweat breaking out. How could a mere Su Ran bring him to such a state? This was an act of violence. Had he considered the consequences for the Cheng and Jiang families if Jiang Nanshu were to die? Did he think that because Jiang Nanshu was not valued by the Jiang family, he could stab her and then settle the matter with money? Or that, due to the relationship between the two families, he would serve a few years in prison and then be released? Some matters, once contemplated deeply, made Jiang Yunchuan realize that Cheng'en would do anything for Su Ran, even commit a crime. Now I see. Yesterday was the day Su Ran was coerced by the director. This morning, I saw Lu Qingyan, and Huang Wanting insisted he hadn't come to school. I wondered why he had two black eyes. Could it be he couldn't sleep over this matter? Jiang Nanshu's thoughts were in turmoil. Jiang Yunchuan was utterly shocked.
What?
Su Ran was coerced yesterday?
How could that be?
He swallowed hard, but he understood that this had nothing to do with Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Yunchuan frowned. Cheng'en, if you're going mad, do it elsewhere. We will find Su Ran. She is fine. But Cheng'en was in no mood to hear such words. He coldly replied, Jiang Yunchuan, step aside. This matter does not concern you. The person I seek is Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Yunchuan felt a throbbing at his temples. Unable to contain himself any longer. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Nanshu is my younger sister. How could this not concern me? Don't be foolish. Su Ran's disappearance has nothing to do with my sister. She spent all day at home yesterday, never stepping outside. How could she have abducted Su Ran? Don't view her through such tinted glasses. She isn't that wicked. Cheng'en scoffed. Now I understand. I don't know why you're being deceived by this venomous woman. Can her past misdeeds be overlooked? Jiang Yunchuan found himself at a loss for words. He could not say Jiang Nanshu was not the same wicked person she once was. That would merely frighten him. Don't treat her like some monster that needs to be burned. Sigh. It seems I need to wake him up. Jiang Nanshu patted Jiang Yunchuan's shoulder, a smile gracing her lips. Fifth brother, please step aside and let Cheng'en pick up my books. She cast a haughty glance at Cheng'en, disdainfully declaring, It's just Su Ran. I could crush her with a single finger. Jiang Yunchuan was drenched in cold sweat. Cease. Oh no, sister, you are my sister. Please stop talking. Can't you see he's about to stab someone? When Jiang Yunchuan remained motionless, Jiang Nanshu pushed him aside and pointed her chin at Cheng'en. Pick up my books, otherwise, you won't walk out of this classroom upright today. Cheng'en glanced down, then bent to pick up the notes Jiang Nanshu had painstakingly recorded, filled with complex physics formulas. He sneered. What a show. A fool is still a fool. Just because you copied a few challenging problems, you think you're a genius? Right in front of Jiang Nanshu, he tore the notes apart, flinging them at her face. His gaze turning menacing. Go die. You wretched girl. The change occurred in an instant. A sharp silver fruit knife was drawn from his coat, aimed swiftly at Jiang Nanshu's abdomen. Jiang Yunchuan's expression changed drastically, his voice filled with horror. Nanshu.
Bang!
Jiang Nanshu reacted quickly, using a chair to block Chung and Silver Blade. Without giving him a chance to react, she kicked Chung into the ground, the chair crashing down upon him relentlessly.
Ah!
He didn't even have a chance to fight back, screaming in agony as Jiang Nanshu pummeled him. Soon there was no more movement. Someone glanced at the liquid pooling on the floor, trembling slightly. There's blood. Chung had fainted, and Jiang Nanshu finally ceased her assault. Coincidentally, the knife had pierced his own thigh. She then pulled out a bank card from her pocket, tossing it onto Chung An's body, addressing the crowd. The medical expenses will be on me. Why are you all still standing there? Call 120, or I will have to send him to the crematorium. Finally. After days of restraint, this release feels exhilarating. She turned to Jiang Yunchuan, who was startled by her gaze, hastily pledging his loyalty. I'm not with him. You know this. I am here to help you. Jiang Nanshu feigned terror, clutching Jiang Yunchuan's hand. Wowu, fifth brother. I was just so scared that I hurt him like this. It was unintentional. Will Chung An hate me forever? Everyone, you beat him nearly to death and now you regret it? And it was unintentional? Were you trying to kill him then? When Yang Jiashu arrived, he saw Chung An being carried out unconscious. Spotting the knife and blood on the floor, he gasped. What happened here? How did Chung An get so badly hurt? Jiang Yunchuan. He didn't know how to explain. He just knew he needed to stop Chung An from harming his sister, but the reversal was too great, leaving him frozen in place as he watched Chung An faint. Jiang Nanshu, her eyes red and glistening with tears, spoke with regret. It's all my fault. I should have let Chung An stab a few times to vent his anger. It was my fear that made me react, and I accidentally hurt him. He couldn't hold the knife properly and stabbed himself. I wouldn't dare kill even an ant. How could I take a life? Jiang Yunchuan. Yang Jiashu. Everyone. Yang Jiashu chuckled awkwardly. It's not your fault, Nanshu. I will go handle this matter with your brother. You stay at school and don't be afraid. Aren't you afraid? I hope Chung An isn't frightened in the ICU. If he ends up brain damaged, I will have single-handedly saved him from a future of suffering for Su Ran. Jiang Yunchuan. How terrifying. Jiang Nanshu's eyes sparkled as she nodded softly with a smile. Thank you, Brother Jiashu. Yang Jiashu, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and hurriedly took Jiang Yunchuan away. Why are we running so fast? Upon hearing Jiang Yunchuan's voice, Yang Jiashu inexplicably smiled shyly. Yunchuan, I suddenly find your sister quite endearing. Her smile is so sweet. Jiang Yunchuan was at a loss for words. Was she still sweet when she was attacking someone? No, that was not an attack, it was self-defense. It was that rascal Chung An who instigated it. And he deserved the injuries he sustained. Sigh, what will happen with the Chung family now? My brother is going to be troubled again. Jiang Yunchuan, feeling irritated, raked his fingers through his crimson hair. By the way, where's Yan Ge? Why didn't he come to school today? He wouldn't actually be going to find Su Ran, would he? Yang Jiashu looked at him in surprise. You don't know? What? Yan Ge was called back to the Lu family early this morning. It seems to be related to that illegitimate child. Chapter 137. I am merely a patient. I cannot withstand stress. Jiang Yunchuan furrowed his brows. What is that illegitimate child's name again? Liang something? Liang Ci Chio, Yang Jiashu replied, looking at him incredulously. It's been so long, and you still can't remember their name. Jiang Yunchuan scoffed. Why should I remember the name of an illegitimate child? Sigh, what is Su Ran doing, playing hide and seek? This mess is being pinned on my sister. Isn't that unfair? She was home all day yesterday, coughing and having stomach pains resting. Yang Jiashu also frowned, his clean face revealing some perplexity. I'm a bit puzzled too. Could she be faking this? Honestly, there's no need to waste energy on something with no outcome. He referred to the matter between Lu Qinyan and Su Ran. If Lu Qinyan truly cared for her, he would find her even if she hid underground. Suddenly, Jiang Yunchuan felt a pang of guilt. He had not overlooked Jiang Nanshu's heartfelt words about Su Ran being compromised. Just thinking about it troubled him. Was she being confined in some hotel? A girl enduring such things must feel utterly hopeless, right? He wondered if anyone had gone to rescue her yesterday. Coughing lightly, he turned to Yang Jiashu and asked, Jashu, do you think Su Ran might still be asleep? Yang Jashu blinked, his elongated eyes behind glasses giving him a youthful appearance. Yet his overly gentle demeanor made him seem like a good-natured person. He reached out to touch Jiang Yunchuan's forehead. You're not sick. Jiang Yunchuan exploded. Who are you insulting? What does it matter to you if Su Ran is sleeping? Why are you blushing? And why do you seem a bit guilty? Yang Jashu narrowed his eyes slightly, tugging at Jiang Yunchuan's collar. Come clean. Do you know where Su Ran is? How the hell would I know? Jiang Yunchuan broke free, striding ahead. I'm merely speculating. Every time I sleep deeply, I can't hear my phone notifications. Forget it. Accompany me to the Jiang group. I need to discuss this matter with my brother face to face. The Chung family must be aware of it by now. With Chung injured like that, it won't end well. Yang Jashu placed his hands on his hips, chuckling. Then I'll go testify for you. Anzi was indeed excessive, creating such a ruckus. The whole classroom couldn't bear to look Jiang Nanshu in the eye. One leg of that chair is broken, and now that wretched chair lies in the corner at the back. She went to wash the mop, cleaning up the bloodstains. Jiang Nanshu picked up the knife, twirling it in her hand. Its sharpness made her suspect that Chang'an had sharpened it before the incident. She raised her gaze and met Hu Ying's eyes, flashing a smile that frightened Hu Ying, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, her head hitting the lectern with a heavy thud. The sound alone was painful. Jiang Nanshu's delicate hand gripped the knife's handle. With a forceful thrust, the blade embedded itself into the tabletop, producing a humming sound from the tip due to the impact. If the school authorities inquired about the incident, how would you all respond? The crowd, trembling in fear, dared not answer. Seeing the silence, Jiang Nanshu remained unperturbed, letting out a sorrowful sigh. I have concealed a matter from all of you. After a diagnosis by a psychologist, I am suffering from severe depression. During my episodes, I only wish to harm others, but I assure you, it is not intentional. I am merely a patient, unable to withstand stress. Can you comprehend my suffering? The crowd. Help, can they truly understand? Which depression manifests in harming others. Isn't it usually self-harm? Noticing the classroom had fallen silent, Jiang Nanshu expressed some dissatisfaction with a hum. Are you all mute? My depression is about to flare up. The entire class, never having spoken in unison before, responded. We understand. We understand completely. Jiang Nanshu felt reassured. What about the school authorities? Everyone replied in unison. This matter has nothing to do with you. You are the victim. This synchronized testimony brought a smile of relief to Jiang Nanshu. The atmosphere in the class remained harmonious. She had grown fond of studying. Unity and camaraderie were the qualities that students in her broadcasting department should possess. Jiang Nanshu turned to Hu Ying, class monitor. What do you think? Hu Ying. She stood up, holding her head, her voice stiff. I, like them, believe you are innocent. She had sullied her conscience, forced to submit before the forces of evil. In her eyes, Jiang Nanshu now seemed more terrifying than a ghost. A hint of trepidation lingered in her heart as she pondered whether to continue following Lin Yi's advice to target Jiang Nanshu. Your trust in me brings me great joy. You are all my wonderful classmates. Jiang Nanshu felt deeply moved. She recalled her past in the original world, embroiled in the turmoil of her parents' fiery demise. After proving it was an accident, she had sent her younger brother to a mental institution with her own hands. After her release from detention, she returned to school to continue her studies. That was the prestigious school arranged for her by Zhou Yanxiu before his death. The year she entered high school, the children of the wealthy in that private school were all affluent. Jiang Nanshu, having lost the formidable Zhou Yanxiu, felt like a lamb among wolves. Many despised her back then, branding her an orphan, a parasite clinging to the Zhou family, scribbling and spilling red ink on her desk. Those years were harsher than Su Shi's experience. Jiang Nanshu's mind began to fade, remembering only a mundane night when she wielded a concealed kitchen knife, ferociously attacking a group of thugs that had surrounded her. As a consequence, she broke one of her hands and fell gravely ill. After recovering, she enrolled in a martial arts class. From that moment, she realized that the only person capable of protecting herself in this world was herself. Zhou Yanxiu had taught her to be forgiving and gentle towards the world, yet had not shown her how to defend herself. The only way to fight back, relentlessly, was to strike fear into them until they submitted. Jiang, do not play with knives. It is dangerous. Jiang Nanshu's thoughts were interrupted by Su Shi's voice. Su Shi tidied up the aftermath, stepping forward to pull the knife from the table, glancing at the newly created hole on the otherwise neat surface. Shaking her head in exasperation before tossing it into the trash can, the knife landing with a parabolic arc. What bad luck. She then retrieved a new chair. This table was also damaged by Chang'an. I'll apply for a new one later. For now, let us make do. She glanced at the torn notebook on Jiang Nanshu's desk, astonished by her handwriting, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Wow, how do you write so beautifully? Comparable to a contemporary calligraphy master. Such a pity this notebook is ruined. I'll accompany you to buy a new one after class. Little Jiang, sigh. Having depression is so annoying. The crowd. Are you sure that that's depression? Chapter 138. You are destined to be the loser. She is mine. No need. I'll buy it myself outside the school in a couple of days. Jiang Nanshu pieced the notebook back together. It was still usable, albeit marred by cracks. Looking somewhat shabby, she could not help but continuously admire Jiang Nanshu's handwriting. Why is it that those who are unambitious and indifferent to their studies possess such beautiful handwriting? Jiang, you should participate in a calligraphy competition. You would undoubtedly win an award. Jiang Nanshu remained unfazed, replying, that award carries little monetary value. She responded, so you're also a bit of a money grubber then. Jiang Nanshu glanced at her own calligraphy, recalling that in her previous world, she had been a mentor in a national-level calligraphy competition, and if the prize money were insufficient, she wouldn't even bother to participate. She reminisced about a humorous incident where she had casually imitated a piece by Zhao Mingfu from the Yuan dynasty, which was mistakenly taken as an authentic relic and displayed in a museum. Yet, none of her remarkable achievements in her former life compared to the sensational news of her being reported in a mental institution. She imagined that after her tragic car accident, the headlines would surely announce the death of Jiang Nanshu, the designated heir to the Zhou family's billion-dollar fortune, with the inheritance passing to Zhou Yenshu's elder brother. As an outsider, her demise would naturally allow those related by blood to Zhou Yenshu to inherit the wealth. Jiang Nanshu felt indifferent to the money, but she certainly did not wish to benefit those unworthy individuals. Useless system, she thought, frustrated that it had not acknowledged her completed tasks and absurdly required her to check her disgust value every 6 months. What a piece of trash, she lamented, her expression sulking on the desk. Shi, mistaking her mood for lingering sadness over Chang'an's situation, offered comfort. Jiang, it's all right. There should be no foolish individuals daring to provoke you now. She subtly glanced at Chen Qian, recalling how Huang Wanting had fled in a panic moments earlier. Startled, Chen Qian had even taken leave to go to the hospital for a checkup after Huang Wanting's collision had caused her distress. Just then, Jiang Nanshu's phone lit up with a message from Jiang Yunchuan. Instantly, her spirits lifted as she opened it. She had caused such a significant ruckus that it had reached Jiang Yisin, and she doubted that the man could possibly still tolerate her troublesome ways. Jiang Yisin was notoriously impatient. Jiang Yunchuan sent her an image of the Jiang Corporation building, accompanied by a message. I've arrived at my elder brother's place. Chang'an's elder brother is also here. Don't worry, he will help you resolve the issue. The message included a photo of a man in a suit, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Chang'an, entering the Jiang Group building. Jiang Nanshu grinned broadly, her joy concealed from others. How wonderful! No one knew how elated she was to pass this troublesome situation onto Jiang Yisin. Would her disgust value decrease? With a finger tapping the screen, she replied, Thank you. Fifth brother. I would be lost without you. Please explain the situation to Chang'an's brother. I did not intend to cause him any harm. Jiang Yunchuan could not help but raise an eyebrow at her overtly obvious hints. Did she truly wish to attract hatred so blatantly? He sighed in resignation and replied, By the way, your fiancé has not gone to find Su Ran. He has matters to attend to at the Liu family. Jiang Nanshu thought, what does Liu Qingyan's whereabouts have to do with me? She was scarcely concerned. However, according to the original plot, the chosen heroine, Su Ran, would undoubtedly remain safe and would be rescued by the male lead. Jiang Nanshu suspected that Liu Qingyan's disheveled appearance stemmed from having gone to save Su Ran the previous night. Yet, she wondered why Su Ran had not made an appearance thus far. This perplexing situation troubled her. Meanwhile, Liu Qingyan sat in a private car, arriving at the grand villa situated halfway up the mountain. Holding a document in hand, he noticed the top line read, Zhou Yenshu. This information was uncovered the previous night and even included a photograph of a remarkably handsome young man dressed in a pristine white shirt, whose gentle smile had a soothing effect on the heart. The photo suggested he was in his late 20s and was the wealthiest man in the harbor city. However, he found himself bewildered by the message indicating that this individual had died several years prior. Jiang Nanshu had been merely 14 or 15 at that time, living in her adoptive parents' home in the countryside, with no opportunity to encounter someone of such stature. Lu Qingyan's head throbbed with confusion. Thus, Jiang Nanshu's origins became a mystery. What connection did she have to this individual? "Young master, we have arrived," came the driver's announcement. Lu Qingyan neatly folded the thin document and tucked it into his pocket. This matter required further investigation. He must uncover the truth about Jiang Nanshu's background. Therefore, he needed to engage with her more, piecing together the strange events surrounding her existence from her own words. As Lu Qingyan stepped out of the car, a gentle breeze tousled his dark hair, causing the strands at the edge of his eyes to sway slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Liang Xiqiu, who had also just arrived, accompanied by Lu's father. Lu's father, observing Lu Qingyan's cold demeanor, regarded the two with a stoic expression, his dark eyes devoid of emotion. Feeling slightly annoyed under Lu Qingyan's gaze, he huffed and strode ahead, muttering, "Unlucky wretch." Lu Qingyan remained composed, having long accepted his parents' disfavor. Thus, regardless of Lu's father's harsh words, his emotions did not waver. After taking a few steps, Lu's father turned back to Liang Xiqiu, offering a warm smile.
"Xiaoqi."
"From now on, this will be your home. You will inherit half of everything belonging to the Lu family." In stark contrast to Lu Qingyan's frosty demeanor, Liang Xiqiu's appearance was more flamboyant. Dressed in a formal suit, he exuded charm, his lips curving into a smile. "Thank you, father." Satisfied, Lu's father walked away. What a stroke of luck. The heavens had blessed him with such a prominent son. Lu Qingyan advanced, and Liang Xiqiu strolled alongside him, mockingly chuckling. "Seems you've become quite unpopular. Are you not upset, dear brother?" Lu Qingyan did not even furrow his brows, his voice cool. "Do not call me that. I have no brother." Liang Xiqiu laughed dismissively. "No worries. You have one starting today. By the way, I haven't formally introduced myself. I am Liang Xiqiu, your elder brother by a year." His tone was laced with condescension, eager to witness Lu Qingyan's discomfort. Yet, he was destined for disappointment. Having lived in the Lu family for 21 years, Lu Qingyan had mastered the art of concealing his emotions, rendering Liang Xiqiu's taunts mere lowly provocations in his eyes. Did he desire for the world to know of his shameful identity? Lu Tingzhan was unashamed because he was inherently despicable. The circles of Beijing were well aware that his mother had only given birth to him as her sole child. Hence, what sort of brother was he? He should refrain from humiliating himself. Lu Qingyan retorted blandly. He did not care how many illegitimate children Lu's father had. If those individuals wished to live in peace, they would do well not to challenge his boundaries. Liang Xiqiu's expression darkened, but then a thought struck him, and a gleeful smile returned to his lips. Having endured a difficult past, he had done it all. Thus, Lu Qingyan, I envy your sheltered life. A young master unaware of hardship. We find it difficult to empathize. So we are destined to be enemies. Liang Xiqiu paused, his eyes narrowing with delight. As compensation, I desire everything you possess, be it wealth, power, or women. Lu Qingyan glanced at him, his thoughts drifting to his ambiguous relationship with Jiang Nanshu, his dark eyes growing colder. Liang Xiqiu noticed, and felt elated. It was rare to see Lu Qingyan display anger. He smirked, recalling Su Ran, his smile widening as he murmured, "You are destined to be the loser. She belongs to me now." Chapter 139. Who permitted you to associate with that girl named Jiang? Lu Qingyan recalled Jiang Nanshu's outwardly approachable and exuberant demeanor. In truth, he found her exceedingly difficult to approach. With a disdainful sneer at Liang Xiqiu's words, he casually strolled past the grand fountain with a hand shoved in his pocket. Don't engage me in a war of words. If you have the guts, bring her before me. If he held Jiang Nanshu in such contempt, how could he possibly regard Liang Xiqiu, that shadowy illegitimate child? The thought barely settled in his mind before a moment of discomfort washed over him. What was he even contemplating? When had he ever needed the approval of a woman? He relished the pursuit of admiration. Liang Xiqiu paused momentarily, a flicker of guilt flashing through his lowered gaze. Surely, Su Ran wouldn't he dare to confront him in front of Lu Qingyan. Last night, she had called out Lu Qingyan's name all night long. Jealousy consumed Liang Xiqiu. He felt like a clandestine thief, too ashamed to stand openly before Su Ran. Noticing his silence, Lu Qingyan smirked, fully aware he was provoking him. The two made their way into the opulent hall, where old Master Lu sat in the center. His cane propped beside him, his expression stern. On the left, Lu father lounged with one leg crossed over the other, a servant presenting him with a fine jade cup filled with premium tea. Opposite him, Lu Mother sat upright, her hair elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin. Clad in a dark sheephow that accentuated her graceful figure. Around her neck, she wore an exquisite agate necklace, her countenance dignified and youthful, appearing no older than 30 due to her meticulous care. She didn't even glance at Lu Father. They resembled strangers more than a married couple. Upon seeing Liang Xiqiu, her hands, resting on her lap, clenched tightly, her refined upbringing preventing her from spilling hot tea on this illegitimate child. Old Master Lu's gaze was nostalgic, as if he were looking through Liang Xiqiu to glimpse his biological mother. Lu Mother inhaled deeply, suppressing her nausea, her icy stare fixed on Lu Qingyan. Why are you only just arriving? By the way, Xiao Yan, who permitted you to associate with that girl from the Jiang family? You shall no longer stay at school. From today onward, you will study at home. After this year, you must begin your apprenticeship at the Lu Corporation. You are the heir. Lu Qingyan did not meet her gaze, but turned toward Old Master Lu. Grandfather. Old Master Lu's expression remained impassive. His sharp eyes darted between them. Take a seat. Lu Mother's frustration grew as she felt overlooked. She gripped her cup too tightly, causing the fine jade teacup to chip at the edge. Her face turned ashen. I said my son is not to associate with that girl from the Jiang family. Father, you stated that granting this illegitimate child entry would dissolve the engagement. Yet you've placed him next to the Jiang family's villa, allowing him to visit that Feng Mountain villa on weekends. Did you consider my opinion as his mother? Old Master Lu found it nearly impossible to communicate with Lu Mother. The decline of the merchant family stemmed from their ambition once they attained success, leading to mismanagement and eventual downfall. Yet, in her eyes, the Lu family had exploited the merchant family and then discarded them, resulting in increasing desolation. Although the Lu family had provided ample support to the merchant family over the years due to their union, the latter remained insatiable, losing fortunes in various investments. Lu Mother remained steadfastly loyal to her family of origin, believing she had been deceived into marrying Lu Father, which had soured her relationship with him over time, causing her to take out her frustrations on Lu Qingyan. Conversely, Lu Father was vexed by the fact that Lu Qingyan bore half the blood of the merchant family. The mere thought of the Lu Corporation being managed by Lu Qingyan and potentially adopting the surname Shang filled him with discontent. Furthermore, Lu Mother's madness had rendered him unable to have more children, leaving him with only Lu Qingyan, but now he had an illegitimate son to contend with. Time. I will not harm Xiao Yan. I desire nothing more than for him to thrive. Additionally, let us adults refrain from meddling in the gatherings of the younger generation. Allow them to enjoy themselves. Old Master Lu continued. The Lu and Jiang families have not annulled the engagement. Encouraging Xiao Yan to spend more time with Nanshu is my wish. There is a 3-month deadline. Should either child oppose, the engagement will not be dissolved. Lu Mother, infuriated, retorted, I am his mother. I have the right to oversee him. The engagement must be annulled, and he cannot return to school. He must study finance at home. Jiang Nanshu attends school, and as long as they are together, they will be inseparable. Especially since that shameless girl from the Jiang family is relentless in her pursuit of her son. Lu Qingyan merely regarded her in silence, contemplating the woman who had left an indelible mark on his life over the past several decades. His dark eyes grew colder, inch by inch, at times. He truly wished he did not share their blood. Liang Xiqiu envied his master's life. This was not life. It was a luxurious cage attempting to shatter his wings, binding him in chains, tugging at his body, controlling his actions, a sacrificial pawn in a power struggle. Mother, Lu Qingyan's voice was soft. I cannot comply with any of your demands. Lu Mother's expression turned even more frigid. As children grow, they become harder to manage, developing rebellious hearts. She had thought allowing him to experience freedom was a mistake. However, years ago, Old Master Lu had threatened her with divorce, leaving her no choice but to bring Lu Qingyan out of confinement. Xiao Yan, you hate me. Lu Mother's statement was a declaration rather than a question. The way she now looked at Lu Qingyan was devoid of any affection a mother should possess, her gaze cold and indifferent. Lu Qingyan averted his eyes. I dare not. I only wish for your well-being. Look at how exceptional you are now. It is all my doing. Without my guidance, you would be utterly worthless. Unable to compare even to your cousins, Lu Mother said, her voice icy. Her noble head held high as she regarded Lu Qingyan as if he were a meticulously crafted work of art that she had brought into being. It was a pity that her sculpting was abruptly interrupted by Old Master Lu. Lu Qingyan felt surprisingly at ease. After 10 years of confinement, his psyche remained untainted. He was as normal as ever. As a child, he had not set foot on grass or basked in sunlight until he turned 10, never feeling the caress of the wind through the seasons. Each year, his mother found countless excuses to avoid taking him to gatherings, forbidding him from venturing outside. When old Master Lu inquired, she would show him a video, compelling him to claim he was living well. Occasionally, old Master Lu would visit him. Caught between freedom and maternal love, he chose to trust his mother once more, believing no mother could be devoid of love for her child. It was only after enduring repeated beatings for failing to fulfill her onerous tasks that he lost hope. Even when Lu's father was aware of the truth, he remained indifferent, neglecting him entirely. He resigned himself to his fate. To this day, Lu's mother still believed she was in the right, expecting him to be grateful for the torment she had subjected him to over the years. After all, her most frequent assertion was that he was so dull-witted that he could never measure up to her nephews. Chapter 140. How can you promise someone the moon? What kind of child is raised in this manner? Old Master Lu expressed his displeasure, opposing Lu's mother's educational philosophy. Fortunately, he had taken care to raise Lu Qingyan in his presence while he was still young. Otherwise, his grandson would have been utterly ruined. Liang Xiqiu was taken aback. Glancing at Lu Qingyan, his first impression of Lu's mother was that she was difficult to deal with and exceedingly self-centered. If Lu Qingyan had such a mother, although his material needs might be met, his mental well-being could very well be compromised. Lu's mother snorted coldly. Since you refuse to heed my counsel, do not blame me for making arrangements. I shall find Xiao Yan a more suitable companion, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Old Master Lu sighed in exasperation. Suit yourself. Now, let us discuss Liang Xiqiu's situation. Regardless of his status as an illegitimate child, as long as he carries the blood of the Lu family, he is a member of this family. Our clan is vast, spanning across the globe. It is clearly impossible for everyone to know him, so next week, I will host a family reunion. Many esteemed guests will be invited, and I will introduce your existence to them. Do you have any objections? After hearing old Master Lu's words, Liang Xiqiu shook his head.
None.
He turned his gaze towards the silver-haired Mr. Lu and spoke. Since my mother passed away when I was young, I have lived alone. I am truly delighted to have family. Mr. Lu's expression softened slightly. Now that you have entered the Lu family, you are one of us. The Lu family will not treat you poorly. You and Xiao Yan are brothers, and I hope you can coexist harmoniously. He paused before continuing. Do you have any aspirations for a career? I can assist you in finding one. This was clearly an attempt to dismiss him. Even if he gained Mr. Lu's approval, he would never match the weight that Lu Qingyan held in his heart. Liang Xiqiu lowered his gaze. I do not possess grand ambitions. I simply seek a place where I won't suffer from hunger or cold, and I do not wish to exert myself too much. Having spent my youth in nightclubs and bars, I have not pursued much education. My lifelong dream has been to own my own bar. Before I returned to the Lu family, I supported myself as a male model in the nightlife scene. Therefore, my wish is quite simple. I desire the management rights of the bar, grandfather. May I? Mr. Lu's eyes widened in surprise. Such a splendid opportunity. And he only wanted a stake in the Lu family for a mere bar? Very well, Mr. Lu sighed in relief. If Liang Xiqiu had been overly ambitious or greedy, he would have arranged for him to leave the capital for other ventures. But his desire to merely run a bar was, to Mr. Lu, exceedingly modest. Return to the villa your father arranged for you and wait. Someone will come to see you.
Dad.
Mr. Lu could not restrain himself from interjecting. This is far too little. Xiao Ci has just returned. Mr. Lu's gaze turned sharp. What do you believe is appropriate? Should I hand him your position as general manager of the Lu Corporation? Mr. Lu fell silent. Control now lay entirely in Mr. Lu's hands. And when Lu Qingyan turned 23, he too would step aside for his son. Enough. You may all disperse. Xiao Yan, come with me. Lu Qingyan followed Mr. Lu into the study. Once the door closed, Mr. Lu leisurely settled into the sofa, peering at him with curiosity. How has your time with the Jiang girl been these past few days? She came out of your villa this morning. It seems your relationship is progressing well.
Lu Qingyan.
Taken aback, furrowed his brows. You've been following me? Oh, following? There are cameras, and besides, you're the only one going out and people talk. I'm not unaware of what is happening. Mr. Lu replied, pulling out his smartphone, donning his reading glasses, and immersing himself in a game with great enjoyment. I also know you mentioned trying to like her. However, you've been so cold. How can you lead someone on like that? If I were that Jiang girl, I'd hire 180 male models to mend my broken heart. Seeing his grandfather's animated demeanor, Lu Qingyan felt exasperated. Grandfather, do you have spies at my school as well? Don't be ridiculous, you make it sound as if I'm a peeping Tom. I merely browsed your school's forum. Your every move with that Jiang girl is documented there. Even that Su Ran. You three have become the subject of a serialized tale. Which is quite entertaining, Mr. Lu grumbled, continuing to tap on his screen. Lu Qingyan sighed. What nonsense. He had never even paid attention to that forum. Moreover, Mr. Lu's words were off the mark. What did he mean by saying he was leading Jiang Nanshu on? It was not as if he had considered whether she was willing to accept it. He sighed deeply when I said I was trying to like her. I simply wanted her to stop causing trouble. Picking on Su Ran is utterly futile. It's better to let her be quiet.
Ha!
Mr. Lu retorted sarcastically. You truly believe you are a prize, don't you? I've provided you with opportunities. If you insist on being pretentious, then there's nothing I can do. Should you fail, don't come crying to me. He truly did not understand what this old man spent his days perusing online. As he glanced at the colorful game on Mr. Lu's screen, noticing his grandfather had not moved for quite some time, he couldn't help but remind him. The purple block in the upper right corner needs to be moved down to clear the level. Mr. Lu, infuriated, huffed, Do I need you to teach me? I have eyes. His fingers started to shift the block just in time to clear the level with 5 seconds to spare, relishing the victory. As Lu Qingyan exited, he overheard his parents arguing in the living room. Out of anger, his mother packed her bags and returned to her family home, while his father, feeling agitated, left the grand villa as well. Liang Xiqiu observed the scene like a spectator, feeling entirely detached. He had never held any affection for the Lu family. What he desired was merely an equal standing with Lu Qingyan. He had always believed that it was his status that had led Su Ran to choose the illustrious Lu Qingyan over him. Now their starting points seemed nearly equal. Would Su Ran be pleased? On his way down, Lu Qingyan drove himself. Upon opening his messages, a series of blood-soaked photos from Cheng Sang flooded in. Yang Jiasu explained the whole situation in the group chat. The root of the chaos was Su Ran's disappearance, which led Cheng Sang to irrationally lash out at Jiang Nanshu, nearly causing harm. They conveniently omitted the part where Jiang Nanshu retaliated against Cheng Sang. Seeing the word Su Ran is missing made Lu Qingyan's brow furrow. He tapped twice and switched to his old WeChat account, where messages from Su Ran quickly appeared. One message had been sent around 10 o'clock the previous night, accompanied by a voice message. His intuition told him that Su Ran's disappearance was undoubtedly linked to this message. As he played the voice message, Su Ran's choked voice, laced with sobs, resonated. Yen, save me. Chapter 141. Delusional disorder is an illness that must be treated. The voice message was brief. Lu Qingyan pulled over to the side of the road, his finger scrolling upwards, pausing on a transaction Su Ran had made to him nearly a month prior. During this time, Su Ran had sent him numerous messages, but he had not checked them, as this WeChat account had been inactive for quite a while. Exiting the app, he directly deactivated the account. He drove towards Jing University. At 11 o'clock that morning, in a hotel in the capital, Su Ran awoke from a nightmare. Lying in bed, she stared blankly at the white ceiling, realizing she was not at home. Panic-stricken, she scanned her surroundings, recognizing the hotel layout, and abruptly sat up, causing pain to shoot through her back. Memories of the previous night gradually returned. Her complexion turned pale as she gazed at her reflection on the LCD screen. Noting that she was unclothed, with her fair skin displaying conspicuous bruises and hickeys. She had slept with Lu Qingyan. The sight of the white sheets pierced her heart with a sharp pang. Where was her phone? Su Ran gritted her teeth against the pain as she searched for her phone, only to discover it was dead. In a hurry, she donned her clothes and sought a charger. This was her new phone, as her previous one had broken. When it powered on, her notifications exploded, nearly causing the device to freeze. The most calls and messages came from Cheng Sang, followed by her manager, Amy, who had left her a message after making 20 calls by 8 in the morning. Take care of yourself. It then dawned on Su Ran that she was supposed to attend the audition for director when's major female lead today, but now it was already 11 o'clock, and the registration time had passed. If she went now, she probably wouldn't even be allowed inside. At that moment, none of the messages mattered as much as finding out who had been with her last night. Her hands trembling, she located Lu Qingyan's WeChat, recalling a message she had sent that had gone unanswered. She remembered making a voice call. He had answered. So why was there no record? She sent him a message, only to receive the gray text indicating the recipient cannot receive messages. Her phone fell limply onto the bed as tears streamed down her face, splattering on the sheets. He had deactivated this WeChat account, but why had the person from last night not been him? Why did Lu Qingyan no longer want her? She needed to find out the truth. Yet reason incessantly tugged at her nerves, reminding her that the man from last night was not Lu Qingyan. She persuaded herself internally that the call log must have been mistakenly deleted, for she had only reached out to him yesterday. After freshening up, Sue Ran donned a mask and hat before departing from the hotel. The sunlight outside enveloped her, yet she trembled from the chill, tears streaming down her cheeks. She now harbored the desperate hope that the man must indeed be Lu Qingyan, for without that belief, she felt she could not continue living. As she sat in the taxi, the haunting nightmare of the previous night resurfaced in her mind. She dreamt of being the heroine of the world, the favored child of fortune, a paragon of beauty, a sensational star, with all the distinguished men at her feet. Yet, as the golden aura faded, she found herself gradually descending into mediocrity, with all the fame and quality suitors becoming utterly irrelevant to her. In the end, driven by jealousy, she ensnared others and perished in prison. The dream remained hazy, and as Sue Ran rubbed her temples in contemplation of her plight, a self-deprecating smile escaped her lips. If she were truly the heroine, she would not have sunk to such depths, unaware even of who had shared her bed. Bitterness and regret coursed through her veins. Wasn't it Jiang Nanshu's elder brother who had intended to take her to the hospital yesterday? Why hadn't he resolutely taken her away? This thought plunged her into further sorrow. Tears spilling anew as she cast aside her resentment, refusing to blame others. Upon arriving at Jing University, Sue Ran stood at the entrance, gazing up at the golden letters emblazoned above. Had she not gone abroad, she would have pursued her studies here. The sound of a car pulling up broke her reverie. Turning, she saw Lu Qingyan emerge from a Range Rover, having parked in a space outside the school. Upon spotting Sue Ran, he exhibited no surprise. If she had truly gone missing, a police report would have sufficed, and searching for him would have been futile. His gaze flickered away dispassionately as he strode toward the campus, where students were sparse due to the ongoing classes. Sue Ran stepped forward, removing her mask. Her eyes were red and slightly swollen, her pallid face appearing fragile as she looked at him, swaying precariously. Lu Qingyan halted abruptly. "What is it?" His tone was flat and consistent. Yet, to Sue Ran, he felt cold, entirely unlike the warm Lu Qingyan she once knew. Why could he not remain as gentle as before? With a wan face, she forced a smile, her voice hoarse. "Lu Qingyan, I have 3 questions for you." "No time," he replied curtly, stepping around her to continue on his way. Undeterred, Sue Ran positioned herself in front of him. "The first question, did you become like this because of me?" Lu Qingyan cast her a bemused glance, noting her stubborn expression, and smiled faintly. "Sue Ran, delusions are a form of illness. They require treatment." Sue Ran pressed her lips together, the midday sun blazing brightly, illuminating the distance between her and the radiant figure she once cherished. Blinking back tears, she continued, "The second question, is Jiang Nanshu your means of revenge against me? You can engage with such a venomous person, yet you disdain me. Is it because of my departure 3 years ago?" Lu Qingyan fell silent for an extended moment, long enough for Sue Ran's eyes to glimmer with renewed hope. Jiang Nanshu appeared vividly in his mind for the first time. He even found her spoiled and willful demeanor somewhat endearing. A faint smile graced his lips. "Jiang Nanshu is quite capable. I don't need to use others to exact revenge. She is not the tool of retribution you perceive her to be. And my dealings with her have no bearing on you. Sue Ran, 3 years ago, I could promise you assistance because of that life-saving grace. But I did not expect that in comparison to promises, what you truly desired was money." He paused for a moment before continuing. "You could have simply stated your needs. I would provide it, 30 million, 50 million, whatever amount you wished, I would find a way to grant it." Sue Ran shook her head, tears falling to the ground as she choked on her words. "No, it's not about money. I used that money to save a life. Lu Qingyan, you must believe me. I do care for you." Lu Qingyan's gaze grew distant, regarding her as if she were a stranger. "Sue Ran, do you recall the words I spoke to you at the airport 3 years ago?" Sue Ran stepped back, using the back of her hand to wipe her tears. "I asked you to return the 30 million. It was my debt for saving your life, not a matter of family wealth. Even if I were to lose my status as the heir of the Lu family, I would still earn that 30 million to repay you. It would just take time. You chose to leave not out of affection for me. You merely had more significant interests to pursue. Do not romanticize this connection as pure and fearless. We were never together, and I have never harbored feelings for you. Also, keep your distance from Jiang Nanshu. Do not approach her. Time has grown late, and all things speak of the cold. Don more clothing to keep warm. I wish you peace this winter. A belated blessing. Happy winter solstice, dear ones. Chapter 142. Does it hurt? Lu Qingyan believed he had made himself sufficiently clear. He had reiterated this point numerous times. Yet Su Ran appeared as if she were in a frenzied state, unable to comprehend. In the past, his assistance stemmed from the gratitude owed to her savior, allowing him to extend a helping hand. For instance, when she fled from a bar, he merely offered her a moment as aid upon their chance encounter. However, since Su Ran had transitioned from declaring she would no longer contact him to now persistently clinging to him, he felt an overwhelming sense of annoyance. It was akin to being ensnared by Jiang Nanshu for 3 years, suffocating in her grasp. Su Ran gradually lowered her head. Her dreams were indeed too beautiful. She envisioned Lu Qingyan being drawn to her, and despite enduring numerous misunderstandings, they would ultimately unite. Alas, the chasm between dreams and reality was vast. So much so that she instinctively blocked out Lu Qingyan's words of disinterest. Deep down, she refused to believe it. Her final question emerged, her voice growing increasingly hoarse. Was it you last night? Lu Qingyan passed by her, casually uttering 2 words. It wasn't he. Su Ran staggered slightly. Lu Qingyan truly had no inclination to lie. 3 years ago, he had consented to her requests out of gratitude. If he had shared an intimate moment with her, he would not be so indifferent. He would undoubtedly take responsibility. She could not accept having slept with a man whose face she did not even know. She had been unable to find any information at the front desk, nor could she view the surveillance footage. The person who had brought her was a complete stranger. Su Ran felt her stomach churn violently, and she dashed to the nearby trash can to vomit, having eaten nothing that morning. Her tears mingled with the bile and spilled into the bin. She regretted her choices. She should have left with Jiang Jingcheng. Not far away, within a discreet Maybach, Bo Yan held Su Xingwan tightly in his arms, disregarding her reddened eyes, fiercely biting her lips. The driver, witnessing the scene, promptly raised the partition to muffle the sounds from the back seat. Bo Yan winced at the pain in his mouth, tasting blood, yet he smiled, grasping her chin firmly, whispering, "Do you dare not to come home?" Su Xingwan's eyes were bloodshot. "That's not my home, Bo Yan. I am your sister. You cannot treat me this way." Bo Yan's features remained hard, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. "What does it matter? We have no blood relation. We've crossed those lines. Is it too late to emphasize that now? I have always said, you make me feel disgusted." Bo Yan's demeanor shifted, his fingers trailing over her lips. Speaking softly, "It seems you are not keen on returning to school. Let us go back. A few more days of this one be so disgusting." Su Xingwan's lips trembled in anger. In her eyes, Bo Yan was a demon, one who imprisoned her freedom and body. She had pleaded for a long time to return to school, but he seemed utterly indifferent to others' opinions, persisting in his own way. Her tone softened. "Please, brother, let me study. I run away again. This weekend?" He queried, his gaze cold. Su Xingwan stammered, "I will return." After saying this, she even leaned in to kiss him. Bo Yan's mood lightened, his lips curling into a smile. "Be obedient, and I will give you whatever you desire." He let Su Xingwan out of the car, and she ran toward the school without looking back, as if fleeing from a flood of beasts. Bo Yan withdrew his gaze. No matter how far Su Xingwan tried to hide, he would still find her. Return to the company. He spoke indifferently, reverting to his usual cold demeanor. With a slight squint, he commanded, "Stop the car." The luxury vehicle came to a halt. As Bo Yan observed Su Ran's figure, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He retrieved a document folder from the side, containing several photographs, images of Jiang Yisin meeting Fang Mingyi to discuss collaboration, some taken at Fenglin Mountain Villa, others at the entrance of Yi's. Among them was a picture of Jiang Yisin embracing a woman. Although only half of her face was visible, Bo Yan immediately recognized her. Her innocence was striking, precisely the type Jiang Yisin adored. The beautiful secretary he had assigned to Jiang's company was inexplicably dismissed, and no other company dared to hire her. She had been on the verge of successfully captivating Jiang Yisin. It was perplexing how Jiang Yisin had suddenly changed his mind, allowing his pure-hearted secretary to resign and losing a recent informant, thus complicating his efforts to monitor Jiang Yisin's project and steal confidential information from his company. Astonishingly, Jiang Yisan had the audacity to seek a complete partnership with Fang Mingyi. If both Jiang and Fang families were aligned, his position would be perilous. His ambitions were vast. He sought to absorb the Jiang family, surpass the Lu family, and establish himself as the new elite lineage in the capital. Bo Yan rolled down the car window, smoking as he gazed at Su Ran's retreating silhouette, a plan forming in his mind. He exited the vehicle, approached her, and offered a tissue. "Miss Su, is it?" Su Ran stared, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar man, her caution preventing her from accepting the tissue. Unfazed, Bo Yan continued with a neutral expression, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bo Yan from the Bo Group." Su Ran's pupils widened. The name Bo Yan resonated prominently in the capital, marking him as an individual of considerable standing, rivaling even the Jiang family. "Hello, Mr. Bo. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" She stood tall, neither servile nor arrogant. Bo Yan's features remained rigid, yet a faint smile graced his lips as he produced a business card from his suit pocket. "I wish to propose a collaboration. The condition is that I can fulfill any one of your wishes. Should this pique your interest, visit me at the Bo Group. You have 1 day to consider. After that, the opportunity will pass." Su Ran clutched the business card tightly, her mind drifting as she watched Bo Yan depart. As the Maybach drove away, she glanced at the card, irritation swelling within her, and cast it to the ground. What does he take me for? 1 day to decide? Was it the nature of the wealthy to look down upon others in such a condescending manner? Ultimately, Su Ran retrieved the card, tucking it back into her bag. She found the nearest pharmacy and purchased contraceptives, the bitterness of her actions overshadowed by the turmoil within. She vowed to herself that she would rise above her circumstances and make those who had wronged her regret their actions. Lu Qingyan's phone buzzed incessantly with messages from Jiang Yinchuan, containing photographs of Jiang Yisan meeting with Cheng An's brother, Cheng Rui. There were also images from the capital's People's Hospital, where the surgery room's lights blazed ominously, with Cheng An's parents anxiously waiting outside. Mrs. Cheng, distraught over her daughter's condition, wept uncontrollably, vowing to punish Jiang Nanshu for his misdeeds. It seemed Jiang's parents were aware of the situation, unsure whether to placate the Cheng family's wrath or to force Jiang Nanshu to apologize. Contemplating this, he turned on his heel and headed toward the broadcasting department. Was Jiang Nanshu injured? As her nominal fiancé, he felt compelled to check on her. Justifying his visit, he waited outside the classroom for over 10 minutes until class ended. The students of the broadcasting department were taken aback by Lu Qingyan's presence. It was a rare sight for him to venture into their territory, as Jiang Nanshu typically frequented the finance department. Someone could not help but call out, "Jiang Nanshu, your fiancé is here." Jiang Nanshu, still groggy, appeared slightly more interested in physics and mathematics. Hearing the commotion, she lifted her head, mumbling, "What is going on? Does my fiancé have legs? He isn't an emperor waiting for me to welcome him." Her gaze met Lu Qingyan's at the doorway. "And what does he want here? If not to track down Su Ran?" Lu Qingyan stepped inside, and those who were leaving the classroom pretended to return for something, settling back into their seats to observe. He positioned himself beside Jiang Nanshu, who instantly became wary.
"What do you want?"
"Why the fierce look? I didn't send anyone to manipulate Su Ran." Her almond-shaped eyes blinked, frustration bubbling within her. "I truly don't know where Su Ran is. Can you please stop asking me? Her disappearance has nothing to do with me." Jiang Nanshu could acknowledge her past transgressions but would vehemently deny any involvement in matters she did not commit. She might willingly present evidence against herself, but she would not allow others to tarnish her reputation. "I understand." Lu Qingyan sighed softly, reaching for her delicate hand. Noticing a fresh wound on her side that she had carelessly wiped with tissue, concealing it from others. The crimson scab had formed. Lu Qingyan's gaze lingered on her injury for a long moment until she attempted to pull away. "Does it hurt?" Chapter 143. It turns out love can truly alleviate pain. Jiang Nanshu stared at him, bewildered. "You didn't have an argument with Su Ran, did you? Why are you here scaring me? Let go." Startled, she shifted backward, shaking off Lu Qingyan's hand. Then, recalling her persona, she grasped his hand again, her eyes glistening with faux sadness. "It hurts so much, but with Brother Qingyan's concern, I feel like my wound could heal on its own. It turns out love can truly alleviate pain." Lu Qingyan, unfazed, withdrew his hand and straightened up. "Can you please behave normally?" Jiang Nanshu widened her eyes, tears brimming, clutching her chest, looking quite sorrowful. "If I were normal, I wouldn't have developed depression from unrequited love. I thought your concern meant you had some feelings for me." I believed I had finally reached the light at the end of the tunnel, but it turns out it was all in my head. She self-deprecatingly gazed at the sky, her side profile painted in melancholic hues. I shouldn't have been so presumptuous. I should have known that expressing strong affection would only lead to your disdain. What am I, after all? Split ends, bubbles drifting away in the washing machine, or your option E? I heard the cafeteria has a new chef. What should I eat for lunch? Chestnut pig's trotters, beggar's chicken, braised ribs, seafood soup, a bottle of soda, and 2 bowls of rice. Hee hee, sounds delightful. Why haven't I disgusted you yet? My neck is getting sore from holding it upwards. Jiang Nanshu slowly turned her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she questioned, Speak up. What if I no longer dislike you? Upon hearing his icy tone, Jiang Nanshu felt as if a thunderclap had struck her. Though I haven't done many good deeds in my life, there's no need to push me to the edge, right? Oh heavens! Disliking you is more painful than death. I might as well just end it now. Seeing Jiang Nanshu's eyes redden, Lu Qingyan truly could not fathom why she felt the need to make everyone dislike her. Steadying himself, unable to return to his previous world, Jiang Nanshu felt she might go mad. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze on him. Say it again. I'm too happy to have heard it clearly. It felt as though if Lu Qingyan dared to say he didn't dislike her, she might leap forward and strangle him. That was rather absurd. Finally, Lu Qingyan changed the subject, his expression cold. I was just kidding. Don't say such things again. You know I don't like it. The tension in Jiang Nanshu's chest did not ease. Have I not done enough? I'm genuinely trying to maintain my persona. What went wrong? Why have they all turned so peculiar? Then why did you come to find me? Jiang Nanshu inquired. The storyline certainly does not include you barging into the broadcasting classroom to seek me out. Do not add unnecessary drama to yourself and disrupt the rules. Storyline? Lu Qingyan's gaze darkened. It was evident that he needed to draw closer to Jiang Nanshu. All his uncertainties, as well as the enigma surrounding Jiang Nanshu's identity, could be easily resolved. Thus, he retrieved his phone, opened a message, and placed it before her. Given the gravity of the situation, your parents have gone to the hospital to handle matters. They sent me to soothe your emotions, fearing you might be frightened. Jiang Nanshu fiddled with her fingers. Upon seeing her father's flamboyant selfie, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. This was indeed her father's WeChat, a message sent to Lu Qingyan nearly 20 minutes prior. It was because Jiang Yunchuan had gone to the Jiang group. They could not come themselves, so they had to entrust Lu Qingyan, her nominal fiancé, to comfort her. Was Lu Qingyan merely visiting her out of obligation to her father? Although still puzzled, this revelation alleviated some of Jiang Nanshu's inner doubts. So that's how it is. I almost thought the plot had collapsed into the Pacific Ocean. Thankfully, there is still hope. Jiang Nanshu's dark eyes sparkled with clarity. It's all my fault for bringing trouble to my family. I am an unlikable calamity. Everything stems from my insatiable heart. I desperately want to drive Su Rand out of your world, which led me to commit numerous mistakes and provoke Chung and into disliking me. She tilted her head, her crimson lips slightly pursed, her delicate brows furrowing, forming a small crease in her forehead, her innocent almond eyes drooping downward. Despite her fierce countenance, there was an undeniable tenderness that made one want to protect her, and the red tear mole at the corner of her eye added a striking accent to her already radiant beauty. Even among the most stunning celebrities, Lu Qingyan could not find one more beautiful than Jiang Nanshu. Whether appearing pitiful or fiercely willful, she had an uncanny ability to make one's heart tremble. She slowly lowered her eyelashes. I am truly wicked. I don't regret hurting others, nor will I apologize. I would only do so if I were cast out of my home. He provoked me first. Regardless of the truth, Jiang Nanshu had inflicted severe harm on Chung, and without suffering any consequences. The Chung family would not let her off easily. She did not believe that her family, who had never liked her from the start, would protect her. Aside from the erratic Jiang Yunchuan dealing with this matter, she felt little concern for the others, especially Jiang Zhouya, who likely wished for nothing more than to see her in trouble. And Jiang mother always frowned upon seeing her, while Jiang father seemed afraid to encounter her, often avoiding her even under the same roof. Jiang Nanshu felt a deep sorrow. Look, everyone despises her. She really is a successful individual. If I were to be cast out of my home, how much should I extort? 10 million? No. That wouldn't even suffice to purchase a precious gem. 100 million? Something even more precious could easily be worth that, perhaps 1 billion. Would they chase me away with brooms? Lu Qingyan. What on earth occupies her mind daily? Crying out loud while calculating how to run away with money. There are surveillance cameras. Are you not concerned about seeking justice? Jiang Nanshu halted her daydreams of sudden wealth, her expression one of shock.
What?
There are cameras. That's marvelous. They should be able to prove that I intentionally allowed Cheng-en to stab me in the leg. Right? He merely lost a leg, while I stand to gain $1 billion in severance from parental ties. What a windfall. Lu Qingyan. Jiang Nanshu's eyes gleamed with excitement, her tone filled with indignation. Thank goodness there's surveillance to reconstruct the entire incident. You have no idea how terrified I was when he burst in. It was truly a pity she wasn't entering the entertainment industry. Lu Qingyan noticed that class was about to start. He thus shifted the topic. I'll take you to the infirmary for treatment. Your wound seems rather deep. Jiang Nanshu covered her hand, her expression one of resistance. No, this serves as evidence of Cheng-en's assault against me. Hey, can I extort a little more from the Cheng family? I'm just too clever. Lu Qingyan. The more Jiang Nanshu contemplated, the more feasible it seemed, for as the foolish Chun said, she could carry her money with her in this world. NPCs also require funds to operate. If she doesn't earn money, what is she doing here? Being constantly slapped in the face is exhausting. Muumu's Little Musings. This book primarily revolves around family ties, career, and wealth. Thus, the emotional arc unfolds rather slowly. Everyone is embroiled in a funeral pyre, refusing to forgive their families, and the spoiling of the protagonist returns to the original world. Updates occur twice daily, albeit somewhat slowly. For those impatient, feel free to stockpile. Little Jiang possesses an independent character, a clear mind, and is devoid of love-struck foolishness. Strong. Yet she harbors a gentle heart. She will protect those she embraces. There exists a tender corner within her heart, free from cold-bloodedness or lack of empathy. She is not insane. A key point, she is merely ruthless in her methods. But she is not unwell. I will soon narrate her experiences in the original world, followed by the unveiling of her foster parents and the mysteries surrounding them. Finally, I wish everyone a pleasant reading experience. Chapter 144, Lu Qingyan's Unwholesome Intentions. Lu Qingyan settled beside her. Then I shall wait for you to finish class before heading to the infirmary. Jiang Nanshu. Jiang. Go to the lecture hall for the introduction to communication studies. Su Shi's voice emerged from the back door. Upon seeing Lu Qingyan, she halted mid-sentence, incredulous. Wait. Why is this person occupying her seat? Jiang Nanshu rose, gathering the textbooks from her desk. I need to switch classrooms. Lu Qingyan also stood. I'll accompany you to one class. I'm attending Introduction to Communication Studies. What about you? I'm accompanying you to class. Jiang Nanshu. Stay calm. Do not get angry. Lu Qingyan continued. I promised your father to take good care of you. His gaze fell upon the wound on her hand. If you come with me to the infirmary, I'll leave. Oh, threatening me. Then I want to go. Jiang Nanshu smiled. Today marks another opportunity to commemorate. You are accompanying me to my first class. How touching. Thus, the three of them settled in the last row. Su Shi seized the opportunity to sit to Jiang Nanshu's right, while Lu Qingyan took the seat to her left, effectively encircling her. Jiang Nanshu. She was truly exasperated. Staring at the textbook before her, now partially adhered with tape, she pondered. If I suddenly excel in my studies, might he fall in love with me? A woman engrossed in her studies is most beautiful. To avoid such burdens, perhaps I should continue sleeping. Study gods tend to despise fools. Jiang Nanshu concocted a lazy excuse for herself, blissfully resting her head on the desk. She inhaled deeply, her brows slightly furrowed. My hand hurts so much, my head is spinning. I feel as though I have lost too much blood, anemia. I need to sleep. Please do not disturb me. Su Shi. She dared not speak. Stealing a glance at Lu Qingyan, the man rumored to have rejected Jiang Nanshu for 3 years. How dare he? Su Shi genuinely wanted to wake Jiang Nanshu, to tell her that such a dismissive man was not worth her time, but she hesitated. She feared meddling in Jiang Nanshu's affairs would lead to her disdain. Thus, she spent the entire class in silent frustration. Lu Qingyan laid his exercise book flat on the table, holding a pen without making any marks. His attention remained fixed on Jiang Nanshu. She seemed to be sleeping awkwardly, her face shifting from facing Su Shi to turning toward him. He quickly averted his gaze, gripping the pen tightly, feigning intense focus on his problem set, preparing for the upcoming international physics competition. Catching a glimpse of her still slumbering, Lu Qingyan finally relaxed. He then felt a tinge of bewilderment. Why was he concerned about Jiang Nanshu catching him staring? His gaze lingered on her smooth little face. Her lashes were long and thick, her cheek resting on her arm, making her face plump and adorable. Her red lips parted slightly, though the wound marred her appearance. The scab had begun to ooze blood again. Jiang Nanshu remained oblivious. Sensing someone watching her, Lu Qingyan's gaze shifted to the terrified Sushi. Realizing that he had spent an excessive amount of time engrossed in the writings of Jiang Nanshu, he finally turned his pen to the tasks at hand. A peculiar restlessness flickered across his face, akin to a thief caught red-handed in the act of spying. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of nonchalance. It was not until the school bell rang that Jiang Nanshu stirred from her reverie, wiping away the non-existent drool at the corner of her mouth, exclaiming, "Time to eat." Turning her head, she noticed that Lu Qingyan had already vanished. She tugged at Sushi, inquiring, "Where did he go?" Sushi sighed. He bolted halfway through the class. Students began to trickle out of the classroom. Sushi then seized Jiang Nanshu's arm, whispering, "I suspect Lu Qingyan harbors ulterior motives towards you." Jiang Nanshu paused, then burst into laughter. "Huh? He has ulterior motives? Are you quite certain it isn't the other way around? I used to dream of being with him." Sushi interjected, "No, really. His gaze towards you is anything but innocent. Just be cautious." Jiang Nanshu dismissed her concerns. After all, the tropes of romantic fiction clearly state that the male lead belongs to the female lead. What place did a malicious supporting character have in this narrative? She grinned broadly, playfully patting Sushi's shoulder. "I am far less innocent than he is. Rest assured, there's no possibility of that." She was left speechless, perplexed by Jiang Nanshu's unwavering confidence. To her, Jiang Nanshu was undeniably captivating. Even in moments of contemplation, she drew attention effortlessly. As Jiang Nanshu walked, she opened her phone to find numerous messages from Jiang Lei, including several photographs from the audition venue for Phoenix's song. It appeared to be filled exclusively with newcomers to the entertainment industry, with no stars of higher standing in sight. It seemed Director Wen was resolutely committed to promoting fresh talent. One message read, "Wait for my good news. By the way, I didn't see Sue Rand at the audition site." The final message declared, "I believe I have a chance. Director Wen kept me back for a private talk." This was sent half an hour prior. Jiang Nanshu furrowed her brow. Sue Rand absent from the audition site? That was implausible. The original narrative clearly indicated that she participated in the audition but was eliminated by Director Wen due to her lackluster performance compared to Jiang Lei's brilliance. Subsequently, she dazzled at the Mid-Autumn Festival performance at Jing University, capturing attention anew. With the endorsement opportunity from Fang Mingyi, Director Wen deemed her worthy of promotion. Jiang Lei, on the other hand, had yet to land even a minor role. Now, with the outcome still uncertain, the official cast announcement would not come until the National Day holiday. Sue Rand was the female lead of this production. Being a newcomer, she had yet to make significant waves. However, once her campus web drama aired, bolstered by resources from Jiang Yisan and the promotion of Fang's endorsements, she would undoubtedly rise as a popular flower of the moment. The grand female lead drama she announced had already garnered attention before filming had even begun. Given the current state of affairs, Sue Rand had not showcased her talents before Director Wen, which meant that, despite any admiration he may hold for her, he could not cast her as the lead without witnessing her acting prowess. Jiang Nanshu pondered this. Could it be that Jiang Lei's efforts were genuinely bearing fruit? She replied with a sarcastic, "With your acting skills, I wish you success." The response was swift. "Thank you." Jiang Nanshu was taken aback. Did she not see the underlying critique in her words? She was essentially insulting her acting, yet she offered thanks. It felt akin to striking a punch into a pile of cotton. Clearly, the absence of face-to-face confrontation meant her malice was lost on Jiang Lei. She vowed to invite her over that weekend for a thorough mockery. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Jiang Nanshu chose a seat, adhering to her customary practice of filling a four-person table with an abundance of food. Sushi went to the serving window for dishes while Jiang Nanshu ordered 2 bowls of rice and settled in to wait. A shadow fell beside her as Lu Qingyan placed a box of ointment before her. "I bought this for you. Apply it yourself. You're quite obedient to my father. Why weren't you this compliant when he suggested we marry?" Chapter 145. Your concern for me fills my heart with sweetness. Lu Qingyan took a seat beside her. In the past, Jiang Nanshu had been coarse, materialistic, and maliciously foolish, utterly tarnishing the beauty of her own form. She had wielded her status as his fiancée to humiliate numerous socialites whom she believed sought to entice him.
Daily.
She would clamor for a wedding ceremony before the official registration. On the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, he had been compelled by old Master Lu to attend. Jiang Nanshu had prepared 2 glasses of drugged wine, one for her good friend Shin Qian, who wished to support her, and the other for him. When he discovered her intentions, she shifted the blame onto a maid whom she then slapped harshly, leading the maid to resign from that day forth. It was from that day that Lu Qingyan resolved to break off the engagement with Jiang Nanshu. Even when old Master Lu disagreed, he remained steadfast. However, unforeseen events transpired. The Jiang Nanshu before him seemed no longer the person she once was, yet she retained the memories of her former self. Seeing Jiang Nanshu remain still, he retrieved the ointment, cotton swabs, and specialized bandages for treating wounds.
Do you want me to help you?
He inquired again. Jiang Nanshu contemplated her next move, determined to uncover the truth behind the great fool's actions. Clearing her throat, her snow-white cheeks tinged with a faint blush, she sweetly addressed Lu Qingyan. No need to apply the ointment. If you blow on it, Brother Qingyan, it won't hurt anymore. The more he disliked her syrupy affection, the more fervently she intensified her charm. Lu Qingyan feigned ignorance, taking her hand to apply the ointment. The cool salve met her skin, and he hesitated before gently blowing on it, then carefully bandaging the area. When Lu Qingyan looked up, he was met with Jiang Nanshu's astonishment, which she could not conceal. His ears flushed slightly, feeling flustered. This was indeed his first time performing such an act. The more anxious he became, the more composed his expression appeared. Even his charming eyes seemed unusually calm, his voice icy. Is this what you wanted?
No.
Isn't this akin to shooting oneself in the foot? How absurd. Jiang Nanshu maintained her composure, withdrawing her hand and discarding the bandage he had applied onto the ground, her face contorted in mock grievance, her tone playfully petulant. It's so ugly. I wanted a band-aid with a strawberry pattern. This one is utterly unappealing. She smiled, her eyes curving. Brother Qingyan, could you please get me another one? I only want one that you buy. Your concern for me makes my heart feel so sweet. If you can endure this, I might have to resort to my ultimate weapon, he replied. Jiang Nanshu felt as though she had stepped into a farcical novel, where the plot was erratically veering off course, and the main characters were somewhat unraveling. She feared that, if this continued, the narrative might spiral completely out of control. She would be powerless to salvage it. Lu Qingyan pulled out another band-aid from his pocket. Just apply this for now. I'll take you to buy a new one after we eat. Jiang Nanshu tossed it aside once more. I told you, it's ugly. I don't like it. I don't want to walk. I want you to personally buy me one with a strawberry pattern. Her tone was light and cheerful, completely oblivious to the astonished onlookers around them, who could hardly stomach their meals. How audacious Jiang Nanshu was. The heir of the Lu family had graciously offered to procure her medicine, and yet she repeatedly disregarded his goodwill, tossing his intentions to the ground. Did she truly believe the world revolved around her? With such behavior, it was no wonder she was met with disdain. They were counting down to see how long it would take for Lu Qingyan to walk away. What merit was there in caring for someone so ungrateful? Lu Qingyan's dark eyes remained unfazed as he pretended not to notice the peculiar glances from those around them. His lips parted slightly, be a bit more obedient. He then produced the last band-aid from within. Jiang Nanshu exclaimed, how could there be more? That is 3 strikes. If I throw this one, he will surely be angry. Logically, this should have been an insult. Throughout his life, he had always been surrounded by admirers. This experience was indeed a first for him. Lu Qingyan ignored the disapproving stares of the onlookers, displaying remarkable patience towards her. He extended his hand. So you're determined to challenge me today, are you? A plate was placed opposite Lu Qingyan, and Yang Jiashu's voice broke the silence. What are you two doing? The atmosphere feels rather strange. The tension that had enveloped the two was dissipated by Yang Jiashu's interjection, returning to a semblance of normality. Yang Jiashu's gaze fell upon the ointment on the table and then shifted to her hand, a hint of guilt crossing his face. You're injured? Oh dear. It's entirely our fault. We were so preoccupied with resolving issues at the Jiang group that we neglected to check if you were hurt. Jiang Nanshu, do you need to go to the hospital? Jiang Nanshu looked at him. In her memory, he truly was a good-natured person. Take the original owner's infatuation with Lu Qingyan. For instance, he had privately advised her several times, only to be met with harsh rebukes, called a sour grape, and even questioned about his sexual orientation. As if he harbored feelings for Lu Qingyan himself, which infuriated Yang Jiashu to no end. Their interactions had diminished thereafter, likely due to his fear of further rebuke. unexpectedly. He bore no grudge against the original owner's insults. Compared to Qing'an, he was indeed a breath of fresh air among all NPCs. Jiang Nanshu sniffled and continued the charade. No need. Brother Qingyan brought me medicine. It's just that I've ruined his kind gesture. Yang Jiashu observed the white bandage on Lu Qingyan's hand and the two soiled pieces on the ground. Looking bewildered, did you two get into a scuffle while applying the ointment? No, Jiang Nanshu said, her head bowed, and her tone filled with frustration. I simply dislike this style. I want a strawberry patterned band-aid, and I want Brother Qingyan to personally go buy it for me. Yang Jiashu discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow.
How amusing.
It was the first time he had seen Lu Qingyan show kindness to someone, yet this person seemed rather ungrateful, discarding his heartfelt intentions on the floor. No wonder the atmosphere had felt so peculiar earlier. He had thought it was a trivial matter that could be easily resolved.
Yang Jiashu stood up,
his clean features breaking into a smile as he nodded sincerely. I understand you. Every girl desires something beautiful, like strawberry bear stickers, pink butterfly hair clips, and fluffy plush toys. A mere strawberry patterned band-aid? Don't trouble Brother Qingyan, I'll go fetch it for you. Don't be upset, Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu blinked her doe-like eyes at him, seeing a clean-cut youth. In the book, he played the role of a mediator, oscillating between Su Ran and Lu Qingyan, eventually succumbing to depression himself and seeking psychological counseling, believing his worldview was flawed. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanshu couldn't help but chuckle.
Yang Jiashu, slightly disgruntled,
rubbed his nose. Was it really that ridiculous for him to say such things? Jiang Nanshu smiled at him playfully. No, I want Lu Qingyan to personally go buy it. She turned her head, her innocent almond eyes pleading. Are you going or not? Yang Jiashu. What a waste of effort. He attempted to plead his case. It's all right. I have time, Jiashu, Lu Qingyan interjected.
Yang Jiashu fell silent.
Lu Qingyan, with his ethereal demeanor and indifferent peach blossom eyes, stood up and addressed Jiang Nanshu flatly. Then wait for me here, I'll go buy it. Jiang Nanshu's smile blossomed. You're my favorite.
Yang Jiashu,
the ever good-natured person, thought to himself. I'm not having an easy time here. Chapter 146. What a malicious business battle. After bidding farewell to Lu Qingyan, Sushi arrived. Carrying a tray. Jiang, look what I brought you. Your favorite crispy meat. I waited in line for ages, and this is the last plate. Hurry and eat it while it's hot. Sushi placed the crispy meat in front of Jiang Nanshu, along with a dish of tomato sauce and chili sauce for dipping. Jiang Nanshu stared at the crispy meat for a few seconds before looking at Sushi. How did you know I liked this?
Sushi, Sir Lai Batspoon,
smiled with pursed lips. When you care about someone, you just observe their habits and you'll know. I also know you like grapes, milk tea with half the sugar, and that you tend to rest your chin on your left hand while pondering, and you really enjoy sparkling water. With that, she produced a thermos as if performing a magic trick. Sitting opposite Jiang Nanshu, with a cherubic face adorned with a smile, she added, but since it's your time of the month, you can't have anything cold. Drink some warm brown sugar water. Noticing Jiang Nanshu didn't respond, Sushi hurriedly explained, this cup is very clean. I just bought it, and I've washed it with hot water many times. I even asked the cafeteria lady to boil it for me. I saw you clutching your stomach in class, looking unwell, and if you don't like brown sugar water, I can go get you some hot water. As she spoke, she hastily prepared to leave. Jiang Nanshu grabbed her arm, taking the cup from her. The brown sugar water was still steaming, and after taking a sip, Jiang Nanshu smiled brightly at Sushi. How did you know I liked sweet things? Thank you. The steam wafted towards her face, and her almond eyes appeared misty and beautiful. I really enjoy it. Sushi let out a sigh of relief and settled down comfortably. I'm glad you like it. I'll heat up another pot for you tonight.
Oh.
You're quite thoughtful. Are you Jiang Nanshu's new friend? Suddenly, Yang Jiashu's voice interrupted, and Sushi turned to him, proudly lifting her chin. Of course. I'm now Jiang's #1 fan. No one can compare to me. She aimed to be Jiang Nanshu's one and only darling. As for that chin Qian, she could just disappear. Yang Jiashu smiled, revealing a small tiger tooth, playfully giving Sushi a thumbs up. Impressive. The meal was filled with laughter and chatter. Jiang Nanshu savored the crispy meat, a wave of warmth rising within her. Few could remember her preferences so well. In the original world, her biological parents hardly paid her any attention, willing to sell her to a remarried old man as a child bride for a mere 1,000 yuan. After being rescued, her new classmates treated her as a parasite clinging to a high branch, harboring disdain for her. When Zhou Yanxiu passed away, the immense inheritance fell into her lap, drawing hungry wolves eager to tear her apart, wishing for her demise. She never understood why she liked crispy meat so much. Perhaps it was because, as a child, in the icy cold, 4-year-old her could only watch her younger brother, a year her junior, relish the crispy meat fried by their biological mother. She would rub her frostbitten little hands, continuing to fetch water in a small bucket, filling the large jar at home bit by bit. She believed that if she were obedient and considerate, yielding to her brother, she too could be loved.
Yet,
when she entered the warm house, her parents watched television with her brother, leaving her without a single morsel of food. Jiang Nanshu could not comprehend why that couple, her very own parents, treated her in such a manner. Had she been disobedient? Even when wronged, she would not cry, but instead smiled. Why did they still despise her? At 4, when she stole a bite of meat, she nearly faced her mother's wrath, being thrown into the yard and made to kneel in a foot-deep snow to confess her wrongdoing. She acted out once. That was when she first ventured out and encountered Zhou Yanxiu, who had come to the village. Perhaps seeing her so cold, the clean-eyed youth knelt down gently and asked her where her home was. At that moment, her little hands, red from the cold, clutched his clothing, and despite trembling, she stubbornly told the stranger that all she wanted was to eat crispy meat. She had never tasted it before, so in her heart, it was the finest food. Jiang Nanshu quietly ate her meal, her memories from the original world far from pleasant. Even when she personally dealt with the demise of that couple, she felt no particular satisfaction. It was merely their deserved retribution. Yet at this moment, Su Shi's concern seemed to whisper to her that there were people in this world who would love her, rather than fear her or shy away from her. Jiang Nanshu's lips curled into a slight smile, and when she lifted her gaze again, her almond eyes sparkled as she smiled at Su Shi. I think this crispy meat tastes a bit like what our chef used to make. Yang Jiashu raised an eyebrow. Scooping rice, you didn't know? Your dad switched the school as chef for someone who graduated from the same culinary school as your family as chef. Jiang Nanshu truly had no idea. She had thought her father was just boasting about changing chefs. She never realized it was true. However, she felt no stir of emotion. All she needed was to enjoy her meal. The next moment, her phone rang. Jiang Nanshu glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar number. She decided to ignore it. Hanging up, it rang again shortly after. Jiang Nanshu gazed at the audacious sequence of numbers, which had cost her a pretty penny. She then answered the call. Hello? Who is this? After a brief silence on the other end, a voice finally responded. Hello. May I speak with Miss Jiang Nanshu? You know me? She inquired. I am Fong Mingyi. Jiang Nanshu pulled the phone away slightly, glancing at the screen, which displayed his name twice. You've got the wrong person. Just as she was about to hang up, Fong Mingyi interjected. I am indeed looking for you, Miss Jiang. I am outside your school and wish to discuss something with you in person. Jiang Nanshu replied, I'll wait for you. Could it be that Jiang Yisin had stirred up some trouble, prompting the irate president of the Fong Corporation to target her, this unfortunate and fragile individual, as a form of intimidation? After analyzing the pros and cons in her mind, she concluded, what a vicious business rivalry. She simply must involve herself. Determined to bring down the Jiang family, it was imperative she would contribute to their path toward bankruptcy. She devoured the remaining pieces of crispy meat and remembered to take the thermos that Su Shi had given her. I need to head to the school entrance for a matter. You all can finish the rest of the dishes without waiting for me. Hey! Yang Jiashu attempted to call after her. Without looking back, Jiang Nanshu dashed away. He had intended to inform her that Lu Qingyan was returning with band-aids for her. Now that she had left, he felt a headache coming on. Would Lu Qingyan think that Jiang Nanshu was deliberately toying with him? Sigh. Outside Beijing University, Fong Mingyi, clad in a sharp suit, tall and striking, exuded an air of affluence as he stood beside a luxury Bentley worth millions. He glanced at his 7-digit watch. It was nearly 1 o'clock. Fong Mingyi had timed his arrival perfectly, assuming everyone had finished lunch by now. His purpose for coming was to discuss the Quarrelsy endorsement with Jiang Nanshu, as a misunderstanding had nearly cost him a precious gem. Fortunately, he had managed to rectify the situation, and he owed some gratitude to Jiang Yisin. Had it not been for him taking her to that barbecue place, they would have been late for the shoot. As he spotted a flash of red emerging from the school gates, Jiang Nanshu, adorned in a crimson dress, radiated a dazzling whiteness under the sun, her softly curled black hair cascading casually down her back, embodying a sense of languor as she moved. Fong Mingyi narrowed his eyes slightly. Was this the so-called incompetent fool the rumors spoke of? Recalling Jiang Nanshu's ballet performances, a smile tugged at his lips. The perceptions of the world were often superficial, relying solely on hearsay rather than genuine understanding. Fong Mingyi trusted his instincts, and he believed Jiang Nanshu was the right choice for the endorsement. Even gold buried in the earth continues to shimmer. He straightened his posture and approached Jiang Nanshu, introducing himself once more. "Hello, Miss Jiang, I am Fong Mingyi." "Greetings," she nodded in acknowledgement. They maintained a respectful distance of about a step apart. Curiosity piqued. Jiang Nanshu wondered what business Fong Mingyi had with her. In the narrative, he was a partner of Jiang Yisin. However, after the Jiang family's downfall, he had completely allied with Bo Yen, who had acquired the Jiang Corporation and was now in a position of great power in the capital. Could it be that he had already colluded with Bo Yen and was now using her as a pawn to facilitate the Jiang family's ruin? Jiang Nanshu sighed inwardly. Realizing she was overestimating her significance, she was hardly of consequence within the Jiang family. With inquisitive eyes, she surveyed him. "May I ask what brings you here, Mr. Fong?" Fong Mingyi's handsome visage bore a hint of a smile. "Are you certain you wish to discuss this here? Perhaps we could find a quieter place?" Sensing that his sudden invitation might seem abrupt, he added, "I have a partnership with your brother's company, so I assure you, I mean you no harm. My primary intention today is to speak with you." Jiang Nanshu's mind swiftly conjured an elaborate narrative of a business rivalry unfolding, wherein she would divulge the Jiang Corporation's secrets, only to be discovered by her family, who would then feel deeply betrayed and filled with revulsion towards her, wishing nothing more than to cast her out. In such a scenario, she'd merely need to feign innocence, claiming that Mr. Fong had been overly generous. Suppressing a smirk that threatened to emerge, Jiang Nanshu coughed lightly and adopted a particularly amiable demeanor towards Fong Mingyi. "Very well, let's go. I also believe that discussing strategies in public is not ideal." Fong Mingyi pondered this for a moment, realizing that after signing the contract, they would indeed require a coherent strategy for the shoot. Thus, he gallantly opened the passenger door of the Bentley, waiting for Jiang Nanshu to settle in before he made his way around to the driver's seat and drove off. After Jiang Nanshu departed, not far away, Huang Ruoding hastily sent the photos she had captured to Su Ran. Just moments ago, she had managed to contact Su Ran and felt relieved to discover that she was unharmed. As she exited the school, she happened upon Jiang Nanshu standing alongside an exquisitely handsome man. The sight of such a striking couple was visually delightful, yet Jiang Nanshu was engaged to someone else. Was she not blatantly placing a green hat on Lu Qingyan's head by flirting with other men? It was only when she saw Jiang Nanshu get into the car that she felt a sense of satisfaction in sending the photos. Huang Ruoding texted, Ran. Look what I've captured. Jiang Nanshu's private life is so scandalous. She has gotten into a wealthy man's car. Su Ran, having endured a night filled with turmoil, felt utterly sullied. After enduring Lu Qingyan's cruel words, she had requested a leave of absence from the president of Beijing University and returned home. As for her agent, she lacked the energy to engage with them. She felt utterly exhausted. Upon returning home, she secluded herself in the bathroom, scrubbing her skin until it felt raw, tears cascading down her face, as if they would never cease. Lu Qingyan was aware of her plight, yet he remained indifferent, responding with a nonchalant no rather than offering any comfort. Immersed in the bathtub until she felt suffocated, she ultimately emerged, resolute against the thought of suicide. She could not perish. She needed to find the man who had tarnished her reputation. She was never one to relinquish hope easily. And even though Lu Qingyan had spoken harshly, she felt it was her fault that things had come to this. She longed for Lu Qingyan to regret his actions, to recognize her worth, and to forgive her for her transgressions from 3 years prior. Standing up, Su Ran fervently reminded herself that a woman's virtue does not simply reside beneath her gown. What era was this? Such antiquated thinking could not prevail. Only by holding this belief could she find solace in her heart. At that moment, fatigue overcame her, and she felt no desire to eat, only to sleep. Yet her phone buzzed incessantly, compelling her to open the chat, where she found messages from Huang Ruoding. The first message declared that Jiang Nanshu was leading an indecorous life. Having entered a stranger's luxurious car, her heart sank heavily. Clicking on the images Huang Ruoding had sent, she recognized Jiang Nanshu's figure immediately, even as the camera's close-up diminished the resolution. Jiang Nanshu, a woman utterly devoid of merit, yet occupying the most significant position beside Lu Qingyan. The tall man's face was scarcely visible, mostly captured from behind, exuding an exceptional aura. As she flipped to the final image, a side profile, Su Ran's fingers froze. She hastily began searching for information about Fong Mingyi, her heart racing as that familiar profile leapt into view. This was no mere wealthy stranger. This was the president of the Fong Corporation, one of the most prominent figures in the capital. And he was standing alongside Jiang Nanshu. Su Ran's grip tightened around her phone screen. She did not wish to dwell on it, but her recent streak of misfortune weighed heavily on her. Ever since she had leaked the airport photo with Lu Qingyan leading to Jiang Nanshu as suicide attempt, her luck had soured. Not only was she humiliated and ridiculed, but now it seemed that she had even used her personal connections to sabotage her endorsement. Indeed, Jiang Nanshu had been part of the elite circle for 3 years, especially considering her ties to the Jiang family, a major conglomerate. It was entirely plausible for her to know Fong Mingyi, especially given the collaborations that existed between large enterprises. Fong Mingyi, out of respect for Jiang Nanshu's brother, might very well have cancelled the endorsement. She was merely a worker beneath the class hierarchy, unable to topple the capital, hence she was destined to be bullied. Su Ran clenched her teeth, the sound echoing. Pondering what heinous act could warrant Jiang Nanshu's relentless pursuit to harm her. Suppressing her indignation, she replied to Huang Ruoding, "Ting, that is someone else's private life. We should not meddle with it." Huang Ruoding quickly retorted, "I am merely standing up for Lu Qingyan. He is a fine young master, entangled with such a clingy person. Plus, everyone knows about your high school connection with him. Anyone with a shred of conscience wouldn't think of tearing you apart." Su Ran found these words somewhat jarring. Had Lu Qingyan not severed ties with her once more, she would still be inclined to believe that he harbored feelings for her. In high school, she had been the belle, with countless boys smitten by her. Yet, they refrained from approaching her, only because she was nearly always by Lu Qingyan's side, even daring not to deliver love letters. Others assumed their relationship was close-knit and inseparable. Only she knew that her proximity to him was due to seeking help with her studies since he was the top student, and through his influence, her grade soared. At that time, she held no particular feelings for him. It was only later that she found herself captivated by him, whether it was during school performances where he dazzled while playing the piano, or his glorious figure claiming gold medals at sports events, or his exceptional achievements in various competitions, ultimately rejecting offers from prestigious institutions both domestically and abroad. Exuding an air of calmness and composure, he was of a high status, seemingly born among the clouds. Su Ran could hardly fathom what kind of girl could be deemed worthy of him. Perhaps a daughter of a wealthy family, or a girl equally talented yet of modest background. She contemplated many possibilities, but never imagined it would be Jiang Nanshu, a venomous individual consumed solely by matters of love, who would tarnish the moonlight in her heart. Chapter 148. Do you also desire to drink the soft, sticky, QQ bouncy pearl milk tea? Su Ran took a deep breath and ultimately replied, "Let us not mention my matters with Lu Qingyan again. Jiang Nanshu has every right to act as she does, whereas I do not."
Wang Ruoting responded, "Alas, fine."
Lu Qingyan must be blind. He rejects pearls and yet entangles himself with that fish-eyed girl.
Today,
While you were absent from school, a significant incident occurred. Chengmen has been searching for you everywhere, believing Jiang Nanshu is responsible for your disappearance. However, Jiang Nanshu, without a word, sent Cheng into the hospital. I wonder if he has awakened yet. She deliberately distorted the truth, omitting the part where Cheng initiated the confrontation, knowing it mattered little as Jiang Nanshu was indeed the one who struck. Su Ran was taken aback. How dare Jiang Nanshu act so boldly? She quickly scrolled through the photos Huang Ruoding sent her, revealing a bloodied Cheng'en, his face contorted in agony. Thus, Jiang Nanshu's audacity stemmed from the backing of the Jiang family. This emboldened her to target Su Ran and harm her friends. In that moment, Su Ran felt a shift within her. Had she been a bit more assertive, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Suppressing the brewing malice within her, she finally typed, "I understand. I will handle this matter." After much contemplation, Su Ran retrieved the business card given to her by Bo Yen and dialed the number. Near Mingda High School, Fong Mingyi parked nearby, as Jiang Nanshu had mentioned that there was a shop well-suited for business discussions. He casually found a parking spot for his Bentley, and after exiting the vehicle, Jiang Nanshu headed straight for the milk tea shop, eager for the soft, sticky, bouncy beurre milk tea. Jiang Nanshu stood at the counter, placing an order for a taro mud bubble milk tea, instructing the server, "I want to add pearls, coconut jelly, and a generous amount of taro mud. Make it a large, please." Fong Mingyi trailed behind her, observing the shop filled with high school students. noting the small size of the establishment which offered no private booths, making it all too transparent. He remarked, somewhat exasperated. This is the good place you spoke of? There isn't even a private room. The passing crowd could easily see inside. Jiang Nanshu, with a serious demeanor, replied, Of course. The more perilous the place, the safer it is. Here, my brother won't discover me. Seeing his incredulity, Jiang Nanshu inquired, Do you also wish to indulge in the soft, sticky bonsi barrel milk there? Fong Mingi maintained a blank expression, subtly signaling that he had no desire for it. He preferred coffee. Yet, she handed him a straw nonetheless. Sitting down, she happily inserted the straw and savored a sip, cheerfully asking, Now, what do you want from me? Oh, wait, what do I need to do? Fong Mingi sighed imperceptibly, resigned to sit beside Jiang Nanshu. Noticing he hadn't touched the milk tea, she kindly asked, Can't you use a straw? I can help you. I can manage, he replied. After inserting the straw, Fong Mingi hesitated before taking a sip, discovering it quite delightful. Jiang Nanshu beamed, convinced that it was impossible for anyone not to enjoy milk tea. The reason I sought you is regarding the Coral Sea endorsement. I wish to have you sign a contract for this perfume advertisement. Jiang Nanshu nearly choked on her milk tea, nearly doubting her hearing. What are we filming? The Coral Sea advertisement. This series is crucial for me, and I believe you are quite suitable. You need not refuse me, due to the Jiang family's influence. We can negotiate the price in detail, Fong Mingi stated calmly, taking another sip of his milk tea, allowing Jiang Nanshu to absorb the information. In a daze, Jiang Nanshu fervently sought answers from Da Chun. Can you explain why resources that should belong to the female lead have landed in my lap? Has he mistaken me for someone else? Da Chun, still irate over Jiang Nanshu's previous silencing, responded in a rather sarcastic electronic voice. They are referring to you. Miss Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu retorted, Speak properly, or I will silence you for 30 days, ensuring that during your leisure time, the television remains mute. Confiscating all your melodramatic CEO novels. Da Chun exclaimed. Ah, so malicious. Jiang Nanshu found her mind overwhelmed with noise. Fortunately, she typically did not summon the creature, so its voice was absent. It had devolved from its initial aloof demeanor to this. Da Chun whimpered. I'm not sure. Perhaps a bug caused by the initial event led to a virus invading this world, altering the plot? However, host, you need not adhere to the storyline. What are you worried about? As a villainous supporting character needing merely to accrue disgust value, she should engage in wrongdoing or fabricate mischief. What need had she for a storyline? Jiang Nanshu rebutted. That may be true, but the plot feels off, and the characters are amiss. Look at how they've unraveled. None of the anticipated tragedies have occurred. She spoke in a cold tone. Regardless of whether we follow the storyline, we cannot permit things to devolve to this extent. Otherwise, how will I return? Now I cannot even ascertain the disgust value. I have no clue how much I am lacking. Why is this so exasperating? Moreover, I have taken over the female lead's resources. Are you certain this bug will not escalate?
Da Chun fell silently.
The attempt at persuasion failed, prompting a shift in strategy. Host, you must not think this way. The development of the storyline in this world is paving the way for you. Our goal is to outdo the female lead, making her despise you. When she does, the various male leads around her will also harbor hatred towards you. Will the disgust value not then increase? Furthermore, this is a commercial competition. By helping Fong's company to profit, you are ensuring Jiang's loss. Won't your brother despise you for being such an ungrateful wretch? To Da Chun's earnest reasoning, Jiang Nanshu found herself oddly agreeing. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Her treacherous behavior, akin to biting the hand that feeds her, has not only earned the ire of Jiang Isin but has likely incited the entire Jiang family to despise her. When the endorsement advertisement is released and goes viral, it will undoubtedly line the pockets of the Fong family. Jiang Nanshu smiled with satisfaction, feeling as though the path back home was beckoning her. With a cold snort in her heart, she continued to address the clumsy Chun. I want you to investigate the circumstances of this plot immediately. It feels like it has veered off into the Pacific. If you find nothing, I shall request a system change. Chun exclaimed in shock. How can it be like this? Though our performance may not be stellar, we should not be treated this way. With a hurried scramble, Chun disappeared. Yes, esteemed host, I shall search for the issue and ensure you receive a satisfactory explanation. Jiang Nanshu regained her composure and turned to Fong Mingi, who was left with only half a cup of milk tea. The contract, I shall sign. Fong Mingi. chewing on the glutinous rice pearls, raised an eyebrow. Are we not to negotiate the endorsement fee? Jiang Nanshu declared with righteous conviction, I trust that Boss Fong would not deceive me. Only then did Fong Mingyi retrieve a folder from his briefcase and present it to her. The endorsement fee is set at 1.5 million. Excellent. Jiang Nanshu replied reverently as she accepted it. Whatever you say goes. She skimmed through the contract, finding no hidden traps, and signed her name with ease. Hehe. This will surely benefit the competitors of the Jiang family. The atmosphere between the two was harmonious. While outside the milk tea shop, Jize caught sight of Jiang Nanshu. Momentarily lost in thought. Since their last encounter, he had refrained from seeking her out, unwilling to be stung by her cold words. He felt a pang of disappointment as he withdrew his gaze, thinking it best to regard her as a sister who had long since passed. Just as he prepared to leave, someone rushed over, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, casting a leering glance at Jiang Nanshu and the affluent man beside her. Whistling in mockery, Jize, isn't that your sister, who is transformed into a phoenix? Why is she lingering around a wealthy man? After a brief pause, the boy burst into laughter. Could it be that the Jiang family has cut her off financially, and she is resorting to seducing a rich man? Such words were malicious and crude. The speaker was a former middle school classmate who had witnessed Jiang Nanshu's plight. Jize, filled with anger, struck him with a punch. Your entire family may sell out, but my sister would never. Close that foul mouth of yours. The boy, nursing a wounded pride, retorted darkly. Who do you think you are? She has always been a disgrace. The commotion drew gasps from passers-by, capturing Jiang Nanshu's attention. Chapter 149. If you're bullied, call my name. It is common for high school students to engage in conflicts and fights. But it is rare for such a spectacle to unfold in front of a shop. Jiang Nanshu peered through the crowd, catching a glimpse of Ji Zhe's dusty face. He seemed to have grown slightly taller in the short time since they last met, appearing a bit sturdier compared to his previous frailness. Yet, in the scuffle, he was still clearly outmatched, forced to cover his head to shield himself from further blows. Having finished the last sip of her drink, Jiang Nanshu rose. Fong Mingyi remained seated, simply inquiring, an acquaintance? Yes, Jiang Nanshu replied. A foster brother from my rural days. She clicked her tongue in sympathy. I've stumbled upon him twice now, incapable of defending himself, yet still seeking out conflict. Such self-inflicted suffering. She turned to Fong Mingyi. I've paid for the milk tea. You may leave. Message me when it's time to start filming. I have some matters to attend to. Fong Mingyi watched her stride towards the throng. Upon hearing that Jiang Nanshu had been recognized again, she had become particularly averse to her past. Hastily changing her surname from Ji Nanshu to Jiang Nanshu, she harbored a profound disdain for her former foster family, seemingly to please the Jiang family, as she had not returned home even once in 3 years. So, was she going to mock them? Or perhaps to deride? Fong Mingyi remained seated, deciding to finish the remainder of his milk tea before departing, believing that taking it away would diminish its flavor. As he bit into the glutinous rice pearl, discovering it to be bursting with flavor, he felt as though he had unearthed a new treasure. Today had been fruitful, securing his desired endorser and enjoying milk tea that surpassed even coffee. However, such indulgence could not become a habit, lest it tarnish his image as a domineering CEO. Jiang Nanshu navigated through the crowd, and the boys ahead, upon noticing a beautiful young lady, instinctively parted to let her through. She had originally intended to observe from the periphery, but before she knew it, she found herself deeper within the throng. The boy pinning Ji Zhe down shouted angrily, Why should we remain silent? It's already common knowledge. She is audacious and materialistic. Why else would she abandon you to live a better life? She hasn't contributed a single penny to your family in 3 years. He had been insulted so thoroughly. Yet Ji Zhe still defended her, a foolish endeavor. Ji Zhe, you deserve to be abandoned. You are the most despicable person I have ever seen. The boy, blinded by rage, continued to strike, while Ji Zhe curled up, stifling a groan of pain. A delicate, fair hand grasped the descending fist of the boy. And as he looked up, he was momentarily stunned by her striking visage. You. How dare you, vile woman, let go of me. Jiang Nanshu narrowed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she forcefully pulled the boy off Ji Zhe, using her knee to drive into his abdomen. He doubled over in agony, clutching his stomach with his free hand, while she deftly kicked his knee, sending him crashing to the ground before her. Jiang Nanshu tightened her grip on his chin, her eyes sparkling with mirth. What did you just say? Repeat it. The boy grimaced in pain, his knee feeling as though it had shattered, his stomach roiling in agony. cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as tears streamed down his face. I am sorry, I misspoke.
Please don't hit me.
He was merely a student, accustomed to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He had once kicked Ji Zhe to the ground in her presence. But then, Jiang Nanshu had merely cast a disdainful glance at Ji Zhe, dismissing him with a sharp remark. Get lost, don't block my path. You're just a nuisance. I have to pursue my fiancé. At that time, Ji Zhe had sought her help, but instead received disdain and disgust, being told not to die in her sight, as she found him unsightly. She had then turned away, continuing her pursuit of her fiancé. Following a failed attempt at love, she had vented her frustration on Ji Zhe, spreading rumors that his family had bullied her for nearly 16 years, urging her peers to steer clear of him, leading to his isolation for 3 years. Everyone perceived him as taciturn, weak, and easily victimized, one who would never report his mistreatment. They mocked him for having a wealthy sister while he lived in such straitened circumstances, unaware that it was not that they rejected Jiang Nanshu, but rather that she had rejected them. Watching Jiang Nanshu's back as she dealt with those who bullied him, her decisive actions forcing others to beg for mercy, flooded him with memories of when Jiang Nanshu had turned 12, while he was only 8, in 2nd grade. He recalled standing by the roadside in tears after another student snatched his candy, only for Jiang Nanshu to pick him up after school. Upon seeing him weeping, she had inquired about the matter and then vanished, only to return with 2 candies. I bought these anew, she had said, and he believed her. Later, when their parents were called in, he discovered that Jiang Nanshu had confronted the boy who had taken his candy, demanding compensation from his parents. It was through this incident that she gained notoriety at school. Yet she remained unconcerned, gently patting his head and smiling at him. Silly boy, don't feel guilty. I'm your sister. If you're bullied, call my name, and I will protect you. The memory was vivid, as clear as his recollection of Jiang Nanshu having left their home 3 years prior. He remembered her protection and affection, which had ultimately transformed into a blade piercing his heart, leaving him cautious and unwilling to reveal his true feelings, fearing further wounds. Tears slipped from Ji Zhe's eyes as he pondered the absence of his once great sister, who had vanished without a trace. The boy fled in a panic, too intimidated to demand compensation for his medical expenses from Jiang Nanshu. Ji Zhe overheard her softly murmur, "To speak such vile words and not have your mouth torn apart is a testament to my good mood." Jiang Nanshu turned her head and found Ji Zhe gazing at her with tear-streaked cheeks. This stirred a sense of irritation within her, yet she maintained her composure, looking down at him from a height. "Why are you crying? You're a man, and yet you weep like a mere girl after taking a beating. Have some ambition."
Yiza.
Ji Zhe hastily wiped his tears and stood up defiantly, retorting, "What business is it of yours? It was I who got hit. What help can you offer?" The crowd had mostly dispersed. Jiang Nanshu's gaze fell upon his bruised face as she let out a light laugh. "I did not assist you. That person insulted me so harshly. How could I simply endure?" Ji Zhe bit his lip, remaining silent. Jiang Nanshu scrutinized him once more. Boys grow quickly. It had only been half a month since their last meeting, yet it seemed Ji Zhe had gained a few centimeters in height, easily measuring around 170 centimeters. She spoke in a languid tone, moreover. "This is the 2nd time. If you cannot hold your own against others, do not instigate trouble. The pain will fall upon you. And can you truly expect me to come to your aid every time? Even if I were to be beaten to death, it would have nothing to do with you." Ji Zhe suddenly shouted, "You don't care about me anymore, so why should you concern yourself with my fate?" Jiang Nanshu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You are right. We are strangers without blood ties. If you find yourself dragged into an alley or assaulted in the streets again, I will turn a blind eye. If you enjoy stirring trouble, then by all means continue." With that, she turned to leave. Ji Zhe watched her retreating figure, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Sister, don't go." Chapter 150. Jiang Nanshu has a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Hearing his sobs, Jiang Nanshu did not halt her steps. In the next moment, someone grasped her arm. Ji Zhe's voice trembled. That was not what I meant to say. I don't know why I reacted this way. I didn't instigate anything. It was because he insulted you that I couldn't help but retaliate. The last time in the alley was the same. They insulted you. No matter how poorly you treat me, I will not allow them to speak ill of you. I am truly inadequate." His words were fragmented as he desperately sought to explain himself. Just moments ago, he had been like a fierce little wolf cub, and now he appeared as a wounded puppy. Jiang Nanshu sighed softly, barely perceptibly. In the original story, Even when the protagonist spread rumors that harmed Jize, he would still, from the shadows, retaliate against those who spoke ill of her. Although he had long ceased to expect any familial affection from her, he could not tolerate others defaming her. Presently, he still harbored some hope for the bond of a foster sister. Later in the narrative, when their foster mother fell gravely ill, the protagonist remained indifferent, and her cruel curses left her bedridden and unable to walk. She informed the Jiang family of her foster parents' plight, seeking their recognition, believing that only the Jiang family held true familial ties. Little did she know that her cold-hearted demeanor had utterly alienated her foster family, leaving them disheartened and unwilling to engage with her further. The Jiang family regarded her merely as a laughingstock, devoid of any sense of kinship. Ultimately, she was cast out, and when she sought her foster parents' aid, she learned that her foster mother had passed away a month after her departure, and at that time, Jize regarded her as a stranger. Even when she feigned concern to visit the grave, seeking refuge from her foster family, Jize expelled her, fearing she would taint his foster mother's peace. Jiang Nanshu turned around to see Jize weeping profusely, his body trembling as he clutched her hand tightly, as if fearing she might truly leave him. This 15-year-old boy, after receiving her assistance just twice, had begun to lower his defenses against her. Or perhaps, he had been waiting for her all along? Thus, in response to her kindness, he sought to find a way to repay her. He hung his head low, fearful that Jiang Nanshu might walk away. The capital city is neither too large nor too small, yet finding someone requires courage. He genuinely wished to bring Jiang Nanshu home for a visit his parents. Having aged significantly over the years, never spoke of it, but Jize knew they were afraid that their rural origins would bring shame to Jiang Nanshu. Consequently, they had refrained from visiting the capital for 3 years and had not dared to mention her name, living a reclusive life in the countryside. Occasionally, Zhonglei would visit for an hour or two before departing. Zhonglei was his biological sister, but their entire family had long since devoted their love to Jiang Nanshu. His mother had even fallen ill from worrying about Jiang Nanshu's well-being in the capital. In the next moment, a hand ruffled his soft black hair. Jize stiffened, burying his head deeper, the scene before him growing increasingly blurry. He could hear the sound of his tears shattering against the ground. It was as if they were colliding. What is there to be embarrassed about in caring for me? Are you afraid I might mock you? Jiang Nanshu's voice held a hint of teasing. Jize's ears flushed red as he stammered. No, I just wanted to repay you for having protected me before, so I fought back. Don't overthink it. Very well, then. I shall take my leave. Jiang Nanshu replied with a hint of resignation, unable to contend with Jize's obstinate nature.
Yize, in Arash.
Followed closely behind her. Where are you going? Back to school. Jiang Nanshu regarded him with curiosity. Do you wish to accompany me to Jing University? We can discuss it once your grades are good enough to qualify. You aren't at the bottom of your class, are you? Jize's face flushed with embarrassment. Being at Mingda Middle School, where all the top students congregated, he had barely scraped by. Among a sea of geniuses, his previous ranking of first in his grade now meant little, leaving him ranked around 200, merely average. With such grades, not only would he struggle to gain admission to Jing University, but even securing a spot at a decent first-tier institution would prove challenging. I will strive to improve.
Oh.
Jiang Nanshu was not particularly invested in his ambitions. Then make a concerted effort.
Farewell.
The leaves of the camphor trees along the roadside layered upon one another, casting shadows on the ground. Jiang Nanshu glanced toward the milk tea shop, but Fang Mingdi was nowhere to be seen. She stood in the shade, tapping on her phone while waiting by the roadside. Jize desired to approach but hesitated, as the warmth of Jiang Nanshu's earlier touch still lingered. It had been quite some time since he had felt her gentle caress. He felt a tumult of emotions, torn between the urge to draw near and the fear of being rejected again, just as before. Jize shuffled closer to her side, his youthful face taut with tension. Out of nervousness, he crumpled the hem of his short-sleeved uniform. Finally summoning his courage, he asked, "Can I come find you?" The sunlight bathed Jiang Nanshu in a warm glow. Noon was typically a time for drowsiness, and she stifled a yawn. "What would you want to find me for?" "Your biological sister is Zhonglei. You could visit her at the Jing City Media School." Jize's fingers dug into his palm as he stubbornly gazed at her. "But I want to find you. You are my sister too."
Just then, a car arrived.
Jiang Nanshu opened the door, saying, "Suit yourself. Your legs are your own. If I tell you not to come, will you comply?" Even after Jiang Nanshu had left, Jize remained in a daze. What did Jiang Nanshu mean? If he were to seek her out at Jing University, would she find it embarrassing and scold him?
Yize felt conflicted.
Behind him, A boisterous voice called out, "Damn. Zay go. Who the hell took advantage of my absence to hit you? Tell me their name, and we'll make sure they leave Mingda on a stretcher today." Zay turned to see the troublemaker and his gang. They had previously ambushed him in an alley, only to be met with Jiang Nanshu's timely intervention, which had turned the tide against them. The next day, they had absurdly recognized him as their leader, despite his reluctance to associate with such ruffians. Yet the troublemaker had declared, "To the victor go the spoils." If Jiang Nanshu won, it meant Zay had triumphed too, thus willingly accepting Zay as their leader. Zay's expression remained impassive. "No need. My sister has already chased them off." The troublemaker's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he rubbed his hands together awkwardly. "Is Sister Nan here too? Zay go. When will you introduce us to Sister Nan? We really want to hang out with her and learn a few tricks." Zay replied, "Sorry, my sister doesn't associate with this kind of crowd. Please, Zay go, you're the only one who can speak to her. We were blind in the past and misjudged her. She is no mere waste. She is undoubtedly a hidden powerhouse. I find myself at a loss for words. Please do not seek me out." The man with the spiky hair, skeptical, retorted, "How could that be possible? If she truly did not care, she would have simply walked away. Why would she bother to assist you and leave me in such a state? Ouch, just thinking about it brings pain." He paused. "By the way, when do you think your relationship will be mended? This is of utmost importance to me." Zay inquired, "Does Jiang Nanshu care for him?" He too felt a twinge of uncertainty. After 3 years of severed ties with Jiang Nanshu, she had seemingly forgotten all about them. Yet, those two encounters had rekindled a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps Jiang Nanshu was indeed sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted, retaining the essence of the sister he once knew. Upon arriving at the gates of Beijing University, it was already 2 o'clock. With only half an hour until class, her time for a midday nap was gone. As she entered the campus, she noticed 2 groups waiting ahead. One side bore the stern faces of Jiang's parents, while the other was the furious Qing couple. Chapter 151. I demand 10 billion. The scene was rather intense. Jiang Nanshu halted 10 meters away from them, pondering, "What brings them here? Surely they aren't here to confront me? Sigh, I was just enjoying a pleasant morning, and now here we go again. How exhausting. What can I say to extort a hefty sum for being kicked out of my home?" Jiang's parents, drawn in by her inner thoughts, spotted their daughter lost in contemplation. Jiang's father sighed in relief, recalling how Mrs. Chung had arrived first, frantically searching for Jiang Nanshu, likely intending to vent her fury with a few slaps upon finding her. The 2 parents hastily arrived, only to learn Jiang Nanshu was not at school, allowing them to feel somewhat reassured as they stood united at the entrance, unwilling to yield ground. Surrounded by bodyguards, the students of Beijing University dared not approach too closely, fearing trouble. Mrs. Cheng's eyes were red-rimmed, her gaze sharp as she followed Jiang's parents' line of sight, ultimately spotting Jiang Nanshu. In that moment, her eyes reddened even further. But it was overshadowed by her simmering rage. The hatred consumed her. Her son had been so brutally harmed, rendered unconscious by the morning's events. Now that he had been moved from the operating room to the ward, she could not suppress her need for justice. "Jiang Nanshu, how dare you return? You have put my son's life in jeopardy. I demand your life in return." Mrs. Chung stormed towards Jiang Nanshu, her high heels clicking ominously on the pavement. Jiang Mother's expression turned colder as she grabbed Mrs. Cheng's arm, halting her in her tracks. "ISN to your son still alive? On what grounds do you demand my daughter's life? If our families cannot come to an agreement, then let us not discuss it. The Jiang family is prepared to offer compensation." Mrs. Chung, trembling with rage, pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Mother. "Song Shuling, how can you utter such words? Are you heartless simply because it is not your son who is injured? You should have sent her away long ago. Your indecision has led her to offend the entire aristocracy of Beijing. Now, she has committed such an act. Were it any more severe, she would be a murderer. I want her imprisoned." Realizing she could not evade the confrontation, Jiang Nanshu discreetly pinched her thigh. "Ouch, that hurts. Next time I should carry some chili pepper with me. This is making me want to cry." Jiang father and Jiang mother were taken aback. In the next moment, her eyes glistened with tears, spilling over as she cowered behind Jiang father. "Daddy, please save me. It's all Chung An's fault for frightening me. I accidentally struck him and sent him to the hospital. But I swear it wasn't intentional. Whoa, I don't want to go to jail. I'm only 19. When Jiang Nanshu spoke, Mrs. Cheng's fury intensified, her face contorted with rage, while Mr. Cheng maintained a stern expression, directing a fierce glare at Jiang Nanshu. Jiang father asserted, feigning fear is one thing. But why are you being so transparent about your own misdeeds? Are you afraid others might not understand your guilt? Undoubtedly, his daughter knew how to provoke animosity. The Cheng couple looked as if they might devour her whole. Nevertheless, as a father, he felt it was his duty to protect her. He comfortingly patted Jiang Nanshu's hand. Nanshu, do not fear. As long as I am here, they will not dare to harm you. Jiang mother felt a tangle of emotions. Her affection for Jiang Nanshu was perhaps not entirely pure, from the initial shame to the desire to shield her. Her sentiments had evolved over the course of a mere month. From the moment she heard her daughter's inner voice, the Jiang family had changed significantly due to her presence. The fates of each family member subtly shifted. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Nanshu remained her biological daughter. She turned to Mrs. Cheng and spoke gently. Please do not be so angry. Your son is still alive, and we have yet to ascertain the truth of this matter. Is it not hasty to condemn my daughter without understanding the situation? I have already expressed to your family our sorrow regarding the young Master Cheng's plight. An accident has occurred, and we will do everything in our power to ensure his recovery. Even if you were to kill my daughter, it would not change the situation. To the Jiang family, any issue that could be resolved with money was not a problem. Even if Cheng'an were to suffer a lifelong disability, the Jiang family had the means to sustain him. Moreover, the Cheng family was not lacking in wealth either. They were all part of the same elite circle, gathering for festive occasions and social gatherings, not to cultivate relationships, but simply to flaunt their status. Mrs. Cheng scoffed the truth. She glared venomously at Jiang Nanshu. The truth is, my son's life hangs in the balance while Jiang Nanshu stands here unharmed. I cannot accept this. She must suffer as my son has. I refuse to accept any compromise. I will sue her. Jiang Nanshu recoiled, curling into a small, pitiful figure. She cried out more loudly. I don't want to end up like Cheng'an. That would be so ugly. Whoa, I don't want that. I want to look beautiful. Mom and Dad. I am truly innocent. Just check the surveillance. It was Cheng'an who provoked me, causing me to accidentally strike him. Why not hurry and check the surveillance? Once it's reviewed, they will have no choice but to exonerate me. For now, the Jiang family can afford to maintain a facade to protect me. But once the truth is revealed, they will kick me out. I want 10 billion. Jiang father's face twitched uncontrollably. You truly dare to extort us for that amount? 10 billion, just like that. He glanced at Jiang Nanshu's tearful yet sparkling eyes and found her unexpectedly adorable, a hint of amusement rising within him. She likely did not realize that, with the Jiang family's influence, even surveillance footage could be manipulated to twist the narrative. Meanwhile, Mrs. Cheng was jolted from her reverie by Jiang Nanshu's words. There is surveillance. Once the truth was revealed, she would make sure to tear that wretched girl apart. Yes, let us check the surveillance. Such a large classroom must have evidence. Hurry, dear. Ask the principal to bring forth the footage. Mrs. Cheng urged, her impatience evident. Mr. Cheng, taking a moment to regain his composure, though heartbroken over his son's ordeal, was reminded of the family's connections. He inhaled deeply, adopting a serious demeanor. Enough with this commotion. We will wait for him to awaken to hear his account. Even reviewing the footage now would be futile. Mrs. Cheng, reminded by her husband, regained her focus. She glared at Jiang Nanshu, shielded by Jiang father and mother. As she met Jiang Nanshu's confident, smirking face, her hands clenched tightly in frustration. It was malicious that she had inflicted such harm on her son. In a moment of clarity, her resolve crumbled. No, she must pay in blood for this debt. She cannot evade responsibility. Let us review the surveillance. Jiang father's patience wore thin, his presence radiating authority akin to Mr. Cheng's. Out of respect for our partnership, I am speaking to you civilly. My daughter has stated that it was unintentional, which means the fault lies with your son. Besides, he is a grown man. How could he not prevail against a young girl? Isn't that rather disgraceful? Chapter 152. She is the love of your son's heart. As Jiang father finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Realizing the situation, he offered an awkward smile. I apologize. I did not mean to imply that your son is a petty individual. No. That's not quite right either. What I intended to convey is that your son is certainly not lacking in strength. That still seems off. The Cheng couple responded. So, are you trying to show off your daughter's prowess? You even know about petty individuals. You old fellow are surprisingly trendy. Puffed up with pride, Jiang father straightened his chest. Please refer to him as a surfing expert. Outside, 2 luxury cars came to a halt in front of the gates of Jing University. The conspicuous door of a Rolls-Royce swung open, and Jiang Eason emerged, dressed casually in a black shirt. On the other side of the car was Jiang Yunchuan. Upon noticing the Chung couple, he felt a twinge of panic when he saw Jiang Nanshu with red eyes and an expression of grievance. He hurriedly strode over to her, scrutinizing her fair face closely, and, upon discovering no marks, he let out a sigh of relief. They haven't bullied you, have they? You should stay in the dormitory. Why are you out here? We will handle this matter. You just need to await the outcome. Jiang Yunchuan's tone was laced with faint concern, as though Jiang Nanshu's presence before the Chung couple was a great injustice. The Chung couple thought, is it truly the intention of the Jiang family to drive us to the brink of madness? Jiang Nanshu retorted, are you trying to drive me insane? Who asked for your concern? Just return to being your cold, indifferent self and glare at me. I truly beg you. With an inner cry of distress, Jiang Nanshu felt touched on the surface. Thank you, fifth brother. It's fortunate to have you all, otherwise I would surely have been taken away by them. Humph. It's all Cheng's own doing for provoking me. Jiang Nanshu resolved to add fuel to the fire, her tone indulgent, portraying the malicious image of one who runs amok under the Jiang family's protection. Madame Cheng took a deep breath. You are doing this on purpose. Jiang Nanshu hid behind the tall Jiang Yunchuan. No, Aunt Cheng, how can you say that? It was clearly Cheng and who, in a fit of rage for a beautiful face, caused this catastrophe. I am merely an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, a man in a tailored suit emerged from the Ferrari parked behind the Rolls-Royce. He was Cheng's elder brother. Upon seeing her eldest son, Madame Cheng felt as though she had seen a lifeline. Rue, you must seek justice for your brother. Jiang Nanshu's gaze fell upon Cheng Rue. Unlike Cheng'en, who possessed a rogue's demeanor despite their similar features, Cheng Rue exuded a calm composure. She pondered about the Cheng family, tisk, seemingly partners on the surface, yet they can stab you in the back. Now that I have beaten Cheng'en to this extent, they will certainly not let me off easily. Cheng Rue is like a cunning serpent lying in wait, and being protected by the Jiang family will only intensify the Cheng family's resentment towards them. When the time comes, I will simply walk away, and these grievances will have nothing to do with me. It is the Jiang family that will bear the brunt of it, hee. Jiang Eason's eyes flickered for a moment before he donned that lazy, carefree smile again, his enchanting visage like a captivating flower. Sister, are you frightened? Hearing Jiang Eason's concern, Jiang Nanshu responded, you're such a nerve. You really know how to scare someone. With reddened eyes, she nodded weakly, big brother. I know I made a mistake, so I beg you not to cast me out. Jiang Eason's smile widened as he could not resist ruffling her hair. You are so adorable. How could I ever bear to send you away? I wish to have you by my side always. Jiang Nanshu protested. Take your filthy hands off. I give up. You never follow the script. If you dare take me along, I'll expose all your company's secrets. Taking a deep breath, she affectionately rubbed her head against his palm, her almond-shaped eyes filled with admiration. Big brother, I would love to accompany you to the company to handle affairs. With me around, you certainly won't feel bored. Jiang Eason's smile deepened. All right, I would be delighted. Just in time. I have a project that is about to commence. Would you accompany me? Commence, or dig your own grave. The smoke mountain you captured is a hazardous piece of land. You would be better off securing that barren land in Nanshan district, which will surely become a hot spot in the future. But it seems that Bo Yen has inadvertently acquired it, making a fortune. Jiang Nanshu felt envy stir within her. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be staying here long. If only she could seize these opportunities, who wouldn't respectfully call her manager Jiang upon her exit. The Smoke Mountain project, which Jiang Eason had spent a fortune acquiring, was the very first hurdle leading the Jiang family down a path of decline, gradually rendering them feeble until they were overshadowed by the Bo family. Jiang Eason's company, which he desperately tried to sustain, was slowly crumbling. As she contemplated this, she remained oblivious to the shocked glances exchanged among her family. Jiang Eason slightly curled his lips. Turning to Cheng Rue, President Cheng, I believe in my sister's innocence. She would not harm anyone without cause. After all, a fly does not alight on an egg without a crack. We all know what kind of character your brother possesses. Let us not prolong the discussion. Let us view the surveillance footage. Jiang Nanshu perked up. Finally, We've reached the segment I've been eagerly anticipating. In truth, she hesitated. Forget it. The footage being released would be disgraceful. Would showing Aunt Chung the moment Chung and was injured only deepen her sorrow? Seeing her reaction, Madame Chung quickly agreed. I also consent to view the surveillance. I want her to kneel and apologize before my son's hospital bed. Jiang Nanshu shot her a cold glance. His feelings of brotherly affection for Chung dissipating, making it impossible for him to treat his family with the same politeness as before. He scoffed. I suggest you wake up from your dreams. Madame Chung, unwilling to back down, sobbed, my son has truly befriended the wrong crowd. He used to speak so highly of you and prepared gifts for you during every festival, yet now he lies in a hospital bed. The doctor said the knife pierced his knee. Whether he can walk normally again is in question. He has become a cripple, and you Jiang family are satisfied with this? Jiang Nanshu had no desire to waste words on her. The truth lay within the surveillance. They made their way to the president's office at Jing University. The president had been awaiting them, reluctant to offend either side, but if pressed, he preferred not to cross the Jiang family. Once everyone had arrived, a professional began to play the video. It opened with Chung storming in, angrily kicking over Jiang Nanshu's desk. The Chung couple's expressions shifted. They had not anticipated that Chung had initiated the confrontation. The video captured their heated exchange. Chung repeatedly demanded to know the whereabouts of Su Ran. Due to her disappearance, he had unleashed his fury on Jiang Nanshu. Subsequently, he brandished a knife intending to stab Jiang Nanshu, only for her chair to absorb the lethal blow, leading to Chung inadvertently stabbing himself in the leg. Jiang's father and mother wore expressions of horror, their faces pale. What else do you have to say? If it weren't for my daughter's timely reaction, she would be the one in the operating room. Madame Chung could hardly believe the truth. Her son had been the aggressor, and the earlier accusations felt like a heavy slap to her face. Jiang Nanshu was in utter disarray. No. Where's the most thrilling part? My pushing Chung's hand is what led him to stab himself. Why is that part missing? Jiang Isin was quite pleased, turning his gaze to Chung Rue with a nonchalant expression. President Chung, do you have anything further to say? Chung Rue let out a soft sigh, handing Jiang Nanshu a card. Miss Jiang, I sincerely apologize. This entire incident is my brother's fault. The Chung family will not seek any compensation from the Jiang family for medical expenses. Please take this card back. Chung brought this upon himself. And it seems we have wronged you. Jiang Nanshu replied, let them rot. Madame Chung's body weakened, and Mr. Chung supported her. Her eyes were vacant, lips trembling. Who is that Su Ran? Why did my son risk everything for her? Had Chung succeeded, it wouldn't have just been a hospital stay. He would have faced incarceration, ruining his life. At this moment, Madame Chung loathed that name with all her being. Jiang Nanshu peeked out from behind Jiang Nanshu, her voice ethereal. Su Ran? She is the love of your son's heart. As the month draws to a close, my dear ones. Chapter 153. Wasn't he this what Jiang Nanshu had longed for? Upon hearing Jiang Nanshu's words, Madame Chung was momentarily taken aback. How could she have been unaware that her son had a beloved? He was, after all, single and had no notion of a romantic partner. When she caught sight of Madame Chung's piercing gaze, which seemed capable of devouring life itself, Jiang Nanshu covered her mouth in regret, exclaiming, "Oh dear. How did I let that slip? Hee, the wicked female antagonist is about to create some trouble for the heroine. I wonder if Chung will drag his injured leg to the rescue? I am truly thoughtful, providing them with opportunities for heroic rescues at every turn." With this thought, Jiang Nanshu's lips curled into an irrepressible smile. For a heroine, some trials are essential. If the male supporting character is absent, the male lead will surely step in to save the day. A favored child of fortune will never lack for such opportunities. Once the Chung family departed, they promptly began an extensive investigation into Su Ran. As a rising star, Su Ran, despite her modest fame, had garnered favorable reviews and lacked any scandals since her debut. Upon learning that Su Ran was auditioning for the female lead under director one, Madame Chung, keeping it a secret from everyone, hurried to the scene. On the playground, the Jiang family stood beneath the shade of trees. Jiang's mother, adorned in an expensive Chanel ensemble, clutching a $1 million handbag, had reverted to her usual air of grandeur. She whispered to Jiang's father while her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Isin, with one hand in his pocket, scanned the surroundings. And when a beautiful university student passed by, a mere raised eyebrow caused her to blush and hastily depart. Finding the scene tedious, he turned away. Ever since he had heard Jiang Nanshu's heartfelt thoughts, he had developed no interest in the fairer sex, even forgetting about Su Ran, who had once stirred his heart. It was remarkable that someone could provoke the young master of the Chung family to such extremes. Regardless of whether she was the instigator, she had already triumphed over many. Little sister, Jiang Yisun beamed brightly at Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu replied, "This fellow must have ulterior motives. It's rather strange how effortlessly this issue has been resolved. I'm unharmed, yet the plot holes are growing larger." She forced a smile. "What's up, big brother? Are you coming to my company this weekend? I can send a car to fetch you." In her memories, the original owner was consistently shown the door whenever she visited Jiang Yisun at the Jiang Corporation, either being told that he was away on business or being hastily given small gifts as a means of dismissal, never allowed to enter. Now, Jiang Nanshu had little desire to go. Witnessing him digging his own grave or the company's decline was something she wished to avoid. Jiang Nanshu politely declined. "I can't this weekend. I promised fourth brother I'd accompany him to a concert." Jiang Yisun sighed with a hint of melancholy. "All right then, but don't fret. There's a 7-day holiday for National Day next week. You can come to my company then." "How does that sound?" Jiang Nanshu thought, not particularly eager to go. "Are you not perceptive at all?" Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes sparkled mischievously. "I might not have time. I need to make some money." "Money?" Jiang Yisun raised an eyebrow, his tone incredulous. Jiang Nanshu, with an air of secrecy, replied, "Indeed, I'm going to earn a substantial amount. I can finally make my first paycheck without relying on my family. Just the thought of it brings me joy. I'll be earning money for the opposing side. How delightful." Jiang Yisun was taken aback. How on earth had Jiang Nanshu become entangled with Bo Yen? He maintained his composure, smiling gently as if speaking to a child. "So, will your first paycheck be a gift for your big brother?" Jiang Nanshu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Seriously? How dare you ask for a gift? I haven't even received the endorsement fee from Boss Fong yet. Have some self-respect." Yet, the original owner had always sought to please her family, and in the face of this hard-won warmth, she nodded with a smile. Jiang Nanshu lamented, "All right, I'll get you something." Jiang Yisun. Seeing her eyes filled with grievance, he felt a pang of remorse for his actions. Nevertheless, he had gleaned an important piece of information. Fong Mingyi was seeking to collaborate with his sister. Jiang Yisun's first thought was of the new perfume line his company was developing. Could it be that he was considering signing Jiang Nanshu as a spokesperson due to her looks? The very thought disturbed him. Fong Mingyi's intentions were clear, publicly rejecting him while secretly courting his sister. How infuriating! He intended to profit from Jiang Nanshu without even consulting him. Thus, he retrieved a black card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Nanshu, saying, "Don't feel compelled to use your own salary. Use your brother's instead. Feel free to buy whatever you like." He added, "I have some matters to attend to at the company, so I must take my leave." He was eager to confront Fong Mingyi and demand an explanation for his double standards. With that, he hurried away. Jiang Nanshu cradled the card in her hands, genuinely touched by this show of financial support from her beloved family, tears welling in her eyes as she watched Jiang Yisun depart. Wow! An unlimited black card. Big brother. If the company goes bankrupt in the future, I promise to keep my mocking voice down. I'll make sure to collect your remains, so don't worry. Jiang father. Jiang mother. Jiang Yunchuan. If Jiang Yisun knew Jiang Nanshu's true feelings, would he still have been so generous with the card? Jiang father and mother exchanged glances, neither daring to step forward. Jiang father lowered his voice. "Should we tell Nanshu?" Her adoptive mother called, wanting to see her. Jiang mother hesitated. "Visiting might be fine, but I fear she might change again. Didn't she say she would never return to the slums after the last time she went to her adoptive mother's house?" What if Jiang father understood her concerns? For the Jiang family's crisis had yet to be resolved. They could not afford to lose Jiang Nanshu. Although it felt somewhat unethical to exploit her to alter their fate, they felt powerless, and he sighed heavily. There was a twinge of guilt in Jiang father's heart. It is we who have wronged her. At the very least, we can provide her with money and care. Wasn't that what she desired all along? Jiang mother sighed. Then it would be equitable. Jiang father shot her an incredulous glare. "Do you truly accept her from the heart? Just look at what you're saying." Jiang mother, stung by his gaze, retorted coldly. "How can you say I don't care or accept her? Otherwise, would I stand in front of her to shield her from harm? The affection I give her is as abundant as that for isn't that enough?" And as for her adoptive mother, we needn't go there. Just send some money to that family and let he visit a few more times. Chapter 154. Will my dear fiancé be upset? After Jiang mother spoke, she felt as though her words had been thoughtless, stirring discomfort within her. How could she not love Jiang Nanshu? Although her feelings could not compare to those she held for Jiang Lui, she had fulfilled her duties as a mother. Feeling a sense of shame, she turned away with a cold expression. Jiang father, exasperated, placed his hands on his hips. Seeing that Jiang Nanshu was at a distance, presumably unaware of their conversation, he sighed with relief and decided to catch up with Jiang mother for a little reprimand, leaving Jiang Yunchuan to accompany Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Yunchuan, engrossed in his phone, appeared to be in a group chat and was oblivious to the argument between Jiang father and mother behind him. However, Jiang Nanshu heard everything. Her hearing had always been sharp. The previous Jiang Nanshu indeed craved familial concern and love, but the current Jiang Nanshu no longer needed it. Love had never been equitable. Their expressions of care had never been equal. They could shower Jiang Lui with unconditional affection because she had always lived under their protective wing, while Jiang Nanshu had grown wild and unrestrained amidst thorns in the countryside. With her gaze lowered on the black card, her heart felt a sharp pang before settling into a calm demeanor. Jiang Nanshu was perplexed by their kindness towards her, perceiving it as an insincere affection tainted with ulterior motives, akin to her mother's desire to embrace her yet remaining emotionally distant. The contradiction was both amusing and disheartening. Nonetheless, she found solace in the thought that she could simply indulge in their wealth. Once she reconciled her feelings, she became enamored with the black card, her smile so radiant that her eyes were nearly obscured. I've struck it rich. I shall purchase an entire card of jewels. Jiang Yunchuan glanced at her, offering a smile in return. Her joy was so uncomplicated, revolving solely around gemstones and money. Clearing his throat, he proposed. Nanshu, since you have no desire to join my elder brother's company, how about coming to my gaming company instead? It's already on the right track, and I can have my employees guide you through the games. Pride illuminated Jiang Yunchuan's face as he mentioned his own company. Casting a glance at the black card bestowed upon her by Jiang Yisan, he proclaimed boldly, what my elder brother can provide, I shall also be able to offer you in the future. Are you certain? Your company has merely been a stepping stone for others, and this black card pales in comparison to its worth. Jiang Yunchuan. Yet, Jiang Nanshu's ears were filled with her heartfelt refusal. I don't enjoy gaming. Fifth brother, I believe you will undoubtedly become a formidable businessman like your elder brother, and your gaming company will undoubtedly earn billions annually. Hee, I'll flatter you now and then let you fall later. Enjoy the stark contrast between heaven and hell. Dear brother, is it truly that terrifying? As Jiang Nanshu pondered this, she lifted her gaze to see the pitiful Lin Ye gazing longingly at Jiang Yunchuan. Oh, dear. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. The one who aims to usurp your company has arrived. Jiang Nanshu nudged Jiang Yunchuan. Fifth brother, your sister-in-law is watching you. Jiang Yunchuan swiftly turned his head, his expression darkening. Had he not expressly stated that she should not appear before him again? Yet Lin Ye, driven by her desperation for money, rushed towards him, her once proud beauty now diminished and haggard. With red-rimmed eyes, she grasped Jiang Yunchuan's hand. Yunchuan, during your absence, I have missed you terribly. I seem unable to live without you. Please, let us reconcile. I truly love you, and cannot bear to be without you. Jiang Nanshu instinctively stepped back, thinking, I wonder if Lin Ye is currently infected with AIDS. It's safer to keep my distance. Jiang Yunchuan's expression soured as he forcefully shook her off, his handsome face twisted in anger. Lin Ye, must you persist in bothering me? I have already stated that we have broken up. Do you not comprehend? Go seek your 3 wealthy patrons. How dare you show your face before me? Lin Ye shook her head tearfully. Woo, Yunchuan, I have cast them aside. You are the only one in my heart. I am not throwing a tantrum anymore. Please don't abandon me. Jiang Yunchuan felt nauseated. He could not fathom how she, entangled with 3 men, could stand before him professing her undying love, claiming to have discarded them for his sake. The very thought repulsed him. Oh, discarded? Would Lin Ye truly be willing to do that? Could it be that one of her patrons' companies is in trouble, and she seeks Jiang Yunchuan to fill the void? I recall that when they were together, he would readily provide financial support and gained intimate moments with the goddess, only to end up suffering from an ailment. Jiang Yunchuan. Could he truly be this foolish? Lin Ye's gaze fell upon Jiang Nanshu, her teeth clenched in accusation. Is it you? Did you say something to Yunchuan that caused him to break up with me? Did you purposely bring him before me? Jiang Nanshu, I questioned your seemingly benevolent heart in helping me and Yunchuan, yet this is merely your ploy to sever us. Jiang Nanshu, I am genuinely striving to bring you two together. How could I know you would prove so inept? Do not place the blame on me. It is absurd to accuse someone of being overly kind while seamlessly managing 3 wealthy patrons in the morning. Jiang Yunchuan interposed himself between Jiang Nanshu and Lin Ye, repulsed as he pushed Lin Ye away. Do not slander my sister. This matter has nothing to do with her. If you cannot manage your chaotic personal life, do not blame others for discovering it. Upon witnessing Jiang Yunchuan's anger, Lin Ye continued to plead, Yunchuan, please save me. You are my only hope. I owe a sum of 3 million in high-interest loans, which I must repay within 5 days. I do not possess that much money. Woo-woo, they will kill me. If you assist me, I will do anything you ask. We can even share a room tonight. Please, I implore you. Jiang Yunchuan was taken aback, shocked by Lin Ye's words. Where was the pure goddess of yesteryears? What a convenient excuse, high-interest loans. If you give her the money, she'll immediately need to fill the gap for her patron's company. This is truly bothersome. Could you two argue elsewhere? Jiang Yunchuan's expression darkened as he gazed at Lin Ye's pitiful visage, a wave of irritation surging within him. How had he ever been attracted to someone like her? He then pulled Lin Ye aside. Come with me. The noise of their quarrel diminished. Jiang Nanshu breathed a sigh of relief, contentedly tucking the black card into her bag. She resolved to find time to indulge herself. In the afternoon, she had an elective class in university physics, located in the physics department. Without a notebook, she proceeded directly to the classroom. However, upon arriving at the door, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of someone waiting there, causing her to question if she had entered the wrong place. Although Lu Qingyan was in his 3rd year, his talents rendered attendance at such classes unnecessary. What is he doing here? Why is he so persistently haunting me? Shouldn't he rush to rescue his beloved from impending doom? Lu Qingyan turned his head and spotted Jiang Nanshu attempting to sneak away. He strode over, firmly grasping her wrist. Why are you hiding? His voice was cold, laced with an undercurrent of anger. Jiang Nanshu. She straightened, her almond-shaped eyes meeting his face, his forehead damp with sweat, a medicine bag in hand, which seemingly contained band-aids adorned with strawberry patterns. Jiang Nanshu gazed at him, her smile blossoming like a radiant flower. So he actually bought them. I wonder if he would be upset if he knew I was intentionally toying with him? Chapter 155. Today's quota of disdain has been successfully achieved. Lu Qingyan's gaze grew increasingly frigid, irritation simmering within him. Sensing his displeasure, Jiang Nanshu raised her hand, offering an apologetic smile. Brother Qingyan, I suddenly found that I no longer favor strawberry pattern band-aids, so I bought some with teddy bears instead. Aren't they lovely? She revealed that her wound had already been covered. Lu Qingyan, his expression impassive, held out the bag. What shall be done with these? Jiang Nanshu paused, a hint of exasperation escaping her lips. You could kindly dispose of them on your way out. In the next moment, he stuffed the items directly into Jiang Nanshu's embrace. Having purchased them, they now belong to you. Do as you wish. The sunlight streaming through the balcony bathed him in a warm glow, casting a halo around his white shirt, making him appear exceptionally gentle. If one disregarded the chill in his gaze, his aura remained amiable. He released her and walked away. Jiang Nanshu's heart leapt with joy. Yes. Today's quota of disdain has been successfully achieved. His expression tightened further. As he rounded the corner, a girl blocked his path. Blushing, the girl handed him a physics problem, seeking his assistance in solving it. Lu Qingyan hesitated for a moment before accepting the paper, swiftly clarifying the thought process behind the solution in just 2 minutes. The girl continuously expressed her gratitude to Senior Lu, clutching the paper as if it were a treasure. Noticing Jiang Nanshu watching, she offered her a friendly smile before eagerly absorbing the knowledge from the physics problem. Jiang Nanshu observed Lu Qingyan's retreating figure. He truly possessed a gentlemanly demeanor, concealing his frustration while effortlessly assisting his junior with her queries. It was no wonder he was regarded as a beacon of hope among the girls at Jing University. He was utterly magnificent, seemingly devoid of any dark facets, forever basking in the light. Jiang Nanshu pondered to herself that if she were to be provoked to such an extent, it would be remarkable if she didn't tear her notebook apart, let alone solve any problems. In Lu Qingyan, She faintly discerned the shadow of Zhou Yanxiu, his demeanor consistently calm and composed. As Lu Qingyan exited the teaching building, he encountered Yang Jiashu, who was waiting for him to attend class. Upon noticing that the medicine bag in his hand had vanished, Yang Jiashu sighed in relief. You delivered it? Lu Qingyan responded with a brief acknowledgement. Yang Jiashu, puzzled by his demeanor, which seemed far from cheerful, inquired, What is wrong with you? Lu Qingyan shook his head, nothing. He had no desire to encounter Jiang Nanshu again in the coming days. After a moment of contemplation, he added, By the way, I'm heading abroad tomorrow for an international physics competition. He was indeed irked by Jiang Nanshu, especially upon realizing that much of it was intentional. He felt foolish for having succumbed to her antics despite being aware of her intentions. This thought further exacerbated his agitation, prompting him to yearn for a swift departure from the capital.
Ha! Yang Jiashu asked, confused.
Isn't it's still a few days away? Why the rush? Can I go abroad for a vacation? With Lu Qingyan's capabilities, he could easily graduate and pursue a master's degree, yet his leisure time was limited. After all, he would need to return home at the age of 23 to fully inherit the family estate. Yang Jiashu couldn't help but feel envious. Unlike him, who had nothing to do but venture out with friends to start a company for experience, Yang Jiashu replied dryly, All right then, enjoy yourself. I'll be here with Yin Chuan, waiting for your return. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanshu attended classes throughout the afternoon, unaware of Lu Qingyan's impending trip abroad. Upon returning to her dormitory, she was surprised to find Su Xingwan also present, hunched over a desk, engrossed in writing. Jiang Nanshu glanced over and noticed it was a ledger. The final entry indicated a debt of 30 million. Next to it was a mere 3,000, her earnings from a month of part-time work. This ledger is utterly surreal. It contains every conceivable narrative, Jiang Nanshu mused. On one side, there was a tale of rekindled love, while on the other, a story of enforced affection. It was all too easy to deduce that the 30 million was Su Xingwan's debt to Bo Yen, which she needed to repay in full to secure her freedom. The 3,000 represented her salary, and it would take a lifetime of labor to settle her dues. Jiang Nanshu stood beside her, hesitating to speak, ultimately choosing to feign ignorance. The moment Su Xingwan sensed her return, she closed the ledger and looked up. You're back? Where is she? Jiang Nanshu took her seat at her desk and replied nonchalantly, I don't know. She has a different class in the afternoon. The original Jiang Nanshu had chosen these subjects solely because of Lu Qingyan, so she would undoubtedly enroll in courses related to her major. After their brief exchange, the atmosphere fell into a tranquil silence. Su Xingwan's temperament was not as warm as Su Xi's, and Jiang Nanshu was not adept at nurturing relationships, especially since they were not well acquainted, leading to a momentary awkwardness. Su Xingwan continued to examine her ledger, while Jiang Nanshu opened the medicine Lu Qingyan had purchased for her, scrutinizing it closely, noting even the scar ointment. After inspecting it, she tossed it into a corner to gather dust. Hee, look what I brought you. The door swung open as Su Xi entered, carrying 3 bags. She handed one to Su Xingwan and placed another in Jiang Nanshu's hands, gazing sympathetically at the area where she had applied a band-aid. You need to take care of yourself. This is a jianbingguizi. I had the vendor add 2 eggs for you. It's nutritious. Jiang Nanshu inhaled the enticing aroma and, despite herself, felt her stomach growl. She took a bite without hesitation, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, Delicious. Su Xi smiled slightly, her expression one of knowing satisfaction. I knew you'd like it. I bought it from the entrance of Mingda Middle School. It's an old brand, and I had to wait in a long line to get it. As she spoke, she took a bite of her own. With her mouth full, she mumbled, I initially wanted to buy you a notebook, but I feared you wouldn't like it, so I abandoned the idea. However, I did get you a pen. I bought one for Wanwan too. They're in 3 different colors, so we each have one. Like a diligent group leader, she distributed her items with satisfaction before settling into her own seat. By the way, Jiang, where did you go for lunch? Jiang Nanshu, relishing her jianbingguizi, felt that she could add another favorite food to her list. Upon hearing the question, she licked her lips. I went out to sign a contract.
Su Xi,
respecting Jiang Nanshu's privacy, refrained from probing further and offered her an encouraging gesture. The evening life at the university was vibrant and diverse. Yet for Jiang Nanshu, a laid-back individual, it had little relevance as Su Xi dragged Su Xingwan out to enjoy a lively music event at the sports field. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanshu applied a face mask and opened the family group chat that had been buzzing incessantly since nightfall. This small group consisted of just 9 family members. Jiang Li shared a photo with director Wen, subtly hinting that he held her in high regard and might offer her the leading role. She refrained from making a formal announcement, awaiting the official confirmation, but it seemed almost certain. Transitioning the narrative. Chapter 156. So, you're determined to push him into this fire pit, aren't you? Jiang father, in a moment of elation, declared his intention to distribute red envelopes, prompting Jiang Isan to send a test envelope containing 1,000 yuan with just 3 lucky draw spots. Jiang Nanshu, quick on the uptake, was the first to claim it. Fortune favored her, and she managed to snag 500. Since joining this group, conversations had dwindled, with Jiang Nanshu having only spoken once at the outset. She promptly sent a "thank you, boss" sticker. The 3 envelopes were divided among her, Jiang Lei and Jiang Yunchuan. The others seemed oblivious, with Jiang Hemian at the Research Institute too busy to check his phone, while the rest remained silent. In the next moment, Jiang Mother transferred 50,000 yuan to Jiang Nanshu. She bubbled up with the message, "This is your allowance for the month." With only a few days left in the month, it was essentially a direct gift to Jiang Nanshu. She grinned so widely that her face mask threatened to slip off, responding graciously, "Thank you, Mom." It seemed Jiang Mother's words had instilled a sense of guilt in Jiang Nanshu, who felt uncertain about how to make amends, resorting instead to monetary gifts. Jiang Nanshu was indifferent. She would never complain about more money. She chose not to participate in the subsequent red envelopes. When Su Shi and the others returned, they appeared somewhat disappointed. After a moment, Su Shi remarked, Jiang, I just overheard some gossip. Guess who it's about?" Su Shi, with an air of mystery and excitement, revealed, "It's about Su Ran. I have a senior who graduated a few years back, working on set. I heard this afternoon that Mrs. Chung stormed in, slapped Su Ran twice without a word, and accused her of seducing her son, claiming her son is still in the hospital because of it. She was furious, ruining the audition opportunities Su Ran had worked so hard for, and left with a swollen face." Jiang Nanshu was equally astonished. Wow, is the leading lady's path this treacherous? Not only does she face slaps, but also scorn? It seems being a heartthrob protagonist isn't as glamorous as it appears. However, this incident did not occur in the original text. In the original narrative, Mrs. Chung was quite pleased with the immensely popular actress Su Ran, albeit feeling some regret for her indifference toward Chingen. Jiang Nanshu hadn't anticipated that a casual remark of hers would unravel the entire plotline. She awkwardly touched her nose. Su Shi pulled out her phone, exclaiming, "Oh no. This has made it to the trending topics." Jiang Nanshu clicked to see a bold headline, "A certain starlet named Su faces assault for playing both sides," accompanied by a photo of Su Ran's swollen half-face. The comments section erupted with chatter, with many not even recognizing who Su Ran was, as she had yet to gain fame through her work, with the web series still a week away from airing. Sisters, who is Su Ran? What a small fry to make it to the trending list. Don't spread negativity. Our goddess, Ran, would never engage in such behavior. We have witnessed her kindness and character firsthand. To those marketing accounts, be cautious not to stir up trouble, or you may find yourself served with a legal notice. Last time, didn't she trend alongside the heir of the Liu family, rumored to be his beloved first love? How amusing it is to see these hired marketers weaving such tales. Is this actress truly so audacious? To simultaneously pursue both the heir of the Liu family and the young master of the Chung family, such audacity would be deemed too outrageous even for a television drama. With her innocent appearance, it is surprising to learn of her indulgences. No wonder she emerged from a girl group, despite the facade of a pure persona. One cannot help but wonder how many encounters she has had in private. TSK, I shall not watch her dramas anymore. I shall turn against her. Jiang Nanshu found these comments rather amusing. The very same netizens who once wished for her reunion with her first love now deride her as promiscuous. Meanwhile, she lost 2 audition opportunities in a single day. In the original narrative, director Wen was initially pleased with Jiang Lei's acting, which led to her early selection. However, at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, Jiang's impressive non-heritage skills captivated director Wen, aligning perfectly with the needs of the production. As her relationship with the male lead gradually improved, and considering the Liu family's influence, director Wen opted for a change in casting, leaving Jiang Lei without even a minor role. She later found herself in a poorly produced web series, only to be embroiled in a scandal when the producer was revealed to be involved with drugs, resulting in her being vilified online. After years of obscurity, she had yet to rise as swiftly as Su Ran. The fact that Jiang Lei could speak in the family group chat indicated that Director Wen had taken notice of her, and an official announcement of the cast was imminent. Jiang Nanshu pondered whether sheer effort could truly eclipse Su Ran's so-called protagonist halo. While others were merely late to auditions, she was grateful not to be outright dismissed. Yet, Su Ran seemed to have an extra chance, albeit this time, it appeared she had missed it. Curious about the situation, Jiang Nanshu sought to ask Dashikan, only to find it had vanished to search for bugs, leaving her to wait. She had never cared much for the female lead. After all, the halo was undeniable. Observing Jiang Lei privately messaging her multiple times without response, she noted the girl's evident joy. Even she, her most despised sister, didn't mind sharing her happiness. Jiang Nanshu casually replied, "Please refrain from bothering me. It's quite annoying. I have no desire to hear your boasts." With a slight smile tugging at her lips, she mused that perhaps even the most futile endeavors could alter one's fate. The following day, Jiang Nanshu learned from Jiang Yunchuan that Lu Qingyan had gone abroad for a competition. After attending her morning classes, she fortuitously encountered them in the cafeteria and relayed the news. Jiang Yunchuan, however, appeared troubled, his brow furrowed. Nearby, Lin Yaya, disregarding advice, gazed at him with longing, causing Jiang Yunchuan to grimace, as if he had swallowed a fly. He grasped Jiang Nanshu's arm, seeking assistance. "Help me out. Is there any way to rid myself of this pest?" Observing the slight rash on Lin Yaya's exposed skin, Jiang Nanshu thought it was merely acne. But her eyelids twitched in concern. What on earth? How did she contract AIDS? It's not even time yet. At least 2 months remain. How did this happen? Jiang Yunchuan's face turned pale with fear. Had she already fallen ill? While AIDS patients do not require isolation, they must maintain strict hygiene and avoid blood contact with others to prevent transmission. However, anyone afflicted with such an illness would likely find it difficult to maintain friendships within the school. Jiang Nanshu steadied herself, her expression softening with genuine concern for Lin Yaya. "Brother, you should reconcile with Sister Yaya. Look at her. She's so consumed with thoughts of you that she's lost weight. How can two people in love allow a minor disagreement to sever their bond? I have come to accept her as my sister-in-law in my heart." The new sister-in-law arrives, and the entire family becomes infected. How delightful! Jiang Yunchuan retorted. He met Jiang Nanshu's gaze, which brimmed with concern for Lin Yaya, and finally could no longer contain his emotions, staring at her deadpan. "Tell me, how many of your words ring true?" Jiang Nanshu feigned hurt, covering her face. "Then why ask me? In your heart, I am merely the villainous girl who spins tales." Jiang Yunchuan panicked and hurriedly replied, "Nanshu, that's not what I meant." Jiang Nanshu shot him an accusatory look. "Then what do you mean? If you believe I make a valid point, you should reconcile with Sister Yaya immediately." Jiang Yunchuan sighed, realizing he was being pushed into a metaphorical fire pit. Tomorrow will be a dramatic turn of events, he thought. Chapter 157. She has made things even more challenging for her fiancé. Noting Jiang Yunchuan's reluctance to move, Jiang Nanshu nudged him. "Hurry along. Don't let the girl feel sad. Sister Yaya is standing there, on the verge of breaking down." Jiang Nanshu shook her head in pity. The protagonist of a youthful pain literature has stepped into reality. Logically, this emotional arc seems quite tragic. Why must it only torment her? That hardly seems fair. Jiang Yunchuan remained silent. Now, seeing Lin Yaya, he felt a wave of nausea. Her current state made it seem as though the entire school knew he had wronged her. He merely wished to spare her some dignity, not to expose her indiscretions, lest the truth about her multiple entanglements come to light. After all, how else could she have contracted AIDS? Some hearts cannot be tethered by wealth. Hers was insatiable from the start, desiring far more than what he, a powerless second-generation rich kid yet to establish his career, could provide. Ultimately, Jiang Yunchuan merely ruffled Jiang Nanshu's hair. Little one, you need not concern yourself with adult matters. I will handle it." Jiang Nanshu replied. "Keep your filthy hands to yourself. And who exactly is a child here? You're only 2 years older than I." Jiang Yunchuan smirked, his gaze softening as he suddenly understood why his elder brother enjoyed ruffling Jiang Nanshu's hair. It truly was delightful. Noticing Jiang Nanshu on the brink of emotional collapse, he withdrew his hand, his expression growing icy as he turned his attention to Lin Yaya. Though he hadn't intended to intimidate a girl, it was clear Lin Yaya was determined to extort money from him, so he would not hold back. He approached Lin Yaya and, after exchanging a few words, she obediently followed him away. Jiang Nanshu went to get her meal and found a spot to sit down. Within 2 minutes, She placed her tray in front of her, accompanied by Su Xingwan. Her delicate features bore no expression, yet her brows softened, and she wore long sleeves incongruous with the sweltering heat. Yet, due to her exquisite visage, no one found it odd. Today we have spicy chicken. I took an extra portion for you, Sushi said, handing over a disposable box containing the dish. The heat was stifling, making it hard to breathe, especially in the bustling cafeteria where even the air conditioning offered little respite. She was sweating, holding her chopsticks, her face warm with a smile. I'll start eating. You all should hurry up. Jiang Nanshu felt her heart soften. Thank you. She replied playfully. Oh, don't mention it. For saving my life. I can only repay you by being your servant. Having spent several days with Jiang Nanshu, she had come to realize that while Jiang Nanshu appeared indifferent on the surface, she was truly a person who responds well to kindness. If she were genuinely cold-hearted and cruel, she could have easily switched rooms when she heard the sounds from the restroom instead of knocking to save her. She felt warmth in her heart, thinking that meeting Jiang Nanshu was the most fortunate event of her year at Beijing University, as she had entered her world and become her friend. Seeing Jiang Nanshu enjoying her meal brought Sushi joy as well. Jiang Nanshu's eyes sparkled with unintentional delight. Really? Sushi nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. We will become the best of friends, right? Jiang? Jiang Nanshu hesitated for a moment, recalling Chen Qian. Although she was a friend of the original self, after 3 years of companionship, it was inevitable that they had grown apart. She chuckled softly, perhaps. Sushi no longer pressed the matter, engrossed in her phone while eating. Suddenly, she came across some news that made her eyes widen in surprise. No wonder Su Ran didn't come to school today to maintain her image as a graduate student. It turns out she's joining a film crew. Jiang Nanshu lifted her head from her plate, still chewing, and when Sushi met her gaze, her heart melted completely. How adorable. Just like a little squirrel. Captivated by Jiang Nanshu's stunning beauty, she forgot to read the news aloud. After swallowing her food, Jiang Nanshu inquired, which crew is she joining? Only then did Sushi snap back to reality, turning her phone screen toward Jiang Nanshu. Look, it's a major female lead drama. Directed by a well-known figure in the entertainment industry. The drama is called The Phoenix's Song, and the male lead is the top-tier actor Song Shizhao. Jiang Nanshu's eyes flickered at the mention of Song Shizhao's name, but her attention was quickly drawn to the official announcement. It revealed that the female lead was Su Ran, who had just trended on social media yesterday. Among the supporting cast were the third male lead, Yuan Feng, and another male character, Xie Zimiao, with the entire scoundrel group included, yet Zhang Lei's name was conspicuously absent. Just yesterday, she had been elated that director one had selected her, but today's announcement seemed to erase her from the picture entirely. Just like in the book, the female lead was indeed Su Ran, and this announcement had come much earlier than expected, as if director one had been compelled to make it. Su Ran had not even performed to earn director one's favor. She had inexplicably become the leading lady. Jiang Nanshu withdrew her gaze and replied nonchalantly, that's nice. Has she resolved her scandals? She pouted. Su Ran issued a statement saying that the trending topic was a fabrication, and she clarified that her relationship with Lu Qingyan was merely that of high school classmates. After graduating, she went abroad, and they did not develop any romantic feelings. Her relationship with Chung and is just friendship, not the two-timing rumors. She claimed to be entirely innocent, never having engaged in any inappropriate conduct, nor interfering in anyone's relationship. Oh, and she even sent a lawyer's letter to those spreading rumors, shifting public opinion. Su Ran had clarified her position, asserting that her ties to both individuals were superficial, merely the result of slander. Jiang Nanshu's almond-shaped eyes widened. Although she understood that this statement was a necessary clarification for Su Ran's career, she was astonished that Su Ran had completely severed ties with Lu Qingyan. Was it truly necessary to be so cruel? It only added to her fiancé's difficulties. However, since Lu Qingyan was currently abroad, she doubted anyone would inform him of the domestic news, and thus, she resolved to be the first to do so. Delighted, she screenshot Su Ran's statement and sent it to Lu Qingyan via WeChat. Brother Qingyan, what do you think Su Ran means by this? Is she withdrawing from our competition? Can I have you all to myself now? Shy JPG. Jiang Nanshu gazed at her edited message and thought it was quite distasteful before clicking send. She expected Lu Qingyan wouldn't respond, but to her surprise, he replied immediately. Lu Qingyan, what are you trying to convey? She even wanted to inquire about how he felt being cast aside at that moment. Jiang Nanshu, I'm so angry. The way she looks at you is anything but innocent, yet she can utter such words to distance herself from you. It makes me feel as if you have no worth at all. Chapter 158. Are you still angry with me despite the vast distance? After sending that message, Jiang Nanshu felt as if she had insulted him. So, she added another message. Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean you're worthless. I just think the sister lacks discernment. After 3 years of being with you, she still considers you merely a high school classmate, as if you lack charm. Jiang Nanshu. Did that imply she was calling him unattractive? Should she add another message? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Lu Qingyan replied. Jiang Nanshu. Are you still angry with me despite the vast distance? She touched her nose, contemplating before responding. How could that be? I wouldn't dare to be angry with you, even if it meant my own demise. All the women out there are dreadful. I'm your loyal shadow, following you wherever you go. Flying kiss, JPG. After about a minute, Lu Qingyan replied with a string of ellipses, likely rendered speechless by her words. Jiang Nanshu grinned widely, reveling in the fact that even across borders, he couldn't escape her. Su Shi, noticing her cheerful demeanor, curiously asked, Jiang, who are you chatting with that makes you so happy? Jiang Nanshu quickly locked her screen, adopting a serious expression. I'm not chatting, I'm just being distasteful. Su Xinwan. Yet, her smile seemed to stretch from ear to ear, resembling someone who had just found money, utterly unable to contain her joy. She soon brushed these matters aside, but it was evident that despite everything, Su Ran still managed to secure the lead role, suggesting that she must have fought for it as well, aside from merely relying on her halo. After all, in the original story, her character was either a captivating charm or a resilient individual who earned the admiration and affection of men. Jiang Nanshu felt a twinge of pity for her benefactor. After all, a supporting character was merely that, a supporting character. How could she possibly compete with the lead? Thus, for an entire day, Zhang Lai remained silent. Her family, aware of her situation, dared not provoke her further, but she undoubtedly learned of it. By the next day, Zhang Lai still hadn't sent her a message. Perhaps she was genuinely heartbroken. If Jiang Nanshu had revealed the original plot trajectory to her, she would surely be even more distraught. Thus, sometimes, ignorance of the truth was a blessing. Jiang Nanshu refrained from mocking her, fearing she might truly despair. In the original narrative, she had lost her role and seemingly shed several pounds before resorting to participating in a poorly produced web drama. Out of psychological insecurity, she had entered into a relationship with a sweet-talking Xie Miao. Jiang Nanshu had previously helped her once, driving Xie Miao away. This storyline would be resolved in another manner. No matter how many plot inconsistencies arose, the direction would ultimately align. Jiang Nanshu suddenly felt there was no need for the naive spring to search for flaws. After all, everything would work out in the end. While strolling through the playground, she spotted Su Ran arriving at school, accompanied by an assistant, dressed in splendid attire. A stark contrast to her initially modest and humble appearance. Her face had lost its puffiness, enhanced by makeup that accentuated her beautiful features, adding a touch of allure. Although her gaze remained calm, Jiang Nanshu sensed a change in her demeanor, an indescribable feeling that something was amiss. Under the protection of bodyguards, Su Ran entered the school, likely to avoid potential attacks stemming from yesterday's scandal. However, she was met with sympathy and congratulations for signing a new drama, set to begin filming after the National Day holiday. From a distance, Su Ran caught sight of Jiang Nanshu, smiled at her, and then coldly averted her gaze. Departing the playground amid a throng of admirers, Jiang Nanshu furrowed her brow, sensing something peculiar about Su Ran, as that smile seemed somewhat provocative, as if declaring a silent war against her. Yet, Jiang Nanshu didn't particularly care. She wasn't part of the entertainment industry. And this was ultimately Su Ran's narrative. Thus, she proceeded to her classroom for lessons. After class, she went to the restroom. Being cautious due to an injury on her hand, she washed her hands delicately, avoiding getting the bandage dirty. A figure paused beside her, washing their hands at another sink. Jiang Nanshu turned her head, drawn by the strong scent of perfume. Su Ran had her hair styled in a bun, revealing her exquisitely beautiful profile. With her eyes lowered and a cold expression, she focused intently on the faucet, scrubbing her hands vigorously until her fair skin turned red. Only then did she turn off the tap. Gazing into the mirror, which also reflected Jiang Nanshu's face, her hair cascaded like seaweed, adorned with a red velvet hairpin. presenting her as a stunning and regal figure, akin to a little princess. Yet, only she knew the darkness that lay hidden beneath such a beautiful facade, calculating her every move. She has lost far too much. Her eyes resemble a profound sea, subtly revealing dark shadows. Jiang Nanshu smiled faintly and tilted her head to observe her. What are you staring at me for? Su Ran's face bore no smile, and the disdain she harbored for Jiang Nanshu could no longer be concealed. I was pondering when you might finally perish. TSK. Jiang Nanshu genuinely believed this protagonist had gone mad. She laughed nonchalantly, declaring, "This life, unless I choose to relinquish it, no one can take it away from me. Not even you, the favored child of fortune." Su Ran lowered her gaze. Jiang Nanshu, you have succeeded. You have methodically cornered me to this point, all for a man, driving me to madness. You have truly succeeded. Jiang Nanshu. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback. The worst thing she had done was push Su Ran into the swimming pool, and then Lu Qingyan had failed to save her, which caused her to go mad. For a moment, she was unsure if she could even be deemed a successful villainess, as there were still many deeds left undone. Seeing Jiang Nanshu's bewildered expression, Su Ran could no longer contain herself and laughed. It is evident that fate favors me. Anything I desire, be it reputation or men, is effortlessly within my grasp. Jiang Nanshu meticulously washed her fingers. And then? What are you trying to convey? What I wish for I shall obtain, be it resources or wealth. By the way, you haven't encountered Jiang Lui, have you? Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Yesterday, she humbly begged director when to allow her to play a maid in this grand production. Such a disgraceful display is truly the result of the Jiang family's years of training. Jiang Nanshu's hand halted, inadvertently wetting her bandage. She sighed internally, realizing it had been soiled. So, you didn't even participate in the audition and yet secured the role? Su Ran turned to leave. As I said, what I desire is within my grasp. You have power, and so do I. She clenched her hands tightly, leaving behind a mocking remark. I must thank you for shaping the person I am today, Jiang Nanshu. From now on, I will not let anything slip away. By the way, she turned back to Jiang Nanshu and flashed a bright smile. Yesterday, Jiang Li disappeared after leaving the set. Do you think she might have gone to commit suicide? However, if she were to die, it would only serve to reflect your dark intentions. You, Jiang Nanshu, have caused yet another tragedy. Perhaps next year, it will be your turn to face retribution. Chapter 159. Young Miss, don't catch a cold. Jiang Nanshu leisurely turned off the faucet and removed the bandage, revealing a slightly reddened wound. The water had blurred the dried blood, causing it to trickle down her hand. Did you mock her? Her voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. Su Ran couldn't help but glance back at her. Jiang Nanshu's eyes were dark, resembling a whirlpool. Yet she maintained an insipid facade of harmlessness. Su Ran smiled disdainfully. I share an antagonistic relationship with her. Should I not mock her, but instead offer her comfort? Kindness is not a tool for moral coercion. Jiang Nanshu sidestepped her and exited. The sky, which had been clear for many days, now appeared overcast. The wind sweeping away the summer heat, hinting at impending rain. What qualifications do you possess to deride someone who strives diligently? You, who gain without effort, ought not to take pride in it. Jiang Li possesses resilience and self-reliance. She would not succumb to such trivial setbacks. She is not so fragile. Thus, Su Ran's words failed to provoke her. Why should I care? Su Ran exhaled softly, her voice barely audible. Because I am the protagonist. Is that not sufficient? Su Ran walked away, seemingly unwilling to waste time with Jiang Nanshu. Yet, Jiang Nanshu still caught her words. This story is becoming increasingly intriguing. She made her way to the classroom, faint droplets of red water falling to the ground. Su Ran, your protagonist, is still not sufficiently tormented. Jiang Nanshu had no intention of interfering with the plot, but this protagonist, reliant on a man's aid, had no right to mock those who toil. She truly wished to see how far the protagonist's halo could carry her. After the afternoon classes concluded, Jiang Nanshu inquired about Su Shi's pancake stall. Su Shi offered to fetch it for her, but Jiang Nanshu declined, stating she needed to purchase a notebook. Su Shi acquiesced and provided her with the address before departing to attend to her student council campaign. Unfortunately, the weather did not cooperate. Just as Jiang Nanshu stepped outside the school, a light rain began to fall. The raindrops soaked the earth. Jiang Nanshu sought refuge beneath an awning. After waiting 5 minutes, without any sign of the rain letting up, she contemplated whether dashing from there to the road to hail a cab would leave her drenched. However, just as she took a step, a low voice called out behind her. Young Mississippi Jiang Nanshu halted, turning around to find Duan Huayu. He wore a black t-shirt, his crew cut accentuating his chiseled features, appearing unapproachable when silent. He carried a guitar on his back and held a black umbrella. Jiang Nanshu looked up, realizing they were near a music club. He stood before her, towering in height, causing Jiang Nanshu to strain her neck. She rubbed her neck, asking, "What are you doing here?" Duan Huayu glanced at the curtain of rain, his tone neutral. "Working part-time."
Oh.
The conversation dwindled. He turned his gaze to Jiang Nanshu's fair and rosy complexion. Her bright eyes resembled a clear spring. Even standing beside her brought him an inexplicable sense of tranquility. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, bringing it to his lips, and absent-mindedly asked, "Do you mind?" Jiang Nanshu shot him a sidelong glance. She understood he was inquiring whether she objected to the smell of smoke. "Stinky." She uttered the word with a delicate pout. Duan Huayu promptly returned the cigarette to its case, his tone low. "All right, I won't smoke." Jiang Nanshu regarded him curiously, as Su Ran's most loyal bodyguard. He had yet to begin working for her. Part-time work would hardly yield substantial income. He juggled multiple jobs to afford treatment for his mother. She wondered if his mother was unwell. She offered a reminder, but whether Duan Huayu acted upon it was no longer her concern. "Young Mississippian?" Jiang Nanshu's tone was slightly melodic, her voice soft. Duan Huayu chuckled lightly, dispelling his usual cold demeanor, his rugged features softening. "I have waited for you for many days. Without your contact information, I couldn't find you. Why are you waiting for me?" Jiang Nanshu looked at him quizzically. "If it weren't for your reminder, my mother would have fallen from the balcony and perished." "You saved her," Duan Huayu replied slowly. Jiang Nanshu was momentarily stunned. He had indeed heard her and returned. She had indirectly saved a life. Had she known, she would not have made such careless remarks, hoping to disrupt his work by urging him to return. All because he was close to Su Ran. Jiang Nanshu added, "I dislike her. Young miss, you cannot take your frustrations with her out on me. That would be unfair." "But forget it," he said with a low laugh. "Thank you for your careless words, and by the way, I am not well acquainted with Miss Su. I have already transferred the money for the medicine she provided." In truth, it was not she who saved his mother's life, but rather Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Nanshu was left perplexed.
What are you talking about?
"Do you not remember? That day you tossed nearly 30,000 yuan to the male model. That same evening, my mother had a sudden health crisis. My friends pooled the money they found and gave it to me in haste, so thank you." Duan Huayu felt a slight warmth creep onto his face, but fortunately, his complexion was dark enough to conceal his embarrassment. That day, he had merely regarded Jiang Nanshu as a carefree patron at the bar. However, ever since encountering her, he felt as if he had met an angel. Although the world portrayed her as reckless and malicious, he perceived her as a rare gem. After Duan Huayu finished speaking, Jiang Nanshu recalled, "Oh, you mean that incident? I had forgotten. The money I threw was not counted. I was giving it to all of you. No need to thank me for this unintentional act." Yet it is precisely this unintentional act that saved a life. Jiang Nanshu observed a stubborn demeanor, as if she were a life-saving benefactor. Ultimately, Jiang Nanshu grew weary of arguing. She simply stated, "As long as you are alive, that is enough. Treat your loving mother well." Duan Huayu came from a single-parent family. His mother had sacrificed her health to raise him, ultimately becoming unable to walk and losing sensation in her lower body, reliant on a wheelchair. Moreover, her intermittent illnesses demanded substantial medical expenses. That day may not have been an accident. Perhaps his mother, not wishing to burden him, contemplated suicide by jumping from a height. Little did she realize that her existence was the very pillar of Duan Huayu's motivation to earn a living. The rain continued to fall, intensifying with each passing moment. Jiang Nanshu stepped outside, preparing to hail a cab. The early autumn rain only brought a coolness, not true cold. In the next moment, an umbrella appeared above her head. The umbrella tilted toward her, drenching a significant portion of Duan Huayu's shoulder while shielding her completely from the rain. As she walked ahead, Duan Huayu followed closely, holding the umbrella like her devoted bodyguard, steadfastly protecting her. When Jiang Nanshu paused, he did as well. "Why are you following me?" After a brief silence, he bent down to hand the umbrella to her, the subtle scent of oranges wafting from her. Standing in the rain, he softly remarked, "Miss, don't catch a cold. Help me catch bugs." Chapter 160. We are enemies, aren't we? Without giving Jiang Nanshu a chance to respond, he vanished into the rain. Jiang Nanshu averted her gaze, mentally calling out to Dasha Chun twice. Dasha Chun soon appeared. Host, I have returned. Because of the umbrella, Jiang Nanshu opted to walk, as the distance was not great. She responded in her mind. What did you find out? Dasha Chun replied, Host, I have good news and bad news. Which do you wish to hear first? Jiang Nanshu thought. She always felt that Dasha Chun had nothing but bad news. Thus, she chose the bad news. Dasha Chun stated, Ahem. I investigated the bugs and found no issues. The plot is progressing normally, and there are no discrepancies as you claimed. Jiang Nanshu's brows furrowed in irritation. Are you blind? Dasha Chun defensively replied, I am your system. I can only check your situation. You have no issues. There is no such thing as a plot bug.
So,
was she the only one seriously following the storyline throughout the entire book? What were the others doing? Fine. Whether it crumbled or not was irrelevant. She would simply continue to embody her malicious character, and no longer check. Dasha Chun sighed in relief. Heaven knows how terrified it was of being reported and called useless. Boo-hoo, it was also a diligent little treasure. Every day, it endured melodramatic narratives to pave the way for Jiang Nanshu's self-sabotage. And what about the good news? Dasha Chun perked up immediately. Host, congratulations. You have received an opportunity to check your disdain value progress ahead of schedule, but after using it, you'll have to wait a year for the next chance. This is a hard-won opportunity for your benefit. Jiang Nanshu's eyes brightened. This truly was good news. Are you saying I can check the progress right now? Dasha Chun affirmed, yes, indeed. If you wish to check, I can retrieve the data for you immediately. Jiang Nanshu was indeed eager to see how many points she was short. However, the system had not prompted her, indicating it was not yet time. Checking now would be a waste of the opportunity. Thus, she restrained herself and genuinely praised, Well done this time, I finally see some usefulness in you. Dasha Chun, are you being presumptuous? It felt somewhat undervalued after such a remark. What did its constant presence day and night count for? Dasha Chun replied, Hee, thank you. You may take your leave. It swore it would not be summoned so quickly next time. It felt utterly devalued. Jiang Nanshu, holding the umbrella, was halfway when she collided with the hurried Jize, who was without an umbrella, his clothes drenched. Jiang Nanshu initially intended to avoid him, assuming he was rushing to the university for an urgent matter. However, upon spotting her, Jize's eyes lit up as he grasped her arm and ran forward, saying, Come with me to a place. Running too swiftly, the wind nearly flipped her umbrella, and the slanting rain soaked the hem of her skirt and dampened her little shoes.
Jize, let go of me.
Jize tightened his grip. Fearing she might escape, his eyes slightly reddened. Just for a moment, it won't take much of your time. I don't know what to do. What is it? It's about Sister E, he murmured, barely audible. Jiang Nanshu's struggle eased slightly, yet she retorted, Are you inviting me to witness her humiliation? Fine. I could use a good laugh at her expense. Jize hesitated, his head down, dragging her along. This was the largest overpass near the university, beneath which flowed the mighty river. Not far from the overpass lay the Jingqing Media Academy, Jiang Lei's school. Passing vehicles splashed muddy water onto Jiang Lei, who sat on the roadside, oblivious. She had no umbrella, her hands propping her head, lost in thought. Jize's heart ached at the sight, and he turned to Jiang Nanshu, ultimately saying, Sister E has been sitting here all day. I don't know what she wants. I'm scared and don't know who else to turn to, so I came looking for you. Jiang Nanshu stood still, her gaze fixed on Jiang Lei. Finally, she opened the umbrella and walked toward her, saying, Well, you really do know how to do good deeds. Perhaps if I provoke her, she will jump off and solve my troubles. Jize's eyes widened in alarm as he jumped in place. That's not what I meant. I called you to persuade her. As for whether Jiang Nanshu heard him, Jize was oblivious because, by that time, she had already reached Jiang Lei. The umbrella shielded her from most of the rain, blocking the oncoming storm. Jiang Lei slowly lifted her head, her face haggard, her eyes swollen, staring blankly at Jiang Nanshu. Her skirt was drenched, the once bright red now dulled. Yet, in this drab scene, her radiant face stood out the most. The emotions she had controlled shattered upon seeing Jiang Nanshu. She hung her head, unable to face her. The liquid pooling on the ground was indistinguishable as rain or tears. Jiang Lei, I told you your poor acting would lead to your downfall. Do you believe me now? The protagonist aura is on her side. What do you have to contend with? Those who oppose Su Ran do not meet good ends.
Sigh.
Jiang Lei stared blankly at the ground, her eyes wide with helplessness. What kind of protagonist aura could grant one what others desperately desired without effort? She trembled. her voice strained as if forced through her teeth. Why must I endure these things? Why can't I see hope despite my efforts? Why is this happening to me? Her sobs were muffled, her breath hitching. This has nothing to do with acting. The investors behind Sue Rand are the largest backers of the entire production. Their demand is to eliminate me, to cast me aside entirely. Sue Rand brought in capital, and if I remained, they would withdraw their investment. Director 1. To keep the production running smoothly, could only apologize to me. A production cannot function without investment, so it was no wonder Sue Rand was announced the following day. She had secured a more formidable backing. Jiang Nanshu looked on with pity, though her words were devoid of compassion. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. This is fate. No matter how badly the plot crumbles, what belongs to Sue Rand cannot be taken away. Luckily, you are unaware of the truth. Otherwise, it would be even more painful. Just wait until the Jiang family faces its demise, and you survive to collect the remains. Jiang Lei stared at Jiang Nanshu in disbelief. Would she also perish? Why would she face death? She knew everyone's fate. Why would she, too, be doomed? Jiang Lei rose abruptly and enveloped Jiang Nanshu in a tight embrace. The suddenness of this act caused the umbrella in Jiang Nanshu's hand to tumble to the ground. Jiang Lei clung to her desperately, her voice tinged with tears. Nanshu, please don't leave me. I don't know where my biological family is. I don't belong to the Jiang family or the Ji family. I feel utterly lost. My life is in disarray, and I fear burdening the Jiang family. I'm terrified they might reject me. Nanshu, will you stay with me? I beg you, don't go. Jiang Nanshu, bewildered, thought to herself, what is this? You're not from the Ji family. So how am I from the Jiang family? The original text made no mention of Jiang Lei's background, only stating she returned to the Ji family. Was this a hidden plotline? Forgive her for being somewhat disoriented at this moment. Jiang Lei seemed to hear her thoughts, burying her head into Jiang Nanshu's shoulder, unsure of how to explain. You fear troubling the Jiang family, yet you dare to trouble me? Let's not forget. We are the two most incompatible individuals in this entire household. Jiang Nanshu's tone was cool. Release me at once, you pitiful creature. We are enemies after all, my dear. Jiang Lei tightened her grip, refusing to let go.
No.
Jiang Nanshu took a deep breath and finally asked, do you want to return to the set? Jiang Lei lifted her head, meeting Jiang Nanshu's gaze, and after a moment, she slowly nodded, her throat tight. I do. Then let go of me. Only then did Jiang Lei reluctantly release her, gazing at her with longing. When you get to the set, make sure to target Sue Rand relentlessly. I can't stand her. Did you hear me? Jiang Lei hesitated, feeling as though she was being unleashed like a hound. She rubbed her head, eyeing Jiang Nanshu suspiciously. Do you have a plan? Jiang Nanshu smiled, her almond-shaped eyes slightly curved. I do, but it's a secret. Nani, I'll first indulge myself. My dears,
See you next year.
Chapter 161. You're finished if you provoke me. Jiang Lei, still uneasy, pursued the conversation. Is there anything you need me to do?
No.
You only need to ensure you overshadow Sue Rand once you're on set. Don't let me down, Jiang Lei. Or you'll owe me $1 million in emotional damages. As the vicious supporting character, and you the tragic pawn, we are merely stepping stones on Sue Rand's glorious path. If you don't add a bit of difficulty for her, it would be an injustice to all the men behind her. Initially, Jiang Lei harbored some concerns, but upon hearing Jiang Nanshu's thoughts, her resolve solidified. She refused to be a mere pawn. She aimed to seize the crown of Best Actress, not to become a mere organ donor for others' ambitions, ultimately meeting a tragic end in the streets as a nameless soul. She was determined to exert tenfold the effort of others, never losing sight of her original aspirations. Jiang Nanshu glanced at the distant, anxious Jize, whose demeanor suggested he would rush over to mediate should they clash. However, he would be disappointed. Jiang Nanshu was a person of civility and decorum. Shifting her gaze, she locked eyes with Jiang Lei, neither willing to look away until Jiang Lei, feeling somewhat bashful, turned her head. Clearing her throat and picking up the fallen umbrella for her. Use this, you've gotten wet. Jiang Nanshu crossed her arms, her stature slightly shorter than Jiang Lei's. Yet her presence was imposing. With a cold chuckle, she remarked, this is all you're doing, so you must hold the umbrella for me. I refuse to get soaked. Jiang Lei held the umbrella, half of her body exposed to the elements. Must you be so straightforward? Oh, dear benefactor, please don't catch a cold. If I lose you, who will earn enough to buy me new jewels? With a furrowed brow and an air of haughty defiance, Jiang Nanshu declared. How dare you distance yourself from me? Listen here, Jiang, if you provoke me, you're done for. Jiang inched closer, just managing to shield herself while her arm brushed against Jiang Nanshu's warm skin, her voice barely above a whisper. How about this? Is it acceptable? All she received in response was a dismissive grunt. Jiang Nanshu continued on her path, with Jiang dutifully following suit, umbrella held aloft. Fool, it's just a roll. Why be so depressed? Watch how I bring it to you, then I'll greedily extract money from you until your wallet runs dry. Annoying you, yet helping you find joy. Jiang Nanshu felt a swell of satisfaction, her plan crystal clear. She could assist Jiang while simultaneously accumulating disdain points. A perfect two birds with one stone strategy. To devise such a scheme, I must be a genius. Jiang gazed at Jiang Nanshu, her lips betraying a suppressed smile. If she knew that Jiang could hear her inner thoughts, she would surely go mad. Truth be told, she harbored no ill will towards Jiang Nanshu. Having accepted and cared for her 3 years prior, how could she possibly despise her? Yet, she felt a twinge of sadness at Jiang Nanshu's disdain and rejection, believing it to be her own fault, a consequence of her inadequacies. Eventually, she realized that Jiang Nanshu simply disliked her presence, leading her to diminish her own existence and return all familial affection to Jiang Nanshu. Not far away, Jize sheltered under a pillar from the rain, his face lighting up as he saw the two approaching, walking harmoniously together instead of their usual contentiousness. Jiang Nanshu observed his features, comparing them to Jiang and concluded they bore no resemblance. Then what do you mean when you say you're not from the Ji family? So, you're the unfortunate one with an unclear background? Jiang asked. Must you be so heartless? Jiang Nanshu cleared her throat. I'm just being direct. Jiang sighed, her expression sorrowful. Initially, I believed I was little Zay's sister. Recently, when Ji Mama fainted unexpectedly, the doctors stated nothing conclusive. Only that a blood type match was needed among relatives, which revealed I have no blood ties to the Ji family. Her eyes clouded with confusion. Perhaps I'm an unwanted orphan, mistakenly brought back to the Jiang family? I dare not inquire with Ji Mama, as she has been heartbroken over your departure for years. I fear bringing it up might cause her to fall ill. What a strange plot twist. Why was I unaware? Did Ji Mama's condition flare up at this time? Should I be angry with her? If she truly drives me mad, it would be my fault. Jiang Nanshu found herself conflicted regarding the plot concerning her foster mother. In her memories, her foster parents treated her exceptionally well. Calling her their cherished jewel would not be an exaggeration. There was no abuse as claimed by the original character, merely slander, resulting in her foster parents. Aside from Jize being too intimidated to confront Jiang Nanshu. Even in the end, it was only when her foster mother felt her health deteriorating that she requested to see the original character, only to be met with her death. Jiang Nanshu believed this storyline unnecessary. Her focus was solely on accumulating disdain from the Jiang family, including Lu Qingyan, while the Ji family was not a consideration. Jiang had begun to perceive her current predicament as a performance, assuming Jiang Nanshu, as the wicked supporting character, would undoubtedly attract animosity. She was uncertain how Jiang Nanshu would handle the Ji family. Nanshu, Jiang ultimately couldn't hold back. Ji Mama and her family are wonderful. You've been gone for 3 years, and your room remains spotless. She forbids guests from sleeping in your room, saying you would be upset upon your return. After a long pause, Jiang Nanshu replied softly, What are you trying to convey? Jiang bit her lip, lowering her gaze. I believe they love you dearly. So don't think of yourself as unloved. Remember, it's not just the Jiang family. They have always awaited your return. Understood. Do you ever tire of prattling on? I'm not interested in hearing this. Jiang Nanshu remained resolute in her decision not to see her foster parents. As long as she did not appear, the plot of her causing them distress would not unfold. Besides, she would not linger here long. Eventually, she would depart from this world, and this body would perish. Jize, still youthful and innocent, observed the two walking amicably together, devoid of their previous rivalry and even Jiang Nanshu's one-sided insults, leading him to believe they had reconciled. He was equally excited. Sister, have you reconciled? Jiang Nanshu turned her head away. No. Can't you see she's still not listening to me? I want to buy some jianbingguizi, and thanks to you too, it's almost dark, I'm freezing and I'm hungry. Jize hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I'll go buy you some jianbingguizi. He didn't even care that he was drenched, rushing towards the jianbingguizi stall. It was getting late, so there weren't many people in line. Jiang Nanshu approached the adjacent bookstore to find a notebook. As the one from last time had been torn apart by Chung in chapter 162, they will love each other to the point of madness. Thinking of Chung and it seemed he was still unconscious. According to Jiang Yunchuan, he was aware but kept rambling nonsensically, and no one could understand what he was saying. Only the Chung family knew what he was babbling about in his sleep, and they had now declined visits from relatives and friends. Jiang Nanshu bought a notebook with an orange scent and waited for Ji Zhe to return with her jianbingguizi. The jianbingguizi was warm, and Jiang Nanshu relished it. Jiang Lei had never tried this before. Having grown up in the Jiang family, roadside food was an unknown to her. But seeing Jiang Nanshu enjoy it so much piqued her appetite. She hadn't eaten all day. The moment she took her first bite, the savory flavor engulfed her palate. Her eyes brightened, and she began to eat more quickly. The rain had stopped, and droplets dripped rhythmically from the eaves. Ji Zhe approached, tugging at the damp hem of his clothes, appearing somewhat shy, with timid eyes resembling a puppy's gazing at Jiang Nanshu. Sister. Only then did Jiang Nanshu divert her attention to him. Her intuition told her this little brat had something troublesome to say. Her red lips parted. Speak.
Yize, well.
After the National Day holiday, my school is having a parent-teacher meeting. His fingers, hanging at his side, curled slightly before relaxing, as if he were encouraging himself. Taking a deep breath, he continued, because Dad needs to take care of the pigs at the farm, he doesn't have time to come to the capital. And Mom is unwell, I don't want to trouble her with a trip, so can you attend the meeting for me? In that instant, Jiang Nanshu felt the jianding in her mouth lose its flavor. She knew this little brat was up to something big.
No.
Jiang Nanshu flatly refused. Unsurprisingly, within seconds, his eyes turned red, looking at her with a wronged expression. Jiang Nanshu felt a headache coming on. Ji Zhe hung his head in silence. Jiang Nanshu glanced at Jiang Lei, who was standing by, watching the scene unfold, and suggested, "Ask Jiang Lei. Let her help you." Jiang Li took a step back, distancing herself, and said, "No way, I'm busy. After the National Day holiday, my agent arranged some minor performances for me, and I have to sing." Jiang Nanshu, "That's not my concern." She walked away. "The entire capital knows I have a tumultuous history with my family. How could I possibly help him with a parent-teacher meeting? Absolutely not." Ji Zhe watched her retreating figure with a hint of disappointment, turning to Jiang Lei. I knew sister still dislikes me. Back when I was in elementary school, my parents were busy with the pig farm, and she always attended the meetings for me and bought me snacks afterward." Jiang Lei squinted and smiled. Go bother her. She might just soften up and agree.
Huh.
Ji Zhe looked skeptical. She'll hate me, no way. TSK, Jiang Lei ruffled his hair, echoing Jiang Nanshu's words. Why are you so honest? Where there's a will, there's a way. Your sister responds better to gentleness than harshness. If you pester her for a few days, she might agree. Don't you want to mend your relationship with her? This is the perfect opportunity. If she still refuses. Jiang Lei gritted her teeth. I'll cancel my performances just to attend the meeting, all right? Ji Zhe hesitated to trouble Jiang Lei, but nodded. Okay. I'll give it a try. Jiang Nanshu finished eating by the school gate and tossed the wrapper into a trash bin. She was contemplating the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Director Wen would surely be invited to watch the performance, and that would be her chance. 3 days passed slowly, and during that time, Lu Qingyan had been absent, while Su Ran showed no interest in continuing her charade at school. She had taken on a small endorsement, which had increased her fame somewhat. But all this notoriety was due to the top-tier actor Song Shizhao. Just the announcement of their collaboration on the same project had garnered immense attention. Even more astonishing was that Song Shizhao had chosen to support Su Ran, a newcomer. The next day, they announced the official photos, firmly establishing Su Ran as the female lead, with Song Shizhao having fewer scenes than her, completely lowering his status to elevate hers. The principal of Jing University plastered Su Ran's large poster in a prominent place, rallying support for her, making the campus feel festive. Jiang Nanshu could see the promotional photos of Luan Fengming from a distance, her gaze fleetingly landing on Song Shizhao's handsome features. She recalled that the male lead in the original book was not him. She couldn't fathom why he would lower himself to support Su Ran. The most ridiculous part was that Song Shizhao was their cousin. Zhang's mother was his aunt. This relationship was known only to both families. The outside world was unaware that Song Shizhao came from a wealthy background. Just like Jiang Zhouye and Jiang Lei, even in the entertainment industry, they had kept their identities concealed, relying solely on their own efforts to rise. Jiang Nanshu withdrew her gaze as she walked across the playground. She could feel the scrutinizing eyes around her. The previously quiet atmosphere on campus had returned to a lively buzz. Their enthusiasm was evidently for today's Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Both Su Ran and Jiang Nanshu were participating in the program, and it was likely that everyone wanted to see how she would embarrass herself.
Huing.
Having learned her lesson, didn't he dare to come and throw shade at her, probably frightened by what happened last time. For the past few days, she had been avoiding Jiang Nanshu, not even inquiring about her preparations for the program. Meanwhile, Chen Xian had been hospitalized again for treatment after Huang Wanting had pressed down on her. What a twist of fate! How did Song Shizhao end up supporting Su Ran? This was truly the most explosive development of the year. Jiang Yunchuan's murmurs reached her ears. Jiang Nanshu turned to look at him, noticing his furrowed brow as he stared at the massive promotional poster, somewhat speechless. Only the principal sees Su Ran as a treasure. I've realized her true nature. These past few days, she has been secretly inquiring if Yengo has returned. If she had time, she would probably chase after him to run into him. Jiang Nanshu. It's normal. It starts with the girl chasing the boy, then the boy chases the girl, with all sorts of melodramatic misunderstandings. They will love each other to the point of madness. Jiang Yunchuan. Do we really have to play it like this? However, he noted that Lu Qingyan's attitude towards Su Ran didn't seem as intense as Jiang Nanshu had described. Jiang Nanshu bit her lip, pretending to be angry. How infuriating. She has given up on clarifying things and still wants to compete for him. I must make her regret ever living in this world. Ah, another excuse to torment her. Splendid. Jiang Yunchuan. Do you really have to be so malicious? Yet he didn't dare to voice his thoughts, fearing she would shift her focus. So he cleared his throat. Just don't be too overt about it. Jiang Nanshu, what? She widened her eyes in disbelief. Oh, come on. One is not enough for you? You also want to keep an eye on Su Ran? How can you be like this? Jiang Yunchuan's face flushed, feeling somewhat agitated. I gave Lin Ye 300,000 as a breakup fee to stop bothering me, and I'm not close to Su Ran. Don't pin that on me. How can you not be close to Su Ran? Now it's Song Shizhao, and next it will be the elder brother. He looked at Song Shizhao's face with some disdain. What a joke, taking on any role without a care for his reputation. Jiang Nanshu raised an eyebrow. Although the Song family was her maternal side, it was peculiar that the Jiang family had little interest in the Songs, only visiting occasionally during holidays to pay respects to Jiang's mother and otherwise seldom communicating. Excluding the original self, she yearned to forge commendable relationships with all the influential figures in the capital, including her equally disdainful maternal family. Fifth brother, I forbid you from speaking ill of cousin. I could binge-watch his dramas 100 times. Rest assured, with the downfall of the Jiang family, the Song family, which rose to prominence by stepping on the Jiang family's back, will not meet with a favorable fate either. Chapter 163. What else can be done but to retaliate? Upon hearing this sentiment, Jiang Yunchuan's first thought was not to alter his fate, but rather to revel in the misfortunes of his maternal relatives. How splendid. He had never harbored fondness for his maternal family, nor for the self-important cousins who paraded their arrogance. They were merely a family of scholars, steeped in antiquated ideals, and notoriously hypocritical. When Jiang Zhouye ventured into the entertainment industry to pursue a singing career, his maternal family claimed he was tarnishing the family's reputation. Yet when their own grandson ascended to the pinnacle of stardom, it was hailed as a glorious achievement for the Song family. Ever since the scandal regarding the true and false daughters of the Jiang family erupted within high society, his maternal grandfather had subtly suggested during family banquets that Jiang Mu send Jiang Li away. Why should they continue to expend resources on a non-blood relative? As for Jiang Nanshu, the genuine heiress raised in the countryside, she was presumed to lack sophistication and culture. Jiang Mu was advised to take her back to nurture her properly before introducing her to society, lest her crude behavior become a source of ridicule. However, Jiang Nanshu had already become the subject of numerous embarrassing incidents due to her pursuit of Lu Qingyan, prompting the Song family to express their desire that Jiang Mu refrain from bringing Jiang Nanshu to their gatherings, fearing damage to their own reputation in the capital.
Jiang Mu,
feeling pressured and disliking her recently found daughter, acquiesced. Even Jiang Lei was rarely taken out to social events, as they wished to shield their meticulously raised daughter from the scorn and disdain of others. As Jiang Yunchuan pondered this, a wave of discontent washed over him. He glanced at Jiang Nanshu and reassured himself that it was not the current Jiang Nanshu who was unlikable, but rather her former self. How detestable she had been, making it difficult for anyone to feel close to her. Only by thinking this way could he find solace. Noticing his silence, Jiang Nanshu felt puzzled. What could it be? Why isn't he angry when I mention his most despised cousin? I even said I would binge-watch his dramas. I don't even listen to Fourth Brother songs. This blatant favoritism is apparent to anyone with eyes, isn't it? Jiang Yunchuan cast her a sidelong glance. What is so captivating about that drivel? He isn't even as handsome as Second Brother. If it weren't for Second Brother's aspiration to become a doctor, where would Song Shizhao fit into the entertainment industry? When Jiang Jingcheng was mentioned, Jiang Nanshu couldn't help but wholeheartedly agree. Indeed, Second Brother's ethereal beauty is truly unmatched by any mere film emperor. However, once his viral affliction manifests and his skin deteriorates, it may be a different story. Perhaps I could seize the opportunity to get closer to Second Brother then. Yet she feigned indignation. Oh, how dare you speak ill of cousin? I shall inform on you, Jiang Laowu. Jiang Yunchuan couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, giving her a playful flick on the forehead. No respect for your elders. Go ahead and tell. I would speak the same in his presence. Jiang Nanshu rubbed her forehead, glaring at him. You are not only less handsome than Second Brother, but also fall short of Cousin Song's looks. What grounds do you have to disparage him? Jiang Yunchuan, is the beauty standard unassailable? I've learned skincare. What more do you want? I'm not bad-looking either, just a bit weathered from sun and wind, not as pristine as they are. I embody the healthy, sun-kissed male archetype. Unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, he added, yes. Your cousin Song is the best. The Song family won't even let you cross their threshold, yet you still hold them in high regard. Just wait until their siblings band together to bully you. I wonder how you will fare then. Jiang Nanshu blinked innocently. What else can be done but to retaliate? It is a give and take, after all. I understand the ways of the world. Jiang Yunchuan, that wasn't my intention. I merely wanted Jiang Nanshu to steer clear of that family, not to incite her to fight. However, considering Jiang Nanshu's duplicitous nature and her penchant for vengeance, he thought it better to worry about his own fate. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, Sister, I've already given Lin Yaya 300,000 as a severance fee. She shouldn't bother me anymore, right? Can we simply move past this aid storyline? I truly cannot bear to engage with her without a mask. Jiang Nanshu sighed, her tone somber. You've hurt her too deeply. She won't forgive you. You shattered a young girl's pure heart. Prepare for a life of solitude. Jiang Yunchuan finally sighed in relief. A life of solitude was preferable to being pursued by Lin Yaya. He wished to live to 80. You truly are a benevolent benefactor, so generous with your wealth. If she isn't bothered by you, how will she salvage her opulent life? Does she truly believe 30,000 can fill her void? By her market value, that sum only merits a peck on the cheek. He couldn't bring himself to inform Lin Yaya of her affliction, opting instead for her to discover it on her own. He would consider the 30,000 as her treatment fee, should she continue to be insatiable. He wouldn't hesitate to expose her. The two lingered on the playground for a while. Sister Nanshu Yunchuan, what are you doing standing there? Came the cheerful voice of Yang Jiashu from behind. Jiang Yunchuan casually responded, Isn't there no class today? Just wandering around. Yang Jiashu noticed the massive poster and, with a moment of speechlessness on his fair, clean face, remarked, Has the principal lost his mind? This isn't a media school. Why turn a respectable university into a stage for actors? Our students are now obsessed with chasing stars, neglecting their studies for graduate exams to follow Sue Rant's schedule. Back when Sue Rant's mother was ill and there was no effective treatment, she claimed she would enter the Biological Research Institute to study this kind of medication.
Truly.
Yang Jiashu refrained from finishing his thought, sparing Sue Ran some dignity. The promises of youthful days do not withstand scrutiny. Just as she is now unprepared for her graduate exams, instead turning back to acting. He saw through it all. Sue Rant's motivation for enrolling was none other than Lu Qingyan. She once dismissed him, yet now she clamors for his attention. Why bother? She insists on meddling while he remains engaged, despite their past entanglements. He somewhat understood why Jiang Nanshu had gone to such extremes, facing the constant threat of abandonment. She sought to grasp onto something stable. It seemed misguided, yet her desperation was not entirely unjustifiable. Strangely enough, once she becomes a top-tier, multi-talented star, she will serve as a recruitment beacon for Jingda. The principal would be foolish not to exploit that opportunity. Jiang Yunchuan. He couldn't help but glance at Sue Rant's poster. Dressed in ancient attire, her face resembled a pristine lotus blossom. Would Sue Rand truly achieve such heights? It seemed absurd. Seeing the two in silence, Yang Jiashu assumed he had inadvertently touched on Jiang Nanshu's sore spot and quickly diverted the conversation. Sister Nanshu, don't be sad. Yen will be back tonight and should make it to your performance. Chapter 164. showcase your skills, and bravely seize that first place. Jiang Nanshu. She was hurt, but not for the reasons he thought. She was determined to forget him entirely. Oh right, Su Ran has a performance today, hee, so do I. I'll shock you all. Only when this was mentioned did Jiang Yinchuan remember that his sister had also signed up. He hurriedly inquired, "How's your preparation for the program?" Jiang Nanshu replied confidently, "Very well. Securing first place should not be a problem." Yang Jiashu, Jiang Yinchuan. Each class had 2 performances, culminating in a selection process, with at least 30 performances in total. And Jiang Nanshu had fortuitously secured one of the slots. This was undoubtedly due to the presence of those who relished the spectacle and had deliberately chosen her. He hesitated, ultimately saying, "Why not withdraw?" Jiang Nanshu gazed at Jiang Yinchuan with hurt in her eyes. "Do you really think I can't compare to Su Ran? Is that why you want me to withdraw? I do not possess a brother who betrays his own kin." Oh no. He is clearly concerned that her performance might be woefully inadequate, leading to her humiliation. However, Jiang Nanshu disregards any explanations and departs abruptly. Nonsense. I was planning to assist Sister Jean in joining the cast. How could I withdraw? I must prepare now. Jiang Yinchuan scratched his head in confusion, pondering why Jiang Li had been eliminated from the selection. He later learned that the production had received funding from Bo Yen. Naturally, Jiang Yisin would refrain from involving himself, as he would never lightly enter into projects associated with the Bo family, fearing bad luck. Yet if it were a bidding war, he would invest lavishly. Known in the industry as a generous benefactor, he had not disclosed how to handle the Yenshan land, but he had preemptively secured the Nanshan plot. The area was so desolate that Bo Yen had relinquished it without much thought. A bead of sweat trickled down his brow. If Jiang Nanshu were to discover this, it would surely incite chaos. Jiang Yinchuan, lost in contemplation, ultimately sent a private message to Jiang Zhounan. "Fourth brother, there's a performance by Nanshu tonight. Will you come to watch? Since you have nothing to do at home, why not step out for a stroll?" Meanwhile, at the Jiang family villa, Jiang Zhounan mused. What does he mean by having nothing to do? During this time, he had been investigating the newcomer who had replaced him in the team, uncovering various secrets. No wonder the entertainment company favored him. He indeed had formidable backing. However, he could not unearth much more, so he decided to abandon his inquiries. He replied, "Wait for me, I'll be there shortly." As he descended the stairs, he encountered Jiang Jingcheng in the kitchen, busily preparing a meal. Aside from his passion for studying medical texts, he also took pleasure in culinary arts. During these past few days at home, Jiang Jingcheng had cooked for him several times. Observing him frying fish, Jiang Zhounan casually asked, "Second brother, Jiang Nanshu has a performance at school today. Do you care to watch?" Jiang Jingcheng paused, frowning. I cannot comprehend why she delights in the prospect of embarrassing herself on stage, as though she has forgotten the lessons of the past. School talent shows can easily go awry. It is utterly exasperating. Jiang Jingcheng, clad in a white shirt with sleeves rolled up to his forearms, wore a beige plaid apron, deftly slicing cherry tomatoes. The vibrant red fruit appeared particularly appealing as he held it. Upon hearing Jiang Zhounan's words, he leisurely savored half a cherry tomato, relishing its sweet and sour flavor, and nodded in satisfaction before emerging from the kitchen. He inquired, "Has your throat improved?" Jiang Zhounan cleared his throat uncomfortably, his voice notably subdued. "It's getting better, not hoarse anymore. Fortunately, I didn't overindulge in the medication for my throat. Otherwise, I would be beyond recovery." "Then why not teach her to sing? That way, she need not embarrass herself on stage," Jiang Jingcheng suggested. Jiang Zhounan furrowed his brows tightly. "How could I possibly teach her? Her voice is completely out of tune. I fear it would torment my ears." "You consider her performance an embarrassment, yet you fail to recognize that skills we take for granted are beyond her reach. You have never attempted to teach her, yet you assume she cannot learn," Jiang Jingcheng retorted, his tone firm. Jiang Zhounan pursed his lips tightly. "I was busy before. I had no time to teach her. Let us not dwell on this. Just tell me if you will go or not." The beautifully plated braised fish prepared by Jiang Jingcheng sat before them, his expression indifferent. "I shall not attend. I need to return to the hospital soon." The bright red cherry tomato he had just eaten stained his light-colored lips with juice. Jiang Jingcheng smiled faintly, though his expression remained cool. "I hear that Cheng'an was the one who wielded the knife first, correct? Is he still in a coma?" Jiang Zhounan nodded, his eyes filled with disdain. For the sake of that girl named Su Ran, he dared to stab someone. Meanwhile, Su Ran is preparing to join the cast, while he lies in the hospital without a single visit from her. I cannot fathom what is so appealing about such a woman, akin to Qin Qian. The mention of Qin Qian intensified Jiang Zhonan's aversion. She was a source of deep humiliation for him. The mere thought of nearly being seduced by her made him feel nauseated. Understood. I must return to the hospital now. Jiang Zhonan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Second brother, you aren't planning to confront Cheng'an, are you? Jiang Jingqing straightened, a gentle smile gracing his attractive features. I am to be his attending physician, tasked with treating him. What are you imagining? But you specialize in cardiovascular surgery. Jiang Zhonan exclaimed. Orthopedic surgeons can also perform such duties, Jiang Jingqing replied lightly. This is too frightening. He would rather attend a performance at Jing University. In the event that Jiang Nanshu were truly ridiculed, he could defend her. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was afternoon. Only 5 hours remained until the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala commenced. Jiang Nanshu originally intended to perform a Tai Chi routine to the song Divination. In her previous life in the psychiatric hospital, boredom had consumed her days. She could neither leave nor find solace. Save for watching the melodramatic novels the nurses provided or practicing Tai Chi with the elderly director of the institution, seeking tranquility and self-cultivation. The director had advised her that her pent-up aggression needed to be tempered with calmness, kindness, tolerance, and harmony toward those around her. Jiang Nanshu had smiled and acknowledged each piece of advice. Once she was free, she would ensure they all engaged in Tai Chi. Their hostility toward her, a seemingly fragile girl, was utterly unforgivable. Due to her proficiency in Tai Chi, the director had awarded her a little red flower, appointing her as the leader of the Tai Chi group downstairs, with a cadre of patients following her lead. However, performing Tai Chi was not feasible now. She would showcase her unique skills instead and bravely strive for first place. She retrieved a soft sword from the prop room, confident that its dull edge would not cause harm. After practicing with it a few times, she was quite pleased and stepped outside. Just as she reached the door, she encountered Su Ran, elegantly clad in a white gown. Today, she was resplendent, her beauty pure and captivating. She had come to change outfits, preparing to perform Peking opera. Having recently gained prominence after imitating a classical landscape painting from ancient scholars, earning the renewed favor of Director One. Upon seeing the sword in Jiang Nanshu's hands, Su Ran's face blanched momentarily, and she gasped in fear. Jiang Nanshu, what are you planning to do? Ran? What's wrong? Liang Xiqiu rushed over, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Ran. Seeing Jiang Nanshu brandishing the sword so close to Su Ran, his expression shifted dramatically, and he forcefully shoved Jiang Nanshu away. Chapter 165. What if I became the female lead? Liang Xiqiu's sudden action caught Jiang Nanshu off guard, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. The scab on her wound scraped against the floor, reopening and bleeding profusely, staining the pristine white surface with crimson. The sword clattered to the ground, emitting a piercing sound. Su Ran, frightened, cowered behind Liang Xiqiu, her delicate brows furrowed. Xiqiu, brother. Liang Xiqiu had not anticipated that his casual shove would result in Jiang Nanshu's injury. The sight of the blood startled him momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. He had merely wished to protect the one he cared for. There was no wrongdoing in that. Moreover, Jiang Nanshu had consistently targeted Su Ran. His actions were merely precautionary against potential harm. Jiang Nanshu gazed down at her wound, pondering whether her very existence was so detestable that it incited others to dislike her, leading them to wish her harm. It seemed as though the world would find peace only if she were suppressed. Taking a deep breath, she stood up, unconcerned as she wiped the blood onto herself. Resembling a red rose poised to bloom, vibrant yet perilous, Liang Xiqiu took a slight step forward, fully shielding Su Ran, confident that with so many witnesses present, Jiang Nanshu would not dare to act recklessly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Nanshu raised her hand and struck him across the face, the sound resounding throughout the prop room. Liang Xiqiu's left cheek turned slightly, a metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he looked up to meet Jiang Nanshu's glimmering yet frigid gaze. She stood unscathed, her expression haughty as she regarded him, her crimson lips parting. Who permitted you to touch me with your filthy hands? Enraged, Liang Xiqiu's gaze fell upon her wounded hand, then he let out a derisive laugh, his demeanor darkening. Jiang Nanshu, throughout my life, only you have dared to strike me twice. He grew up in a rough environment, where brawls and fights were a daily occurrence. With an air of ferocity, he intimidated the denizens of that dilapidated alley, rendering them too fearful to challenge him. His fearsome reputation preceded him, and no one dared to provoke him. He had long forgotten the taste of defeat. It was thanks to Jiang Nanshu that those memories resurfaced. Had it not been for the inexplicable compassion that had blossomed within him for her, he would not have hesitated to strike multiple times. Gazing upon her radiant countenance, Liang Xiqiu loosened the tightly clenched fists that hung by his sides. Was this enough? Consider it compensation for the time I inadvertently pushed you down. His voice grew softer. His thoughts tangled. Indeed, he should not be in the presence of this woman. Her mere sight stirred his heart. Su Ran, who hid behind Liang Xiqiu, could hardly believe it. The notoriously fearsome Liang Xiqiu was letting it go so easily. He possessed no aversion to striking women. To be slapped and yet lower his head in apology was beyond her comprehension. A pang of bitterness mixed with fear and an inexplicable discomfort swelled within her. Yet, she genuinely regarded Liang Xiqiu as an older brother, only to feel that he could bend to anyone but Jiang Nanshu, the very woman who sought to harm her at every turn. This time, she shielded Liang Xiqiu with her body, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears as she glared at Jiang Nanshu in disbelief. How could you strike someone? If it weren't for you brandishing that sword to intimidate her, how could Brother Xiqiu have pushed you? His strength is not substantial. You lost your balance and fell. And the wound on your hand was not inflicted by him. How could you lash out at him? Jiang Nanshu turned to her, taking in Su Ran's innocent visage and tear-filled eyes. Her beauty could easily cast her as the protagonist in a melodramatic tale. She raised her hand and slapped Su Ran's face, causing her to stagger slightly before Liang Xiqiu steadied her, tears of pain spilling forth. The side of her face reddened visibly, and Jiang Nanshu felt a rush of satisfaction, a faint smile appearing on her lips, her almond eyes sparkling innocently. My apologies. I didn't exert much force. How could you not maintain your balance? I was merely testing you. I hope you won't take your anger out on me. Dear kind Su Ran. Jiang Nanshu echoed Su Ran's words back to her. Su Ran, who had merely been teary-eyed, was now weeping openly. Under Liang Xiqiu's dark gaze, Jiang Nanshu bent down to retrieve her sword. Were it not for this being a society governed by law, I would truly relish the thought of ending your lives. Altogether, Su Ran's face turned pale, her body instinctively retreating until Liang Xiqiu gently patted her arm to calm her. For a fleeting moment, she genuinely felt that Jiang Nanshu harbored a desire to kill her. Yes, this was a society ruled by law. Murder was a crime, and she dared not entertain such thoughts. Jiang Nanshu's gaze lingered playfully on Liang Xiqiu as she smiled. Coward, follow me. Liang Xiqiu's eyes reddened, his teeth grinding as he watched Jiang Nanshu's retreating figure. He released Su Ran and moved in her direction. Su Ran's heart trembled, and she hurriedly grasped Liang Xiqiu's arm. Brother Xiqiu, no. She will undoubtedly harm you again. Liang Xiqiu smiled gently at her, his gaze softening. It's all right, Ran. I must confront her. She has indeed shown me some kindness, but after all this time, her assaults on me have balanced the scales. Moreover, she has bullied you. I cannot stand idly by. Only then did Su Ran cover her face, tears cascading onto his arm. But Brother Xiqiu, this is not good for you. You have just returned to the Lu family. What if you leave a poor impression on them? And what about Qingyan? You have harmed his fiancé. He will not let you off lightly. Sensing the melancholy in her tone, Liang Xiqiu felt his emotions, stirred by Jiang Nanshu, once again consumed by thoughts of Su Ran. He cherished her deeply. She was the sole light in his life. Yet, he felt a shameful possessiveness towards her. If only Su Ran knew that the man from that fateful night was not Lu Qingyan but him, the opportunistic interloper, how would she regard him then? Would she still affectionately call him brother, fully dependent on him? Liang Xiqiu dared not gamble on such a possibility, but he could do more for Su Ran, clearing obstacles so that no one could harm her again. As Jiang Nanshu stepped outside, she realized the commotion they had caused. Numerous onlookers had captured her striking Su Ran on camera, likely fabricating tales of the vicious woman tormenting the innocent Su Ran. Jiang Nanshu could almost predict it. Host, how could you have struck the female lead? The voice of the foolish spring echoed in her mind. Jiang Nanshu looked at her wound with tear-filled eyes. Woe is me, it hurts so much. The foolish spring replied, their faces hurt too. Jiang Nanshu feigned innocence. They insisted on approaching me for a beating. How is it solely my fault? Do they not share any blame? As a wicked female antagonist, I cannot simply shield Su Ran. That would be too incongruous. The foolish spring was momentarily speechless. It muttered, just be cautious. The more viciously you retaliate, the worse your outcome will be. Excitement welled up in Jiang Nanshu's eyes as she lowered her thick lashes, lightly licking her red lips. What if I were to become the female lead? Jiang shall rise. Chapter 166. Reasonable doubt. The plot is being ruined by her alone. The foolish spring experienced a momentary mental breakdown. What did you just say? You struck her, and now wish to alter the script? You are the wicked female antagonist. Your role is to serve as a foil for the female lead. Do not entertain any delusions. Maintain your character arc, host. Do you still wish to return home? The foolish spring genuinely feared her madness. If she single-handedly eliminated Su Ran, this world would collapse. The consequences were unimaginable, and suddenly, the foolish spring found it preferable for Jiang Nanshu to leave and cease her mischief. Jiang Nanshu paid no heed to the foolish spring's ramblings. Instead, she thoughtfully stroked her chin and said, "But I dislike a tragic ending. Have you heard of the wicked female lead? I could be one too." The foolish spring was left speechless. It rationally suspected that the plot was being unraveled solely by her actions. She entered without any realization of being slapped back, yet she held a grudge, retaliating against anyone who dared to provoke her, embodying the wickedness that distorted the original female lead's character. It was on the brink of collapse. The inhabitants of this world seemed to have gone mad. Jiang Nanshu was both insane and malevolent, executing her plans with a merciless heart. Yet those around her gradually began to warm to her. No wonder this was a melodrama. Everyone appeared to have a penchant for masochism. The foolish spring could not fathom it, only wishing to complete the task and return Jiang Nanshu to her original world. Behind her, Liang Xiqiu caught up, and Jiang Nanshu stood on the sunlit balcony, waiting for him. At that moment, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden light that danced upon her hair. She appeared utterly unperturbed by the earlier incident, basking in the sunlight and enjoying the gentle breeze. The suppressed stirrings within Liang Xiqiu surged again. She looked so free. Feeling the pain from his tightly clenched fists, his gaze once more filled with disdain for her. No matter how he tried to cleanse her from his thoughts, she was irredeemably wicked to the core. "What do you want from me?" Upon hearing his voice, Jiang Nanshu leaned slightly on her arms propped against the balcony, the red mole beneath her eye becoming more pronounced with the curve of her smile. "I merely wish to test if your loyalty remains intact, and it seems you are still obedient." Liang Xiqiu felt a surge of frustration. Nearly choking on his own words, "Jiang Nanshu, can you cease your capricious antics? Keep your trivial games away from Ran. Jiang Nanshu straightened, leaning against the balcony. Her gaze languid and her smile teasing. "And if I refuse, what will you do?" Liang Xiqiu's expression grew complex. "Then we shall be enemies." Jiang Nanshu looked at him with disappointment. "I had hoped we could become excellent partners. Would you strike me for Su Ran, Liang Xiqiu?" This was the first time Jiang Nanshu had earnestly called his name. Previously, her tone had been casual, often mocking him for not retaliating. He was not cowardly. He simply found it difficult to act. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke slowly. "Indeed, Jiang Nanshu, we have become enemies. I shall no longer show you any mercy. Yet you are the male model I have been supporting. I will return your money." He hurriedly added, fearing that Jiang Nanshu might entangle him further. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "I will return you 3 times the amount." "No," Jiang Nanshu flatly refused. The flicker of excitement in Liang Xiqiu's heart vanished. "Do you wish to dangle me while provoking Lu Qingyan? Is this how you want to play?" Jiang Nanshu curled her lip, casting a scrutinizing glance at him, muttering, "Disgusting." Pausing for a moment, she began to speak nonsense earnestly. "I demand 10 times the mental distress compensation. You are my favorite among those 18 male models. If you leave, I will suffer without money, and my heart will ache." With that, she dramatically clutched her heart, feigning deep sorrow. Liang Xiqiu looked at her in disbelief and, ultimately fearing her persistence, made a decision amid his conflicting emotions. "Fine." Jiang Nanshu then smiled genuinely. "I will send you my bank account number shortly. You must transfer the money by tomorrow morning, or I will stir up trouble at the Lu family." Jiang Nanshu strode away, with determination. Liang Xiqiu stood there, somewhat dazed, thinking, is that it? Just like that? Xiqiu Gij. It wasn't until he heard Su Ran's voice from behind that Liang Xiqiu snapped back to reality. Turning to see her tear-streaked face, he felt a pang of pity and gently wiped her tears away. Ran, I will protect you from now on." Su Ran smiled through her tears, blinking innocently. "Just like how I used to protect you?" The memories of the past were like honey in his heart. He was uncertain if his decision was right, but he could not let Su Ran down, nodding vigorously. Yes, just like how you used to protect me without hesitation. Su Ran stepped closer and gently embraced the stiff Liang Xiqiu. Xiqiu Gij, I like you. A glimmer of light flashed in Liang Xiqiu's eyes. It was a familial affection. She was the only kin he had in this world, his brother for a lifetime. However, the unbloomed light quickly extinguished. Liang Xiqiu pressed his lips together, feeling a bitter taste. At the very least, Su Ran had expressed her feelings for him, which seemed sufficient. Photos depicting the conflict between Jiang Nanshu and Su Ran surfaced online. The earlier parts had been edited out, leaving only the scene of Jiang Nanshu forcefully slapping Su Ran. Accompanied by Su Ran's pale visage, it could scarcely be considered anything less than bullying. At the entrance of Jing University, Chu Mushi pulled Jiang Lei into the school. Jiang Lei subtly slipped her hand from Chu Mushi's grasp, feeling nothing but wariness towards her. She had already stated that Chu Mushi harbored ill intentions. If she were foolish enough to approach and offer herself up, she might as well become a mobile blood bank. Chu Mushi barely noticed Jiang Lei's subtle maneuver. She had invited Jiang Lei to Jing University solely to witness the spectacle of Jiang Nanshu. Having heard that the Liu family would all be attending due to Liu Qingyan's piano performance, she was eager to see Jiang Nanshu's program as well. Old Master Liu might genuinely wish for Jiang Nanshu's well-being, but old Madame Liu was another matter entirely. She knew better than anyone how much old Madame Liu despised this forcibly appointed daughter-in-law, as she already had a suitable candidate in mind. Lost in thought, her phone vibrated with a message. Chu Mushi smiled slightly and hastily approached Jiang Lei. Lei, something's wrong. Your sister has caused trouble again at school. What should we do? The Liu family will be here today, and it would be unfortunate if they misunderstood Nanshu. Her brow furrowed with concern, feigning genuine care for Jiang Nanshu. Jiang Lei merely glanced at her before retracting her gaze. It must have been this person who provoked her. My sister is very well behaved and wouldn't resort to violence easily. Chu Mushi. Jiang Lei cut her off decisively, and Chu Mushi felt somewhat disgruntled. Well, yes, Nanshu is the most well-behaved. The two fell silent, and Chu Mushi observed the two figures entering through the school gate, pausing in her tracks with a smile reappearing on her face. Lei, look. Your cousin and the eldest daughter of the Yan family have arrived. A new character made her entrance. Chapter 167. It is not something of great importance. Merely stealing her fiancé. Jiang Lei followed Chu Mushi's gaze and soon spotted the two walking side by side, dressed head to toe in designer labels. Their ostentatious attire was strikingly attention-grabbing as they appeared at the school. Upon seeing Song Kexia, Jiang Lei's expression soured. She found it difficult to like her conceited and haughty cousin. The girl beside her, Yan Yidan, a short-haired beauty with a gentle demeanor, was a prodigy sent to study in the mountains since childhood. Now 20 years old, she had been summoned down by the Yan family to engage in a marriage alliance with a wealthy family. Chu Mushi, fearing Jiang Lei might not recognize her, made a point to introduce. This Miss Yan is remarkable. She is skilled in martial arts and medicine, as well as proficient in the 6 arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is a key figure cultivated by the Yan family and is also favored as a potential daughter-in-law by Madame Liu. Your sister's situation is somewhat precarious. The Liu family is a prestigious lineage in the capital, not only due to their vast business empire, but also their accumulated connections. Old Master Liu was ruthless and decisive, having secured the position of family head among many brothers. However, he was not blessed with many heirs, having only one son and grandson. The Liu family's immense wealth was coveted by many, and all the prominent families were eager to marry into the Liu family, wishing for the Jiang family's engagement to fall through so they could ascend. Jiang Lei shot her a glance, and for the first time, she noticed the mockery almost spilling from Chu Mushi's eyes, a fleeting moment that she quickly grasped. No matter how much Madame Liu favored her, the engagement could only belong to my sister. Jiang Lei remarked nonchalantly. Chu Mushi smiled sweetly, not engaging with her words, but greeted the approaching Song Kexia and Yan Yidan. Miss Song, Miss Yan, what a coincidence. Song Kexia, with her heavily made-up face, wore a look of disdain as she directed a smirk towards Jiang Lei. Not a coincidence, just encountering a counterfeit. Had I known, I would have taken a detour. Jiang Lei's expression turned frigid. What a coincidence indeed. Encountering you brings me bad luck. Even if I am a counterfeit, I am still better than you, who is neglected by both father and mother. The Song family was notoriously known for their preference for males, viewing daughters merely as tools for marriage alliances. Nevertheless, their lives were enviably affluent. As the only cherished daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Lei was subjected to deep resentment and jealousy from the Song sisters during her childhood. Jiang Lei had little interest in them and chose to ignore them. Song Kexia's face twisted with anger. I hope the day you are driven out of the Jiang family arrives soon, so you can be just as defiant.
Huh.
You won't live to see that day, Jiang Lei retorted. As the two began to bicker, Chu Mushi timely intervened. All right, let us all calm down. We are here to enjoy the performance, after all. Such scenes had been commonplace before, but Jiang Lei had refrained from speaking up due to the Song family's prominence. After several years apart, Jiang Lei had changed considerably. Hearing this, Song Kexia's smile turned mocking. Indeed, Yidan was invited by Madame Liu. The girl being referenced, Yan Yidan, smiled gently. Hello everyone, this is my first time in Jing City. I hope to gain your guidance. Her bangs were neatly cut, her short hair brushed her ears, and she wore a light blue qipao adorned with iris patterns, presenting herself like a refined lady from the Republic of China. She curiously surveyed her surroundings. Jiang Lei felt a twinge of unease around her, solely because she had heard rumors of her exceptional combat skills. Such a fierce reputation did not align with her sweet appearance. Of course, this was merely hearsay. No one truly knew the facts.
Hey,
Fong, what are you doing at Jing University? How dare you come without my permission? Jiang Yisen's voice interrupted abruptly. Song Kexia turned her head, while she disliked Jiang Lei. She was eager to curry favor with her wealthy cousin Jiang Yisen, especially when she noticed Fong Mingyi, who stood before him, impeccably dressed in a suit with a cold demeanor, causing her to blush instantly. She disregarded Yan Yidan and hurried to him. At this moment, nothing was more important than flirting with a wealthy man. Yan Yidan stepped forward, her smile polite. I am unfamiliar with the route to the performance venue. Could you assist me? Life in the mountains had been exceedingly dull, and she hadn't seen anyone sing or dance for quite some time. Jiang Lei pointed her chin towards Song Kexia. What about her? Aren't you taking her with you? Yan Yidan maintained her smile, saying, I am not well acquainted with her. She tilted her head slightly in confusion and asked, By the way, do you know where Jiang Nanshu is? Jiang Lei immediately became wary, exclaiming, What do you want with my sister? It's nothing of great importance, merely to seize her fiancé, Yan Yidan replied candidly. The task assigned by her family was simply to secure this engagement, a mere union. Although she found the task rather tedious, it posed no significant challenge. If the other party were to refuse, that would be simplicity itself. She would just have to persuade them. Jiang Lei's face turned pale, and she turned on her heel to leave, stating, You can find your own way. I shall not accompany you. Chu Mushi smiled gently, leading Yan Yidan away. Meanwhile, Jiang Yisen was seething with rage over Fong Mingyi's covert signing of his sister. Not only was Fong Mingyi unwilling to collaborate on major projects, but he also sought to exploit his sister for profit? How absurd! Unless Fong Mingyi agreed to work with him, he would not let this matter rest. Fong Mingyi, exasperated, wore a cold expression, but it held no sway over Jiang Yisen. Observing the silence, Jiang Yisen laughed in anger, casually placing his hands in his pockets as he swaggered behind him, saying, I wonder if you cherish my sister. Could you also spare a thought for me? I've been pursuing you for quite some time. A word would be appreciated. Fong Mingyi's expression nearly split, and he halted abruptly. What did you say? Jiang Yisen stopped just in time, nearly colliding with him. Rubbing his nose, he huffed, I've given you ample face. It's about time for a definitive answer. Fong Mingyi, don't toy with me. Fong Mingyi felt something was amiss, but on the surface, it seemed innocuous, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. His face darkened. Do not utter such words in the future. If we are not collaborating, then we are not. You truly are something, Jiang Yisen retorted, his tongue against his teeth. Chuckling, Fong Mingyi's brow twitched, his irritation mounting. Just then, Song Kexia appeared before them, her voice sweet and her cheeks flushed with youthful exuberance. She gazed dreamily at Fong Mingyi, and both men understood her intentions. Jiang Yisen, stepping aside like an amused spectator, remarked, You two talk. Fong Mingyi shot him an angry glare, while Jiang Yisen flashed a grin, leaving room for this troublesome romantic pursuit. With Jiang Yisen nearby, Song Kexia seized the opportunity. Knowing Fong Mingyi would be reluctant to reject her outright, she invited Mr. Fong. Would you join me for a movie this weekend? I'm afraid not, Miss Song. I have prior commitments, he replied curtly. Song Kexia, undeterred, pressed on with hopeful eyes. That is all right. How about joining my cousin for a meal instead? The Song and Fong families have business dealings. Surely, you wouldn't mind? Are you two an item? If not, I shall pursue it myself. Chapter 168. The three of us living well is more important than anything else. Fong Mingyi truly found everyone associated with Jiang Yisin to be bothersome, except for Jiang Nanshu, who brought him a sense of ease. He was merely there to witness a performance. Why was he subjected to all this? He did not comprehend. Nevertheless, he politely declined. I'm sorry, Miss Song, but I am busy at this time. Perhaps you could find someone else. Unwilling to give up. Song Kexia cast a pleading glance at Jiang Yisin, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot. Cousin, please say something. I genuinely wish to express my gratitude to Mr.
Fong.
Jiang Yisin chuckled lazily, chiming in, come on, Fong Mingyi, you can't deny me, so you must at least give my cousin a chance? She's hardly a monster. Why the rush to refuse? Have you been a celibate for 28 years, yearning for asceticism? His words were blunt and straightforward, but both knew he was simply a reckless soul, unafraid of offending anyone. Fong Mingyi felt a blush creep onto his face, his anger simmering. At that moment, Jiang Yisin leaned in, speaking softly, promise me, I'll fend off future troublesome admirers for you. Fong Mingyi's expression stiffened, his tone icy. Let us see how you behave. So, there was room for negotiation. Instantly, Jiang Yisin's face lit up with joy, and he threw an arm around Fong Mingyi's shoulders, addressing Song Kexia. Just kidding, cousin. He merely sulking. Fong Mingyi, just endure for now. Song Kexia, you too. Jiang Yisin nodded, yes, indeed. If you truly fancy him, I can make space for you between us. It is paramount that the three of us live well together. Fong Mingyi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Yisin would shield him from romantic advances in such a manner. With the distractions gone, his reputation was at stake. He shook Jiang Yisin off and strode ahead, exclaiming, you're insane. Jiang Yisin shrugged helplessly, turning to Song Kexia. TSK, he's upset, but he looks rather handsome nonetheless. Brother Jiang, wait for me. Song Kexia felt her worldview shatter. It was surreal and infuriating all at once. In a fit of frustration, she snapped a photo of the two of them with their arms around each other and sent it directly to Jiang's father, elaborating on the situation. How utterly vexing. Time passed steadily, and soon it was half an hour before the evening gala commenced. By this time, the expected guests had arrived. The Jiang family was present. And while the presence of students from Jing University was understandable, it was perplexing to see Mr. Fong there as well. Given the university president's influence, it was inconceivable that he could summon so many prominent figures simultaneously. Thus, their seats were arranged at the front. The outdoor stage was grandly set, demonstrating the school's commitment to the event. Director Wen, a close friend of the Jing University president, had been invited to attend, and few were familiar with him. At the back, Jiang Yunchuan ushered Jiang Zhouye to sit down, where the view was unobstructed, and they would not attract too much attention. Jiang Zhouye, donning a hat and mask, shrank into the shadows. Jiang Yunchuan was anxious. I hope she won T-Sing. A dance would suffice. Jiang Zhouye sighed softly. Can she even dance? Jiang Yunchuan replied, cough. Would it be odd to perform ballet to the song divination? Jiang Zhouye. Isn't that obvious? How could those two things possibly go together? After a moment of realization, Jiang Zhouye asked, are you saying Jiang Nanshu can dance ballet? Jiang Yunchuan nodded, I believe so. I saw a video, though I'm unsure if it was genuine or if someone edited it as a prank. Jiang Lei sat beside them, reassuring, just trust her. Why overthink it? Surprised by her presence, Jiang Yunchuan inquired, what are you doing here? Jiang Lei raised an eyebrow. Why shouldn't I be here? I'll stay right here and see who dares to mock her. After which, she huffed, crossing her legs and folding her arms, surveying the surroundings. Noticing Yan Yidong seated quietly at the back, the last to arrive were the Liu family. Only Grandfather Liu and Mother Liu were present, greeted and ushered to the front. Grandfather Liu endeavored to appear amiable, while Mother Liu wore a stern expression, her brows furrowed, evidently displeased to be in such a setting. Upon seeing the Liu family, Jiang Li asked, eldest brother, where is Liu Qingyan? Has he returned? Jiang Yunchuan shook his head, I'm not sure. He seems to have a closing performance. If he doesn't arrive before his segment, it's no great loss. As he finished speaking, Chu Mushi's gentle voice chimed in. There you are. I've been searching for you, She naturally settled beside Jiang Lei and looked toward the shadowy Jiang Zhouye, inquiring about the absence of the third brother. Jiang Zhouye's brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that this individual was not only interested in the Lu family, but also had designs on Jiang Hexiong and even coveted the Jiang family as assets. What good could possibly come from such intentions? He replied flatly, "Yes, in the lab. He has no time off." Chu Mushi's voice tinged with disappointment. "All right. Then I'll visit him at the lab this weekend. I've been back for a while and haven't treated him to a meal yet." She grasped Zhang Lei's hand. Will you accompany me?" The delicate skin made Zhang Lei feel as though she were ensnared by a serpent. She exerted great effort to suppress the impulse to shake off Chu Mushi and apologetically said, "I'm sorry, Shishi. I've been quite busy lately." As for Sister Nan Nan, Jiang Zhouya interjected, "She's also unavailable. She's accompanying me to a concert tomorrow."
Well,
"I suppose I shall have to find some time." As her words fell, the host's voice echoed from the stage, signaling the commencement of the program. The group ceased their conversation. Su Ran had two performances. The first was a ballet, serving as the opening act. Upon casting his gaze upon her, Director Wen furrowed his brow. He had little fondness for those who attained success through nepotism, and his thoughts increasingly drifted to the rejected Zhang Lei. He recognized her potential. Yet the entertainment industry often demanded power to thrive. With a sigh, he pondered that had it not been for an old friend's sake, he would not have lingered a moment longer. Thus, he watched the performance with a stoic expression, though he disliked the fact that many appeared enamored. After the dance concluded, the audience erupted in fervent cheers, including numerous fans who were shouting, "Goddess Ran Ran, take us." The volume of their applause resonated beyond the confines of the venue. After Lu Qingyan parked the car, he strolled towards the stage area, passing through a grove of camphor trees. The evening breeze carried the refreshing scent of the trees, evoking a sense of tranquility. It was there that he encountered Jiang Nanshu. Her slightly curled black hair was tied high, and she donned a loose red and white martial arts uniform, a sword in hand, exuding an air of elegance. The soft sword playfully danced with the leaves, as though they possessed a life of their own. Twirling at her blade's tip, moonlight cascaded upon her, enveloping her in a halo of divine radiance. Upon hearing a rustle behind her, Jiang Nanshu turned, surprised to find Lu Qingyan. Though a few days had passed, he remained unchanged. His features were strikingly handsome, with an aloof demeanor. "Ah, what perfect timing. Your White Moonlight's second performance is about to commence," she remarked with a hint of irony. She approached Lu Qingyan with a pout, displaying her reddened hand. "Brother Qingyan."
Suran bulit me, bohu.
"So this is the feeling of being wronged. Quite exhilarating," he mused silently, rummaging through his pocket for a band-aid adorned with a bear motif. His lips pressed into a thin line as he applied it to her injury, without uttering a word. Jiang Nanshu quipped, "Why the silence? Your White Moonlight has distanced herself from you, yet here you are, feigning indifference. And why do you carry band-aids with you?" At last, Lu Qingyan lifted his gaze, his dark eyes reflecting her visage. And then? Jiang Nanshu blinked, her tone innocent. Then I retaliated and cried, "You won't hold that against me, will you?" "Why would I?" Lu Qingyan replied, his voice calm. "Whether Su Ran laughs or cries is of no concern to me. Do not entangle me with her, Jiang Nanshu. Do not provoke me." Jiang Nanshu thought, this absurd scenario is intolerable. If I manage to ensnare him, then give him a forceful kick away, will my disdain reach its peak. Chapter 169. I have always relished the fruits of coercion. Jiang Nanshu lowered her head, feeling the air around her grow increasingly frigid as she rubbed her arms. Suddenly, she realized her folly. Having resolved to implement a new strategy, the madness of self-deprecation and sycophancy would yield no results. She must ensnare him first, and then decisively cast him aside, allowing him to endure the trials of love, to toy with his emotions and inflict disdain, thus acquiring both wealth and contempt. She could hardly contain her eagerness for the outcome. Leaning delicately into Lu Qingyan's embrace, her voice laced with seduction, her small hand deliberately caressed his chest. "Brother Qingyan, I feel so cold. Please hold me." "You underestimate my resolve," he thought. Noticing his lack of response, she looked up to find his expression unyielding as he regarded her silently. Jiang Nanshu felt a sense of disquiet, unable to pinpoint the source of her unease. Lu Qingyan slowly pushed her away with one hand. "Remember to wear warmer clothing in this chill," he advised before turning away. Jiang Nanshu stood rooted, as if struck by lightning. "Have you taken leave of your senses? This lack of reaction is unfathomable." She touched her face, her gaze falling lower. "Could it be that you feel inferior? I've never heard of you harboring any such affliction." Lu Qingyan quickened his pace. What could he say? She had blatantly indicated her intentions to use him, and he certainly would not foolishly leap into the fire. Jiang Nanshu's thoughts were in disarray, momentarily unable to devise a suitable plan to win over Lu Qingyan. To onlookers, it appeared as though she was yet again desperately seeking his attention, only to be rebuffed. Liang Xiqiu approached from behind, a cigarette nestled between his fingers, his tone nonchalant. "Yes, not suited for you. Don't force it." Jiang Nanshu furrowed her brows momentarily before relaxing, turning to him with a smile. "How coincidental. I have always enjoyed the challenge of coercing the impossible. If the substitute departs, I shall seek the original." Liang Xiqiu's expression tightened, obscured by the night, lost in thought. Jiang Nanshu had no time to linger. "Since you've chosen Su Ran, do refrain from parading in front of me. It's truly bothersome." Jiang, it's almost your turn," came Su Shi's voice from a distance. Jiang Nanshu acknowledged her and walked toward her. Liang Xiqiu reached out, but ultimately let his hand fall. After finishing his cigarette, he transferred 300,000 to Jiang Nanshu's account, contemplating deleting her from his list, but finding himself unable to do so, feeling a twinge of disdain for himself. He had truly become a masochist at Jiang Nanshu's hands. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanshu observed the red headband atop Su Shi's head, which read, "Go, Jiang." In her hand was a flag fluttering in the wind, also inscribed with words, "I raise the banner for Jiang. Who dares to oppose her?" Jiang Nanshu closed her eyes for a moment and earnestly inquired, "You truly don't find this embarrassing?" Su Shi waved her flag gleefully. "Not at all. Look how imposing this is. If no one else supports you in the school, I will be your backing. Oh, and wait, there's S11 too." She gestured towards Jiang Nanshu's back. Su Xingwan approached, clad in similar attire, somewhat awkwardly. "Do we really have to stand out this much?" Su Shi was displeased. Without being extraordinary, how would anyone know Jiang has her own support group? Just because Su Ran has fans? She patted Jiang Nanshu's shoulder. "You deserve what others have, darling." Jiang Nanshu felt she had already cast aside her fear of embarrassment, only to find Su Shi even more audacious. The host, Huing, announced, "Next, we have Jiang Nanshu from Class 1 of the Broadcasting Department performing the song Divination. Following her will be Su Ran's peaking opera segment." Su Shi was even more animated. "Go, Jiang. If anything, we'll all embarrass ourselves together." Su Xingwan resignedly carried the flag to the back of the square, while Su Shi raised a megaphone. "Go, Jiang. Victory for Jiang." Her voice resonated loudly, drowning out the noise of the entire venue. All eyes turned in unison, an eerie silence falling over the crowd as Su Shi waved her flag with fervor. Jiang Nanshu initially walked, but soon began to run. So, this was the sensation of social death. Jiang Yinchuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Nanan's friends are quite entertaining." Jiang Zhouya was taken aback. "So there are indeed people willing to befriend her?" Jiang Li shot him a glare. "Only you perceive her negatively. Admit it. Even if she has flaws, she possesses a certain charm, and there are plenty who adore her." Cognizant that Chu Mushi was nearby, she refrained from mentioning her ability to hear Jiang Nanshu's thoughts. Only their family could hear that. If others found out, they might deem Jiang Nanshu a monster deserving of persecution.
Chu Mushi spoke softly.
"I too believe Sister Nan is not as terrible as others claim. If she is willing to change, I am certain Aunt Lu would accept her." Upon her words, the trio fell silent. Jiang Li scoffed inwardly. Did she really require Aunt Lu's acceptance? First, it was Jiang Nanshu who needed to accept her son. After all, in Jiang Nanshu's heart, her thoughts revolved solely around the dissolution of her engagement and the degree of disdain Lu Qingyan harbored towards her. She spoke with a hint of melancholy. "Alas, it seems that Nanshu shall not enjoy the extravagant wealth of the Lu family, regardless of her virtues or flaws. They will never accept my sister." Chu Mushi, lurking in the shadows, couldn't help but smile subtly, recognizing a glimmer of self-awareness. She lowered her head to open WeChat, engaging in a chat with Lu's mother. "Auntie, Idan has arrived. Should I send her to your side?" Lu's mother quickly responded. "Have her come over and keep a close watch on the Jiang family's movements." Chu Mushi felt a thrill of excitement. The sensation of acting as a mole in the presence of familiar faces was exhilaratingly challenging. If they were to discover that it was solely Lu's mother who sought to ruin Jiang Nanshu, would the Jiang family still be able to accept the Lu family? Chu Mushi switched her WeChat account, maintaining her harmless facade, and rose to whisper a few words to Yan Idan. She gestured towards Lu's mother's location, prompting Yan Idan to stand and elegantly make her way over, seamlessly taking a seat beside Lu's mother. Observing this, old Master Lu's expression darkened, realizing that Lu's mother intended to humiliate Jiang Nanshu, sending a warning. However, Lu's mother spoke first. Father, this is the daughter of a friend of mine, just returned from her studies in the mountains and unfamiliar with the capital. Edon, greet Grandfather Lu. Yen Edon smiled sweetly, her voice gentle. Greetings, Grandfather Lu. Despite his dissatisfaction, old Master Lu, unwilling to undermine his daughter-in-law's standing, begrudgingly acknowledged her, wishing not to engage in conversation with the young lady beside him. The granddaughter-in-law he favored was only Jiang Nanshu. On stage, two individuals lifted a large sheet of white paper, securing it with a frame, while ink and a brush lay nearby. The audience was perplexed. How did a singing performance necessitate such items? Would Jiang Nanshu be expected to sing and paint simultaneously, perhaps in a bid to align with the theme of her song? Scornful glances were cast towards the Lu family. Lu's mother felt embarrassed. Biting back, no amount of elegant display can alter her inherent rusticity. If it were Edon up there, the performance would outshine hers 100-fold. Chapter 170. A shock to the audience. Yen Edon modestly smiled. Aunt Lu, you flatter me. May I have a glimpse of your son? If he is unattractive, I might not be interested. Lu's mother. Old Master Lu's face flushed with anger. Nonsense. Shiyu, look at the kind of person you brought. Lu's mother felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hadn't the Yen family assured her that Yen Edon was well-educated and perceptive? What was with this demeanor of someone who had never encountered a man? Facing her earnest gaze, she forced a laugh. I'll point him out to you shortly. Yen Edon nodded eagerly. All right, I look forward to it. As for Lu Qingyan's fiancée, she had never regarded her as a threat. Likely no different from the usual delicate noblewomen, idly seated in her place. Then, someone emerged on stage, clad in a striking red and white martial arts uniform, her long hair elegantly cascading behind her. The bright moon paled in comparison to her striking beauty. Even without makeup, her features were captivating. Yen Edon straightened in her seat. Aunt Lu, is that Jiang Nanshu? Lu's mother, her disdain barely concealed, replied. Indeed, a mere attention seeker, all show and no substance. Oh, Yen Edon responded, comfortably reclining in her chair, awaiting Jiang Nanshu's performance. Initially, the audience remained indifferent until the music began. The performer moved, wielding a soft sword with remarkable prowess. The supple blade danced gracefully, her movements perfectly synced with the rhythm, the sword's edge sharp and assertive. When she executed a kick to the hilt, the sword spun thrice in midair before landing deftly in her hand, elevating the performance to a crescendo. The previously hushed venue erupted in cheers. Wow! Incredible! Where did this martial arts master come from? My goodness! Only a few decades of martial arts training could allow such audacity. The moment that sword took flight, my heart raced. Ah, she's so cool. I need all her contact information in a minute. This is phenomenal. She should star in action films. Her fight scenes would be spectacular. The clamor continued unabated. Among the spectators were those drawn in by the spectacle, as well as fans of Su Ran. Even Jiang Yunchuan and Jiang Zhouye were astonished. Chu Mushi, who had anticipated seeing Jiang Nanshu make a fool of herself, found her smile frozen in disbelief. Jiang Nanshu could wield a sword? How were her movements so impressive? She reassured herself, thinking that surely she must have practiced diligently for this moment. She was not inherently remarkable. In Jiang Li's eyes, pride brimmed. Yes, my sister is truly exceptional. Meanwhile, Director Wen, who had been lazily leaning back, straightened in his seat, his hands trembling with excitement. This was the finest martial arts display he had ever witnessed. The ensuing commotion did not faze Jiang Nanshu. She adhered to the music's beat, directing the sword's tip towards the ink, and began to splatter ink upon the large white paper. The sword tip danced as though possessed, transforming into a brush in her hand, gradually forming an image on the paper. The sharp point did not mar the surface, and her speed was astonishing. The audience could only perceive fleeting shadows of the sword tip. Within mere seconds, the outline of a painting emerged. As she concluded, she employed the brush with deftness, and under her hand, a painting seemingly came to life. The audience was left spellbound. They had seen swordplay before, but never had they witnessed a sword used to paint so beautifully. As Jiang Nanshu laid down her final stroke, a rendition of the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains was completed, adorned with her inscription, as graceful as a startled swan, as gentle as a wandering dragon, radiant like autumn chrysanthemums, flourishing like spring pines. The calligraphy bore the essence of Xiaomingfu, rich in antiquity. Jiang Nanshu inhaled deeply, shouldering her sword, and bowed to the now silent audience. I hope you find my performance lacking. Director Wen sprang to his feet. Had the venue not been so crowded, he would have rushed on stage to prevent Jiang Nanshu from leaving. His production required extensive ancient paintings and calligraphy. The museums had nothing authentic to offer, and the fakes felt like a desecration of his work. Yet Jiang Nanshu's stunning painting, harmonizing with her inscription, was fluid and radiant, akin to the sun rising amidst clear morning clouds, rendering onlookers speechless. Joining Director Wen in standing was an elderly man, his eyes gleaming with surprise, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Young lady, wait a moment. Jiang Nanshu, poised to leave, found the elderly gentleman already approaching the stage. His face flushed with excitement. I am the president of the National Calligraphy Association. I wish to invite you to join us. Jiang Nanshu pondered for a moment. She had never heard of it, and her primary aim was to engage with Director Wen, so she declined outright. I'm sorry, but I cannot join. Director Wen leaped up, fuming. Old Zhong, how dare you poach my talent? Your association is filled with nothing but old fogies. Then, he turned eagerly towards Jiang Nanshu. Young lady, would you like to join my production team? I am in need of a martial arts instructor and a master of calligraphy. The salary is negotiable, as long as you come aboard. What had begun as a splendid performance venue had transformed into a fierce competition between two elderly gentlemen. The audience was left in a state of shock. Director Wen's status in the entertainment industry was well known among all stars. Starring in his films was a surefire path to fame. As for the self-proclaimed president of the National Calligraphy Association, Zhong Kai, he was a legendary figure with countless disciples, each achieving remarkable success, and he knew countless bigwigs in both politics and business. To receive a personal invitation from him was a guarantee of a worry-free future. This was truly an unexpected delight. Jiang Nanshu had initially intended to lower her conditions to negotiate with Director Wen, but now there was an additional elderly man vying for her attention. Unwilling to concede, Zhong Kai shot back. If you join our association, I will take you as my disciple. Director Wen scoffed. Clearly, the young lady's skills surpass yours. To be your disciple would be a waste of her talent. How about this? Join my production team, and I will offer you a prominent role. I will ensure your rise to stardom. My word, you old codger. I never expected you to utter such words, Director Wen. With a resolute bite of his teeth, he declared, as long as you come, I shall acknowledge you as my teacher. What say you? The music in the venue ceased, leaving only the quarrel between these two elderly gentlemen. The second female lead of the play remarked incredulously, Are you truly handing it over, without even an audition? Meanwhile, the esteemed dean, a renowned figure in the realm of calligraphy, was prepared to acknowledge the young girl, Jiang Nanshu, who had merely painted a rather mediocre picture, as his teacher. Is the world mad, or are they the ones who have lost their senses? Forgive me, but I fail to discern what is so remarkable about this painting, aside from its undeniable skill and lifelike quality. Jiang Nanshu stood on stage, a smile gracing her face as she observed the two men. Let me think it over. With that, she departed, leaving no room for hesitation. The two men exclaimed, Hey, let's discuss this further. Perhaps we can negotiate. Ultimately, Zhong Kai ascended the stage and retrieved Jiang Nanshu's artwork. They were utterly oblivious to the painting's true significance. It was not created with a brush, but with a sword. To possess such mastery implied her profound skill in calligraphy, and the mere thought that such talent did not belong to their association troubled him greatly. Director Wen, being astute, discreetly sought out Jiang Nanshu. This individual must be brought into the fold. Only after everyone had departed did they begin to voice their thoughts. Are you certain that the person we just saw was the incompetent Jiang Nanshu? Has she undergone a transformation? They were uncertain. Perhaps she was possessed by a spirit. For how could she have changed so dramatically? Yet, against all odds, I find myself inexplicably drawn to her. Does she have any objections regarding my gender? I could easily become a different person for love. Fang Mingyi stood up from the front, unable to conceal the smile playing at the corners of his lips as he looked at the equally stunned Jiang Yisun. Your Jiang family has truly nurtured a gem. I now have a spokesperson for my Shanghai jewelry collection. Jiang Yisun gritted his teeth. Fraudster. I have signed a contract with her. While she represents me, she cannot sign with any other company. I shall offer her double the remuneration. She can rest assured and remain with the Fang family. Jiang Yisun truly regretted seeking out those celebrities. He would have been better off approaching his sister. Now that Fang Mingyi had swooped in first, He was so furious that his nose felt askew. Once the crowd had dispersed, he hurriedly chased after them. Wait. Let's talk. Return my sister to me. Su Ran leaned weakly against the wall, having witnessed Jiang Nanshu's performance. She had initially been filled with confidence, expecting to make a stunning impression like a clown, but now found herself in a dilemma. Ultimately, she suppressed her inner turmoil and, upon emerging, discovered that most of the audience had already departed, leaving only those lost in thought, utterly uninterested in her performance. Once again, it was Jiang Nanshu. Why does she always insist on obstructing my path? The bitterness in her heart morphed into a black hole, consuming her. Meanwhile, Director Wen, who had caught up with Jiang Nanshu, widened his eyes upon hearing her proposed conditions. What did you say? Jiang Nanshu repeated. I can join your production team, but this second female lead must be given to Zhang Lei. She paused for a moment, a smile gracing her lips. I also do not require your remuneration. I will gladly work for free. But you must provide an opportunity for those who strive to prove themselves. Chapter 171. The sun is warm, capable of healing all unhealed wounds. Director Wen furrowed his brow. He was moved. Heaven knows how desperately he wished to retain Zhang Lei, especially after the vexation caused by Su Ran's privileged entry into the production. However, President Bo had stated that this investment was due to Su Ran. Whatever she desired, they would comply. Although the entertainment industry is rife with wealthy patrons supporting female stars, this was the first time President Bo had lavished such attention on someone. But President Bo, Jiang Nanshu, observing his indecision, understood his concerns. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she remarked, Director Wen, you are an experienced director. Which of your productions has ever floundered? Not investing in you would be their loss. Even if the Bo family withdraws, there are so many affluent families in the capital, no one would refuse money. Moreover, Jiang Nanshu narrowed her eyes slightly. I wager that Bo Yan will not withdraw his investment, as Su Ran needs this production. Director Wen sighed. Personally, he was not afraid of anything. However, after years of delving into art, he feared that a mere command from Bo Yan could prompt investors to withdraw their support for his production. Yet, Jiang Nanshu was right. Talent and effort should not be buried. He ought to provide Zhang Lei with an opportunity. Thus, Zheng nodded. I agree to your conditions. Even if the investment is withdrawn, it matters not. I will seek new investors. I have spent 3 years preparing this production. It must be realized. He then addressed Jiang Nanshu. You must come. Do not leave me in the lurch. After all, it was merely a matter of martial arts guidance and painting a few pictures, not an insurmountable task. Jiang Nanshu nodded thoughtfully, and Director Wen departed with satisfaction. He had secured the talent before Zhong Kai. Quite gratifying indeed. Su Shi, clutching a bouquet of sunflowers, rushed over exuberantly. Jiang. Congratulations on your successful performance. That act was truly captivating. I adored it. The sunflower bouquet was thrust into Jiang Nanshu's hands, and she looked up to meet Su Shi's beaming face and Su Xingwan's exasperated expression. The smile on her lips was gentle. Thank you both. This is the first bouquet I have ever received in my life. Su Shi beamed. Why be so polite with us? By the way, her eyes momentarily clouded with confusion. The director Zhong just took the painting you created, and the principal respectfully saw him off. Is he truly the president of the Huagua Calligraphy Association? Why would he deign to attend this gala? Jiang Nanshu shrugged. I don't know him. Perhaps he is acquainted with Director Wen?
Susi that ponde.
Why do you refer to such a prominent director as merely an old man? Su Xingwan, with a smile on her lips, added, Your performance was indeed unexpected, and it has given me a fresh perspective on you. People outside are busily inquiring about you. They are too occupied to even watch Su Ran's act. Jiang Nanshu had anticipated this. Thus, she had specifically requested to perform before Su Ran. As long as she could capture attention, she could lead Director Wen away, leaving Su Ran's performance unattended. She turned her gaze to Su Xingwan, grinning broadly. I just overheard Director Wen mentioning that Su Ran entered the production as a sponsor talent, with Bo Yan as the investor. Is your brother so generous to everyone? Su Xingwan's smile instantly faded. She had never cared about Bo Yan's professional affairs, as she detested him. However, hearing of his lavish support for another woman made her stomach churn with disgust. She maintained a stern expression. He is not my brother. I have no connection to him. One day, I will leave this wretched place. With that, she seemed to recall something unpleasant and took her leave. Su Shi looked concerned. What's wrong with Wanwan? Didn't her brother bring her back to study? As someone privy to the unfolding story, Jiang Nanshu felt a mix of discomfort and amusement. She feigned a sigh. It's nothing. Don't worry about her. Her brother will come to take her home soon. With Bo Yan's controlling nature, the likelihood of Su Xingwan escaping the capital was negligible. Yet, this plot had no bearing on her. Jiang Nanshu narrowed her eyes and smiled. She merely wished to see whom Bo Yan would choose between his sister and Su Ran. A melodious piano tune filled the air. Jiang Nanshu paused, momentarily taken aback by the familiar melody. Su Shi exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, it's Kumaribi. This piece is incredibly soothing." Jiang, Su Shi turned back. It's being played by Lu Qingyan. His piano skills are truly exceptional. Jiang Nanshu moved closer. It had been many years since she last heard this piece. Ever since Zhou Yenshu's death, she had not listened to it again. Standing beneath the tree, the moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a soft glow upon her. From her position, she could clearly see the stage. Lu Qingyan's dark hair swayed gently as he played, his white shirt softening his cool demeanor, appearing quite gentle. His fingers danced across the keys, producing beautiful notes, a tender and healing song, aptly named. The sunlight filtering through the leaves brought forth memories of Zhou Yenshu. It was on the very first day she was rescued and taken to the grand villa that Zhou Yenshu became her nominal guardian. The winter sunlight spilled softly across his handsome profile, his pair of exquisite eyes curving gently, rendering his fair features somewhat hazy. The sun is so warm. It can heal all unhealed wounds. Little Nan, do not fear the past any longer. From now on, your brother will be your sole family, keeping all pain at bay. She had never experienced familial affection since her birth, yet this stranger, who had only welcomed her into his home that very day, vowed to provide her with a warm haven. She believed him, and the despair that had once filled her eyes was rekindled with hope. At the tender age of 8, she felt a flush of warmth for the very first time. Zhou Yenshu was 22 that year. As a piece concluded, applause erupted. Jiang Nanshu extracted a sunflower from a bouquet and approached Su Shi, saying, "It's my turn to perform. May I borrow a flower?" Su Shi returned from the reverie of the musical feast, puffing her cheeks in reluctant agreement. "Fine, take it. I don't think he cares for you, Jiang. Could you please be kinder to yourself?" Her voice grew softer, a sense of injustice swelling within her for Jiang Nanshu. Why should someone as wonderful as Jiang Nanshu be shackled by this engagement? She sensed that Lu Qingyan did not harbor deep feelings for her friend. Yet knowing Jiang Nanshu had pursued him for years made her hesitant to speak out, fearing the rupture of their hard-won friendship. Jiang Nanshu was troubled too. The revolution had yet to succeed. She needed to strive to sabotage it. Lu Qingyan had no feelings for her, and coincidentally, she too had ulterior motives. She had to assert her presence in front of him. She could not emulate the former self who was willing to wait on him for 24 hours. So she settled for a few moments of closeness. Moreover, it seemed Lu's mother was also in attendance, thus maintaining her persona. She gazed at Su Shi with a melancholic expression, her eyes brimming with a longing that seemed to cry out to the world. "Su Shi, you truly do not understand what it feels like to love someone. If I go, sincerity will surely move him." Chapter 172. Let us be together. Su Shi. Yes. She does not understand. Was the Jiang family merely a breeding ground for love-struck minds? Previously, her fifth brother had chased after Lin Yaya, while she herself had pursued Lu Qingyan. Surprisingly, they were on the same wavelength. Within the performance venue, Lu's mother's lips turned downwards, her demeanor betraying little joy. Why didn't he play La Campanella? What he performed this time was unsatisfactory and did not highlight his exceptional talents. Lu's grandfather had no words to offer. From the moment Lu Qingyan learned to walk and speak, Lu's mother had subjected him to rigorous training, justifying it as a means to ensure he surpassed his peers. Yet in truth, it had cast a shadow of misfortune over his childhood. The only solace he found was that Lu Qingyan had not turned introverted or depressed due to those years of hardship. Instead, he remained cheerful, gentle, and sunny, occasionally recalling fond childhood memories without any trace of distress. Thus, he refrained from engaging with his mother's comments, disinterested in escalating disputes that might amuse outsiders. Her obsession with controlling Lu Qingyan had bordered on madness. Despite her own unlucky past, she seemed brainwashed by the business world, relentlessly advocating for poverty alleviation. Even at the expense of her own son, Lu's grandfather's gaze fell upon Jiang Nanshu, who was approaching Lu Qingyan, holding a sunflower and offering it to him. He had expected this foolish child to toss it aside, but to his surprise, he accepted it and seemed to say something to her. Jiang Nanshu, blushing, nestled into Lu Qingyan's embrace. Lu's grandfather. It's only been a few weeks, and their relationship has blossomed so quickly. They're already embracing. How far can marriage be? The matter of the 3-month engagement annulment could now be forgotten with ease. Lu's grandfather wore a satisfied expression, secretly thinking that Lu Qingyan had finally gained some understanding, realizing he should not reject the young girl, showing a modicum of emotional intelligence. However, Lu's mother was not as pleased as her husband. Her gaze seemed to pierce through Jiang Nanshu. Shameless. With so many people present, she rushes to my son. If it weren't for the engagement, she wouldn't even have the right to carry my son's shoes. Yan Yidon's attention was fixated on Jiang Nanshu, only glancing at Lu Qingyan, who was merely passable, while the girl beside him resembled a fairy. Yidon, what do you think of my son? Yan Yidon's gaze shamelessly lingered on Jiang Nanshu's radiant features, her voice gentle. Very well. Only then did Lu's mother exhale a sigh of relief, pulling Yan Yidon aside and lowering her voice. I've heard from your father that you excel in everything, especially in the art of tea, which my son prefers in a girl, quiet and elegant. I believe you align perfectly with his aesthetic. It wasn't tea until Jiang Nanshu's figure disappeared from sight that Yan Yidon retracted her gaze, her smile warm. Aunt, what would you like me to do? Lu's mother cleared her throat. Matters of the heart are not bound by order. Mutual affection is all that is required. I wish to arrange for you to attend the University of Beijing, close to my son. It would be best if his engagement with the Jiang family could be dissolved. Yan Yidon suddenly understood. You mean to interfere with their engagement and steal his fiancé? Lu's mother. Yan Yidon realized she had misspoken and smiled awkwardly. Apologies, I misspoke. You mean to take Jiang Nanshu's fiancé, correct? Lu's mother nodded. Prideful. I believe Jiang Nanshu is unworthy of my son. Yan Yidon turned to glance at her, her tone lingering. I agree that he is unworthy as well. Thus, I do not support this marriage. Aunt, I will ensure this matter is handled well, allowing your son to return to you completely. Lu's mother was pleased with her words, appreciating anyone who stood by her side. Go ahead. Once this is accomplished, you will be the next mistress of the Lu family. I will treat you as my own daughter. The partnership between the Yan family and the Lu family is a match made in heaven. Lu's mother's satisfaction grew as she observed Yan Yidon. The aura of a true lady was something Jiang Nanshu could never compare to. It was evident that she had spent years honing her skills on the mountain. And Jiang Nanshu had merely executed a well-rehearsed performance. Who knew how long she had practiced? It truly was commendable. Although Yan Yidon found some aspects of her performance somewhat stunning, it was not enough to alter her initial impression of her. As the evening drew to a close, only the host remained to give the farewell. Jiang Nanshu hurried after Lu Qingyan. Damn it, she took my flower and embraced me. What more does she want? So impervious. Qingyan Gij, wait for me. Lu Qingyan suddenly halted, and Jiang Nanshu, unable to stop in time, bumped her head against him. Ouch, why did you stop so suddenly? She poked her head out only to find the path blocked by Su Ran. Oh no, another battlefield. I can't handle this. Jiang Nanshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stepped forward, tilting her chin and looking haughtily at Su Ran. What are you doing here? Isn't it enough that you have that illegitimate child? Do you wish to seduce my fiancé as well? Su Ran cast a cold glance at Jiang Nanshu, her face betraying her discomfort. My relationship with Ci Chio is merely that of siblings. Do not spread baseless rumors and tarnish others' reputations. Humph. Jiang Nanshu scoffed lightly. You're already calling each other brother and sister. Where's the purity in that? Turning to Lu Qingyan, her almond-shaped eyes earnest. Isn't that right, Qingyan Gij? Goodness, calling him brother is making me nauseous. Lu Qingyan's gaze settled indifferently on Jiang Nanshu's face before he replied affirmatively. With his affirmation, Jiang Nanshu provocatively looked at Su Ran. You'd better step aside. I'm going home to sleep with him. At these words, Su Ran's complexion turned pale. Her formerly rosy lips drained of color as her eyes fixated on Lu Qingyan, unwilling to accept her fate. She was on the verge of giving up. Why did he have to play that particular piano piece? She had once confided in him that it was her favorite. In what seemed like a moment of desperation, it filled her with hope. Lu Qingyan, who was that piano piece intended for? Her gaze was cautious, yet brimming with anticipation. Jiang Nanshu's heart was racing alarmingly. The atmosphere was fraught with tension, a veritable battlefield of emotions. Was she really about to hear Lu Qingyan's answer with her own ears? caught between the personas of an infatuated admirer, a sudden wild card, and a heart-wrenched lover. She found herself unable to make a decision on how to navigate this delicate situation. Lu Qingyan let out a soft sigh, his eyes falling to the sunflower in his hand. This might very well be the first flower he had ever received in his life. Accustomed to flattery and insincere praise, he had been inundated with countless love letters and superficial affections from others. Yet, nothing compared to the authenticity that Jiang Nanshu brought into his life. He could not deny his attraction to her, even if she merely sought to distance herself from him. Tilting his head, his cool demeanor softened. Jiang Nanshu, why did you give me a flower?
Huh?
Jiang Nanshu looked up, momentarily dazed. She had been lost in contemplation on how to respond to this unexpected situation.
No.
My dear fellow, your beloved Moonlight is asking if that piano piece was played for her, and you so awkwardly changed the subject. Clearing her throat, she let her gaze flit between Lu Qingyan and Su Ran, ultimately deciding to embrace her fate. Because I like you. Just kidding a little, hee. Jiang Nanshu endeavored to make her eyes appear exceedingly sincere, subtly shimmering, as if she would genuinely weep should Lu Qingyan reject her. Lu Qingyan gazed at her face for an extended moment before finally breaking into a smile. Let us be together. This proclamation struck like thunder, leaving Jiang Nanshu staring blankly at his gentle features, tears cascading down her cheeks. Thank you for your support. Chapter 173. This malicious supporting role has ascended. As the wind blew, Jiang Nanshu felt a chill wash over her face. Lu Qingyan reached out to wipe her tears, softly inquiring, Why are you crying?
Jiang Nanshu.
What to do? Self-rescue. She forced a smile, one even more hideous than her tears. I weep tears of joy. Answer my question. If you like me, be with me, let us date, and eventually marry. Jiang Nanshu, it must be that the Moonlight is pressing him too hard, pushing him to the brink. And now he is turning against me. I must struggle a bit longer. Jiang Nanshu covered her face with her hand, her shoulders trembling. Are you serious? I'm so afraid this is just a beautiful dream I've concocted. Although I like you, I don't want to be someone else's substitute. I know I can't compare to Sister Su Ran. I am unworthy of you. So, Qingyan, you must think carefully. I possess a strong sense of possessiveness. I can't help but go mad if a passing dog merely glances at you. Being with me will be exhausting. She cautiously glanced at Lu Qingyan. His gaze was calm, silent, merely observing her. Jiang Nanshu turned to Su Ran, who, bathed in moonlight, bore a face as pure as a water lily, streaked with tears. Her eyes shattered and pupils wide with pain, revealing her to be the most deeply wounded among the three. Jiang Nanshu, this is too heart-wrenching, too heart-wrenching. Look at her. She is about to break. Jiang Nanshu continued to cover her face and weep. If it's not genuine affection, don't force me to choose. Don't let Sister Su Ran misunderstand. I am unworthy. Money is hard to earn, and life struggles are real. The life of a supporting character counts too. What to do? What to do? My money, my money. Woe is me. How can I escape this battlefield? I don't seek great wealth, only to survive and flee to the pier for some fries to calm my nerves. Jiang Nanshu lamented inwardly, feeling as though everything was crumbling around her. Lu Qingyan's voice resonated once more. You are no one's substitute. I have no relationship with Su Ran, so there is no misunderstanding. As for that piano piece, it was played for you, Jiang Nanshu. If we cannot be together, I will choose to study abroad and want to return for 3 to 5 years. Jiang Nanshu looked up in shock, meeting Lu Qingyan's cool gaze. What will I do if you leave? I can't possibly wait 3 to 5 years. She inexplicably felt that Lu Qingyan was using the threat of leaving the country to coerce her. Yet she had no proof. Who besides herself knew she was on a mission? Faced with the prospect of failing her task and not being able to return to her original world, she had resolutely chosen the latter option. Thus, she leapt into his embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. I'm willing, as long as I'm with you. I'll do anything. For money. I must endure whatever hardships. I'm all in. I'll make you realize that being with me is the beginning of your nightmare. Young man. Jiang Nanshu gritted her teeth in her mind, wishing she could consume Lu Qingyan whole. No pain, no gain. She was determined to make him loathe her. Lu Qingyan took Jiang Nanshu's hand and waved it at Su Ran. Stop clinging to me. I'm taken. Jiang Nanshu. She gently sniffled, retreating to the side,
not daring to speak.
This malicious supporting role has ascended. Such scenarios were never part of the script, like when the male lead ended up with her, and she, due to her mission, had pathetically acquiesced. It felt like walking through a VIP passage. As they passed by Su Ran, Jiang Nanshu turned to glance at her. Su Ran's once pure gaze had turned murky, tainted with resentment toward Jiang Nanshu, fleeting but palpable. Jiang Nanshu quickened her pace. Oh dear. It seemed the male lead hadn't tea-blackened, but Su Ran, the melodramatic heroine, had darkened. How terrifying. Why are you rushing so? Lu Qingyan's voice broke through her thoughts. Jiang Nanshu cast an accusing glare at him. What do you think? Your moonlight is probably furious with me. But it's fine. In the end, you're still hers. Yet she coldly scoffed. I don't want Su Ran to see you. I dislike her gaze upon you. You're mine now. Your eyes should hold only me. She surreptitiously scrutinized Lu Qingyan, her words decidedly domineering and somewhat unsettling. Lu Qingyan regarded her with a half-smile. Your love is quite unique. I can only assure you that I one-tea look at Su Ran. I can't guarantee that she one-tea look at me. Jiang Nanshu, you're insane. By the way, why did you just say that the piano piece was played for me? Jiang Nanshu seized on this pivotal point. After all, Lu Qingyan had not known her prior to this moment. He had been acquainted only with the original character. Did the original character also cherish this piece? She liked it because it had been played for her by Zhou Yanxiu when she was very young, gently telling her not to fear the darkness, that the sun would rise, and someone would come to love her. Indeed, Lu Qingyan had investigated Zhou Yanxiu and discovered him to be an exceptionally talented, gentle, and kind individual, albeit cursed with ill fortune. From birth, he suffered from an incurable heart condition, living each day on medication, counting down the moments of his life. In the end, he set fire to his villa, perishing in the flames. His favorite piece was Kamaribi. Noticing Jiang Nanshu's puzzled expression, his demeanor remained unchanged. I simply thought you would like it. That's a piece he favored, because he played it, I liked it too. Lu Qingyan froze momentarily. Did she mean she liked Zhou Yanxiu as a person or merely enjoyed the music he played? Jiang Nanshu smiled at him. I like everything you play. A mere pretense, an abundance of pretense. Even though she wore a smile while expressing her fondness for the piece, he could still detect a subtle sadness hidden within her eyes. Nanshu. A voice called from behind. It was Jiang Yunchuan. Oh, why are you with Brother Yan? At the moment they were discovered, Jiang Nanshu instinctively withdrew her hand from Lu Qingyan's, feeling a twinge of guilt. Her voice rising. Is it strange that I'm with my fiancé? Jiang Yunchuan, feeling wronged, whimpered. Why am I being scolded for no reason? He wore a frown. We've been searching everywhere for you. Let's go home. All right, Jiang Nanshu replied promptly. Before getting into the Jiang family's car, she waved goodbye to Lu Qingyan. I'm leaving now, see you later. Finally, I can rest. I'm so exhausted. The luxury car departed. Only then did Lu Qingyan enter his own vehicle. Leaning back in his seat, he gazed at the night sky through the windshield, the lingering warmth of Jiang Nanshu's skin still in his hand. However, he had found no clues linking Zhou Yanxiu to Jiang Nanshu. It could be said that throughout Zhou Yanxiu's life, from birth to death, there was not a single girl named Jiang Nanshu by his side. Yet, curiously enough, in Jiang Nanshu's innermost thoughts, she indeed claimed to have met Zhou Yanxiu and felt a certain familiarity with him, even stating that she had listened to him play this very piece. This person had almost become the focal point of his investigation, but unfortunately, he was already deceased. Lu Qingyan placed a sunflower in the most conspicuous spot on the dashboard. It was fortunate, after all, that he had passed away. Little Jiang, very well. I shall become his trials and tribulations. Lu. He has a wife, but she harbors feelings for another. Chapter 174. This household will inevitably lead to my downfall without my supervision. Inside the car, Jiang Nanshu looked at Jiang Zhouya, who was deep in thought with a perplexed expression. Fourth brother, did you come to school to watch my performance? Huh? No way. The sun has risen from the west. He actually came to my school to see me perform. Jiang Zhouya removed his mask, his rebellious face taut. Peking University isn't yours. Why can't I come? Jiang Nanshu pouted, feeling wronged. Fourth brother, could you not be so fierce? It makes me sad. Is there something wrong with my hearing? Why does his voice sound less hoarse than before? Has he been neglecting his tea management while I was away? I knew it. This household will lead to my demise without my oversight. Jiang Yunchuan. Jiang Zhouya. For a moment, they were at a loss for words, caught off guard by Jiang Nanshu's seemingly innocent yet probing gaze. Jiang Zhouya cleared his throat, his voice notably husky. Stop playing the victim. Don't forget you promised to accompany me to the concert tomorrow. Jiang Nanshu looked at him with pity, her expression touched. Fourth brother. Sob, sob, sob. You truly are my role model. Even with your voice in such a state, you still remember your team's concert. Your professionalism truly moves me to tears. You attending is futile. There's absolutely going to be a restructuring tomorrow. A singer who cannot sing is worthless to your company. They supported you when you were thriving, but when you fell from grace, they kick you to the curb. You struggled against your discomfort. Chose a few songs to confront your company, only to be exposed by competitors for tax evasion and become a disgraced artist, buried in infamy. Jiang Zhouya's face darkened. So, the scandal Jiang Nanshu had mentioned was indeed about tax evasion. He had always conducted himself with utmost integrity and had never engaged in such activities. He must have been framed. You might even disfigure yourself. Experiencing the sensation of sulfuric acid on your face would be worth a try. Jiang Zhouya instinctively touched his face, while Jiang Yunchuan in the passenger seat grimaced, exclaiming, "Oh my, how tragic." Jiang Nanshu's gaze hardened. "Don't worry. Tomorrow I will ensure you have an unforgettable concert experience." Jiang Zhouya felt a chill run down his spine, looking at her in fear, his voice trembling without him realizing. "What do you intend to do?" "Of course, I'm going to help you reclaim your place on stage. I won't allow a star of your caliber to be buried like this. Hee, let us make you socially dead. The kind of experience where you dig out a dream castle with your toes." "Absolutely not. Don't act rashly. I'll go have a look tomorrow and send them off." Jiang Zhouya was genuinely frightened of her. Since this wretched company had abandoned him, he could no longer remain. Moreover, he must extort a hefty sum from this broken company to compensate for the 5 million he had given Jiang Nanshu. The mastermind behind this would surely be sent to prison. As the luxury car halted at the entrance, Jiang Nanshu stepped out. A child rushed over, hugging her leg. "Sister Nanshu, you've come. I missed you." Shang Su appeared out of nowhere, his dark, grape-like eyes brimming with tears. Clearly having been waiting at the Jiang family's gate for quite some time, Jiang Nanshu was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Shang Su lowered his gaze. "I secretly came out to wait for you. I don't want to be locked in the boarding school.
Sobi.
I want to go to school and play with Xiaoha." "Sob, sob, sob. Sister Nanshu, please save my puppy. My great-aunt wants to kill my little puppy." Jiang Nanshu glanced at the well-lit villa and the old butler lurking in the shadows, guarding Shang Su. The villa was illuminated only at the front, the rest shrouded in darkness, resembling a haunted house. The great-aunt Shang Su spoke of must be Lu's mother. She had always been curious as to why this mere 4-year-old child found himself in the deserted neighboring villa, with only an old butler for company. For quite some time, apart from Lu Qingyan, who occasionally took him out, she had not seen any father, mother, or grandparents, as though he had been abandoned there.
Shang Su sốt bét.
Clinging tightly to Jiang Nanshu, she turned to Jiang Yunchuan and Jiang Zhouya, saying helplessly, "Fourth brother, fifth brother, you two go ahead. I'll take this little brat home first." Jiang Yunchuan hesitated, while Jiang Zhouya glanced at the old butler in the shadows. Lowering his voice, "The Shang family's situation is somewhat complex. This child is Lu Qingyan's cousin. His mother was a girl from the Lu family who married into the Shang family. Don't concern yourself with him." Jiang Nanshu felt a bit baffled, her CPU nearly overheating. So, Shang Su's father was Lu Qingyan's cousin, and his mother must have been Lu Qingyan's aunt before marriage? She couldn't comprehend why. After the Lu family had formed a union with the Shang family, they would send someone away. Oh, now she understood. Shang Su cast a wary glance at Jiang Zhouya, clutching Jiang Nanshu even tighter, his small body trembling, looking quite pitiful. The grand white gates of the manor swung open, revealing bright orange streetlights illuminating the red carpet that stretched up to the villa's entrance. Butler Qian stood at the manor's entrance, bowing to the three of them. With a wave of his hand, the servants behind him chorused, "Welcome back, young masters and miss." Jiang Yunchuan and Jiang Zhouya entered with expressions of indifference, clearly accustomed to such a scene. For Jiang Nanshu, experiencing this for the first time, how tacky, yet I adore it. If it weren't for having to take this little brat home, I would have loved to walk the red carpet myself. She gripped Shang Su, gritting her teeth. "It's all your fault. Otherwise, I could have walked the red carpet." Shang Su, feeling wronged, spoke in a much softer voice. "Then, I'll lay it out for you tomorrow, alright? You just saved my little ha." Jiang Nanshu sighed. "You've really got me there. Where has that dog been thrown?" "You're allergic to dog hair. Perhaps it's best not to keep one." Upon mentioning this, Shang Su burst into tears. No. Xiao Ha is my good friend. I don't want it to go. Sob, sob, sob. Mom promised me that as long as I behaved and came here, I could keep a puppy. They lied to me. Jiang Nanshu. She gently stroked Jiang-su's soft black hair. Silly child. Do you really believe everything adults say? As they entered the dark manor, the old butler followed closely behind. With Jiang-su's guidance, Jiang Nanshu quickly found Xiaohe. It was now locked in a cage in the basement, the air stifling and the mixed odors unbearable. Upon seeing a familiar face, it wagged its tail excitedly, barking incessantly. Its once soft white fur had become dirty, much to Jiang Nanshu's disgust. Where's the key? Where is it? Jiang-su shook his head. I don't know. Jiang Nanshu surveyed her surroundings, seeking a sharp object to open the cage, only to discover that the area resembled a child's study, complete with a small bed and a desk piled high with books. She felt a strange sensation. Suddenly, the light above flickered, and the basement door closed automatically.
Ah, no.
No, please don't shut the door. Jiang-su, as if struck by some unseen force, dashed toward the door, kneeling on the ground. His small hands pounding against it fervently, his cries resounding. I'll be good. Please don't shut me in. I want to watch Xiaohe anymore. Whoa. Jiang Nanshu was enveloped in darkness. Jiang-su was a vivid reflection of Lu Qingyan's childhood, a pitiful little soul. Chapter 175. Almost thought I was being assassinated. The lights in the basement flickered out, and Jiang-su curled up by the door, trembling, whimpering. I'm scared. Su is scared. I'll be good. Whoa. I promise. Jiang Nanshu let out a faint sigh, rummaging through her bag for her phone, only to find it had a mere 5% battery left. The signal bars completely dead. She couldn't even call for help, as this level was equipped with a signal jammer. She then activated her flashlight and approached Jiang-su, lifting him up. Feeling the warmth of a person, Jiang-su whimpered and buried himself into Jiang Nanshu's embrace, his small body shaking incessantly. How had his temperament changed so much in just a week away at school? She settled with Jiang-su on the small bed and inquired, Is this your study room? Jiang-su shook his head, stifling a sob. No, was in the next room. You sit here first. Jiang Nanshu rose to her feet. The next moment, Jiang-su clung to her hand, his tiny voice filled with grievance. Sister Nanshu, please don't go. I want to leave. I'll just look around. If it gets dark, we might end up trapped in here and starve. She coaxed him deliberately. Surely, if she didn't return home all night, her two brothers would come looking for her, albeit just as a formality. Yet, her curiosity about this basement lingered. She approached the desk, which was coated in a fine layer of dust, clearly indicating it hadn't been cleaned in quite some time. Utilizing her phone's flashlight, Jiang Nanshu began to peruse the books on the desk. Jiang-su had ceased his crying, his gaze following her every movement, terrified she might vanish at any second. She extracted an economics book, but had barely opened a middle school math exam paper before it fluttered to the floor. Jiang Nanshu could only set the book aside and retrieve the paper. Upon touching the neatly written 3 characters at the top, she momentarily froze, softly articulating, Lu Qingyan. Her gaze shifted back to the desk, where something appeared to be propping up one of the legs, a notebook. Jiang Nanshu leaned closer, brushing dust off the book. One side of the desk collapsed slightly under her weight, but she paid it no mind. The original story had never mentioned Lu Qingyan's childhood. It began with Su Rant's return to the country and the original character's broken engagement, depicting the male lead as a person of sound morals, responsible, gentle in temperament, and with a cool exterior that concealed a sunny disposition. Otherwise, how could he have endured the extreme measures the original character employed to pursue him for 3 years before finally calling off the engagement? If it were her, she wouldn't have lasted even a second. The most significant turning point in the story came after all the cannon fodder in the Jiang household had exited the scene. He later descended into madness, blackening with despair upon discovering the truth about the female lead's departure abroad. Jiang Nanshu pondered, imagining a twisted, dark figure on the ground, then overlaying that image with Lu Qingyan's ethereal, cool visage, his peach blossom eyes glistening with moisture. Apologies, she thought, as her mind wandered astray, veering into the realm of cosplay fantasies. Shaking her head, she cast aside those errant thoughts. Her delicate fingers turned to the first page of the grimy notebook. It was filled with what looked like incomprehensible mathematical formulas, yet the handwriting was faint and juvenile, suggesting it had been written when he was quite young. As she flipped through the pages, the middle section was entirely blank. The dim light illuminated the tender script. In the next instant, her phone powered down. plunging the surroundings back into darkness. Fortunately, Shang-Su was well behaved, having calmed down, sat on the small bed swinging his legs. Sister Nanshu, what are you looking at? It's so dark. Come sit next to me, please, I'm scared. His small, plaintive voice rang out. Jiang Nanshu recognized the familiar sound of him holding back tears again. Thus, she stood, closing the notebook and taking it with her as she sat beside him, joking. What if no one discovers we're here? Shang-Su nestled against her, shaking his little head. That won't happen. Tomorrow morning, Grandpa Butler will let Su out. Jiang Nanshu thought of the kindly old butler, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Exhausted, she finally fell asleep on the small bed while holding Shang-Su. It wasn't until she heard the sound of the door opening that she groggily opened one eye, the orange light from the corridor spilling into the basement. Upon seeing the silhouette backlit by the light, Jiang Nanshu fully awakened and sat up abruptly, the sudden movement causing the notebook resting on her lap to tumble to the ground with a heavy thud. Lu Qingyan's gaze fixated on the notebook, while Jiang Nanshu remained in the shadows. Eventually, he calmly stepped into the darkness, and Jiang Nanshu's attention flitted briefly to the notebook, a flicker of guilt washing over her as she held Shang-Su close. He stepped forward, addressing Jiang Nanshu softly. Were you frightened? This light is on a timer. It won't illuminate until tomorrow morning. This door is smart and can only be operated from outside with a remote control. Grandpa Butler must have inadvertently pressed the button, locking you and little Sue inside. Your brothers are nearly frantic searching for you. I wasn't really frightened, it's not a big deal. If not for his sudden arrival, she would have been in the midst of a deep slumber. She reached up to wipe the corner of her mouth, ensuring she and T drooled, before tearfully embracing him. I was so scared. I thought I was about to be assassinated. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep.
Ah.
Who wouldn't he go mad in such circumstances? I'm just holding on, just holding on. Lu Qingyan observed her, noticing the mist forming in her eyes as she yawned, her gaze particularly enchanting. A smile crept onto his lips as he reached out to pinch her cheek. This place is very safe. No one will assassinate you. If you don't believe me, you can stay here for a few days and find out. Jiang Nanshu. Are you speaking rationally? Why would I forsake my luxurious, plush mattress at home to sleep on this rickety little bed? I'm not insane. Wait, why are you pinching me? Don't provoke me, or I might just hit you. Hold on, that's disgusting. She bashfully grasped the hem of his shirt. Well, it's not out of the question. As my boyfriend, you must accompany me. Otherwise, I'll be truly terrified. She blinked her doe-like eyes at him, casting a flirtatious glance. Wasn't this how the original character seduced? I recall him simply walking away. Lu Qingyan chuckled softly, the warmth of spring softening the coolness of his demeanor. Stop teasing. There's a child watching. Jiang Nanshu turned her head only to find Shang-Su gazing at her as if she were a traitor, his grape-like eyes brimming with stubborn tears that refused to fall. What are you doing? Shang-Su leaped down from the small bed and ran off, even abandoning Xiao Ha. Whoa, I will never trust a woman again. You only deceive my sincere heart. Jiang Nanshu. It seemed she had betrayed a child. Lu Qingyan nudged her toward the door. Go check on him, I'll be there shortly. Jiang Nanshu cast a glance at the notebook, feeling a pang of regret, her tone softening. All right, I'll wait for you outside. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would never have known you had such a difficult childhood. But it seems it doesn't concern me, cough cough. Chapter 176, Your presence truly humbles me. Jiang Nanshu dashed away swiftly. Lu Qingyan turned, bending down to pick up the notebook from the ground. Its pages were slightly damp and dirty, emanating a musty odor. Yet each page at the front bore signs of having been perused. Lu Qingyan sighed lightly, grasping the notebook and the dog cage as he exited. He made his way to the kitchen, igniting the stove, and tossed the notebook directly onto the flames, watching the fire dance in his dark eyes. It wasn't until it reduced to mere ashes that he extinguished the flame. As he passed by the old butler, a fierce warning flickered in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Who allowed you to lock her in there? The old butler, slightly hunched, replied respectfully. Young master. It was all an accident. Lu Qingyan's obsidian eyes were as frigid as ice, and a brief, sardonic smile flitted across his lips. Do not presume to take matters into your own hands. He strode outside, instructing, clear the rubbish within. The old butler let out a slight sigh. Young master, have you truly emerged from your cocoon? He hunched his back, tidying up the disarray on the floor.
Xiaoa.
Having been released by Lu Qingyan, scampered off to the lawn with spirited agility. The Jiang family, along with Jiang Nanshu and Shang-Su, were present. Jiang Yunchuan, nearly bubbling with agitation, exclaimed, "This is infuriating. It's almost midnight. You've been missing for 4 hours. I nearly called the police. In the end, I phoned Brother Yen to explain the situation, and he rushed over. Nanshu, are you alright? Where have you been all this time?" Jiang Nanshu shook her head, brushing the dust off her dress. "I'm fine. I took a nap in the basement." Jiang Yunchuan, you truly have a carefree spirit. Our parents were nearly frantic with worry. Jiang Nanshu, somewhat taken aback, spoke with a hint of remorse. "It's all my fault for making them anxious."
Huh.
"Worry for me? I haven't seen them here, especially my biological mother. If it were my benefactor sister, she would have arrived at the scene at once." Jiang Yunchuan opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally said, "It's all right. You need not blame yourself. It isn't your fault. Father must have just returned from the company, and mother was summoned to the Song family today. She might be staying there overnight." "Humph. Yes, indeed." Jiang Nanshu nodded obediently. "It's fortunate they didn't have to rush around for me. Otherwise, I would feel exceedingly guilty. Father need not return specifically. The company busy with a lucrative project in my elder brother S. hands? They should focus on that. I earnestly hope for their swift ruin. I wonder if, after Lady Song learns of her demise, she will still return to support her maternal family, just like Lady Lu, who is left empty-headed by her own family's manipulation. I must find a way to expedite your demise. Having you around is truly infuriating." Jiang Yunchuan's pupils widened in shock.
No.
How could his mother's death be linked to her maternal family? After all, broken bones are still connected by tendons, aren't they? Jiang's mother, regardless of the circumstances, was a daughter of the Song family. She succumbed to cancer, and her family, instead of guarding against outsiders, supported Chu Xian in usurping her position as the stepmother to her brothers? The thought made Jiang Yunchuan's face turn pale. "No, please, that's disgusting." Just the thought of Chu Xian's smug face upon entering made him feel nauseated. Jiang Nanshu was too preoccupied to pay him any mind, as Shang-Su, previously angry, now clung to her leg. "Sister Nanshu, how can you say one thing and do another?"
What?
Shang-Su's small face was puffed up with indignation. "Marry me. Don't choose uncle anymore." "Oh, you said you would wait for me to grow up. You're a liar." Jiang Nanshu, unable to suppress a laugh at his earnest expression, responded, "I wish I could, baby, but with such an age difference, by the time you grow up, I will be old." "I don't care," Shang-Su insisted, fearful that Jiang Nanshu might truly leave him, and he pouted adorably. "Sister Nanshu, don't you love Su? Jiang Nanshu suddenly found the scene familiar, and then had a moment of clarity.
Oh my.
This the very scene that played out when I expressed my feelings to Su? How can there be a repetition of this cycle? Absurd." Lu Qingyan paused on the steps, his lashes lowered, as if he had heard nothing and walked past. "So this is what age difference feels like. No wonder when I asked him to wait for me to grow up, he merely smiled and said not to fuss, for by the time I grew up, he would be old. He never truly intended to wait for me." A truth so simple, yet it took her a long journey to grasp. Jiang Nanshu ruffled Shang-Su's hair. "Then let us discuss it again when you've grown up." Even if Zhou Yanchu's love was plentiful and his tenderness could be shared with many, beautiful souls never belonged solely to her. Yet he had indeed saved her from the flames. No matter her flaws, she could not forget his kindness. Thus, when Zhou Yanchu perished in the Grand Villa, she would ensure that her biological parents met the same fiery fate to accompany him. He desired her to inherit his legacy, and she would risk half her life to claim it. Jiang Yunchuan found himself perplexed. Who was this suddenly appearing Su? Upon seeing Lu Qingyan approach, he quickly said, "Brother Yen, it's fortunate to have you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where Nanshu is confined." "It's nothing." Lu Qingyan smiled lightly. "I shall stay here for the next few days. You can come to me if you need anything." Jiang Yunchuan's eyes widened. "Aren't you going to the company? You have investments too. Why leave it all to me? I still have to deal with Lin Yaya, that foolish girl. She messaged me again tonight, claiming the 300,000 I gave her enough to fill the whole of her high-interest loans and demands another 300,000. Jiang Nanshu wore a look of amusement, her tone aggrieved. "How outrageous. How can Sister Yaya extort you like this? She must be harboring resentment from love. Brother 5. If you reconcile with her, she will certainly cease this childish behavior." As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Qingyan, her face slightly reddening. "Just like I did in the past, to garner Brother Qingyan's attention, I would do anything, all for love." 300,000 for another 300,000. How excessive. Ha ha ha. Absurd. Jiang Yunchuan. He could no longer endure and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Lin Ye has contracted AIDS. Jiang Nanshu. Suddenly, laughter ceased. How do you know she has AIDS? I demand a reasonable explanation. What? Sister Yeye? Oh my, how could such misfortune befall such a pure and beautiful girl? Brother 5. How did you find out? Jiang Nanshu feigned innocence, but her teeth were clenched in rage. Jiang Yunchuan, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose. Because I investigated her quietly. I found that her private life is highly disreputable. She has been frequently visiting the hospital these past few days. I had to ask second brother for help to learn about her medical records. You still claim this love? You broke up, yet you investigate her. That is truly excessive. Jiang Yunchuan. His investigation was nothing. He had merely listened to Jiang Nanshu's incessant chatter. All right then, second brother is abusing his authority. I'll find an opportunity to report him to the hospital for leaking others' medical records. You'll be dismissed without compensation. I'll step forward and claim it was an accident. Jiang Yunchuan, sweating profusely. He genuinely wished for Jiang Nanshu to refrain from reckless actions. He had casually spoken. But if it truly led to Jiang Jingqing's dismissal, he didn't know if Jiang Nanshu would get scolded, but he would certainly be doomed. Just as the holiday began, he seized the opportunity to invite Lin Ye for a talk. He said, pulling Jiang Nanshu along, Brother Yan, I'll take my sister home first. Only after their figures disappeared did Lu Qingyan turn to find Shang Su gazing longingly at Jiang Nanshu's retreating form. Do you like her? Shang Su looked up at Lu Qingyan, pouting. Don't you like her? Lu Qingyan remained silent. Shang Su continued, if you don't like her, then let me have her, uncle. Unable to resist a chuckle, Lu Qingyan crouched to meet his gaze. What do you like about her? Shang Su's small face turned crimson. His grape-like eyes darting shyly, his little hands twisting together. Because Sister Nanshu raises puppies. And? He stammered, also, Sister Nanshu smells so good, like candy, sweet and delightful. She protects Su. I just want to hold her forever. I like being with Sister Nanshu. Lu Qingyan raised an eyebrow lightly. What spell has she cast upon you that you are so entranced? Have you forgotten the mischief she caused me in the past?
Shang Su Berlinget, fighting innocent.
It's not so bad. I'm not the one getting hurt. Lu Qingyan chuckled in exasperation, flicking his forehead gently. She can only be your little aunt. Don't think of anything else. Shang Su's eyes immediately turned red. Whoa, you bully children. I won't talk to you anymore. He turned and ran inside. Xiao Ha wanting to follow but was caught by Lu Qingyan by the scruff of his neck. You can't go. He is allergic to you. Woof woof, awa. Xiao Ha barked a couple of times, then sat down at Lu Qingyan's feet. Lu Qingyan took out his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, he spoke in a calm voice. I do not wish for him to perish here. Come to collect your son tomorrow. The person on the other end of the line uttered something unknown, causing Lu Qingyan's expression to grow even more frigid. Lu Junqin, if you cannot even safeguard your own child, who do you expect to assist him? With that, the line went dead. This was yet another scheme orchestrated by his mother. One was rendered useless, and now another had emerged. The misfortunes of childhood require a lifetime to heal. Had he not sought out Jiang Nanshu last time, he would have remained oblivious that the merchant had delivered Shang Su to this den of despair. He felt a wave of revulsion. How had he not set this place ablaze upon his departure? After a moment's contemplation, he dialed Yang Jianshu. Jianshu, could you assist me in locating Liang Xiqiu? What time do you think it is? Why aren't you asleep at this late hour? Lu Qingyan's voice remained gentle. I appreciate your efforts.
Yang Jianshu responded, fine.
With a resigned sigh, he climbed out of bed. Approximately half an hour later, he sent everything Lu Qingyan needed to his phone. Yang Jianshu texted, this is explosive. How did Su Ran end up with Liang Xiqiu? It's fortunate you weren't with her. This scandal is quite a heavy burden to bear. Attached images. Lu Qingyan opened the message to find footage captured by surveillance cameras, which Yang Jianshu had hacked to uncover these clues. It appeared to be a hotel. Su Ran had her arms wrapped around Liang Xiqiu's neck as they shared passionate kisses en route to a suite. Lu Qingyan gazed at Liang Xiqiu's face, which bore a striking resemblance to his own, and felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Yang Jianshu remarked, don't be disheartened. Although you've lost Su Ran, you still have your fiancé. Lu Qingyan felt no emotional response. Perhaps he had just discovered the answer to the question that had plagued him on the day he found Su Ran. She had asked if it was him that night, and he had denied it. It seemed that this person was indeed Liang Xiqiu, and Su Ran either did not know or mistook Liang Xiqiu for him. Thus, Liang Xiqiu had no connection with Jiang Nanshu? His mood instantly lightened. Lu Qingyan relaxed his brow and called Yang Jianshu again. I believe my entire family is far too idle. Let us find them something to occupy their time. Yang Jianshu responded, Wait. Are you really going to expose your family's scandals? He smiled, his eyes narrowing playfully. Is that not permissible? My mother ought to be committed to a psychiatric facility to rectify her mind. Let her and Lu Tingzhan entangle themselves until death.
Yang Jianshu replied, outing.
Let us plan to expose it in a few days. Your father seems to be living rather lavishly, without fear of disease. By the way, are you aware of Lin Yeye? She's apparently entangled with your father. I have no idea how she managed to get involved with him. Lu Qingyan's pupils constricted. You mean Lin Yeye and Lu Tingzhan? Indeed. Thankfully, Yunchuan ended it early. This woman is far too promiscuous. It's utterly disgusting that your father, at his age, would entertain her. Yang Jianshu felt the people around him were becoming increasingly unhinged, beyond the control of his innocent disposition. This was indeed a surprise for Lu Qingyan. He had anticipated that his father would only pursue celebrity affairs, yet here he was, extending his reach to college students, and the target being the disease-ridden Lin Yeye. A slight smirk formed on his lips, his dark gaze cold. Let's wait until after the holiday to expose this. After ending the call, Lu Qingyan mused that it would be best for his father to contract a filthy disease, ideally passing it to Lu Mother as well. Two misfortunes would make for a fitting pair. The following day, Jiang Zhouye, accompanied by Jiang Nanshu, boarded a van. Jiang Nanshu, stifling a yawn, reclined in her seat, gazing despondently out the window. Fourth brother, even if you miss your teammates, must we depart at 10 in the morning? The concert isn't until the evening. Jiang Zhouye, clad in a black mask and a cap, felt the morning sun spilling through the window onto his shoulders as he lowered his voice. I miss them a bit. If Jiang Nanshu could see his face, she would detect the profound disdain in his eyes when he mentioned his teammates. If only you knew how terribly they treated you. Would you still miss them? Jiang Zhouye paused before continuing. They should be rehearsing now. The concert starts tonight. I'll take you to the venue. And if you're tired, I'll find you a place to rest. Thank you, fourth brother. You're so kind to me. Ugh, it's infuriating. Wouldn't it be better to lounge at home? 500,000, 500,000, 500,000. Well, thinking about it this way makes my fortune bringer look much more appealing, huh? Jiang Zhouye's temples throbbed. He truly admired this family. Under Jiang Nanshu's teasing, he found himself no longer disliking her, but rather wishing to be kind. With a sigh, he resolved to consider it a debt of care owed to her over the years, and to make amends moving forward. He pulled out his phone and snapped a selfie against the car window. He edited a Weibo post. The sun is splendid. It's been a while since we last met. Attached image. Brother. After half a month, you're finally back at it, boo-hoo. Is your voice better? Will I see you at the concert tonight? Brother, I bought tickets for the concert. I came to see you. Without you, my interest is lost. Within a minute of editing the Weibo post, nearly 10,000 comments flooded in. Jiang Zhouye smiled slightly, only to quickly notice an eye-catching comment that was soon drowned out. Wait, what? Brother, are you in a relationship? Who is that girl in the car window? Chapter 178. Terrifying as such. Jiang Zhouye realized that he had inadvertently captured Jiang Nanshu in the reflection. Thankfully, it was merely a silhouette, and her face remained hidden. He exhaled in relief. Choosing not to respond, he waved his phone in front of Jiang Nanshu triumphantly. Look at your brother's popularity. Even after a hiatus, there are still so many supporters. Jiang Nanshu cast a fleeting glance, humming, Wonderful. Fourth brother is amazing. Investing in you is not a loss. Your fans have discerning eyes. It's not a false fandom. Jiang Zhouye queried. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Nanshu feigned innocence. I'm complimenting you. Since you dislike it, I shan't praise you anymore to avoid annoying you. Jiang Zhouye exclaimed. You're at least a popular singer-dancer. If you lack this much fame, you should retire from the industry to save yourself the embarrassment. If I could sing well, this music scene would have no place for you. Jiang Nanshu felt a pang of disappointment. She had never undergone professional training. In her previous life, due to childhood experiences, she had been harmed by medication, damaging her vocal cords. Her voice was not particularly pleasant, slightly hoarse, and lacked the sweetness found in this world. She possessed many skills, yet singing was not among them. This body had not received professional training either, resulting in her singing being somewhat off-key, but Jiang Nanshu was not inclined to dwell on these matters. Jiang Zhouye remained silent for about a minute before saying, "Jiang Nanshu, would you like me to teach you how to sing?" Jiang Nanshu's eyes widened in astonishment. Her tone tinged with disbelief. "Fourth brother, are you serious? You ignored my pleas for 3 days and nights. Are you really this generous? Teaching me to sing?" The original owner cried and complained, yet you refused to agree. Jiang Zhouye's expression stiffened slightly, but thankfully his mask concealed his face. In a muted voice, he replied, "That was then. I'm willing to teach now. Will you learn?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Nanshu's bright face broke into a radiant smile. "Of course. As long as you don't mind me. Hee hee. Let us see if I can't wear you down. You think you can teach me with this broken voice?" Jiang Zhouye. The vehicle traveled for about an hour before reaching the concert venue. Jiang Zhouye had announced his arrival in the group chat, yet only one person awaited him. Su Jianlin, dressed in a light green short-sleeved shirt and a white headband, approached him with a sunny, refreshing smile, revealing his small tiger teeth. "Brother Zhou, you've come. Is your voice any better?" Jiang Zhouye nodded gently. Su Jianlin was one of the few in this team with whom he maintained a decent relationship. Although he was a year younger, he did not dare to form a deeper bond without knowing the connections behind the scenes. Thus, Jiang Nanshu pulled Su Jianlin over for introductions. "Nanshu, this is my teammate Su Jianlin, who possesses a melodious singing voice. Jianlin, this is my sister Jiang Nanshu." Upon meeting Jiang Nanshu, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and his fair complexion flushed slightly. "Hello, little sister. I am your brother's good friend. You may call me Brother Jianlin. It seems we can't escape the term brother at all, can we?" Jiang Nanshu responded with a demure expression. "Hello, Brother Jianlin. Is your singing really that wonderful? However, I believe my fourth brother sings better. He is truly the best." What a vexing statement. This could potentially tarnish fourth brother's reputation among his teammates. What a blunder. Jiang Zhouye. He truly appreciates her. Whenever there was an opportunity, she would invariably stoke the flames of rivalry, regardless of time, place, or person. She was ever so eager to stir the pot. To his surprise, Su Jianlin appeared entirely unfazed, responding with a humble demeanor. "Sister Nanshu, you speak the truth. I cannot compare to Brother Zhou. I have always regarded him as my role model, and one day, I hope to stand alongside him." He gazed at Jiang Zhouye with starry-eyed admiration. Jiang Nanshu. "So, you are a devoted fan, huh? Let me think. Su Jianlin, yes, I remember now. Isn't he the one who was kicked out of the team, causing quite the uproar and contemplating withdrawal? Yet, due to an exorbitant breach of contract fee, he was ultimately sidelined. This is your good friend who, despite your reputation being in tatters, still came to your defense, only to end up bearing the blame for your misfortunes, making you despise him." I do enjoy the drama of brothers turning against each other. I shall reserve my front-row seat for that." Jiang Zhouye regarded the sincerity in Su Jianlin's eyes. Were it not for Jiang Nanshu's inner thoughts, he might have believed that Su Jianlin was indeed the source of his troubles. For all the floral teas had been procured through his efforts. Yet, Su Jianlin was also rather naive. It was possible that the team atmosphere was so harmonious. And being the youngest, the remaining 4 members indulged him, allowing him to thrive as a refreshing presence in the cutthroat entertainment industry, ultimately leading to him bearing the brunt of his misfortunes. Jiang Zhouye chuckled softly, his gaze earnest. "Thank you, Jianlin. We will all become exceptional singers. Together?" Su Jianlin inquired, his excitement palpable. Heaven knows that even after nearly 3 years in the team, he still felt as if he were meeting an idol in Jiang Zhouye. He sighed. "Today marks the end of our group, Brother Zhou. From now on, we shall part ways, and I hope you won't think poorly of my skills." Jiang Zhouye stepped forward, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "How could I? You are my good friend. By the way, I find that floral tea you bought to be quite delightful. Who recommended it to you?" At this, Su Jianlin's eyes lit up. "If you find it enjoyable, that's all that matters. No one recommended it to me. I tried it myself and liked it. When I noticed your throat was uncomfortable, I bought it for you." This aligned perfectly with his investigation. All the floral teas had been ordered solely by Su Jianlin. No other person could be traced. Jiang Zhouye, still not entirely convinced, noticed Jiang Nanshu curiously glancing around and continued, "I truly think it's remarkable. You should suggest it to the others." Su Jianlin shrugged helplessly. "I would like to, but they don't care for tea. Except for Ego, I found he drinks the same brand of floral tea as I do." Fang Yi? I'll see if he still wants some after a few days as a parting gift. Fang Yi was Jiang Zhouya's closest friend. The two were inseparable. And half of Fang Yi's popularity stemmed from Jiang Zhouya's influence. Thus, in this team, Fang Yi held the position of deputy leader. Jiang Zhouya's face, obscured by a mask, darkened considerably. It seemed he had been waiting for this day, knowing full well he would not investigate the floral tea, which is why he could drink it so brazenly. Truly audacious. What about Lian Xingze? Him?
Su Hianlin Froned.
He was not particularly fond of this interloper, who had replaced Jiang Zhouya in the team, as he perceived him to be duplicitous and insincere. Not to mention, he didn't sing as well as Jiang Zhouya or Yi Ge, yet insisted on occupying the lead vocalist position. He couldn't fathom the company's reasoning behind promoting him. Jiang Nanshu listened intently to their conversation, her mind racing. One doesn't necessarily need to sing well. If one has connections, they might just become a top-tier star. Also, this Fang Yi name sounds familiar. Yes, it's the one who swapped the floral tea. Fourth brother, wouldn't he think this person is his best friend? Would he? Yes, already Lian Xingze's lackey. I recall that Lian Xingze seems to have connections with the overseas tycoon associated with Su Ran. Given how the plot has unraveled, could he be returning to the country early? Under normal circumstances, he should only return after my demise to compete with Lu Qingyan for women, but now, who can say for certain?
How terrifying.
Chapter 179. I excel at throwing tantrums. Jiang Zhouya slightly furrowed his brows. He had investigated Lian Xingze, who had replaced him as lead vocalist, and found that the backing was merely an ordinary company. It was not nearly as formidable as Jiang Nanshu had suggested. Either the forces behind him were indeed powerful, concealed from scrutiny, or this was merely an illusion. Jiang Zhouya felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering what kind of authority could orchestrate such a situation. Lost in thought, he failed to hear Su Jianlin whispering to him until he nudged Jiang Zhouya's arm, prompting him to focus his gaze on Su Jianlin, blinking. What's wrong? Su Jianlin's brow was furrowed with concern. Brother, what's the matter? You've been absent-minded since you returned. Nothing, what were you saying just now? Su Jianlin cleared his throat. How come you've never brought your beautiful sister out before? Jiang Zhouya glanced back at Jiang Nanshu, who was lagging behind, and replied curtly. Our relationship wasn't good in the past.
Ah.
He looked at the proud Jiang Zhouya and the seemingly docile Jiang Nanshu. It appeared that Jiang Zhouya's troublesome nature had led to their poor relationship, didn't it? Seemingly disengaged, yet closely monitoring their conversation, Jiang Nanshu rolled her eyes discreetly. As if our relationship is so harmonious now. You are merely the cash cow, nothing more. Jiang Zhouya gritted his teeth, truly exasperated by how infuriating her words could be. He spoke through clenched teeth, suppressing his annoyance. Don't get the wrong idea. She is already engaged. Su Jianlin was taken aback. Huh? He hesitated. No, brother, that is not what I meant. I was merely complimenting our sister. Receiving a warning glance from Jiang Zhouya, he swiftly changed his tune. Your sister is beautiful. How unjust. He too desired a sister like Jiang Nanshu, who appeared as lovely as a porcelain doll. Both gentle and endearing. Unable to resist, he glanced back at Jiang Nanshu. Their eyes met just as she flashed him a wide smile. Su Jianlin quickly turned away, his heart racing. Goodness. With a sister like that, how could their relationship be strained? Perhaps he should slap himself to find the cause. Yet, there was something familiar about her face. Su Jianlin felt as if he had seen her somewhere before, but the memory eluded him. Zhouya, over here. A cheerful male voice echoed from a distance. Jiang Zhouya looked up to see a young man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, wearing shoes with a 5-centimeter lift. His features somewhat effeminate. Without makeup, his face bore sweat and some acne marks. Overall, he paled in comparison to Jiang Zhouya, even falling short of Su Jianlin.
Suryanin happily vavet, yige.
Jiang Nanshu raised an eyebrow. Oh, this is Fang Yi? I expected every person in this world to be a handsome man. I didn't anticipate there to be an ugly one. How did he manage to join this boy band of beauties? Jiang Zhouya, how did he get in? He was merely following him, having warmed up to him before the group formed. The production team, seeking topics of interest, paired them as brothers. Initially, Jiang Zhouya found it distasteful, but Fang Yi proved to be diligent and sincere, gradually earning Jiang Zhouya's trust. Whenever there was a live broadcast or appearance, he would bring Fang Yi along. The fans, loving Jiang Zhouya, naturally began to support Fang Yi as well. Online photos had filters. Thus Fang Yi garnered his fair share of admirers. He turned around, taking an unopened mask from the hands of his accompanying assistant, ripping it open and directly placing it on Jiang Nanshu's face. Don't take it off inside. The fans will be taking photos. Feeling uneasy, he reached out again. The female assistant at his side understood immediately and produced a white baseball cap. Jiang Zhouye placed it firmly on her head, speaking earnestly. The entertainment industry is quite complex. Those who adore me will cherish you, while those who vilify me can curse my entire family. I do not wish for you to be exposed and caught up in the public discourse. If that happens, keep your distance from me. My assistant will bring you to me later tonight. Jiang Nanshu protested, but Su Jianlin has already seen me. What is the use of hiding now? Jiang Zhouye pressed his lips together. In that fleeting moment, he simply did not want Fang Yi to see Jiang Nanshu's appearance. He straightened up, placing a hand on her head, his voice laced with amusement. Never mind. It's too risky for you to go in. Rest in the room I've arranged for you. Jiang Nanshu had originally wanted to catch a glimpse of Lian Xingze, but seeing Jiang Zhouye's insistence, she fell silent for a moment, then squinted her eyes and began to throw a tantrum. Fourth brother. Do you think I'm embarrassing and unworthy to stand by your side? If you don't want to introduce me to your friends, how am I supposed to navigate the entertainment industry? I'm not afraid of being exposed. I relish the attention. Jiang Zhouye replied, once I handle things here, I will introduce you. Just then, Fang Yi approached. The female assistant, understanding the situation, pulled Jiang Nanshu away. Miss Jiang, listen to him. Your brother won't harm you. That's true. The only one who harms him is me. But fine, when the time comes, I will see him. She obediently followed the female assistant away. Zhouye, who is that girl? Fang Yi inquired as he moved closer. He attempted to place his arm around Jiang Zhouye's shoulders, but at 185 centimeters tall, it was exhausting just to lift his shoulders. So he abandoned the idea and stood beside him, contemplatively observing Jiang Nanshu's retreating figure. My sister, accompanying me to the concert, Jiang Zhouye replied as he moved forward. Fang Yi followed closely behind, a sense of humiliation washing over him. Each time he neared Jiang Zhouye, he felt as if he were a dog, groveling for his master's favor, a nauseating sensation. He steadied his emotions, managing a slight smile. After tonight, Jiang Zhouye would be gone. A useless waste who couldn't even produce a sound while singing. Fang Yi spoke with an upbeat tone. I've never heard you mention having a sister before. How many siblings do you have? Jiang Zhouye, unwilling to engage in conversation, replied in a hoarse, indifferent voice. My family isn't well off, and we have many siblings. My entire family depends on me for support. I need to consult my manager about when I can take on assignments. Hearing his tone, Fang Yi's eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and disdain. Still hoping to take on assignments to earn money?
Dream on.
I heard your family is from the mountains. Perhaps you should return there. Su Jianlin, feeling a pang of sympathy, remarked, Zhouye, everything will get better. I don't know what the manager is doing. He should be here soon. We'll all help you out, especially since your popularity was so high before your voice was injured. Since you've been absent, the fans' enthusiasm has noticeably waned. Fang Yi clenched his teeth in frustration. It was as if the group could not thrive without Jiang Zhouye. He sneered, thinking it better to flatter Lian Xingze, who at least had some backing. Jiang Zhouye, on the other hand, had nothing but his looks. In fact, not all fans were there for Zhouye. Many were there for Xingze. Fang Yi chuckled, glancing at Jiang Zhouye during your absence, combined with the company's promotions. He attracted a substantial wave of fans. He is about to become the second you. Chapter 180. This is undoubtedly the worst time this girl has been bashed. Su Jianlin shot a glance at Fang Yi, signaling him to stop, fully aware of Jiang Zhouye's situation. Wasn't he just trying to pierce his heart with such comments? Didn't he realize that he was deliberately trying to cheer Jiang Zhouye up? Jiang Zhouye let out a short, light scoff. His tone unreadable. I'm not familiar with Lian Xingze. If the company wants to promote him, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, this team is disbanding today. Right? Fang Yi mused that Jiang Zhouye must be jealous, thus pretending to be indifferent. He responded vaguely, perhaps. We'll see after tonight. The group entered the rehearsal room. Meanwhile, on the other side, the female assistant led Jiang Nanshu to a small room, giving a few instructions before departing. She had also received news to wait for Jiang Zhouye here, as there might be further work, so she needed to keep an eye on him. Jiang Nanshu surveyed the cozy little break room, furnished warmly with a soft beige sofa in the center. She removed her mask and yawned, lazily reclining on it. Upon opening her phone, she received a latest update. Rising star Jiang Zhouye suspected of dating. Jiang Nanshu exclaimed, What? This single dog has a girlfriend now. When did this happen? Driven by curiosity, she clicked on the picture and discovered that a netizen had enlarged a selfie of Jiang Zhouya, encircling the reflection of a girl in the car window. Wasn't he that her? The comments below were filled with harsh insults, claiming that Jiang Zhouya's dating would drive fans away, that his girlfriend being an ordinary person diminished his appeal, and some fans even doxed the girl, causing a ruckus. Jiang Nanshu was momentarily speechless. With her own account, she angrily replied to the post, "This is undoubtedly the worst time this girl has been bashed." Just as she sent the message, a commotion erupted outside, marked by the sound of a door slamming and a cup shattering, accompanied by a man's furious shouts, "If this song doesn't sell, get lost. You think it's a privilege to have you revise the lyrics and composition? Do you think you can sell it for 30,000?
Dream on.
I'll give you a day to consider. If you refuse, don't expect to survive in this industry." The last words carried a threat. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, bringing the argument to an end. Then came the sound of rustling papers. Jiang Nanshu opened the door and leaned against the frame, gazing toward the source of the noise, raising an eyebrow lightly. "It's you?" Duan Huayu paused in his task of picking up papers, raising his strong brows only to quickly lower them, his movements involuntarily quickening. The young lady always looked down on him, making him feel unreachable. He responded lightly, "Yes, sorry for the trouble." There was also a piece of paper at Jiang Nanshu's feet. As he hesitated whether to pick it up, Jiang Nanshu bent down, her tender fingers grasping the paper. "Here for you." So the young lady could bend down for others. She wasn't as unapproachable as she seemed. Duan Huayu stood up and took it from her hand. "Thank you." Jiang Nanshu tilted her head, her gaze landing on the paper. "Are you selling songs?" Duan Huayu glanced down, suddenly feeling somewhat awkward in front of Jiang Nanshu. "Yes." After answering, he felt his response had been too cold and added, "It's for a living. I can't always rely on others for my mother's medical expenses." Jiang Nanshu fell silent. She seemed to have indirectly saved a life. Yet it did not change Duan Huayu's circumstances. At least in the original story, after his mother's passing, he had a respectable job besides Su Ran and no longer had to work tirelessly to afford his mother's treatment. With the altered plot, Jiang Nanshu wondered whether it was a stroke of fortune or misfortune for Duan Huayu. It seemed he had been rejected. The heavy creases on that paper indicated he had faced many refusals. "It's all right. Someone will buy it eventually. As long as my name as the lyricist and composer isn't erased, I don't mind lowering the price a bit." After speaking, Duan Huayu meticulously folded the song manuscript. 30,000, and you're willing to part with it? Duan Huayu fell silent for a few seconds before earnestly looking at Jiang Nanshu. Her beauty was striking. When she smiled, she radiated an allure that was difficult to ignore. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes glistening with a hint of cool detachment, the dark brilliance of her gaze accentuated by a small red mole at the corner of her eye, making her entire visage captivating. They stood in close proximity, yet in reality, they belonged to two entirely different worlds. Duan Huayu pressed his lips together, averting his gaze from her, his voice laced with detachment. "Miss, you fail to comprehend the suffering of the masses. 30,000 yuan may merely suffice for a handbag in your world, yet for me, it represents a lifeline." Jiang Nanshu raised an eyebrow, bemused by his sudden ire. Their acquaintance was but a fleeting encounter. Her only recollection of him stemmed from a rainy day when he had graciously offered her an umbrella, nothing more. With a dismissive curl of her crimson lips, she replied coolly, "Oh, you may leave now. I wish you luck." As Duan Huayu stepped away, Jiang Nanshu prepared to retreat to the lounge. Suddenly, a woman's frenzied scream pierced the air. "Die, you wretched creature." Jiang Nanshu swiftly turned, the blade already glinting menacingly near her face. A hand surged forward to shield her, the sharp knife piercing his left hand, a protective barrier for Jiang Nanshu. Duan Huayu's expression turned icy as he forcefully brought the woman crashing to the ground, a cadre of security personnel trailing closely behind him. "Quickly, subdue her. Prevent any further harm. Call the police. Hurry." Duan Huayu withdrew the knife, blood cascading down his arm, staining the manuscript beneath it, rendering the words illegible. Only then did he turn to Jiang Nanshu and assure her, "It's all right now." Jiang Nanshu displayed little reaction. Such incidents had been all too common in her previous life, and a knife's edge against her skin posed no threat to her existence. Her demeanor remained tranquil. "In saving me, you have ruined your manuscript. It can be rewritten," Duan Huayu replied, applying pressure to his wound to staunch the bleeding. "But your injury leaves no room for a second chance, Mississippi. I understand that young ladies cherish their beauty. Thus, he declared, let this be my repayment of your kindness. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Nanshu remarked, truly a fool. She shifted her gaze to the restrained woman, inquiring of the security personnel, who is she? The security staff hesitated before responding. She's a delusional fan of Jiang Zhouye, though we're unsure how she managed to infiltrate this place. Fortunately, no one was gravely harmed. We noticed her suspicious behavior and attempted to escort her away, but she was too swift. The delusional fan glared defiantly. You're his girlfriend? You don't deserve him, you pitiful parasite. Disdain flickered in Jiang Nanshu's eyes as she addressed the security personnel. Take her to the police station. I refuse to entertain any notion of reconciliation. Panic crept into the fan's eyes. If you dare touch me, I will ruin Jiang Zhouye's reputation. I suggest you release me. Fool, blinded by your obsession. Even if he were to fall from grace, it would bear no consequence on my life, Jiang Nanshu retorted, her lips parting slightly. Duan Huayu, hand the weapon to the security staff to be delivered to the police station, and then accompany me. Chapter 181. A Certain Victory. Duan Huayu paused for a moment, then hurriedly placed the bloody knife into the hands of the security personnel. I apologize for the inconvenience. I will clarify the situation at the police station shortly. He then hastened to follow Jiang Nanshu, though he always trailed a step behind, hesitant to walk alongside her. Together, they exited the concert venue. Upon learning of the incident, Jiang Zhouye rushed to Jiang Nanshu's lounge, only to find her absence amidst a few bloodstains that had yet to be cleaned. His expression darkened as he turned to his female assistant. Didn't I instruct you to stay with her? Why did you leave? The assistant, pale yet resolute, replied, the security personnel assured me she is unharmed. The one injured is another individual. Since you are here, I must remain by your side. Jiang Zhouye scoffed inwardly. Her presence was likely to monitor him, relaying his every action to the manager. Thankfully, after tonight, everything would conclude. He immediately dialed Jiang Nanshu's number, anxiety gripping him at the thought that his negligence might have caused her harm. When the call connected, her voice, languid yet sweet, eased his heart momentarily. Where are you? In the capital city hospital, Jiang Nanshu replied. His heart sank again, urgency flooding his voice. Stay put. I will come to you. No need. I have the person who saved me tending to my wound. I will return later. You can chat with your teammates, she stated, ending the call. Jiang Zhouye's expression softened momentarily, but when he looked up again, it was filled with intensity. Where's that delusional fan? His assistant swallowed nervously. Brother Huang suggests we release her. Otherwise, it may impact the entire team's reputation. We should aim for a favorable image. And where is she? Jiang Zhouye's demeanor darkened further, a storm brewing in his eyes that sent shivers through his assistant. Did this individual truly emerge from the mountains as a dream-chasing youth? His aura betrayed no such innocence. Jiang, please heed Brother Huang's advice. You still have a 2-year contract with Haohuan Entertainment. Defying the company serves no advantage, especially since you are unscathed, correct? The assistant pleaded, hoping to prevent Jiang Zhouye from escalating the situation. While the fan's actions were excessive, an idol must not be overly harsh on their admirers, lest public sentiment turn against him and tarnish his reputation. I may be uninjured,
But she sought to harm my family.
I shall ensure that delusional fan faces justice.
No.
A door swung open nearby, revealing a tall, slender man. The assistant greeted him respectfully, Brother Huang. Jiang Zhouye regarded him with cold eyes. This was his manager, Huang Ji, known to all as Brother Huang. His face bore visible annoyance, having failed to secure a song for the talented Lian Xingze, wishing to craft him into a notable original artist, yet suitable material remained elusive. The previous song had potential, but it was only lyrics without a melody. The composer stubbornly refused to collaborate, requiring consent before signing a confidentiality agreement, leaving Jiang Zhouye's manager frustrated. The company's golden opportunity had soured due to Jiang Zhouye's vocal injury, diminishing his marketability, no matter how much they promoted him. What's all this fuss about? It's merely a delusional fan. She hasn't harmed you. Why cling to this issue? Show some leniency, and fans will commend your kindness and care for them. Noting Jiang Zhouye's icy demeanor, devoid of emotion, Huang Ji understood he was being obstinate, determined to oppose him. He continued with a smirk, if you dare defy my wishes, your singing career will end here. The company will shelve you. Consider your choices wisely. A washed-up artist is to blame for not safeguarding his voice. Once Lian Xingze becomes the lead singer, we can capitalize on his rising popularity. Mutual benefit, after all. Jiang Zhouye departed in silence. Huang Ji's face split into a smug grin, underestimating the resolve of a once powerful singer now stripped of influence. Jiang Zhouya felt no inclination to linger. Having met Lian Xingze, he noted his teammates rehearsing, and Su Jianlin expressed regret for not being able to stay longer, leaving him feeling out of place. After some thought, he instructed the driver to head to the police station, determined to ensure that this threat faced the consequences of their actions. At the capital city hospital, not far from the concert venue, Duan Huayu's wound on his left arm was deep, requiring several stitches. He would need time to recuperate and could not engage in any part-time work for the foreseeable future. Jiang Nanshu waited in the lobby, her brow furrowed with concern as she awaited his return. How would she manage Duan Huayu, regardless of circumstances? He had borne the brunt of this unforeseen calamity to protect her. He could have left, yet he had rushed back to shield her from harm. Although Jiang Nanshu could have subdued the assailant herself, the proximity of the blade would have undoubtedly marred her visage, and while she did not place great value on appearances, the thought of pain was something she wished to avoid. In the original narrative, Duan Huayu is associated with Su Ran, yet he has become entangled with her to a considerable extent. She cannot possibly follow in Su Ran's footsteps, bringing someone into her orbit merely to serve as a bodyguard.
Can she?
Oh, is there anything that our esteemed heroine, Jiang Nanshu, cannot handle? As Jiang Nanshu pondered, the annoyingly sarcastic voice of Da Sha-chun interjected. Jiang Nanshu replied earnestly, I believe I could take him in. Da Sha-chun retorted, You really do have a lot of nerve. Can you cease harboring such ambitions for power? Although you need not concern yourself with the plot, it doesn't grant you license to go completely off the rails. Jiang Nanshu, at this juncture, it is not entirely by my choice. Da Sha-chun exasperated. You've snatched away the heroine's love interest. What will become of their romantic arc? Jiang Nanshu, innocently. Their romantic arc has no bearing on the disdain value I intend to accumulate. Da Sha-chun was rendered speechless by her audacity, and after a considerable pause, finally said, Fine, let us set that issue aside. Why are you aiding Jiang Lui, this cannon fodder character, in suppressing the heroine? Jiang Nanshu continued to feign innocence. I'm simply being clever. I'll let them tear each other apart while I profit from the chaos. The benefactor will despise me, and I'll collect my disdain value.
Da Sha-shu, Ohit.
You make some sense, but why on earth did you agree to be with the male lead? It's all gone awry. Jiang Nanshu smiled innocently. Naturally. It's to toy with him. I'll make him unable to live without me, utterly devoted, and then I'll decisively kick him aside and soar away. This plan is foolproof. In Chapter 182, Chang'an awakens. Da Sha-chun. Upon reflection, it seems there is indeed some logic to her words. So this plotline. Jiang Nanshu. Every single plot should serve my disdain value. Do you not wish to send me back?
Da Sha-shu.
Indeed, I yearn for it, I dream of it. It cannot comprehend how it ended up bound to Jiang Nanshu. Very well. It conceded. Then the plot of you kidnapping the heroine and forcing the male lead to choose should be put on the agenda since everything is already in disarray. Let us expedite this, so we can return home. Hee, splendid. Da Sha-chun. This task is of a hellish caliber. Very well. I shall not concern myself with it any longer. As Duan Huayu emerged, he found Jiang Nanshu lost in thought, her expression adorably bewildered. She quickly averted her gaze, saying, Miss, I've dressed the wound. The doctor advised against water exposure, spicy foods, and to maintain a light diet, changing the dressing weekly. How so? Jiang Nanshu extended her final syllable. Duan Huayu lifted his eyelids, awaiting her continuation. A smile graced her lips, her almond eyes sparkling. You've detailed everything so thoroughly. Do you wish for me to care for you? Duan Huayu's rugged countenance momentarily displayed surprise, slowly shaking his head. I wouldn't dare. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, it felt as though vines were ensnaring him, pulling him into a quagmire. He merely spoke offhandedly, harboring no further intentions. Jiang Nanshu shrugged. Very well. I'm too busy to accompany you for a checkup. I'll send you money for your arm treatment later.
No.
He blurted out instantly. Jiang Nanshu's gaze was one of confusion. His Adam's apple bobbed. I do not want your money. I can heal myself. This minor injury does not warrant your expenditure. Then what do you desire? Jiang Nanshu genuinely did not comprehend how someone could be indifferent to money. If she were injured, she would ensure the other party faced financial ruin. Duan Huayu shook his head. I desire nothing. The fact that I can repay your kindness is sufficient. Mississippi, farewell. He stood tall, his muscular physique accentuated even in a simple t-shirt, exuding an impressive presence. With his tan skin, crew cut, and chiseled features, he towered before her like a small mountain. It was no wonder Su Ran had employed him as a bodyguard. With someone like him guarding her, who would dare approach? Jiang Nanshu reached out, grasping his uninjured arm. Duan Huayu lowered his gaze, feeling the warmth of her touch on his skin. Her fairness contrasted starkly with his own, creating a striking visual impact. Jiang Nanshu tilted her head to observe him, smiling faintly. Come with me. Duan Huayu's fingers twitched in surprise. What? Come with me, and you shall enjoy wealth and prestige, Jiang Nanshu elaborated. Duan Huayu, his heart, which had been racing, finally calmed. He exhaled, raising an eyebrow. Are you suggesting I become your subordinate? Jiang Nanshu stroked her chin, appraising him. Essentially, yes. I commit acts, you provide the tools, I ignite flames. You bury the evidence. Can you manage that? Duan Huayu, why would a law-abiding citizen like himself engage in such perilous endeavors? I can. His tongue had outrun his mind. Before he could refuse, the answer had slipped out. His expression tightened further. Jiang Nanshu released his hand, grinning. You are rather easy to persuade. Don't be anxious. I want to compel you to commit any nefarious acts. I believe your song draft is quite commendable. I'm granting you an opportunity.
Can you seize it?
Those unworthy shall never be my subordinate. Thus, after a convoluted exchange, Jiang Nanshu's ultimate aim was to assist him.
But why?
Burdened with debt and caring for his elderly mother, held no illusions of being remarkable enough to capture Jiang Nanshu's attention. Moreover, she had a fiancé of equal standing. Surely, she had no designs on him. Yet, he pondered, I may not grow into the towering pine you envision. If you wish to fund my aspirations, miss, I must decline. Someone like me is unworthy of your expenditure. He, who barely scraped by, reliant on various odd jobs to support his family, would find it difficult to attract a partner, especially given his burdens and lack of education. Dreams succumbed to the harsh realities of life. Duan Huayu. Jiang Nanshu shook her head gently. You are not lacking. Do not feel inferior. I trust my judgment of character. I am offering you an opportunity. You must seize your dreams. The success of such endeavors will be determined in due course. Jiang Nanshu had no intention of relegating Duan Huayu to the role of an inconspicuous bodyguard. She recognized the fervor for music in his eyes, a passion he had forsaken due to the financial strains of life and exorbitant medical expenses, forcing him to drift aimlessly in the city. Duan Huayu perceived Jiang Nanshu as radiant, akin to a small angel urging him onward. Ultimately, he nodded, his voice hoarse. All right, I will give it a try. Yes. For the time being, focus on healing. Do not worry about medical expenses. I'll cover them. I'll notify you when the time comes. Jiang Nanshu shook her phone, adding Duan Huayu's contact details. Nanshu? A faint voice called from a distance. Jiang Nanshu turned to see Jiang Jingcheng, holding a medical report, standing tall in the bustling hospital lobby, drawing the shy glances of young women captivated by his strikingly handsome features. Second brother? Well, what a coincidence. I almost forgot. I need to report you. Jiang Jingcheng. What had he done to warrant a report? He beckoned to Jiang Nanshu, standing still. Jiang Nanshu quickly told Duan Huayu, you should head back. I'll check on my second brother, then I must meet my fourth brother at the concert venue. Await my news. She then dashed over to Jiang Jingcheng. Jiang Jingcheng's indifferent gaze swept over Duan Huayu, who straightened up, returning the look. After a moment, Jiang Jingcheng shifted his gaze, a trace of warmth softening his cold visage as he gently smiled at Jiang Nanshu. Without his aloof demeanor, he resembled a piece of exquisite jade, exuding a gentle warmth. Uncertain of what was said, Jiang Nanshu excitedly pulled Jiang Jingcheng toward the inpatient department. Jiang Jingcheng's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness, and from his lip movements, it seemed he was urging Jiang Nanshu to slow down. Until the two figures vanished from sight, did Duan Huayu finally head outside the hospital. Today, as events felt akin to a dream. He did not return home but instead redirected his path to the police station. Meanwhile, Jiang Nanshu hurried toward the inpatient department, having just learned that Cheng'an had awakened. In this slumber, he had indulged for quite a while. His goddess was almost battered and bruised by Lu Qingyan, yet still did not emerge to act as a protector of her delicate flower. I shall provoke him a little. Jiang Jingcheng, observing her eager demeanor, he inquired about a question that had lingered in his heart for quite some time, during Cheng'an's period of unconsciousness. Aside from us, the attending physicians, the Chung family forbade anyone from approaching him. This was due to the many delirious utterances he made while in a coma. On one occasion during my rounds, I happened to overhear him say, You will die. Jiang Nanshu paused momentarily, arching an eyebrow. Her smile radiant. Who does he think he is?